get extended and push north. But right now we do have an active warning that is in southern Highlands County. So as far as this is concerned, again, you can see the red box. We've got quite a few of them outside of our viewing area, but I think right now what is most important is this one right here, this cell, and you can see where we've got the hook, which is our defining the defining look of a return or signature look of what you would see on a radar when you've got a tornado. So again, this is moving off to the north to northwest. So if you are in these areas here, this is where you want to make sure that you are indoors, which you should be anyhow. But again, if you're hearing loud noises outside, make sure that you're in the interior part of your home in a safe place. And again, away from doors and windows. This will be moving off to the north and northwest here across 98 near Sunvale fairly soon, within the next 10 minutes or so. So again, this is moving off in that direction. Lake Placid is just off to the west and is likely to avoid that. Now, there is also another cell that appears like it might be moving to the north. So if you are in and around Brighton, I would also be aware of that storm. Moving over to the Tampa Bay area, again, we're seeing rainfall here, but I wanted you to see what's happening to the south. This band, as it's coming through, is going to have a decent chance of having some of those cells with rotation in it. And we're seeing a tornado warning just to the south of Sarasota County. And if this all holds together, it could get continued into Sarasota County. So again, this is down by Captiva. And if it holds together and continues to show rotation, could be moving into our viewing area. So right now outside of our viewing area, but as these bands rotate through, they rotate through and maybe moving off into the DeSoto area as well. DeSoto County. So again, a wider look here. These are the bands coming around the outside of the storm, and you can see how they are rotating around, and that is where we get that spin and those brief tornadoes. So again, if you are in southeastern Highlands County, you want to make sure that you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and protecting yourself and your loved ones inside your home until that storm passes. It should pass your area within 15 minutes or so. If you start to hear the storm moving across your area again, it won't take long before it moves through, but you definitely want to hunker down until it does. As far as the rest of the storm goes, again, we are going to continue to see those bands moving throughout the day, and we'll have very heavy accumulating rain on the north side of the storm, but those bands are the ones that move through and have the most potential for creating that spin where we get the weak brief tornadoes. So that is why that watch is in effect until about 9 o'clock tonight. You can see outside right now as we're looking at the Hyatt Clearwater camera that we've got rougher waters. The camera is shaking a bit. Again, our wind speeds are picking up as we have been moving through the last couple of hours, and we really are getting to a point where it's not safe to be outside very much longer, if at all right now. Wind speeds are sustained between 20 to up to about 35 miles per hour. The gusts, though, have become high enough to close down the Skyway Bridge. That is not likely to open up again until at some point tomorrow afternoon because we are going to continue to see these winds increase and the conditions deteriorate through the rest of the afternoon. And then the peak deterioration of the weather is going to be late tonight and won't start to really improve until tomorrow morning. But that storm surge threat may linger into early tomorrow morning and won't improve until tomorrow afternoon. So again, right now, Milton moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour, does not have a well-defined eye. It is weakening, and 145 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. It is expected to move on shore here late tonight. And again, it is has increased its forward motion and is expected to make landfall a little bit earlier than what we had talked about before. So again, we're continuing to monitor conditions as it moves on shore. But right now, I think the biggest threat is watching for those the chance for those isolated tornadoes as those outer bands move on shore. All right. Lauren?
Thank you, Shay. This story is going to make you probably sick to your stomach. It's just awful. This is some terrible video we received from Florida Highway Patrol. They were rescuing a dog that had been tied to a pole on 75. This was near Bruceby Downs Boulevard. Tampa Mayor Jane Castor talked about this during her latest update, but I mean, Wendy, we're both dog owners. I mean, this cannot be said enough. I don't understand why someone would ever do something like this. Don't do that to your pets. Take your pets with you wherever you're going.
Yes. And he's sitting in floodwaters already, and it's, you know, the storm is hours and hours and hours away, which means, you know, he probably would have drowned. That's just so sad.
Yeah.
Horrible, horrible.
All right, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay.
I'm glad he's rescued.
Yes,
he's going to find a better owner in the future.
Thank you to FHP for making that rescue.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
All right, let's turn our coverage now to Manatee County, where Hurricane Milton at this point could make landfall.
That's right, and ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton joins us live in Palmetto. And Casey, I saw in your last report some residents had still not evacuated mobile homes out there. Is that still the case now?
Yeah, that's still the case. Palmetto PD, they came over to us and they told us that some people are just refusing to leave and they're trying to stay in their mobile homes through this storm. And again, that is a very dangerous situation for them, especially with this predicted up to 15 feet of storm surge. The police said that he's asking those people who are deciding to stay to write their social security numbers on their arms so they can be identified after the storm. So a very scary thing to think about and very upsetting as well. But let me just turn this camera around to show you what's going on over here. We're getting a lot more rain, a lot more wind. On occasion, our car will shake and we can definitely feel the strength of those winds. It's kind of happening right now. I don't know if you can tell in the camera. But we did get inside the car because we were seeing some lightning and thunder. So just for our safety, we decided to report from inside the car for now. Now take a look at these boats over here that we're looking at. You know, a lot of people live on these boats, and so hopefully they're not in there right now. I doubt they are. You know, they hopefully have evacuated to higher ground. But the situation for these boats is that many of them are tied over here, but they will probably not be able to withstand up to 15 feet of storm surge. That is very, very high. I'm 5'4", and that is 3 times my height. So we can hope for the best when it comes for these boats and these people's homes. But it is a pretty dangerous situation out here. A lot of these boats could end up on land at the end of this. That's what we saw with Hurricane Helene. We saw in several different areas near the marinas, we had boats near homes. In one area that I went to, one neighborhood in St. Pete, I actually saw a boat came up and crashed into a home. So this is a very dangerous situation to be living next to and to be trying to ride out the storm in, which is why they're saying, you know, you need to get out, you need to get into a shelter as soon as possible. You know, the sooner the better. And what we do want to emphasize is that there are 16 shelters available right now. Manatee County added on 6 more shelters around 10 this morning because they were seeing a lot of people heed that warning and go to higher ground and get to an area that's safer. So that is definitely important right now, and we don't want anyone to end up in a situation that's dire over here. And that's really, the police are saying it is. In mobile homes, in those neighborhoods, in A, B, and C, it's pretty dangerous out here, but we'll keep you updated on what we see.
Thank you. Stay safe out there. Thank you, Casey. We want to go now to meteorologist Shay Ryan, who has some update for us right away. Shay?
Yeah, I wanted to show you again, this tornado warning in Highlands County has been extended until 12:30, and for good reason. I was just taking a look at some of the other radar products, and again, this is showing the signature that pretty much shows that there is a tornado on the ground here in southeastern Highlands County. This storm cell is moving off to the northwest at about 35 miles per hour, and when we take a look at the storm rotation, it is starting to weaken some now, but we had that gate-to-gate shear, which is where you see the red next to the bright green. And what you're seeing right here is quite possibly debris. So again, this is indicating if you're in this area here around southeastern Highlands County that you really want to stay indoors. So this is to the southeast of Sylvan Shores and to the east of Lake Placid. we should be indoors anyhow as a result of the storm that we are in the midst of. But again, this is a reminder that we will have a continued threat of these isolated weak tornadoes. They usually do weaken pretty quickly, as we are already starting to see with this one. We've lost that hook, and you can see how it's starting to loosen up and fall apart, and we don't have that real tightly defined radar signature that we had a few moments ago. But again, the bottom line being, I want you to be really aware of what you're hearing around your house and what's happening. And if you do start to notice that things are really starting to sound nasty, make sure you're in the interior of your house, that you've got walls around you and not windows or doors, and that you're protecting yourself. So again, as we take a wider look out, you can see that we mainly have rainfall, but it's this band that is starting to move through and move onshore in our southern counties that is going to continue rotating around our area through the next several hours, that will have that chance for some embedded cells that could have some spin and spin up those isolated brief weak tornadoes. I can send it back to you guys now.
All right, Shay, thank you. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. Our coverage turns now to Hillsborough County.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Keely McCormick has been live for us all morning there. And Keely, you're joining us now from Lockhart Middle School in Tampa. Last time we talked with you, people were still filing into that center. It's an evacuation area.
Yeah, it is, and we actually just had a big group of people that just got here. Some of them are deciding to evacuate for the first time, right now within the last hour. Some people are coming from other shelters that were just getting too crowded, and a police unit actually just dropped off a lot of people. He said he's driving around, talking to people who are unhoused and getting them safe in a shelter. So like we mentioned, we're at Lockhart Middle School right now. This is the entrance just behind me. People are still filing in. It's one of the newer shelters that opened up today. Hillsborough County added 3 additional shelters to help keep up with demand and make sure everybody gets inside a shelter and is safe. The other one is in Riverview, and then they also opened one up in Valrico. Again, that's all listed on our website. We've been telling you all day, get to a shelter quickly. I know you guys don't have a lot of time now. If you are still on your way to a shelter, we have them all listed on our website. Make sure that you have, make sure that you have, you're good. Make sure you have bedding, pillows. I know they have food and water in there, but definitely those things to sleep and get you through the night. But like I mentioned, that's all listed for you on abcactionnews.com. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Keely. Now an update for anyone who missed it earlier. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge officially closed around 11:30. This bridge closes pretty much every major storm. It closed after it reaches winds of sustained 45 miles per hour. Frankly, I don't know anyone who's going to want to drive on the Sunshine Skyway right now, even like 20 miles per hour.
For sure,
You will not find me on the Skyway.
Right, and I'm assuming that probably the Courtney Campbell and I-75, all the rest of them, I-275 will be also closed. We just haven't heard yet for the official notice. And we're going to continue to check on conditions, this time in Polk County.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Rebecca Petit joining us live from downtown Lakeland. Rebecca, what's it like where you are now?
I'm here in the historic downtown Lakeland, and throughout Polk County, they're bracing for the strong winds and the heavy rainfall that Hurricane Milton is going to bring. Just take a look at this pile of yard debris that's still on this corner. This is going to be a major hazard once those winds begin to pick up. Now, residents are bracing for these winds, as I said, and so people who live in mobile homes, they were told to evacuate because those homes are vulnerable to wind damage. We're talking about knocking down trees, bringing down power lines, and all those sorts of hazardous things. Residents are also bracing for flooding. People who live in low-lying areas, they were also encouraged to evacuate. And so if you haven't evacuated by now, at this point, you're just going to want to hunker down, because this is a time when the winds are going to start being an impact in this Polk County area. Live in Lakeland, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
All right, thank you, Rebecca. And an important reminder here, if you do lose power, and that's likely going to happen for a lot of people tonight, and you have a radio, you can still listen to our coverage from our team of meteorologists and reporters throughout the storm, because we partnered with 6 local radio stations. They're listed right there on your screen.
That's right. They include radio partners 99.5 WQYK, 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM. Again, if you lose power, we will be simulcasting our coverage live on those channels. And a quick reminder, charge your phones now, because as Dennis mentioned and Shay mentioned and Greg mentioned, this storm is coming in overnight, and there is nothing more scary than being in the dark and hearing a hurricane, or any kind of storm for that matter, come through when you can't get a hold of anyone to make sure that you're in a safe place or what have you. So if you have your phone charged, or you have a radio nearby that's battery operated, make sure you got new batteries too. At least you can stay connected and feel like you have, some safe haven that's there to help walk you through this storm.
Yeah, it's scary for you and also scary for your loved ones who are trying to get in touch with you and making sure you're okay. So
Of course.
keep everything charged for as long as you can, because we know power outages are going to be very widespread, and we'll of course keep you updated on that. But yeah, make sure you have that backup in that way. And we know this is another actually really cool option with iPhone these days, because like we've been saying, it is really scary if you can't contact family, can't contact 911. There's actually a new feature with Apple, and it's making sure you always have a way to get help, even in a disaster like a hurricane.
Yeah, this is really cool. I just heard about this today. iPhone 14 or later users with the latest update can now connect to satellites to call for emergency services or send messages to your loved ones to make sure that they know you're okay. Here's how it works. To connect to a satellite, you've got to head outside and then find a spot with a clear view of the sky, and then hold your phone just like normal, and your device will then recognize a satellite in your area and direct you which way to turn your phone and then connect to it. How cool is that? And once you're connected, there are two different satellite communication methods you can use: emergency SOS and emergency messages. And if you've never done this, if anyone has tried to redirect your satellite radio, it's done the same way. You sort of boost it and reboot it, I should say, the very same way.
It's pretty wild that iPhones can do this now. So emergency SOS connects you to emergency services. You do need to dial 911 to enable the method, but once you do, you'll see a small message icon with a red SOS on it. And once you tap that icon, you'll be connected to a text thread with emergency responders. It also shares your location and your medical ID information. Make sure you update that as well.
That's some great information. And now emergency messages allows you to send text to Apple and Android devices. The one thing you need to remember is to access this feature, you need to have the send as text message setting turned on in the messages setting on your phone. Check that right now, because this service is free on your phone, and it's really a great resource if you lose power or signal during Hurricane Milton. Great way to make sure your family knows you're safe and you know they're safe. Such a great feature. Cool. One of the big concerns for Hurricane Milton as well is the threat of widespread power outages, which we've been talking about. Duke Energy is urging you to prepare for what could be a very lengthy power outage time.
Yeah, the company at this point predicting more than 1 million power outages across its territory, and it really is preparing right now for response after the storm. So if you're leaving today for the storm, Duke says turn off your power at the circuit breaker or fuse box and disconnect any non-essential electrical equipment, because that could automatically start when power is restored and cause a huge issue.
And if you are staying home and lose power, Duke says never replace a fuse or touch a circuit breaker with wet hands or standing on a wet or damp surface. And do not open freezers or refrigerators more than necessary.
All right, let's take a live look now from Key West. We were looking at this earlier. This is the southernmost point, that iconic buoy picture in Key West, and the waves are just splash. You know what, Wendy? There's always going to be someone right there whenever we take this picture. That is so dangerous.
Yes.
Those waves are splashing very high above the top of the buoy, but this picture shows how much of Florida this storm is really impacting.
Yeah, already this early at 12:30 in the afternoon, and there it is, Key West. And of course, as we know, conditions will only start to deteriorate from here. Let's check in with meteorologist Shay Ryan for the latest conditions and where Milton is right now. How many hours are we away until at least landfall, or it gets really close where we're going to see those hurricane force winds?
I'm thinking it's going to be closer to about 8 o'clock tonight. And what we're looking at here now, I just pulled this up because you were talking about power outages, and I wanted to get a look here at the timing for the peak of when we may be seeing those power outages. And this is based on our, we've got folks that are all around the studio. That was just a water bottle. I mean, It's live television. We have a lot going on, and those water bottles that are so fabulous that are metal are just incredibly loud. I've done it myself multiple times. It just didn't happen to be me this time. All right, so power outage index. All in yellow right here, yellow to orange. It's a little hard to tell the difference from this vantage point, but this is close to midnight. So again, this is when the winds are really peaking, and there's a likelihood at that point that quite a lot of our area, if not almost all of it, are going to be at risk for losing power. So again, make sure that you've got those devices powered up as we're moving through the day today. And again, conditions are already deteriorating. We can see that outside right now. One of the risks that we have that I think is most evident at the moment is the risk for isolated tornadoes. And we have had one that was reported in Palm Beach County. I'm seeing now that we've got that official icon that it was confirmed. And then we've got two warnings that are active right now in Southern Highlands County. One, from what I was seeing on the radar, it looks like it has really weakened, but the warning is in effect until, well, it must have been extended because it was in effect until 12:30. But you can see where we've got these two separate cells. This one is showing more of a hook, and that's the signature that you look for when you're looking for an actual tornado on a radar. And you're also looking for green next to red, and we are seeing that to some degree. It's not as impressive as it could be, so it may be a funnel cloud but not quite reaching the ground. However, what we're seeing here with these brighter tones are also sometimes an indication of debris, and it may not be debris in the sense of anything all that catastrophic. It could just be some dirt or debris or vegetation. This is one of the more rural areas where we have a lot of agriculture. So again, it's hard to say what is there, but we're also seeing something similar to the south. And again, in this other area where we've got the second warning, we are not seeing that gate-to-gate shear where the winds are moving in two separate directions, opposite directions, close together, which is the sign of rotation. So again, this is not showing rainfall, it's showing our wind direction. And when it's two different colors right next to each other, it's showing the wind moving in two different directions right next to each other, which would be spin. So again, as we take a wider look out, you can see where those two storm cells are. This one looking much more impressive for spin than this one is. It is moving off to the northwest at about 35 miles per hour. It is not likely it will hold together very long, but if you are in between Lake Placid and Sebring, this seems to be a more active area at the moment. So again, just use caution. If you're indoors and you really start to hear things getting noisy outside, don't go to the window and take a look. It's better just to stay inside, away from the doors and windows, and just wait for that noise to settle down, and then you'll be a lot safer. So again, we're taking another look at what is happening around Tampa Bay. We've got some heavier downpours, and I am seeing more lightning in those outer bands. We don't usually think of thunderstorms as being a wide or a large part of what we encounter with a hurricane, but in those outer bands, we do see them. And that's what we're getting with some of those that are in those cells that are more active. And again, to the south, as we're looking around Port Charlotte and into Fort Myers and Boca Grande, we do have more active storms in that band as well, and the potential for some rotation as that's working its way around the storm. And right now, we do not have any active warnings that I can see in those southern counties. Those have expired as well. So in better shape there than we were previously. And again, those heavier bands of rain will continue to create accumulating rainfall as they work their way around. And that can also lead to some, at a minimum, ponding on the road. So best at this point, really to stay off the roads, and the winds picking up right now. You can see we've got current wind speeds that are sustained between 15 to almost 40 miles per hour. And it's only going up from here. All right, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Shay. An update now from Hardee County. Their shelters will be closing for intake at 2 p.m. So you only have a little bit of time to get there. After 2 p.m., they will not be allowing anyone else in to ride out Hurricane Milton. So please go now, as you only have about an hour and a half left.
And Pinellas County reached capacity at 3 emergency storm shelters. They're at Largo High School, Lellman Innovation Academy, and Palm Harbor University Building 19. That's for people with special needs.
And the county has 11 shelters that are still accepting residents right now. A full list can be found at pinellas.gov/shelters, and more storm information can be found at disaster.pinellas.gov. All right, let's go to Shore Acres now in St. Petersburg. It's really prone to flooding even during a typical afternoon storm, and sadly, that specific area was really hit hard just a couple weeks ago by Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, it was. ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott has been out there all morning. And Larissa, the big issue we talked about earlier is all of the debris that is still there from Helene and how dangerous that could become later today.
Yeah, and guys, first I want to talk about the conditions that they have really deteriorated in the past hour. We have some pretty heavy rains, and these winds are just really starting to pick up and whip. And so that's been the concern, that as these winds pick up, these huge piles of debris will become dangerous projectiles as the day goes on. Unfortunately, we have seen house after house after house for blocks in the Shore Acres neighborhood with these large piles of debris. And I'm telling you, these aren't even some of the biggest piles that we've seen, unfortunately. So there is a real fear now with these winds as they pick up over the next several hours that this will become a really dangerous situation. The good news, though, is I checked in with the police officer and the neighborhood association. They tell me pretty much everyone here has left the area. They describe it as a ghost town, and the few people who have had to stay because of circumstances, volunteers have been trying to get to them to get them out as well. So although we have a very dangerous, potentially dangerous situation happening here over the next several hours with this wind and the debris, we're hoping that people all here in this community are in a safer place. That's the latest here in Shore Acres. Back to you.
Larissa, thank you. It's tough to see. That's just one neighborhood of so many in the Bay Area that still have the debris piles, and those are just going to become so dangerous.
Yeah, as you mentioned, projectiles. And as I was driving, and even yesterday, all over Hillsborough County, I mean, every county, it's just, and unfortunately, all these counties didn't have enough time to pick up all this debris. And back-to-back storms, so dangerous.
But the good news is a lot of people, like Larissa was saying, have
evacuated. Left. Yes, so that's a good news.
Absolutely. Yeah. So our team is spread out across the Bay Area right now, and we want to move to Palmetto.
Yeah, our ABC Action News reporter Katie Lagrone is at Riverside Park there. So Katie, looks like you're starting to get some rough weather. I can see the camera shaking. It might be windy already, huh?
Yeah, we're definitely starting to feel those gusts of wind. In fact, we ended up coming under the shelter just a few moments ago because we started to also hear some thunder, the first thunder that we've heard since we arrived a short time ago. But yeah, we're here in Palmetto at Riverside Park. I mean, look, this is a small coastal community. Anybody who describes Palmetto describes it as just that. It's a small town, but it's essentially surrounded by water on 3 sides. You've got the Manatee River to the south, or rather to the north, you've got Tierra Sierra, and then of course you've got Tampa Bay to the west. And so of course the big issue here is going to be that water, that surge. How high will it end up getting here? During Helene, the surge was about 4 or 5 feet, and if there's projection of about triple that, that's going to be a huge issue for this small town coastal community. Driving into the area, we saw a lot of mobile homes, quite a few homes that have already been boarded up, mobile home parks that seem for the most part vacant, but we understand that there are still people who have decided to stay in those mobile homes. I want to go ahead and bring in Captain Mike Stinson. He's with the Palmetto Police Department. Captain Stinson, I appreciate you spending some time with us. I mean, at this point, what is the status here in terms of evacuations? Have most people left the city?
Most people have heeded the word and gotten out of town. There are a few that have decided to stay. We wish them luck. We're as prepared as we're going to be. The hard part is going to be the aftermath after the storm passes and any damage, and making sure people have what they need.
And in terms of the storm surge, I mean, there's this projection possibility of up to 3 times what you guys dealt with Helene. What does that look like for your city?
Well, right now we'd be underwater where we're standing now. it would be devastating to cover most of the city except for a few of the higher points if we get that high of a storm surge. The city is only 7 square miles, and most of it, we have a lot of coastline, like you said, and that water would just push its way into the interior, probably almost to the city limits on the north side.
And at this point, I mean, we're hearing these projections, we're watching this wobble. Of course, it can go either way, but Palmetto is essentially in it. We discussed it earlier. You feel like you're in it.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to get slammed. We're going to get a lot of wind, a lot of rain. We're going to get some of that storm surge. Best case scenario is that we are on the north side of the storm where the wind will be blowing out, which will help keep some of that storm surge down. But that's only if it goes south of us. And so right now, we're just prepared to do the best we can with what we have.
And for those people who have yet to evacuate, do they still have time?
It is getting close to running out of time. There's still time to get in their vehicles and go. Manatee County Transit has ceased transportation operations, but if they have a vehicle, they can still get in that vehicle and go and head to the interior or north, away from where the storm is going to hit. But most of everybody should have already been gone by now.
And for those people who are feeling like they're not quite ready to go, what do you say to them right now?
Stop whatever they're doing, get in the car and go. Don't make any sense to stay. Nothing in that house is that important, just go.
And we talked about high tide, we talked about the tides earlier off camera. You guys are seeing potentially the tides working in your favor. How so?
Yeah, well, the last high tide was at 3:41 this morning. Maximum low tide is at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and then it won't be another high tide until almost 4:30 a.m., which means that most of the time we will be seeing the tide out, which will allow water to drain from the city.
So hopefully that will work in your favor.
That works in our favor.
Captain, how are you feeling right now?
I've been through it before, lived here all my life, so just another day in Florida.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We're going to stay in touch throughout the afternoon. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, you heard it here in Palmetto. It's, in the center part of Manatee County, which of course is according to at least the latest models. And we know of the wobble continues, it will continue, but this is an area that the officials here are really expecting the worst, advising people who have not left here to go. You still have time, but as you guys have said throughout the morning, that time is fast shrinking, guys. Back to you.
That police officer saying, stop everything you're doing and going, that's a pretty strong message.
Yeah.
And this video is actually from Palmetto as well. If you just saw that, I know it's going to repeat, but there's a Palmetto police captain high in the tree there as he chops the top part of the tree in advance of Hurricane Milton. Obviously, a lot of preps were happening in this area because for a little while now, it's kind of honed in on this area.
That is a big concern with these winds. A lot of folks who are not necessarily in a flood zone say, I have all these big oak trees, and I'm afraid that one of them could be. That's an emergency alert. And you might have it on your phone. Of course, it's about Hurricane Milton impacting, and for Hillsborough County finding a shelter right away that so many folks have done. All right, let's turn it over to meteorologist Shay Ryan to get the latest on Hurricane Milton.
Mm-hmm. And we do still have 2 tornado warnings that are in effect here in Highlands County, and I think one is more significant than the other, and that would be the one that is on the north side here. And so again, that is a little bit closer to Lake Okeechobee, and you can see how the red, and ignore this, it's just because my hand touched the screen, but it is where the red and the green are very close to each other. So this is showing storm rotation. This is not a radar image in the sense that it's showing rainfall. It is showing wind direction. And when you have very strong winds in red going in one direction and very strong winds in that bright green going in another direction, that is indicating that you do in fact have rotation. So again, the radar signature that we're also seeing is hook shaped, and that is another sign of when you've got rotation in a storm. So we do have an active tornado warning in that area, and if you are around Sebring, you're just kind of on the edge of where this storm, if it holds together, that it would be headed. It is moving to the northwest at about 35 miles per hour. It's unlikely to hold together that long, but again, if you are anywhere in this area and you start to hear loud noises outside, it's not the time to go out and take a look. It's much safer right now to stay indoors and away from doors and windows until that storm passes. The cell that is to the south around Lake Placid, we also have an active tornado warning, but I'm not seeing the same indications on the radar and that we do have an active tornado on the ground. So again, use caution and of course common sense in that scenario, as well as in all places as we continue through this storm. If you hear loud noises outside, it is not time to go out and investigate. It is much safer to stay indoors in a safe place because not only do we have this risk here from the isolated tornadoes, but even just with the gusts of wind coming through and very saturated ground, it is making the trees more susceptible to falling. So again, that is going to be a continued risk all the way through the night and into the day tomorrow. These stronger bands are coming through. They're just started passing across I-75 in Sarasota and Manatee County, and they're going to continue just rotating around counterclockwise right around the center of the storm. And it's those outer bands that pose the biggest threat for the isolated tornadoes because of the spin that's created as those bands move on shore. We have another tornado warning that is down by Fort Myers. And again, you can see the direction. That's the bright red box here of the concern, and it's more northerly, and that's because of the movement of those bands going around the storm. So a wider lookout, and you can see the movement around the center of the system, and again, it is moving in our direction at about 17 miles per hour. The wind speeds have picked up. The current sustained winds, so these are not the gusts, these are the sustained winds. To the north are around 15 miles per hour in Crystal River and Brooksville. As you get closer to the coast in St. Pete, they're up around 37 miles per hour. As we know, if you're just checking in, the Skyway Bridge is closed. It would be dangerous to be on any of the roadways or bridges at this point. And then as we move to the south, you can see that we've got around Venice at 17, 30 at 20, let's see, Sarasota at almost 30 miles per hour. Right now we're taking a look at the bridges, and you can see the Skyway as well as the Howard Franklin. And I'm just going to get a little bit closer because I can't see that well.
Howard Franklin is closed.
Yeah.
Just
so the Howard Franklin has closed.
Yep.
And what I was looking for here too, of course the camera is shaking, but if you remember, just about with every storm we've had, there comes a point where the water starts crashing over the sides here in this same spot on the Howard Franklin where they've been doing construction. And that's when we start to know that the water is really starting to get rough. And it's about the time that happens that we start to see flooding along the Bayshore. Couldn't think of the word. So again, we'll be monitoring all through the afternoon for those changes to take place that are quite likely. Now, the current wind gusts are even more impressive already this morning. No, we're in the afternoon. 48 mile per hour wind gusts around St. Pete. So we're approaching the 50 mile per hour wind range right now, closer to the coast, and to the north, we're approaching that 30 to 40 mile per hour range. Now, as far as the wind gusts ahead, they're going to keep climbing. By about 8 o'clock, that's when we really start to see the center of the storm, or the Eyewall, getting closer to land. Again, the timing for landfall has been pushed forward quite a bit. So it's more likely around before midnight, so maybe closer to 10 o'clock tonight. And again, we'll get another update on that closer to 2 to 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll have another update from the Hurricane Center on the track, as well as the timing and the intensity of the storm. We should get an intensity update by 2 o'clock, and then we'll get a full track update at 5 o'clock. And we should have things pretty honed in at that point. But right now, We're looking at 145-mile-per-hour winds, northeast at 17 miles per hour. So this hasn't changed at all since the 11 o'clock update. So again, the storm has changed. We just haven't had an update on those conditions yet. So nothing here is going to be any different than the last time we looked. There really are no big changes. The impacts we are expecting as we move through the day are the same as what we've talked about before. And hopefully at this point you are in place and ready to ride this out, because we are going to continue to see the declining conditions right through the rest of this afternoon and then into the overnight. And that's the unfortunate part, is that we're not going to likely get a good night's sleep across the area tonight, but we are going to be with you here every step of the way and get through this. So we're looking at rainfall accumulations that are going to be as high as 12 to 13 inches in that northern side of the storm as it moves onshore. That's where the rain is positioned right now, the north side of the center of the storm. And that's where our biggest risk for rainfall flooding, so freshwater flooding on that side. And then the rainfall totals come down as you move away from that area. But we do have widespread rainfall totals that are somewhere around that 4-inch range. That is doable, but when you start seeing numbers that are around 12 to 14 inches in this band that's going through northern Pinellas and northwestern Hillsborough County, that's where the ground just can't take that much rainfall. And we see flooding in places that you don't usually see flooding. And of course, we also have that storm surge threat. And it does look like we are well timed as far as the approach of the storm with our tides. On the backside of the storm, we do still have a high tide tomorrow morning. And the landfall of the storm coming a little bit earlier is going to help with minimizing the storm surge risk at that point. But we will see another peak tomorrow morning as well. All right, back to you guys. Wendy?
All right, thank you, Shay. I want you to take a look at this. We're getting new video in from FDOT on Alligator Alley. It appears to be a funnel cloud and possibly a tornado being created from the outer bands of Hurricane Milton. Look at that. Again, this is a powerful hurricane, and landfall is projected for later tonight or early Thursday morning, but this is a funnel cloud caught by our FDOT camera. Pretty concerning for sure. Our coverage turns now to Polk County.
And that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Jada Williams. She's live for us in Davenport. Jada, what's it like out there now?
Well, guys, it's pretty quiet out here now, except for where I am. There's still a trickle of people trying to come to this Publix right here behind me. But unfortunately, like so many other Publixes that are in Central Florida right now, in Southwest Florida, it's closed down. A lot of the people in Davenport a little bit surprised by that, because they feel like right now this is a safer spot to be. But again, that Publix, it's shut down. This very parking lot right here, I met a family. They had about 4 or 5 cars all huddled together. They were actually consolidating all of their stuff, trying to fit it into less cars, because they made a last-minute decision just this morning to evacuate from St. Pete over here to Davenport. They said that they continued to watch, hoping that it would continue to shift a little more south. But when they finally woke up this morning and saw that Milton will still impact their home in St. Pete, they made the really tough decision to pack up everything that they could fit into their cars, move over here. Luckily, they had a friend who had already evacuated here with an 8-bedroom Airbnb, so they made their way over here. This is where they decided to stop, gather themselves, and consolidate into less cars to make room at the place in Davenport. But they say that this entire day has been an emotionally tolling day for all of them.
Yeah, it's a whole big mix of emotions, honestly. So we live in a peninsula in Pinellas County, and so just like leaving our home, there were tears in the car multiple times, just like thinking about this might be the last time we see all this. So it's a lot. We haven't really processed it yet, but it's our home and everything we love there. So yeah, it's a lot. It hasn't really sunk in yet that we don't know what we're going back to.
And of course, a lot of people still have those concerns as well. People who are saying that They want to get out for safety reasons, obviously so, but they are still very concerned about what they will return to. I've been talking to people evacuating all week long, and I'm hearing that same thing. People are saying a tearful goodbye to their homes, to their things. When I spoke with Kyle earlier today, I asked him, you know, I know you made the last minute decision, but what did you grab? He said he grabbed the essentials, of course, because he wasn't sure what they would need or how long they would even be in Davenport, but he said he also took some time to grab things like family pictures, marriage licenses, things that hold sentimental value. But at the end of the day, what's most important is that his family, his small toddler child, his dog, they all got in that car and they left, because whatever Milton brings, they don't want to be in the worst of it. I'll send it back to you guys.
Jada, thank you. Lives cannot be replaced. So just like Shay mentioned a few minutes ago, more bridges here in the Bay Area are now closed. We told you the Sunshine Skyway closed to all traffic at about 11:30. Now the Howard Franklin Bridge is also closed to traffic. The westbound Gandy Bridge is closed to all traffic, and the westbound Courtney Campbell is closed to all traffic. I can imagine those eastbound lanes are going to close momentarily, so probably best to just avoid all the bridges in the Tampa Bay area from this point on. So our team is spread out across the Tampa Bay area, giving you the conditions as they're happening. We want to head now to Clearwater.
That's right, and ABC Action News reporter Lydia Vasquez is live there. Clearwater, I know Lydia got quite a bit of damage during Hurricane Helene, and when we saw in the last few days, just still so much storm debris out there. Is that what you're still seeing today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of what we've been seeing today, and we were also here yesterday. On Tuesday, it was eerie. No one was around except for the people cleaning up debris, and still today, that is a major concern with city officials and the local police chief here in Clearwater. Right now, we are in downtown Clearwater. We've been in this area since before sunrise, and that rain has not let up. So we're looking at those rainfall totals start to accumulate, unfortunately. We're going to pan over here and show you kind of that wind starting to ramp up. We're starting to hear it roar now and whip that rain toward the west here, the rain and the water and the waves here in the Clearwater Harbor. The positive sign right now, nobody's here. We are in downtown Clearwater, and this is what we have been urging people as well as local officials to evacuate. I talked with the local police chief, Eric Gandy, earlier. He told me he's been driving around Clearwater all throughout the day, and it's looking like most people are heeding the warnings and evacuating. So we're here right now, and I can tell you that we are not out of the woods here in Clearwater. So we're starting to see and feel those conditions start to deteriorate here. We're starting to hear the wind start to whip around, the rain come down and hasn't let up all day. Back to the debris. We were driving around some neighborhoods today, and there was trash outside, still couches, dressers, things along those lines, because officials say they just couldn't get to it in time with Hurricane Helene being so soon before Hurricane Milton. We went through a neighborhood earlier today, and we saw a neighbor who told us they were boarding up their homes and they were putting sandbags out, and the best they could do with the debris outside their home was tied up with some rope. They tied up the branches and the debris they had and tied it to the sign outside of their neighborhood that had the speed limit on it, that sign there. So unfortunately, that is the cruel reality that we are seeing here in Clearwater, and we've been driving around all day kind of trying to give you guys a different picture of what we're seeing here in downtown Clearwater. Like I mentioned, that wind is still whipping around that rain. We are starting to see the rain total start to accumulate. So we'll continue to monitor the conditions here in Clearwater and check on the debris. Hopefully, we are making some progress there. But for now, I'm Lydia Vasquez in Clearwater. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Lydia. And if you do lose power, we've talked about widespread power outages likely, and you have a radio, you can always listen to our coverage from our team of meteorologists and reporters throughout the storm. We partnered with 6 local radio stations. They're listed right there on your screen.
That's right. Our radio partners include 99.5 WQYK, 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM. Again, if you lose power, we will be simulcasting our coverage live on those channels. Please remember to charge your phone.
Seriously, I mean, my phone is plugged into the charger right now, so
yeah,
just
it's
something important to do.
Right,
Yeah.
because once you lose power, it can be very, very scary without any kind of way to hear what's going on outside. And if you're evacuated, that's one thing, but if you're home alone, it's very scary.
Yeah, and so this is another thing that's going to be able to help you because, like Wendy just said, being in a storm with no way to contact your family or 911 is super scary. So that's why we want to let you know about a really cool feature from Apple that's going to make sure you have a way to get help even in a disaster like a hurricane.
Yeah, this is cool. I just learned about this today. iPhone 14 or later users with the very latest update can now connect to satellites to call free emergency services or send messages to your loved ones who might be very worried about you. And here's how it works. To connect to a satellite, you have to head outside and find a spot with a clear view of the sky, and then hold your phone just like normal, and your device will then recognize a satellite in the area and direct you which way to turn your phone, and then you connect to it. It's pretty cool. And once you're connected, there are two different satellite communication methods you can use: emergency SOS and emergency messages.
So emergency SOS connects you to emergency services, and you do need to actually dial 911 to enable the method. Once you do, you'll see that small message icon with the red SOS on it right there on your screen. And once you tap that, you'll be connected to a text thread with emergency responders. It also shares your location and medical ID information with those first responders.
And now emergency messages allows you to send texts to Apple and Android devices. The one thing you need to remember is to access this feature, you need to have that send as text message setting turned on in the messages setting on your phone. Check that right now, because this service is free on your phone, and it's really a great resource if you lose power or signal during Hurricane Milton. All right, let's check back in with meteorologist Shay Ryan. Shay, what's the latest on Milton?
Yeah, well, what we're looking at right now is a tornado warning that has been issued for Polk County. So as we're looking at all of these red boxes here, again, these are all active tornado warnings. The ones that are in Highlands County are just moving into Polk. So one of the things that we often see with hurricanes is that those bands that are rotating around the storm, as they continue to rotate, they continue to spin up those weak, brief tornadoes. So that's why we see multiple tornado warnings, one right after another after another. So a lot of times we'll just sit on the warning and we're going to stay with you every step of the way. But the bottom line is that we're going to more than likely continue to see them weakening. So we're going to give you the information and then we'll go back because there's so much information to give. And again, these are weak. They often are going to weaken very quickly. So again, let me move in a little bit closer so you can see where the most intense part of this storm is right now. And again, at this point, you should be doing what you should be doing with a tornado warning anyhow, which under the circumstances of having a hurricane moving across the area, best thing to do is to stay indoors, away from doors and windows. And if you hear any odd noises outside, you should be just moving to the interior of your home where you would be safer. So the tornado warning right now is in effect for Polk County until 1:45. So again, that's 45 minutes from now is how long this warning is in place. This is the storm cell that we're looking at right now that is most likely showing some level of rotation, and it is moving to the north at about 25 miles per hour. So that's why Polk County has now been included in this area. Let's see if I can, let's see, we'll zoom out just a little bit here. That's not working. Sometimes the fingers don't work. Okay, so this is the warning, and you can see that it is going to be moving into the area near Frostproof, also into just to the east of Crooked Lake or Lake Wales. As it continues to rotate around, if it holds together, it's going to be moving into the Haines City area. And again, it will continue not necessarily to remain the same weak tornado. It will spin up and then weaken. It might spin up again and weaken, and that's why we continue to see around that same area those tornado warnings being listed. So again, we'll continue to monitor as we watch those bands rotate around the outside of the storm, but we will continue to have that risk of isolated tornadoes. But keep doing what you have been doing. Stay indoors, away from doors and windows. It's the best thing that you can do as this entire system moves through the area, and these continued threats, whether it's a brief weak tornado or the strong winds and the wind gusts associated with the hurricane, the risks are the same. We don't want any trees coming down because you're outside taking a look at what is happening. We know that the weather is dangerous right now, and it is important to stay inside. So again, that is the best advice. And again, we'll continue to watch the rain moving through, the winds picking up, and heavy rain creating some flooding rain as well, especially on the north side of the system. So again, conditions haven't changed at all from what we were expecting. They're just really starting to ramp up. And at this point, you know, you've heard it over and over and over again, and I feel like I'm just such the bad news bearer here. And if you want to just take a big, deep breath, because I kind of do. Yeah, it's been a lot already, and it's only 1 o'clock. So yeah, we're going to get through it, but boy, it's a lot.
Yeah. Do you have more to share, or you want to toss it back to us?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got the point, yeah, at this point. But if you don't have anything else, then I can certainly show what we're going to keep on going. What we're looking at right now for the current winds, so these are the sustained winds, anywhere from 12 miles per hour in Crystal River, most intense right near the coast. Again, this is all expected scenarios. There is nothing unusual that's been happening so far. So that is really, really great news. And with the storm picking up speed, that does two really good things. I'm going to try and focus on all the good stuff. So the storm, with it picking up speed, it's going to move in a little sooner. It'll move out a little sooner. It's also going to give us less rainfall, and we'll have less flooding potential than we might otherwise. If it were to slow down, it could certainly strengthen a lot faster or weaken less. So we've got good things going for us as well. 51 mile per hour maximum wind gust is being reported right now in St. Pete. And we've got 31 mile per hour wind gusts right now in Lakeland. And we also have the governor, another good thing. He is going to give us an update.
It is going to hit the western part of the state, most likely by tonight around 11, midnight, early morning on Thursday. It has actually picked up some speed, so just know that we are less than 24 hours out from a major impact, actually probably less than 12 hours out, so that's going to happen. Now, there's a lot that's been going on. One of the things that we have done to prepare for this storm is what we've done in every storm since I've been governor, but we're doing it in the most robust way we've ever done it, and that is pre-stage all these power resources. You see these linemen that are behind me. This is one of the processing sites here in Lake City for Florida Power and Light. We've had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work. And look, if you are in the path of this storm, you are most likely going to lose power. So just prepare for that. Know that that's something that's likely to happen. If you are going to use a generator, make sure you're using it properly. Do not run your generator inside your home. The generator must be operated outside your home. Keep it away from any door or window. But all these folks are going to be brought to bear to be able to get the power back on as soon as humanly possible. We just did Hurricane Helene. That was 2.4 million restorations, as fast as it's ever been done in the history, I think, probably of all hurricanes in the U.S. This one, coming on the heels of Helene, where you still have hundreds of thousands of people out of power in other parts of the country, like North Carolina and Georgia, you have a lot of linemen who are working in those areas. So the fact that we got over 50,000, that in and of itself is a big deal, but especially considering that you have a lot of people that are still at work in the aftermath of Helene in these other states. It's really, really remarkable. So you will likely lose power if you're in the path of this storm. Just be prepared for that. have a plan to deal with it, but just know that we've got huge numbers of assets that are here, ready to go, and they are going to go as soon as it's safe to do so. The other thing that is worth pointing out, it's a lot of focus, understandably, on the west coast of Florida. That's what's going to see the really significant storm surge, particularly where the storm makes landfall, and just south of the Eyewall is going to likely lead to the most significant storm surge. The way these storms go, they go counterclockwise. If you're on the north side of the storm on the west coast, it may be that that pushes water away from the coast. That's possible depending on how the storm goes in. Right now, the track is that it's going to enter the west coast of Florida and then go almost horizontal across the state, maybe a little east-northeast, and then come out maybe in like southern Brevard County. Look, this can all change in the next 6, 8, 10 hours. But what will happen on the east coast of Florida is you will have the possibility for storm surge there. It may not be 10, 15 feet like we could get on the west coast, but it's going to kind of be the opposite. If you're on the southern part of the storm, a lot of the storm is going to push the water away from the east coast. But if you're on the northern side of the storm, the counterclockwise, it's going to bring surge in. So places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, you're likely to see surge. You're likely to see, and we've had issues on the coast there anyways with erosion and whatnot. So just understand that is going to be something that could happen. It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida. It's going to exit on the east coast of Florida, and that also can produce some storm surge. So just make sure if you're on the east coast of Florida that you understand this is not just a west coast event. The major effects for surge will be on the west, but there is going to be impacts far inland and on the other coast in the state of Florida. The fuel situation, I know when the initial evacuations went out on Monday, and then even on Sunday when people were anticipating massive run on gas, people were crowding the stations. You had long lines. A lot of the gas stations ran out of fuel. We have not run out of fuel overall. When those stations go through it much quicker than normal, they don't have the same delivery schedules that could keep up, so they got to flex. So what we've done is, one, we've got 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand just for the state of Florida, and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline for the state of Florida. So that's just us. They're still bringing fuel out of the ports. The ships are not coming in, but the dockside operations have been going. Now, I'd imagine Manatee, Tampa, probably not at this point, just given what's happening. East Coast, that's likely dockside going to slow down too as the storm approaches. But we have, to try to overcome, had Florida Highway Patrol facilitate 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts. So they got the sirens, they're bringing those gas into the gas stations, and they've done almost 1 million gallons of gas with that. So I appreciate what they're able to do for that. We may have interruption in fuel delivery into Port Manatee, into Port of Tampa, depending on the damage from Milton. And we will work on contingencies to make sure we're able to have a supply of fuel. But people should just understand, we've got a lot of fuel on hand from the state. There is a lot of fuel still left at the ports that will be re-engaged from dockside once the storm passes on the west coast. But we could potentially have some of these ports that may not be able to open right away. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We've been talking about the debris. That mission was an emergency mission to help local communities who suffered a lot of debris and were not getting the debris moved quick enough. Places like the barrier islands in Pinellas County, barrier islands in Manatee, and even parts of Sarasota barrier islands. They worked through the night for the last few days, all the way through last night into this morning, and they've been able to remove a remarkable amount of debris statewide. They've just our folks. This is not even our responsibility in the state. This is a responsibility of the locals to pick up the stuff. But we've done a total 270,000 cubic yards of debris throughout the state of Florida with just our Department of Transportation and other assets. And just on those barrier islands and that emergency mission, almost 55,000 cubic yards of debris. So probably in those areas where our trucks were doing all night, the last few nights, 24/7 with the landfills, probably we're able to take about half of the debris that was there and that would not have been picked up unless we did it. That's going to mitigate some of the damage that happens when the hurricane comes in. We've got a remarkable amount of assets that are assembled. I've been in contact with both the President of the United States as well as the FEMA director. We're also closely coordinating with all our local partners in the affected counties, and we have a National Guard contingent that has never been amassed before for one of these. 6,000 Florida Guard soldiers and an additional 3,000 from other states, 34 search and rescue aircraft, and 500 tactical vehicles. This is the largest storm mobilization in the history of the state of Florida. Of course, we have our Florida State Guard, which is out and doing great work, and they've got massive numbers of assets that are going to be assisting them in their missions, and some of those guys have done a really, really good job, and we really appreciate it. Now, Florida Disaster Fund. We have activated this for Helene. It's also activated for Milton because we know there's going to be damage. So if you want to do Florida Disaster Fund, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org. This is a tax-deductible charitable contribution. We've raised many millions of dollars. I want to thank Publix, Walmart, Wells Fargo, and Lennar for coming in big. You can also text disaster 20222, 20222 to be able to do that. Once we get an assessment of the needs and the damages, we'll be able to use that in a very flexible way to help get people back on their feet. We did it after Hurricane Ian to great effect, and we'll do it after this storm as well. If you have an EV and you're in an area where you are susceptible to storm surge, just know if your EV gets inundated with salt water, it increases the risk of fires. Those fires are very difficult with the battery to put out, and we have had people that homes have burned down as a result of those EVs being in the garage when you had storm surge. So if you can, you want to move that to higher ground and try to prevent saltwater intrusion. So we've had evacuations now in effect in these counties on the west coast of Florida. I know there's now some evacuations on some of the east coast counties that I had alluded to with the storm surge threat in the barrier islands on the east coast of Florida. The conditions are starting to get bad. Listen to your local emergency managers about when it's too dangerous to go out. In many parts of Florida, you probably could still go to a shelter, but you're starting to see major weather events happen. I know there were some tornadoes, massive tornadoes. I mean, just these like unbelievable tornadoes that you're seeing. So the hazards are increasing. Depending where you are, it may not be safe, certainly to get on the interstate at this point, but listen to your local officials. But if it is still safe and you can get out of the evacuation zones, you just go to local shelter in your county. You don't even need to get on the interstate or doing that. And we still have a lot of space in our shelters around the state. We have now Sunshine Skyway Bridge and Howard Franklin are closed in the Tampa Bay area. Courtney Campbell Causeway and Gandy are closed going into Pinellas County. Those will likely be closed completely very soon, and it's just a result of the conditions that are deteriorating. So please understand the closures of those bridges. Until 5 p.m. or it's no longer safe, if you need to get to a shelter, we've partnered with Uber to provide free rides to shelters in counties with evacuation orders. If you want to do it, the promo code is Milton Relief 1, the number 1, Milton Relief 1. And that's going to go till either 5 o'clock today or when it's no longer safe, and that will likely vary depending on where you are throughout the state of Florida. So we have almost 150 shelters that are open for general population. We've got over 30,000 individuals that are in it, but we have space for over 200,000 individuals. So there is space available. The counties, by and large, I think are going to have Starlink. I think they're going to have the generator power, so if you lose power. So it isn't like, you're going to be able to use devices and stuff like that. Now, we also have 36 county-owned special needs shelters. Our Florida Department of Health works with that. They're opening in areas that are in the path of store. They're open. And then we have done 6 state-operated supplemental shelters. So we call them shelters of last resort. Maybe you're on the interstate and you think it's getting a little too dangerous. You can pull off, and we've got places that are not far away. Hard Rock Event Center in Tampa, City Furniture in Plant City, Bay Care in Tampa, Life Science Logistics in Lakeland, Babcock Ranch in Punta Gorda, and then the Wiregrass Ranch Sports Camp in Wesley Chapel If you want to go to see your shelter options, go to floridadisaster.org/shelters. And then for any EM updates for your specific county, you can go to floridadisaster.org/counties. I want to thank everybody that's been working hard. We've had really round the clock for over 2 weeks now, preparing and responding to Helene, which was done very robustly, very efficiently. We got a lot of people back on their feet very quickly with power and other things. And we knew, because we're in hurricane season, we knew that we weren't necessarily out of the woods. We were hoping that we wouldn't have to deal with anything more, but when it became clear that something was brewing, people continued to help with Helene, but also spring into action to prepare for what is now Major Hurricane Milton. I know there's a lot of folks that have not gotten a lot of sleep over the last few weeks. We've got some more difficult days ahead today, and as we help to rescue people and assess the damage and try to get people back on their feet, but we will absolutely get through it. We can handle this. I've seen great sources of inspiration throughout the state of Florida with our first responders, with people who are working round the clock to help their fellow Floridian. And you can count on us. We're going to be in this all the way till the end. So please make sure you're doing what you need to do to protect yourself. Thank these linemen who've come in from all across the country to be able to be here, ready to go, and get people back connected to power as soon as humanly possible when the storm passes through. We don't know, you never know for sure how many power outages you're going to have, but I think looking at the strength of this storm, looking at the path of this storm, you're talking about potential significant number of outages, and we're used to having millions anyways, and you could have millions without power at some point for this storm. So be glad that you got over 50,000 linemen that are staged in the state of Florida and that are going to be ready to go to get on target and to get people connected. Okay, we're going to hear from Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. I'll pick up where the governor left off. We are committed. We are ready to go. The Florida State Emergency Response Team has nearly probably 100,000 assets in the field, to include the 50,000 men and women of the electrical line crews that are working with us. They are members of the State Emergency Response Team. So, Governor, thank you for your leadership in that. We have the right resources to move into the right places at the right time, and this is evidenced by the men and women standing behind me. I've said it before and I say it again, life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's west coast and portions of Florida's east coast. If you're under a mandatory evacuation order in a mobile or manufactured home, you rely on power for medical devices, or you live in a home that cannot withstand hurricane force winds, then go to a shelter. There, as the governor said, there's probably nearly 200 shelters right in your communities near you with over 200,000 beds available. Your home and belongings can be replaced, but unfortunately you cannot. Neither can your family. You can find a list of shelters, including your state-run shelter or our state-run shelters, by visiting floridadisaster.org/shelters. If you do not live in an evacuation zone and you decide to shelter in place, make sure you have enough supplies to weather the storm. Make sure you have enough for everybody in your family, including your pets. Power outages, as the governor said, are to be expected. We will have them. We had 2.3 million for Hurricane Helene. I imagine we're going to have more based on this track. If you lose power and you use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. Make sure that you keep that generator 20 feet away from your home and away from all windows. Wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Keep it on a flat, dry space. And if you have a carbon monoxide monitor, make sure it's on, the batteries are up to date and ready to go. During the storm, if you hear trees snapping, you hear transformers popping, it could be that you're right on the edge of the hurricane's path. So please treat it as if it's a tornado. Go to the center point, lowest point of your home, get into that place. If you have a light mattress, pull it over the top of you and protect yourself from any type of flying debris. After the storm has passed, it is critical that you listen to authorities for guidance on when it's safe to return to your home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials and hazardous conditions may exist and be present. Do not attempt to clean up debris by yourself when things are over, especially if you have fallen trees or power lines. Make sure that you wait for people to come and clear those. If you see these dangerous conditions, report them to your local authorities by calling 911 or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information after Hurricane Milton can recall the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. There are English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole speakers available to answer these questions. Again, do not go out and do things that you're not capable of doing after a disaster. We do not need to have fatalities when somebody's trying to go up on a ladder, they're trying to use a chainsaw, they're trying to do extraordinary things. We're going to have plenty of volunteer organizations able to help you right after a disaster. Please do not do those things. Just let us come and help you. That's what we're here to do. We're here to help you. Governor.
So you were just listening to Governor Ron DeSantis, also Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie there. One thing I think that's really important that they were both talking about is how many resources are pre-staged right now. We've been talking about the widespread power outages being likely. There are 50,000 line workers stationed in the state of Florida from all over the country, ready to work to restore power as soon as the storm moves through. Also fuel, we've talked about those fuel shortages being an issue. There are over 1 million gallons of both diesel and gasoline ready for the state. And I mean, even at one point, FHP was escorting fuel trucks to get them to the gas stations. I'm sure that's not going to happen for much longer, but you know, pre-storm, and they have that for after the storm.
Right, and the governor basically saying, look, I know there are a lot of places that don't have any more gas, but it's not a supply issue. It's just that they're still at the ports. These gas stations ran out just too quickly, and so they didn't have enough time to restock them. And of course, right now is not the best time to be sending those big trucks out on the road. So after the storm passes, they'll have plenty of supply. He did mention a really important thing, which is if you have an electric car or you know someone who does, they catch on fire from those floodwaters, the salt water in particular. So it happened actually in my neighborhood right behind me. The house behind me burned down because the electric car, it was a Tesla parked in the garage, lit on, caught on fire because of the floodwaters and burned. I know there was another house, similar, Tesla on Treasure Island, also burned to the ground. So please, if you know someone who has an electric car or you do, get it to higher ground. Don't let it sit in those floodwaters because it can be very, very dangerous. I think the governor also just talked about if you don't have a ride and you need to get to a shelter, Uber is actually offering free rides. The code for it is Milton Relief 1. Just call Uber, say I need to get a ride to the shelter. Can you help me? They will take you there for free. So that's a really wonderful service that they're offering.
And something to note there about the electric vehicle fires you were talking about. The city of Tampa is offering free parking in 8 garages. We have them on our website. The mayor just asking if you have an electric vehicle to park it up higher.
Yes, get it up to higher ground.
Great option for people within the city of Tampa.
Right, and also the city of St. Petersburg is also doing the same. And there's a list if you go to our website under hurricane coverage or Milton, whatever it is, on abcactionnews.com. We have a list of all the parking garages that are still available.
Yeah, and we do want to go to Sarasota County now because they're giving us an update now. A pair of shelters are no longer an option for evacuation. They're full. So those shelters are Fruitville Elementary and Taylor Ranch Elementary. The next closest options for those people are Philippi Shores Elementary in Sarasota, also Heron Creek Middle School in Northport. So important to note there if you're going to evacuate in Sarasota. So we're continuing to check in on how things have been looking at our shelters.
That's right, and we've received reports from many of our counties that locations have been filling up quite fast. Let's check in with ABC News reporter Victor Oquendo down at a shelter in Sarasota.
I've spoken with one of the organizers here, told me that right now they are at about 900 people and counting. They have capacity for 1,700, but they warn that once the winds reach 45 miles per hour, they will shut those doors. I've also checked in with the Emergency Operations Center in Sarasota. They continue to warn those people in the coastal areas that if they are deciding to ride it out and stay at home, if they've made that decision, that might be the last decision they ever make. They're calling this a life or death choice.
All right, Victor, thank you. And St. Pete Police sending out this video on Facebook. They were out patrolling to evacuated areas, of course, to help protect people's homes. And while they were there, they posted that someone had already been arrested for attempted burglary in the Shore Acres neighborhood of St. Petersburg. and they say they have zero tolerance for this. But certainly it's a concern for many residents. Everybody's evacuating, right? If you're in a flood zone or you're fearful that your house is, or you already were damaged from Hurricane Helene, and so no one's home. And these folks who are not very kind are burglarizing, looting. I mean, we've seen it before, but I love that they're taking no chances, zero tolerance, and they're arresting anyone who does it.
This is no time for crime, people. We have a major disaster on our doorstep.
Get to a safe place.
Come on.
Yeah, stop breaking the law.
Got a break.
We're continuing to check on conditions now in Polk County.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Rebecca Petit joins us now live from downtown Lakeland with how conditions are there. Rebecca.
That's right. I'm here in the downtown historic district of Lakeland, also known as Dixieland. And the wind here, it's picking up a little bit. And this is around the time that officials did warn that we'll start to see those impacts of Hurricane Milton. You can see the leaves and the trees blowing in the wind at this moment. So here in Polk County, the biggest concern is the wind and also the rain. And so people have evacuated. So we want to bring it back to you guys in the studio. For now, we're live in Lakeland. Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
All right, we'll get back out to Rebecca in a moment, but now we want to go to Manatee County News Conference.
Can we listen in? I believe it's live right now.
Islands. Bridges to the islands are also closed. More road closures are expected. We will do our best to update them as fast as possible. Please visit mymanatee.org/storm for those updates. Again, where you are now is where you will be during the duration of Milton. Do not venture out. It is not safe. Now, please let me introduce Jody Fisk, Director of Public Safety.
Hi, Public Safety Director Jody Fisk. Thank you again for taking Hurricane Milton seriously. At this time, there are no preemptive plans for disconnection of power. Any future decisions regarding this will be made between the Fire Chiefs Association and the associated power company, who will manage needs on a case-by-case basis. These measures will be taken only when necessary to protect important infrastructure and ensure the safety of human lives. Manatee County may not have prior knowledge of these disconnections, but will make every effort to notify those affected. Lake Manatee Dam levels have been lowered to 36 feet, allowing staff to moderate flows through the dam. Weather conditions have rapidly deteriorated and will continue to do so throughout the day and overnight. This is when the potential landfall of Milton is anticipated. Heavy winds and rains are expected for most of the evening and into Thursday. Storm surge impact is expected to be the greatest along our coastal communities from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Thursday. While rainfall amounts and storm surge will fluctuate greatly depending on exactly where the storm comes ashore, citizens are advised to be patient and not venture out until it is safe to do so. Please continue to monitor local news and weather broadcasts, as well as Manatee County's social media accounts for updates. Official storm information for Manatee County can be found and is updated at mymanatee.org/storm. And we will take a few questions.
All right, you were just listening to Manatee County leaders. Pretty quick news conference there, but basically I think the most important message was that leader saying where you are now is where you're going to be the duration of Milton.
That's right, and just warning folks that storm surge could be their biggest threat. So obviously to stay, very informed and check their social media pages if you want to know what's exactly happening in Manatee County. We want to toss it now to Shay Ryan, who has the latest on Milton right now and tornado warnings. I can see that you've got some warnings behind you.
Yeah, we do have more warnings, and this is what is expected. So again, I just want to remind everyone what a great job everybody has been doing, or at least the majority of people have been doing, with listening to the evacuations and just making sure that you are in a good position and that you are protected in a protected place for the storm to ride it out. And from this point forward, as far as the storm threats go, they're what you would expect. It's what we've talked about for days. So even as we go through these tornado warnings, these are part of what we expected. And so the most important thing for you to keep in mind is that you don't need to necessarily do anything different than you thought you were going to need to do during the storm. You need to stay inside. You need to stay away from the doors and windows. And if you hear loud noises outside, instead of going out to check on it, go into an interior room and make sure that you are well protected until those noises stop. And again, this is going to continue where we're going to have a threat for not only the damaging winds, but isolated tornadoes through the rest of this afternoon and into this evening as the outer rain bands work their way across the area. So again, you're doing the right thing by staying home, staying indoors, and staying informed. But this will be a continued risk, and there's no reason for me to continuously scare you with one after another. But I do want you to be aware that the risk does continue, even if you don't see me standing up here pointing to each of these as they continue to spark off. So again, we do have another tornado that has been spotted, and we have apparently some social media pictures and some videos of that tornado. It was near Wild Island at 12:45. And so again, that was near Sylvan Shores. And if you remember, we did have that warning quite a bit earlier, and now the warning has moved off to the north, which is the direction that these storms have been moving in, and that's along that outer band. So we have more warnings that are in Highlands and Polk County as well as in Arcadia. These are little embedded storm cells that are inside those outer bands, and we get those little bits of spin that occur as those outer bands are moving on shore. So this is one of them, and this is where now we're not looking at the radar where we're getting returns of rainfall. We're looking at the wind. So this is the wind moving in opposite directions, and when it's moving in opposite directions very strongly, and that's being picked up here on this image, we know that we're seeing a chance for rotation. Whether or not it makes it to the ground is what determines whether it's a funnel cloud or an actual tornado. In this case, this is showing active rotation. Here, just to the west of 27, south of Avon Park and to the west of Sebring. This is not showing quite as intense rotation. It is showing that it may be loose. It could have been a radar indicated funnel cloud, but not quite rotation that's reaching the ground. And here to the south, this is just to the east of 17. This is showing more likely that we've got some more intense rotation. So again, those are those often very brief, weak tornadoes that are starting to spin up in those outer bands that are rotating through and around the center of the storm. So we've got those warnings in place, all those bright red boxes that are popping up here across our southern counties, and it's likely that they're going to just keep on moving along as those bands continue to rotate around the storm. So we do have a tornado watch for areas anywhere across Hillsborough and Pinellas County and most of Polk County on south through, was it 9 o'clock at night was the last I saw. So again, that could get extended later, and it could also get pushed to the north. But again, we will continue to monitor this and let you know as this continues to rotate through and to move to the north. But be aware that just staying indoors and away from doors and windows is really the best thing that you can do for yourself, not only for these tornado warnings, but in general as this storm continues to move across the state here through the rest of this afternoon and into the overnight as well. And we'll continue to see better conditions through the day tomorrow. So nothing with the rest of the forecast for this storm has changed since the last time you checked in. All right, guys, where are we?
We're good. Yep.
Thank you, Shay.
Thank you, Shay.
All right, back to you.
So we do want to check back in with our teams throughout the Tampa Bay area, and we want to go now to Hillsborough County.
Yeah, that's right. That's where ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton is standing by. He is live in Riverview for us. JJ, how are things out there?
The rain is coming down. You can see, and the wind is going. We heard some thunder for a minute, but haven't heard it again. We're in the Boyett Springs neighborhood, and most of the people here are staying. I talked to a couple of our neighbors, and actually, when you were talking about, Wendy, the Teslas and putting them up on higher ground, I noticed that there were a couple of guys who were out here moving the cars into the garages where they're up on a hill. I was figuring out why that was, but you mentioned that because that can start a fire, so they were definitely taking it safe here. But most of the people in this neighborhood are staying. This isn't an evacuation zone, but there's a lot of trees out here, lots of trees out here you can see in this neighborhood, and that is a problem or a concern for a lot of folks, but they say they're going to stay, they're going to hunker down and hope for the best. A lot of them did everything they were supposed to do with the wood and stuff like that. This guy over here, I just talked to him briefly, he's out just making sure the front door over there is, they're putting up some tarp over there. They also have the wood over the windows, and he was saying this is a serious one. His son and the son's wife and their daughter, or their son, also, they're staying with him because they live in St. Pete, and they are on a bottom floor which overlooks the water, and they're nervous with that there, so that's why they're there with him. So it's the whole family. They're going to be hunkering down there, and our neighbor over on this side, they're there. I talked to the guy there, and again, they're preparing for this. They have all the wood up. Everyone here doing what they're supposed to do. They're going to stay home, like you've been saying, like Shay's been saying, and everyone has been saying. They're going to stay home. They're not going to leave. They're going to stay in the house until after this is all done, and they know that it's safe to come outside. And we're going to be out in this neighborhood reporting throughout the storm as well. Again, you see the rain coming down. There's some thundering somewhat on and off, and the wind. That's the big thing. There's, again, lots of trees. They're not worried about flooding, but they are worried about the trees. The guy across there was telling me that they, a couple weeks ago, just trimmed some of their trees, which he's glad they did that because here we are now with Milton on the way. Reporting live here in Riverview in the Boyett Springs neighborhood, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
Thank you. Trees, such a big concern for a lot of neighborhoods.
Right, especially those big oak trees that are so beautiful, but unfortunately, they can fall on a home.
Truly. All right, let's head out to Palmetto, Manatee County now, where we just heard from leaders just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, that's right. ABC Action News reporter Katie LeGrone is in downtown Palmetto now. And Katie, the last time we checked in, it looks like it hasn't changed. Maybe it's gotten worse. You had rain, you had wind, you even had some thunder.
Yeah, guys, we actually moved away from the water a little bit just to give you another vantage point. We're getting a little bit of a gust of wind, which has been on and off throughout the afternoon since we've been here around noon here in Palmetto. It's, this is a city, it's actually known as the best kept secret in Florida. And right now, this best kept secret is certainly paying very close attention to Hurricane Milton. Of course, we are in the center of Manatee County. We are adjacent to Bradenton, near Sarasota, in between St. Petersburg and Bradenton. And this is an area that, of course, is on very, very high alert for Milton as we continue to watch it move closer to the Gulf Coast and wobble, and of course Manatee County in sort of that center that we're all paying very much close attention to. I want to show you around here. You can see this is very much what we're seeing around the small city of Palmetto. Businesses are boarded up. Homes are boarded up. We've seen quite a few homes with sandbags sort of leaned up against the front door and the front entrances of a lot of homes. We're actually at a gas station, you can see here. This one's also boarded up, despite, of course, what the sign says. They are not open today, nor is any other business that we've been able to come across at all. In fact, we did see a fella come up here in his car looking for gas. He was somebody out of town here for the storm. He came up here looking for gas. The station is not open. You can see their gas pumps are completely wrapped up. Every single one of these gas stations is wrapped up in plastic. We've seen that throughout the area of Palmetto. Gas stations across the area wrapped up. Mobile homes, there's a lot of mobile homes in the city of Palmetto. Those, for the most part, appear at least vacant. We did end up talking to Palmetto police captain earlier today. He said most people have heeded the evacuation warning, but there are still some people, of course, that remain. These are people who have been here for decades, their entire lives. They've gone through storms, but for the most part, he tells me that people have heeded the warnings. We should note, I mean, this is a city that's just about 7 square miles, and most of it is in an evacuation zone. And so that gives you some perspective as to sort of the city and where they stand. I want to show you, there's a sheriff, a Manatee County sheriff. We've seen, for the most part, the people driving on the roads at this hour are police, our sheriff's department, sheriff's officials. We've seen even some FHP, quite a few FHP on the way over here from Tampa Bay. The big concern, of course, in Palmetto, Manatee County, Sarasota, and Bradenton is, of course, that storm surge. During Helene, just 10 days ago, 2 weeks or so ago, the city of Palmetto, closer to Manatee River, ended up getting about 5 feet of storm surge. And so the projection, the possibility, of course, with Milton is looking at 3 times that amount of water. I mean, if you just look at me, I stand, about 5'8", and if you look up, I mean, that's essentially putting the entire city underwater. And of course, these are projections that would be closer to the water, which we're not very far from. I mean, look, the city of Palmetto they are surrounded by water essentially on 3 sides. Manatee River is to the north, Sierra Bay is to the south, and of course Tampa Bay is to the west. And so this is a small coastal city that, yes, is used to storms, yes, is used to dealing with flooding and excessive flooding, but Milton certainly has this area on high alert, and at least from what we're seeing, people are certainly paying attention to it and taking it very seriously. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Katie. It's really sobering to hear the storm surge versus how tall she is and how it would cover that entire area.
Certainly concerning, yeah.
Truly.
Also, I didn't know how tall she was, that she was
There you
actually
go.
5'8", yeah. Well, and I remember when Casey said it, she said she was like a little over 5 feet. It would be 3 times her height, which, again, being 5 feet myself, it's like, wow, you realize how high that actually is.
Yeah,
it's
it's hard to imagine that.
Yeah.
So President Joe Biden actually just gave an update on Hurricane Milton.
And here's part of what he announced about the federal government's response to this storm. Take a listen.
There's one United States of America where neighbors are helping neighbors. Volunteers and first responders are risking everything, including their own lives, to help their fellow Americans. State, local, and federal officials are standing side by side. Let me repeat, no one should make the American people question whether their governments will make sure that this disaster, when it strikes, they'll be there. We will, all of us.
President Biden also saying the federal government will be here during and after the storm. All right, we want to go to meteorologist Shay Ryan for another check at the weather and some of the warnings. Shay?
Yeah, so right now we're looking at one of the warnings that is issued. This is going from the Sebring area on to the northwest. Again, most of these individual storm cells that are sparking off these tornado warnings are moving between 25 to 35 miles per hour. As a reminder, there isn't anything different that you should be doing because there is a tornado warning issued in your area than what you should be doing because there is a hurricane moving through your area. You should be indoors, away from doors and windows, and you should stay in an interior space where you would be safe from any flying debris. So again, you hear noises outside, don't go out to check on them. Stay inside. We are going to have a continued threat for these isolated tornadoes moving around these rain bands throughout the rest of tonight, and even possibly into late this evening. So again, we're getting multiple of these because we've got the rain bands moving through, those outer rain bands. And right now, if you're around Fort Meade, this is where that storm system, this one individual cell is moving from and in your direction. We've also got here right around, let's see, so we are just to the east of Frostproof and just to the east of Crooked Lake Park. This is not the radar showing rainfall. What we're showing here is wind direction. And when you have 2 different colors right next to each other, it indicates a different wind direction. And of course, if you have 2 spots showing different wind direction right next to each other, that's rotation. So this is our product on the radar, or one of our radar products that shows rotation. And again, this is also showing it just to the west of Avon Park, or west of 27. And this would also be headed either to the north or northwest at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. So as we zoom out here, you can see across the area, we've got no active warnings right now in Highlands County, but that's where those storms had started. I'm going to move out of the camera view here for just a second to show you a little bit better image. There we go. So these storms had been in Highlands County and now are moving around around in this direction, and that's where we're getting those warnings. So if you are anywhere in that area here of southeastern Polk County, definitely, as you were doing already, because there's a hurricane coming through, you want to stay indoors, away from doors and windows until these storms pass through. And they should move through pretty quickly, given that they're moving at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. So we'll take a wider look here, and you can see how big these bands are around the storm. And again, this is where that outer band is, and it's going to just keep rotating all the way through. But the biggest risk right now is right along the face of that band. As it moves on shore, it interacts with the ground surface, and that friction of the ground surface is what interacts with the base of the storm and creates that friction and that spin that causes these brief tornadoes in a hurricane. So again, this is very common. This is something that you expect to see, and one of the reasons that you want to stay inside and stay safe. Again, it's not just the wind gusts that you get, it is also the strong winds and the damaging winds that can be the threat from that isolated tornado. So again, as far as the winds go with our area, they're already starting to pick up. And you can see as we look at the camera here, the Rivergate Tower, Tampa camera, we're definitely having more visibility issues. The rain is picking up, the wind speeds are picking up in general across the area. These are our sustained winds. So we have sustained winds that are now almost approaching 40 miles per hour around Wauchula into St. Pete, Newport Richey. Our gusts as well have been picking up. Our wind gusts are now reaching 53 miles per hour in St. Pete. We've got the mid 40s for Bradenton and Sarasota, mid 30s inland. So it's pretty clear at this point that we are within conditions that you really should be out and about. It's time to, just hunker down and keep doing what you're doing, and we're all going to get through the storm here together. So Greg and Jason are in now as well, and we're going to continue to toss it back and forth and keep you posted on what's happening. So Greg, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
long break you had.
Yeah, got about a 3-hour break, maybe about a 30-minute nap. All right, let's talk about what's going on here, everybody. Good afternoon. Coming up on the 2 o'clock hour, Milton is down to our south and west. That storm comes in. We've got plenty of moisture coming in. These bands here that are coming now into portions of eastern Polk and Highlands counties are definitely ones we need to watch. I think this is a more serious threat than we had maybe earlier, especially now that some of these storms are moving into more highly populated area. If you're in and around Lake Wales, there is a clear marking here of some rotation. Our radar was picking up some pretty tight rotation earlier. This is a tornado warning. You definitely want to be in a safe place right now, away from windows, inside of your home. This is going to cross north-northwest. It's going to head over Lake Wales and up towards 27. Up the line there, you've got Haines City and the Dundee community. Watch this storm carefully. You might get a pop of some stronger winds. Just had a cell move past Avon Park, Highway 27. This signature here doesn't look as well pronounced as the one to your north and east over toward Lake Wales, but still, this could provide a brief or produce a brief tornado just about any time. And then farther to the south, there's an additional stronger storm there too that could produce a tornado that is coming into Highlands County. In fact, I'm going to walk over here and take a look at the radar and show you what's going on. This cell coming into Highlands County now. Now, this one is a little farther away from Highlands County. From the radar, but the signature here certainly indicates that there is strong rotation. And all afternoon and really late in the morning, any of these cells that have been popping up, they've been producing tornadoes from time to time. It's this area right there. It's just coming into southern Highlands County. This one is going to track pretty close to 27. So if you live Lake Placid, Sebring, Avon Park, maybe that intersection of 27 and 98 in the Sebring area, this is on your way, on the way here probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Brief tornado. All of these areas of rotation are in the southern end of each cell. So the way this is going to work is that these cells will be moving in. You'll hear a lot of heavy rain. gusty winds with the rain, and if there is a tornado, it'll be on the very end of the rain. So it'll rain, pour pretty heavily, then there would be that brief tornado, and then the whole thing stops and it moves by. Typically in tropical systems like we see here in central Florida, as these move by, they tend to be a little bit weaker and quicker moving. Allie's running the radar for me this afternoon, or Shay is. All right, Shay, thank you so much for that, adjusting the radar. So we've got the wind data here. That's why you're seeing a lot of green and red, indicating whether the wind is moving toward and away from the radar. And we're watching that radar carefully because it shows us where those areas of rotation will be. Now, for the next several hours, I think the area of concern is going to be mainly east of I-75 in terms of any widespread tornado threat. These cells back here towards Lake Okeechobee and the East Coast, the I-95 corridor, these are the ones that are going to produce most of the activity, but some of these are going to drift back north over towards our area. So I think Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands counties probably going to see them first. We'll have to watch all the activity closer to the coast. Right now we're getting a bit of a break Northport over toward Bradenton as you watch the eye of Milton now showing up on the radar. Yeah, this thing is that close. So there is Bradenton, there is Sarasota, there is the eye. Now there's the distance, only about 100 miles away. It's moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. So that's a little over 5 hours, maybe 6. Now, the Hurricane Center does think that this will be slowing up a little bit in their last discussion as this thing turns towards the coast. The heaviest winds in this storm, the ones that we're really concerned about, start with this rain band right here. These are going to be your strong tropical storm force winds. So when this solid area of rain starts to move onshore, that's when I would start to expect to see winds 60 gusts, maybe 65 at times, sustained probably in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. The hurricane force winds are beyond that. They're closer to the center right there. Now, I know this looks like it's half a hurricane right now. I do think there is more convection on the southern end just looking at the actual storm on satellite picture. The radar is probably just not penetrating all the way down. And the farther you go away from the radar, the higher it is looking at the storm. So we're not getting a true picture of the structure of the storm with the radar. We'll get that as it gets closer. But it already looks on the radar like it's that northern eyewall. That is where all the action is. You see the reds here, the oranges, that's where all the activity is, and that's the area that we're going to be concerned about after landfall, wherever that landfall location is. The Hurricane Center still thinks it's going to be somewhere between maybe Bradenton and Sarasota. Could be a little farther south, could be a little farther north as this system jogs. Remember, hurricanes do not take a straight path. They're not following a track. They're not following a line like we love to draw for you on a map. They wobble back and forth. There are a lot of forces that move the eye back and forth as it heads toward the coast. So it's not going to take a perfectly straight line. It may wobble toward the east for an hour and then suddenly wobble to the north for an hour and a half. And that's how you get that northeast motion. It's not steadily necessarily moving in that direction. So those tropical storm force winds, the stronger ones, not too far from the coast. So folks in Venice, Englewood, Sarasota, over towards, of course, Siesta Key, back over towards Anna Maria, doing the distance here, right, from Anna Maria, 25 miles or so, this first outer band of some strong winds moving at 17 miles an hour. So it's 2 o'clock now. By 4 o'clock, a lot of this is going to start to approach the coast in the next couple of hours. What you're getting now in these outer rain bands are gusts, strong gusts likely into tropical storm strength, but they're not yet sustained at any high level. That's still back towards the storm. In terms of hurricane winds, it's all going to be here in that northern eyewall, and that's still several hours away. Definitely probably after 5 or 6 o'clock that we start to see those. There you see the distance, shade drawing that from the mouth of the bay down toward the northern eyewall. You're looking at about, let's say, 70 miles roughly to the south and west of the bay at 17 miles an hour. 3.5, 4 hours away. So that puts us toward maybe the 6 or 7 o'clock hour for some of this to start to approach. If it continues at 17, the Hurricane Center does think as Milton is approaching the coast, it will start to turn a little bit more east to kind of follow that trajectory the way I-4 shoots across the state, going a little bit north as it goes east. They expect a similar kind of a swooping motion. As that turn happens, the forward speed may pull back a little bit. Just how much we'll have to see, because that'll determine the time of landfall. But it's certainly, looking at the distance of the storm and how close it is, it's going to be before midnight probably that we see that landfall. Probably in that 10 o'clock hour or so, or maybe even earlier. Shay, if you can, plop the warnings back on there. I know I saw the little icon pop up on the side of the screen. Wanted to see what's out there in terms of the warnings and what new ones were issued. Got the radar on my phone as well. Of course, we're tracking these storms with you. I think if there is any storm that I am concerned about, it is the one over towards the Lake Wales area. That's probably the strongest one. There is a new warning now for DeSoto County. That includes Wauchula. The rotation there, not as well defined, and that storm in southern Highlands County has now crossed into Highlands County out of the south. It's generally headed towards 27 south of Lake Placid. But I think of the storms that we've got going on here, this cell here, eastern Polk County coming up on the town of Lake Wales. So if you are in the town of Lake Wales, you're already in your safe place, and we love that for the hurricane. You want to make sure that you are definitely away from any windows, interior part of your home, a hallway, a closet. This storm may have a tornado with it, and we've seen quite a few reported. There's definitely indications of rotation. Too far away, well, you know, there may be some debris that's being lofted in this as well. Hard to tell at this distance. There is some data in the radar that could indicate there may be debris lofted in the air with this storm. So that would concern me even more. And as I zoom in on my radar here, the rotation pretty tight in this area. So Lake Wales over toward Winter Haven, by the way, looking down the line from this storm, that right there, Shay, I believe that's 60. If I'm not mistaken, that storm is crossing. If you zoom in right on Lake Wales, there's a road that will eventually pop up. You can zoom in even further. That's fine. There it is. So that right there, I believe, is Highway 60. This is what you would take through the Brandon area to get out toward the East Coast if you don't want to take 75. Look at that right there. See that little pop of red? This is small. Now, it's not necessarily under this area of red, okay? We are looking far up into the storm, and the tornado can be as far as a mile or two away from this location. So basically, anyone near the intersection of Highway 60 and 27, Waverly, Dundee, I'm looking down the line, there's downtown Lake Wales. So Polk State College over towards downtown, beautiful historic downtown here in Lake Wales. This is mainly going to pass to your east. It's crossing Highway 60 now, and it's on its way to the Dundee community. Up the road, Lake Alfred, Winter Haven, that is an area that could be impacted. Haines City, I'm looking at you folks, because on this trajectory, it's probably more than likely that this is going to stay east of 27 for the next 20 minutes or so. Shay's doing the track right there. Shay, thank you so much. Haines City, arrival time, 2:24. So you've got 24 minutes to watch this storm very carefully. Looking at the radar, if there is going to be a tornado out of any of these storms, I think it's going to be out of this one. And I think it's very likely that there could be touchdowns at any time from this storm on the east side of Lake Wales. The other storms, as I'm watching them here, I think we've got another one on the ground, Shay, and this one's going to be south of Zelfo Springs in northern DeSoto County. So there's Arcadia. This is going to be north of Arcadia. Check out that notch right there in that storm. Okay. Shay, go back to that reflectivity for just a second. Well, there it is. Okay. That is a tornado on the ground. Okay. Just looking at the radar, I would say this is a radar confirmed tornado, strong winds blowing in and out. You've got this little notch of dry air in the southern part of the storm. Now, Arcadia, you're fine. This is going to pass north of downtown Arcadia. Anyone along 17 between Arcadia and the Hardy County line, you have got to get inside. This storm means business. It's crossing 17 right now. There's Highway 663. It'll stay north of Highway 70 as it tracks into the southern portions of Hardy County. Let's go back to that reflectivity, Shay. I'm going to pull up the. There's not a lot of folks that live out here. There is a mode in the radar that's going to pick up debris. There's probably not a lot of folks in here, but if anyone's traveling on 17, I mean, folks could still do that from earlier today. See these little streaks here? Okay, that right there, Shay, that right there, that's debris. So that is debris in the air, in southern portions. That's actually pretty impressive. We are far from the radar, and it is picking up debris way up in the storm. That little blob right there is debris on the radar in southern Highlands County. That means a tornado is on the ground in southern Highlands County now, and it is headed towards the city of Lake Placid. Sylvan Shores to Lake Placid, Highway 27, I need you inside. If there's debris this far away from the radar that it's picking up, that means there was a tornado on the ground here, or there could still be a tornado. This far away from the storm, this could have been debris that was lofted minutes ago, and it's taken some time to reach that altitude. But that is telling me that there's definitely some debris on the radar. Up to the north, not seeing it as much. Let's go back to, there could be some there. Let's go back to the velocity, Shay, and take a look at this storm here in northern portions of DeSoto County. So we've got a potential tornado on the ground approaching Lake Placid. We can keep both of them on the screen right there. That's fine. And then there's another one between Arcadia and over towards Wauchula. This one's about to cross the Hardy County line. It's going to stay east of 17 for the next few minutes. Anyone along 17 between Wauchula and Arcadia, you are in that danger zone for this storm. Potential tornado on the ground now crossing into southern Hardy County. There's that little pop of blue you see there. That's the other storm that we're watching. This one had debris in the air as it crossed into southern Highlands County, and now it's approaching the Lake Placid area. Likely, we should assume that a tornado could be produced at any time, or that a tornado is still on the ground with that system, and that is very important. Treat this system very, very carefully. Up towards Lake Wales, folks, I'm not forgetting about you. Zooming in on this, looking at this storm, I'm kind of watching it on my radar as well. Maybe opening up a little bit, but still the potential for a tornado with this at any time. This one is probably the one that's headed into the most populated area. This is going to be anyone along 27, just to be safe, between Lake Wales, Winter Haven, Haines City, and Point Siena. This is over towards Osceola County. So if you live between the Osceola County line over toward 27 in Polk County, north of downtown Lake Wales, this is the area where we're going to need you to get inside and away from windows. This storm here, this little pop of blue and green, is showing us a potential tornado at any time out of this system. I don't think the indication is strong enough that there's one on the ground, but there could be. The Weather Service indicates that it is radar indicated in their view that one has not been spotted. So is the one in Highlands County, or I should say in DeSoto and Hardy County. And the one in Highlands, the wording is observed. Let's head down to Highlands County. So the wording on the warning in Highlands County is that a tornado has been observed. So this elevates now the seriousness of this system. Sylvan Shores down to Lake Placid. We're assuming a tornado is on the ground. It is close to Highway 27, and it will basically parallel 27 up toward the Sebring area. Anyone that is south of the junction of 27 and US 98 in Highlands counties needs to take this storm seriously. It has already touched down, picking up debris and lofting it to an extremely high altitude. So this could be a stronger tornado. This is probably not an EF0. This is probably something stronger, as it's been able to pick up debris and send it quite a distance up into the clouds. Strong rotation, strong wind by that blue indicated. There you see the track. Shay doing that for us. Shay, thank you. Right through Sylvan Shores and Lake Placid. These are the two communities we're most concerned about right now with this storm as it continues to move toward the north. And the National Weather Service reissuing this warning. They say that a confirmed tornado was located 9 miles northeast of the Venus community, or 12 miles southeast of Lake Placid, moving north at 20 miles per hour. They say that weather spotters have confirmed this tornado on the ground and that the tornado will be near Lake Placid at 2:20. I think it's near Lake Placid now. I think if you're in Lake Placid, you need to assume that this thing is moving through the city right now, or the eastern parts of the city. Again, observed, confirmed tornado on the ground in southern Highlands County. Folks in Sylvan Shores looking down, this is next. Shay, I didn't see the time on your track. Can you do that track for me again for this storm so we can give the folks, and if you could take it, maybe take it up towards Sebring, kind of orienting along 27 generally, that would be great if we can move it up Perfect. Yeah, just like that. Let's give some folks some potential arrival times. Now, with these tropical systems, these tornadoes can lift and drop pretty quickly. This is not the type of tornado you would see out in the plains where you can track for an hour and it stays on the ground. But I did want to give these longer out times just to give folks a little bit of a heads up. If you're in Sebring, one of the larger population centers here in Highland County, you're about 30 minutes away from this storm impacting you. DeSoto City community at 229 and over towards Sylvan Shores 215. So it's basically moving into Sylvan Shores now. A confirmed tornado on the ground likely to produce damage in that area. Over my shoulder, by the way, I'm not going to forget about you folks in Hardy and DeSoto counties. This storm has weakened, okay? This was brief. There might have been a brief touchdown just east of 27, but that's now gone. Now I'm looking to the south. Coming out of southwest Florida, there's another storm. I assume there's a warning for it. If there's not, there will be. There is. So there is a warning for this storm in southern DeSoto County. This one as well is radar indicated. So not confirmed, but there likely is the possibility of a tornado-producing storm moving into southern DeSoto County. The number of warnings with this, pretty impressive. I mean, there's probably easily a half a dozen just in the counties east of 75, and now several through Polk County. That warning in Polk County now extended to the I-4 corridor. Looking at that system on the radar, likely tracking, well, the potential for a tornado. I'm not going to say it's confirmed here on the ground. I'm going to see what the new warnings say. They're still saying radar indicated on this one. So the one here coming out of Lake Wales that's heading toward the I-4 corridor, this is now populated area. Over towards Davenport, Haines City, tornado warning here continues. Shay, if you can click on that form. Actually, I see it here. It's 35 minutes. So it's going to be, looks like probably about 2:45, that warning. This warning until 2:45, radar indicated tornado, Lake Wales heading up to the I-4 corridor. So if you live along the I-4 corridor, basically, let's call it from the entrance to the Polk Parkway, the eastern entrance to the Polk Parkway, east towards Celebration, south, you should take this storm seriously and go ahead and take your tornado precautions. If you've just been sitting in the living room, big windows, watching the TV, time to get out of that room. You don't want to be in a room with large windows. You want to move away from windows, a smaller room, a half bath, a closet, a pantry, that kind of thing. You want to get as deep inside of your house as you can with these, especially since we now have reports of tornadoes on the ground. And the radar is indicating that at least the one down in Highlands County did briefly, if not still doing so, is picking up debris, doing some damage. Yeah, we've got debris still in the air in Highlands County for sure. That tornado is definitely still on the ground. I don't see that same indication in Polk County. It is going to be right there. That little bright pop of color in Highlands County over 27 is a debris signature high up in the clouds. Something is flying up. Now, it could be tree debris. It could be larger pieces of debris that are moving up toward the northwest. There's the bright blue, and so what's happening is the tornado is down here. The debris is being lifted and pushed northwest, so the debris is out ahead of the tornado. So if you are in Highlands County, it's going to be raining out ahead of this. Don't be surprised if you see tree debris, leaves, that kind of thing falling with the rain as this is moving by, as it is likely lifting those things and pushing them up toward the Sebring area. So Sebring, heavy rain falling in your area now. The tornado is on the southern end of that storm. Quite a bit of heavy rain, by the way, too. The debris is here. The tornado is probably just to the south and east of where that debris is located along Highway 27. Basically, anyone between Sebring and Lake Placid, you've got to get inside, away from windows. I would do more than just for a hurricane with this, and mainly because it is confirmed on the ground. You definitely want to take more specific tornado precautions with this. That would be that interior room away from windows, hallway inside of your home. You want to avoid the garage, obviously, not a safe place. You don't want to be looking out for this, as there will be debris flying through the air as it continues north-northeast. Shay, if we can do a track from about where that 27 is, let's do another track and track it to Avon Park if you can. Let's do a long track, because I do think, at least looking at the radar, this is probably going to stay on the ground for a little bit longer. I definitely don't see this weakening. It is now coming up on Sylvan Shores, and I think the rotation here might even be increasing. So look at all these communities along 27. This is a highly populated area of Highlands County. Most folks live along 27. So you're looking at Sebring at 225, Lakemont coming up at 230, Avon Park at 237, and the Alpine community at 239. That would take you up into northern Highlands County. For my friends in Polk County, you need to track this storm. If you're up towards Lake Wales and Frostproof along 27, if this continues, we're going to be tracking this storm and potential tornado on the ground all the way up into Polk County. The way this is looking on radar, it is not about to lift off the ground, at least not in the next several minutes. So we're going to continue to watch that. By the way, there's probably another tornado here north of Okeechobee. That one is going to stay to the east of Highlands and Polk counties and out towards 441. So the biggest concern right now in our area, there are several storms that are producing some light rotation. The one in Polk County, I'm least concerned about. The ones here in Hardee and DeSoto County, there is a little bit of rotation south of Zelfo Springs, where that little notch is right there. I don't think this one's on the ground. If there is, it's going to be something very brief and weak, a little pop of wind. I think the big story here, or the one that is most concerning, is the storm in Highlands County. There is definitely still a tornado on the ground here. This one does look rain wrapped. It looks like it's right in the middle. Shay, if you leave this, take the loop off for me if you can, and just zoom in on that 27, Lake Placid, Sylvan Shores. It is wrapped up in this rain, in this ball of rain. This is heavy rain, lightning and thunder with a tornado likely right in the middle of it. So you're not going to see it. And with the wind being strong and the rain being so heavy, you may not even hear it until it's basically right on top of you. And all indications is that not only is it still there, but that this tornado is potentially doing damage. I'm still seeing indications of some debris in the air north of Sylvan Shores. And the reason why it's north of Sylvan Shores, but the tornado is down here, is that the winds around Milton, the strong winds here, the winds are increasing with height. The debris is being picked up and it's quickly being moved toward the northwest along 27. That's 66 and 98. There's 98. So the debris ball, where there's things in the air flying, is coming up on 98. The actual tornado is most likely farther south. This is going to be down towards Lake Placid and Sylvan Shores. It's basically on top of Sylvan Shores now. Not necessarily where we saw the highest rotation. We're looking so high up in the storm that the tornado doesn't just go straight down from where the rotation is. It could go towards that. If it were to lean in any direction today, the tornado would be down toward the south and east of that area of rotation, but it really could form anywhere or be on the ground anywhere in that area. Multiple cells now down across southwest Florida also that we're tracking, and then additional cells heading back. Now, if you're watching from the Tampa Metro, if you're watching from St. Pete, Clearwater, I'm not trying to forget about you folks, but we just don't have the same level of urgency with the weather here. It's raining. The rain is heavy. This is going to cause localized flooding, but we shouldn't be on the roads anyway. So this is not as big of a concern as what's happening to the east, especially since we do have confirmed tornado on the ground. This is one of two confirmed tornadoes on the ground in central Florida now. Thank goodness the other one is farther off toward the east of us. That's going to be in Okeechobee County. Got some video? You guys? All right, we've got video. This is video from Clewiston. What county is that in? That's way outside. Near Okeechobee. Okay, so this is the storm. So this is the storm that was coming in. So this is that confirmed tornado. Jason, I think you were telling me about, is that the wedge tornado you were talking about earlier? Yeah. That is the wedge. So now, it's not guaranteed that this is what's on the ground of this size in Highlands County, but this could be a considerable tornado. The National Weather Service labeling the threat level, the damage threat with the Highlands County tornado as considerable. So they are looking at this. They've got spotters on this tornado. They are calling it a confirmed large and dangerous tornado near Lake Placid. That was the last time they updated that warning, and it is headed up toward the northwest along 27, and it is on the ground. They do tell you, take cover, and we are telling you the same, take cover. For the folks in the Tampa metro, it is pouring. Waimama, Fishhawk, St. Pete, Clearwater. I'm looking at the radar here. I'm looking at the winds. Obviously, it is windy in this rain. This is not the part of the storm yet where there would be tornadoes. And I think if the center stays south of the bay, you would not really see a very high tornado threat here. It would be more east of 75 and south of I-4. Now, if the center goes a little farther north, if Milton jogs north and maybe comes into the Bay or southern Pinellas County, then maybe that would be a little bit more of a concern here. This is just heavy rain. And this is the main problem that we're going to switch to once the tornadoes move out of our area and the hurricane force winds move in. The issue we're going to get into here is the rain. As this moisture comes in from the Gulf and the Atlantic, Milton is just going to squeeze all that out, and there is going to be an area of some very heavy rain north of the track of this thing that is going to cause some localized flooding. Jason, what do you got?
Hey, Greg, not to take over for a second,
Sure.
but I do want to let you guys know we got a 2 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center on where this at. As you guys can come to me, we're over here on Max 1 now. 130 mile per hour winds moving to the north-northeast at 16, but over the last 10 to 15 minutes, maybe half hour or so, notice the general movement was north-northeast and then a hard northeast turn. So that northeastern jog has started, and they're saying it's about 150 miles now to the southwest of Tampa. Winds are still 130 miles per hour, expected to make landfall here within the next 6 to 8 hour period. So moving forward, the surge forecast has been adjusted as well. While the numbers are still unfortunately significantly high, we have seen a little bit of a downtick here for coastal areas of Manatee and Sarasota County down in the northern half of Charlotte County, with a 9 to 13 foot surge now forecast here compared to it being 10 to 15 feet. We will take a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet any day. We wish we can get this significantly lower, but that's where we're at right now. Still 8 to 12 feet forecast here in Tampa Bay and also here along the Pinellas County coastline north, especially here from, we'll say, Anclote up to Aripeka. We're looking at a 3 to 5 foot surge now being forecast here and 2 to 4 foot being forecast in our northern spots. Remember, this is the reasonable worst case scenario, and with the eye staying to the south, the biggest storm surge concern is going to be from the eye and to the south. However, there's water being pushed up ahead of this system with high wave action. Wave heights have been over 30 feet in the Gulf of Mexico, even forecasts of up to 50-foot waves, and that's also working to push water toward the coast as well. So regardless of whether you see the eye or not, everybody is looking at water rises already happening. We've seen water rises up significantly here down toward Naples, and they're not going to be close to the eye as it comes on shore here later on this evening into the afternoon. So I did want to pass that along and let you know, slight adjustment to those of you from Manatee and Anna Maria Island south into Sarasota County. The numbers have come down just a little bit. Let's hope that trend continues, and taking it hour by hour now for you with the latest adjustment at 2 o'clock. Definitely a northeastern turn has happened in what we're watching here right now. So as we go to about 5 o'clock, that's when, like Greg was saying, those strong tropical storm force winds begin to move on shore with that band that we've been watching. Fast forward here as we continue into the evening hours. By 7 o'clock, those strong tropical storm force winds of 58 miles per hour or higher are now moving into St. Pete and Tampa. But at St. Pete, at Albert Whitted, we've already had a gust up to 60 miles per hour, about 58 miles per hour. That's the strongest wind gust I've seen so far here across the area. By 9 o'clock, still a Category 3 major hurricane, possibly down to 125 is the forecast at this point right now. But that's when the hurricane force winds are now moving into Manatee, Sarasota, and the mouth of Tampa Bay here. So maybe already getting up toward Fort DeSoto and Tierra Verde at that point, and maybe over towards St. Pete Beach. Now fast forward again to about 9 to 11 o'clock, and we start to see those hurricane force force winds moving into Pinellas and Hillsborough County, and these are winds that are greater than 74 miles per hour sustained. The gusts will be higher, and those gusts could be over 100 miles per hour in this bullseye of red that we're seeing here moving into portions of the area at 9 to 1 o'clock. By 1 a.m., the center of the storm somewhere here between Hillsborough, Western Polk, Arcadia, over back west into Manatee County. That's where the center will be. And you can see the hurricane force winds through 3 a.m. are now inland and moving through the heart of Polk County. And this is unfortunately where we're going to start setting us up with those potential stronger winds and a lot of the power outages. So I wanted to give that 2 o'clock update with you. Again, Greg is doing a great job covering these significant tornado warnings in our inland spots, but coastal areas here in about 2 to 4 hours, things are really going to start to ramp up for you as the center is now getting closer. Greg's still showing 130 mile per hour winds.
And that's interesting actually, Jason, because as of the 11 a.m. advisory, it was supposed to make landfall at 1:30. Now it's at 1:30 before landfall. So we're supposed to be at 1:30 at the 5 o'clock advisory this morning. So maybe it'll be lower. The Hurricane Center has been, remember, on the high end of the intensity forecast the entire time. That pressure has gone way up since this morning. I'm actually surprised that the winds are not down more with a 944 from where it was earlier this morning around 907. So the pressure is way up. This is not going to strengthen anymore, okay? I think we're done with strengthening for Milton. It is definitely in its weakening phase. The issue is that Milton winds down, the wind field spreads. Just looking at that advisory, as Jason was giving it to you, the hurricane force winds only extend about 30 miles from the center. That's it. So you have to be very close to the center of the storm to even see those 130 mile per hour winds. And they're going to be in a very small area, probably somewhere here or maybe the northern Eyewall. I'd have to read the recon report to see where they actually found. And maybe Jason, if you've got the recon report, you can pull that up, see if you can see what part of the Eyewall they found those winds in. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's not necessarily in the eastern Eyewall, but somewhere to the north or northeast of the center. I'm very curious to see where that is. It could be in this section right here. That's where the strongest winds are. Anyway, if it is in this part of the Eyewall, you will have to be in this small stretch that's just a few miles wide and a few miles long to actually have a chance of experiencing those winds. The rest of the storm, the winds are not 130 miles per hour. So as this thing, let's assume the landfall is Sarasota. Probably within 5 miles of that landfall point is where you're going to see the strongest winds. Everyone else, even southern Sarasota County, up towards Manatee County, you're going to see lighter winds. I mean, still strong. They're still going to be hurricane force, but those 130 mile per hour winds will only have been in a small area. And kind of looking at the forecast there, as Jason was showing it, with the hurricane force winds moving by, they may have reduced the size of those winds compared to where it was this morning. This morning, the hurricane force winds extended up to the Hillsborough-Pasco County line. Looks like they're maybe a little bit farther south than that in the newest advisory. So that's interesting too. They could be pulling this thing together. Shay, I've got 2 tornado warnings that popped up. If you want to take a look at those and see what's going on here, let's go back to it. So looking at the radar, I do have some good news. I think the storm in Highlands County, this one right here, there are still warnings for it, has weakened. So the new warning that has been issued for Avon Park in Highlands County no longer says that the tornado is observed. The wording on this one is that it's radar indicated. That's better. That means no one is actually tracking a tornado in Highlands County on the ground. And looking at the presentation of the storm on the radar, I would definitely agree that there probably is one. All right, so we got some reports. Shay, go ahead and click on those. Let's see what we got. Probably the observed tornado reports here that happened earlier as this thing was entering Highlands County. These boxes, the reason they're like this is because we've got 2 weather service offices issuing for these 2 counties. Highlands is in Tampa. The county to the south and east is down across the Miami area. So yeah, so video and images of a large wedge tornado on the ground moving near Lake Placid. So that's what we were tracking along with you. State Highway 70 and 27, looks like we did have a tornado move through Lake Placid. Pictures of a large tornado near Brighton. That was another image. That was at 1:50 this afternoon. And there's the second tornado that's been on the ground here across south central Florida all morning. This one's near Okeechobee. But overall, you see there's more cells down to the south, and all of these are going to track towards the north and northwest as we continue to track Milton toward our area. So I think with these storms, at least nothing here being confirmed on the ground. And looking at Polk County, the storm in Polk County, by the way, I know there's still a warning for you. Shea, let's go back up to Haines City, Davenport, the Lowman area. I know you're under a warning. This is going to be up towards I-4 as you come up towards Orlando. There is still a tornado warning in that area. I do not think there is anything on the ground with that storm. So the tornado warning for Davenport, Polk City, Winter Haven, Lake Wales, that continues. But I do not think there is a tornado on the ground with that system anymore. I think it has lifted, and that's going to be probably the strongest one that we've got. There are still some stronger cells down south of our area across southwest Florida, but right now, none of the cells here look like they're going to be producing any tornadoes, at least in the near future. So we can go back to focusing over on Milton. There you see the radar rotation. Earlier we had bright pops of blue here indicating strong indications of that of rotation, and a tornado on the ground south of Sebring. Sebring, still take the storm seriously. You definitely want to be inside and away from windows during this tornado warning, but I do not think this tornado is on the ground anymore. I don't think it's doing any more damage. So that large wedge tornado that tracked into Highlands County has now probably dissipated, even though the warning does continue and has been extended into southern Polk County. I don't think the danger with this one is as high as it was. And then the one in Haines City also looking weaker as well. So there's the center of Milton. Category 4 hurricane, just barely. The winds are 130. At 129, it's a Category 3. So this is a low-level Cat 4. This will probably now, looking at the current intensity and how much more distance it has to cover before it gets here, we're definitely not going to see a Cat 4 make landfall here on the Florida West Coast. This is probably going to be Cat 3 at the most, maybe even a strong Cat 2, depending on how quickly this winds down. Remember, this was a very small storm. It intensified quickly, but it's probably going to weaken pretty quickly as well, as it's really starting to see a lot of strong wind shear. And look at the shape of this thing. This is exactly what we were talking about yesterday. All of the rain, all of the thunderstorms on the northern and northwest side of the storm, and then you've got this line of severe weather across central Florida, one of these outer rain bands that's formed. That's going to continue to push out towards I-95. But it's this part of the storm here. This is what we're concerned about. Not so much for tornadoes. This is going to be strong winds, and this is going to be very heavy rain. And I really think that for the majority of you, the two biggest things we're concerned about is rain and wind, not just rain, freshwater flooding north of the track of the storm. Take the track of the storm wherever it tracks, let's say Sarasota or Bradenton, south of I-4, generally out towards the East Coast. 20 to 40 miles, maybe 40 to 50 miles north of the center, that's where the heaviest rain is going to set up. So somewhere across the I-4 corridor points north, we're going to see someone here that is going to pick up more than a foot of rain in their rain gauge, if not more. And that's going to happen in a very short period of time. Water levels will rise quickly. The rivers, the creeks, the streams, any kind of place where the water can gather and flow, you're going to see water level rise. Keep an eye on these on the water levels around your property, around your home. Make sure you are paying attention, because the water levels can rise very, very quickly, especially with rain that is falling so quickly. This feeder band is basically just where you're seeing the tornadoes, just a large slug of moisture that is feeding into Milton. In terms of the wind, the strongest tropical storm force winds are probably still maybe an hour and a half away from the coast. We're getting some gusts into tropical storm strength. If the center stays south of I-4, the strongest winds, and they will stay south of I-4, the strongest winds are probably going to be south of the I-4 corridor into Manatee County at the point of landfall. And then as Milton winds down, you're going to see some of the stronger winds shift towards the northern part of the storm. That's where we're going to see some of the heavier wind gusts, especially later tonight after dark, Pinellas, Hillsborough, over towards Polk County. And then in the leading edge of the eye, wherever the eye tracks across the state, so that's going to be Manatee, maybe southern Hillsborough, maybe Polk. It could be as far south as Sarasota over towards Hardee County. If it wobbles a little more east than north, you're going to see that core of stronger winds move a little bit farther toward the south as it makes its way toward the east coast. This landfall is going to happen likely before midnight. As we continue to watch Milton coming in, the strongest winds are going to be later on tonight. Got live pictures for you. This is over from Key West, the southernmost point in the continental United States. And yeah, there's folks out there. You know, I mean, the folks in the Keys, they're not going to leave for this. You know, I mean, they're not going to leave for a 4. And this is just brushing them by. This for them is just, you know, it's a Wednesday, literally. I mean, they're still out there taking pictures, probably, you know. Yeah. This is just Key West. You've got to be, you're a special person. You're down there in a hurricane, and they take pride in that. Dangerous, of course. Key West floods. It's an island out in the middle. I'm sorry, I missed that. We got one more. We've got more Siesta Key. We've got live pictures from Siesta Key as well. We can take a look at those. This is over towards Siesta Key, and you see Gulf is probably starting to rise, starting to see some water out there. This is going to happen slowly at first. Now, with Milton coming in a little bit earlier, at least in the Bay, that was a low tide cycle towards early in the evening. The high tides were more toward midnight. That might help. As Jason told you, they did revise the surge forecast for Manatee and Sarasota County. It was down to, Jason, remember, 9 to 13 feet? 9 to 13 were the numbers. Earlier this morning, it was 10 to 15. So that's certainly an improvement. Now, 9 to 13 is still much higher than what we saw down towards Siesta Key in Helene. That's still going to be a higher number, and that's the low end of what they're seeing there. There was a satellite picture. You can go back to that, Shay. That's fine. You can play that and loop it, see what's going on here with the storm. There is the system. There is the hurricane. Notice not looking at a well-defined eye anymore. There obviously is an eye in there, but because it's experiencing some shear, it's fighting these strong upper-level winds, the eye is at least covered by cirrus clouds, which is why we can't see it. Or it could be just a very raggedy eye wall that we're looking at under all those clouds. But your strongest winds are still back here. Your tropical storm force winds are in this band back here, where these clouds start to darken and brighten. That's coming up on the Sarasota County coast. And then the hurricane winds are farther down toward the south and west. So Manatee County and Sarasota County, you're probably, say, an hour and a half away, maybe 2 hours away from some really strong tropical storm force winds. And then it would still be another couple of hours before you got into any kind of sustained hurricane winds along the coast. And remember that those winds, at least as of the last report, only extend 30 miles away from the center. Okay, so as this is coming in, 35 miles from the center. So as this is coming in, the strongest winds, the hurricane force winds, are only going to be about 35 miles from the center. Now, when you're at 35 miles away from the center, you're not seeing 130 mile an hour winds. You're seeing barely hurricane force winds. You're seeing 74, 75 mile an hour winds. And as you work your way towards that eye wall, the winds ramp up with the biggest increase in the last 3, 4, 5 miles before you get into the eye. And that's the only spot that's going to see the heaviest winds are the folks that are basically in the eye wall itself, that inner eye wall, that ring of convection around the center of Milton. And that's going to be a very small area somewhere on the Manatee or Sarasota County coast. Winds right now, these are sustained winds across the region. You see them, 40 miles per hour reported at Whitted Field. Tampa, 20 to 30 mile per hour. Port Tampa, 30 right now, 30 over toward Gibsonton. So we're not even, I mean, St. Pete, that's a tropical storm force sustained wind. That's the only location across the bay that's even seeing any kind of sustained tropical storm force winds. Notice the purple is the model here filling in that most of the wind is still over the water. Any kind of wind that you're seeing here across Manatee, southern Hillsborough, southern Pinellas County, over towards Polk, these are all coming in gusts. And in Polk County, you're not going to get into these stronger winds until well after dark. Pasco County, Hernando County. This is going to be very late this evening that you're going to get into those winds. And with the latest update that Jason was showing us earlier, it looks like the strongest hurricane force winds are going to be south of there. In fact, Jason, if you want, I'd love for you to go through that wind forecast hour by hour, because I think it really shows. A lot of folks are asking me, what are the winds going to be like in Pasco County? What are the winds going to be in Polk County? So if you could take that graphic and just kind of go through it, highlighting some communities, letting folks know what to expect, and especially when, especially now that the Hurricane Center has upped that landfall time, so we're going to move things up to a little earlier this evening in terms of the stronger winds. Jason's got the track ready. Let's talk about it, Jason.
Yeah, so here's the very latest. Still a Category 4 hurricane, like Greg had said. At 2 o'clock, the hurricane hunters reported it was about 150 miles to the southwest of Tampa, moving northeast at 16, 17 miles per hour. So if you do the math, we're talking about a landfall here pretty quickly. It's going to be before midnight, whereas over the last 24 hours, the forecasts have shown that it would be after midnight. So we're starting to get into the heart of this system now, unfortunately, and that track continues to take it off to the east-northeast, and the surge numbers are what we're going to be watching very closely, along with very, very strong winds. So again, if we were to zoom in here on the forecast comb, when we're talking about potential landfall points, we always have to monitor the risk for wobbles north and south, but we have seen over the last hour to hour and a half a hard northeast turn, and basically keeping this right on the path now for the National Hurricane Center to bring this in somewhere here into the Manatee and Sarasota County coastline. So if it goes a little more south, then we would see obviously the surge numbers, the highest wind numbers being a little more in southern Sarasota down to Port Charlotte. If it takes a little bit of a wobble to the left, we would see some of those higher numbers and surge values go north through Pinellas and Hillsborough County. Regardless, though, this is a large system. Like we were talking about, those hurricane force winds extend out about 35 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds about 150 miles or so. So we're already into the tropical storm force winds now, and as the center gets closer and closer to us, of course, it's going to work to bring in those hurricane force winds as well. So here's the latest. I've added the plots here over the last couple of hours. Maybe hard to see being so far from the camera right now, but we've got these little dots that have been the recon sites when the hurricane hunters have been out there getting us the exact longitude for it, and it was moving north, and now you can see it's kind of east from this line that was moving more north. So there's that northeast turn that has been in the forecast. And again, if that takes more of a hard right turn and stays to the northeast, this is definitely going to landfall here in Manatee and Sarasota County. If it makes it a little bit of a wobble to the left, it did that a little bit ago, but then it corrected itself and went back to the east. That wobble to the left looks like it could bring some of those stronger winds and higher surge values a little higher to the north. As we go a little to the north, I do want to point out too that we have 2 eyewalls now being reported by the National Hurricane Center. That's typical in systems that are weakening. We had, of course, the main eye wall right here, and then we have the secondary eye wall. That one is where we're looking at those 74+ mile-per-hour winds extending out those 35 miles here from the Hurricane Center. So regardless, it looks like if this were to move into Manatee and Sarasota County, if you extrapolate the northern eye wall, that would bring it into Sarasota, or excuse me, St. Petersburg and Tampa with those winds that will exceed 74 miles per hour, maybe even some gusts over 100 miles per hour. So unfortunately, the forecast looking like it's definitely coming to fruition as far as like tracking it minute by minute and hour by hour. Once we get to this point here, tracking tropical systems, the forecast tracks are still good. They give us a lot of information, but you really just watch the radar and pinpoint exactly where it's going to go as the system heads to the east-northeast. It is a large system, and even though we'll see lower surge values to the north, there's still water being pushed up toward the coast right now, and that's why we still have surge numbers that are a couple of feet in Citrus County down to Aripico. We're looking at 3 to 5 feet, Anclote 3 to 5 feet, and then once you get into the Pinellas County area, the forecast still calls for 8 to 12. But if the center stays to the south, then we may not get to those numbers. We may not get even to 8 feet, but I don't want to go against what the National Hurricane Center is saying, because I think they're really taking into consideration if a wobble to the north happens, we need to still be prepared for the potential for one of the biggest surges that we've seen here on our coastline in history. So that's what we're looking at right now. Here are some of those updated numbers. Not much change, except we've dropped the 10 to 15 feet. The National Hurricane Center now going 9 to 13 feet in this magenta area. That does include Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, Lido Key, Siesta Key, all the way down through Casey Key, Minnesota Key, Inglewood, Venice, Nokomis Beach. All these areas could potentially see a surge up to 13 feet now based on the latest information from the National Hurricane Center. In Tampa Bay, we're talking about St. Pete Beach, Indian Rocks Beach, Bel Air Shores, all the way up to Sand Key and Clearwater Beach, 8 to 12. In the Bay itself, that's downtown St. Pete, downtown Tampa, If the track brings the surge up a little farther north, we could easily get into the 8 to 12 foot category. And then from Anclote to Aripeka, 3 to 5 feet. And then from Aripeka north up through Crystal River, this is where we're now looking at a 2 to 4 foot surge being forecast here from the National Hurricane Center. So let's talk about the winds and the hour by hour, because I know you want to know when the worst is going to come through. When those power interruptions, when are they supposed to really start taking shape here for us over the next few hours? So this is paused at 5:30 evening in yellow. These are 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. We've already seen that happening here in Tampa this morning, in St. Pete with a gust. The latest I saw was 58 miles per hour at Albert Whitted Airport. Let's fast forward here another couple of hours, going from 5:30 to 7 o'clock. The orange colors are those stronger tropical storm force winds that are 60 to 75 miles per hour, around 73 miles per hour. And then in red, these are the hurricane force winds. And remember, a track 10 miles north or south is completely plausible. So even though it's showing this 10 miles north and south, 15 miles north and south, we're still expected to see the potential for these winds to exceed 74 miles per hour in these areas. That's 7 o'clock. So we'll start to see some power interruptions after 7 o'clock. Hopefully it doesn't go out completely. You may get initially some glitches into the power and it comes back on. But once these hurricane force winds start to move on shore, as this Category 3 hurricane begins to approach our coast and make landfall sometime around 9 o'clock or so, that's where we're looking at the widespread power outages likely. Here in Manatee and Sarasota County initially first, spreading north into western Pasco, all of Hillsborough and Pinellas County by 9 o'clock tonight. St. Pete, Tampa, up to Newport Richey and up to Pine Island. That's where we're looking at gusts just shy of hurricane force. Here in red by 9 o'clock tonight, from Fort DeSoto south through Apollo Beach, and also getting into areas around Palmetto and areas in and around Memphis on the southern apex here of I-275 and 75. We're talking about Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, Bradenton, down Conquistador over to SRQ Airport. We're also looking at the potential for power outages beginning to really take widespread shape here for those of you in Longboat Key, down to Lido Key, and then all the way down to Nokomis, Venice, Inglewood, and Minnesota Key. That's 9 o'clock. So let's move forward to 11 o'clock. The center now approaching the coast if it hasn't already moved on shore. Again, this thing is moving really fast. So time-wise, I'd say anything is possible after 8 o'clock for a landfall, depending on how quickly this thing does continue to move to the east-northeast. But by 11 p.m., strong tropical storm force winds now into Polk, Highlands, DeSoto, and Hardy counties. It's made its way all the way up as far as those 50 to 60 mile per hour winds now into Hernando County. Citrus County, you're still in the lower tropical storm force winds, but still gusts over 40 miles per hour. In red, we're now seeing St. Pete in the sustained hurricane force winds as we go from 9 to 11 o'clock. South Tampa, Davis Islands also included in this, Apollo Beach, Ruskin, down to Sun City Center, Waimama, all beginning to see those sustained hurricane force winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. The entire county of Manatee County, whether you're inland or at the coast, by 11 o'clock tonight, sustained hurricane force winds of 74 miles per hour or higher. These gusts could exceed 100, of course, easily, especially within those two eye walls. If it stays those two concentric eye walls, we'll likely see a couple of pop opportunities for us to get those winds over 100 miles per hour. All of Sarasota County by 11 o'clock is now in the sustained hurricane force winds, and this is also when the surge begins to maximize and pile up at the coast, especially at or south of landfall. Again, if it's a little north, if it's a little south, that would change those numbers for some areas here north and south as well. That's why we prepare for the worst and hope for the best. But on the current forecast track and what we're seeing with that hard northeast turn, by 11 p.m., there's where the sustained hurricane force winds are going to be. By 1 a.m., Tampa now included in that, all the way down 75, all the way into Sarasota County. Landfall has happened by this point. It's not here. This is where the center of the storm would be as we go to 1 a.m. And then fast forward to 3 a.m., we're beginning to see this shift east, Polk County through 1 to about 7 a.m. That's when you're going to see sustained hurricane force winds basically over the entire county, over all 700,000 plus of you that live here in Polk County. From 1 to 7 a.m., that's when it's going to be at its worst for you. By 6 a.m., we're back to the tropical storm force sustained gusts, or winds, I should say. Gusts still easily up to stronger tropical force here at the coast. And then by 9 a.m., the storm is potentially down to a Category 1 as it's crossing over toward the Space Coast and Cape Canaveral, back west to our coast. At that point, by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, this is where we're looking at tropical storm force winds. And then by 2, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we're done with this system, and we're going to see what's left and what happens with the aftermath here as we go into the forecast. So still looking at several tornado warnings. It looks like a new one has popped up in and around the I-4 area. Let's zoom into this spot really quickly and take a peek at this storm, because I-4, of course, highly populated here in Polk County. So if it's east of Lakeland, it includes areas to the north and eastern side here of Lakeland. It's that red polygon that shows up right there. Tornado warning. Let's see what the tag is on this one, if it's observed or it's radar indicated. So it's a radar indicated rotation. No confirmation of a tornado, at least at this point right now. Let's see if we have any debris signatures showing up here like we did with some of the ones earlier. And it looks like I'm not seeing a debris signature at this point, but we need to treat this as if we do have a tornado in progress for, again, those of you that are within the warned area. So if you are in Polk County, right here, basically along I-4, just to the north of Auburndale, moving into the Polk City area, this is where we're looking at the current tornado warning. And the rotation is coming in off of areas in and around Winter Haven, just to the north here. So these green and these green and blue colors showing up here. These are the two spots that we're seeing the winds come together, and that's where we could potentially be looking at another tornado in progress here, moving closer and closer into the I-4 corridor. So Auburndale, Lake Alfred, these locations here, these are the spots that the rotation is currently sitting at this time. Again, right where you see the sharp green and sharp blue colors coming together, both of these spots are currently seeing significant rotation. Still looking at significant rotation for several warned storms down to the south as well. Radar's a little sleepy here. Give it just a second to play catch up with me here. I'm moving out too fast on it. And again, multiple tornado warnings continue here in Highlands County and also more in southern Polk County. Also want to point out that we already have a flash flood warning now showing up in St. Pete and Pinellas County as well. So that's this green area of this polygon here. Includes St. Pete, Clearwater, all the way up to Tarpon. Flash flood warning through 5:30. Likely going to see that extended, of course, as well. Let me see what information they give. 2.5 to 3.5 inches of rain already falling. Another 2 to 3 inches of rain in the warned area expected over the next 2 to 4 hour period. Of course, this is where we're also going to have to see exactly where the eyewall makes landfall, because somewhere north of that eye wall is where we are expecting to see significant rainfall because of what's happening with the system. And without getting too nerdy on you here, we're beginning to see this system transition from a hurricane into a non-tropical low pressure system as it crosses the state. It's pulling in jet stream energy. There are cold fronts and warm fronts attached to this. That's not what true tropical systems are. When that happens, as you transition from a true tropical system to a non-tropical or extratropical system, you get a very, very heavy rain band that sets up on the north side of this where the front is. There is a cold front that's attached to this here. So this area that I've circled here has the potential to see isolated totals of 12 to 18 inches. It's pretty much a given that we're going to see over 6 to 12 inches of rain in these spots. Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk County north. So even though we may not get the worst of the surge or the winds in the nature coast, we could unfortunately still deal and contend with significant freshwater flooding. And that's been something that I was talking about even last weekend here on Good Morning Tampa Bay Sunday morning about the flood potential that is on the way with this hurricane. So in that area that I circled here, this is a spot that we're going to have to watch and see exactly how much rainfall does develop, because outside of course, all the concerns about saltwater inundation and of course, hurricane force winds and wind gusts over 100 miles per hour tonight, we do have freshwater flooding concerns here as well. So there's the latest gusts. Most of us still in the tropical storm force range. Again, St. Pete multiple times now at Albert Whitted right off of Tampa Bay with an east wind coming in. We are seeing 58 mile per hour wind gusts being some of the strongest. This is that rainfall that I showed you a second ago. And ignore the numbers, because the numbers don't take into account what's already fallen. This is what the models are showing or suggesting is still to come. But this is what I was just talking about. Notice this pink stripe here across Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco counties, extending up to Orlando and Daytona. In this zone here is where we're looking at the potential for 12 to 18 inches of rainfall in a few spots. And this could lead, of course, to significant freshwater flooding as we see it right now. So that's the very latest from the National Hurricane Center. We're also now at the point that we're going to be getting hourly updates from them. That's going to be giving us positions, how strong the storm is every hour all the way up to landfall, so we can get the most and best accurate information from the National Hurricane Center as we get this system getting closer and closer to landfall. But again, multiple tornadoes have occurred in our inland spots. This is a multifaceted system because of how large it is. And clearly you can see the eyewall here on the radar. I'm going to extend this out a couple of hours. Let's go last 3 hours. And once it loads up for me here, I believe you're going to really start to see how it does begin to shift a little more northeasterly. So it was moving more in this direction over the last few hours. So if it continued on that direction, the eye would be still here in this position. But notice north and then a little bit of, well, let me try that again. The north movement and then off to the east. That's what we're looking at here with that northeasterly trajectory. So on that northeastern path, if we were to draw a line here from the center of the storm, we're still looking at this coming on shore here within the Sarasota, Manatee, Sarasota County. Also, I want to include St. Pete and Pinellas County into that because I don't want anybody to be caught off guard by thinking, well, if the center's down here, we're good. That's not the case because we have two eye walls, and this northern eye wall is going to move into Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Polk counties, and these are areas that we are going to see hurricane-force sustained winds and those gusts that could be over 100 miles per hour. So even though the center, a lot of my friends, even in my neighborhood, neighbors are saying, oh, it looks better for us because it's going to be shifting a little to the south. Remember, hurricane-force winds go out 35 to 40 miles from the center, and that will include most of Pinellas and most of Hillsborough County. Greg, do you have anything new that you want to pass along while I'm over here waiting for the
Just
next
checking,
advisory?
I looked through nothing new from the Hurricane Center to report. I was looking at those storms in the interior, and you guys could put Max 1 behind me too. We've got the, or we can do this too. We got the rain field, we've got the wind field showing up here as well. Nothing new in terms of the track of the reports we've been tracking. It hasn't been tracking in a straight line. It definitely has wobbled back and forth. Is this Max 1 behind me, guys? I think it is, right? This is
Max 1.
Jason's radar. Okay, so we've got these cells back here. None of these I'm very concerned about right now, even the one here in Polk County across I-4. I don't think this is putting down a tornado right now. The one in Highlands County also, this is not as strong as the previous system. I don't think there's anything on the ground with that one as well. As Jason was mentioning, it's going to be the heavy rain threat to worry about. And you know, the tricky thing about freshwater flooding, unlike surge flooding, we know where the highest surge is going to be. Point of landfall south, 15 miles south of landfall, surge flooding. If this thing goes down towards Sarasota, we're not going to get any surge into the bay. Right? That forecast that Jason was showing you, that's a worst case scenario, the storm wobbling north and heading into Pinellas County. If it does head into Pinellas County or the mouth of the bay, we're going to make those numbers. But we know that. That's an easy forecast. With freshwater flooding, we know the general area where the heaviest rains will fall, but how that water collects and then rises as you go through time really is dependent on each local community and where the streams are, where the rivers are in your area, where you're looking at all of the riverbeds, the creek beds that are around, and how that works in your neighborhood. So it's a lot more difficult to say, okay, is your neighborhood going to see flooding? That is really, really hard to tell. So what I'm going to do here, and I'm going to do this while we're looking at it, we're going to pull up the information on Milton, and we're going to try to track this storm. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pull up all of the positions of the storm. We're going to do the icons. We will not do the latest observation. So there you see the path of the storm. So, and Jason made a very good point. The Hurricane Center is now going to provide us hourly position updates. So you see that little wobble there? I mean, the storm is moving northeast, but you see what it did there? It went northeast, northeast, north, and now it's turned more east. And it could go east for the next hour and then take another jog to the north. And each one of those little wobbles is really going to make a difference in terms of where that center is going to come ashore. That's what we're really watching for, is where this is going to be. Now, looking at the way the storm is presenting on radar, and I'm going to slow this down a little bit so you get a better view of it here. We're going to make it pause for a little bit longer, too. This is the last hour of radar. The intense part of the eye is right there. That's the outer eye wall. Now, if this continues to track east-northeast, let's say the landfall is Sarasota, as Jason was saying, this northern eye wall, and we can do a measurement on it and see exactly how far or how large that is. I'm going to pause the radar. So let's say the eye is down there. This outer eye wall, that's 23 miles. So yeah, the center could come in at the Manatee-Sarasota County line, but your heavy rain and wind, this is going to be, I mean, you're not going to get 130 mile an hour winds here, but you're going to get hurricane force wind gusts here consistently. And that's going to be positioned across southern Pinellas into potentially southern portions of Hillsborough County. So yeah, the center may be down towards Manatee and Sarasota. That's where their landfall is going to be. But you're going to get some really nasty weather north of that center, tracking across the bay into Hillsborough, into Pinellas County as Milton continues to move on toward the north and towards the northeast. And eventually the Hurricane Center does think it will turn a little bit more east and start moving a little bit less to the north. That's going to happen with time. That transition probably won't happen until it's a little bit closer to the state of Florida. So looking at the radar now, looking at these cells, I'm going to pull up some of the radar data here and looking at what's going on here now. I don't think that we've got a high threat from any of these storms right now. As you look at the radar here across Pinellas and over towards Hillsborough County, definitely no tornado threat in Pinellas and Hillsborough County. Where there is going to be that tornado threat, it's going to be a little farther toward the east. But these cells here, Polk County tornado warning, Lakeland up toward just about Davenport, Haines City, and then southern Polk County, Sebring. This is all to the east of Wauchula, Zolfo Springs. Potential for a brief spin up here, but the likelihood that there's anything on the ground, pretty low with this system. I don't think that the threat for this one is very high. There you see, we're going to pull up some of the wind data. Polk County storm right there. If there is any rotation, if there is something, it's going to be back here. So this right here is the Polk Parkway. So Florida Polytechnic is in this area. This is south of Florida Polytechnic, the area of rotation. It's heading right up the Parkway, and it's going to head up generally towards Polk City. It'll start turning more northeast. So you see the way the warning is oriented, or northwest, I should say, Winter Haven toward 98 and up towards Pasco County. By the way, Winter Haven, the tornado threat for you is done. Haines City, that's done as well. I know you're officially in the warning. Polk City, it's going to be the south side of Polk City, the side of Polk City, the I-4 side of Polk City, down to the Polk Parkway here. That's where the area of rotation is. That's going to track across I-4 and then head up generally north of Gibsonia, maybe that Kathleen area. Folks along 98. Maybe should track this one carefully. I'm going to do a storm track on this. Generally, these have been moving at about 20 miles per hour. So as we track it towards the end of the warning, Providence Community is the only one that shows up generally in that area, the I-4 corridor and up 98. So that would be the area of that storm that we could see a brief tornado touchdown. As far as the other warnings, well, there's a new warning right there. And you know what? I think this one is of more concern than the one that's up in northern Polk County. So this just popped up. It's a radar indicated tornado, DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, Polk County. But I can tell you already, not all of those places, I'm not concerned about all of those counties under that warning. I think if there is a tornado here, it's southern Polk. It's between Frostproof and Fort Meade. It's that little bright purple and blue right there on the map. That right there is 98. So Highway 27, and then you head west on 98. This is going to be 98. I guess it would be heading over toward Fort Meade. Anyone between 27 and 17 on 98. This is the new tornado warning that was just issued for this storm. There could be a brief tornado here. The warning until 3:30. Time now is 2:59. So for the next 30 minutes, a tornado warning on this storm. The Weather Service says that a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado was located near Sebring, moving north at, and this one's moving fast, 55 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation is the reason the warning was issued. So unlike the tornado that we had earlier with this system, which was on the ground tracking through Highlands County, this one is just radar indicated for now. So we'll do a storm track. They're tracking it north at 55. This is a fast mover. That's why this warning extends so far to the north. Moving it north, there's your track. West Lake Wales, 315. West Scenic Park, 318. And over towards the Juanita area at 321. Cypress Gardens at 324. If it holds together, and it may not, this already looks weaker in the last scan, this is going to be all west of 27. That's Highway 27. This is south of Auburndale, south of Winter Haven. It'll stay between Bartow and 27 heading north. Looking north of there, if it were to continue to hold together, you're looking at a track generally toward the Auburndale area, maybe up towards Winter Haven if it holds together. Looking at this thing right now, I don't think this one's going to hold together for that long. Just looking at the radar presentation, the latest scan, I'm going to go back a couple scans. You see there was a little pop of purple there briefly. Not a high concern for this. There is some weak rotation here in southern Polk County. I don't think this is a high concern. I just don't think we're going to get a lot out of this system. So we'll continue to watch that. We do have some reporters out. Of course, we continue to track Milton out there. We continue to watch the conditions. So while these tornado warnings are relatively quiet right now, we're going to get them throughout the night. Let's head back over towards Lauren and Wendy, who've got more on the conditions that we're seeing all across the area. Ladies.
All right, thank you, Greg. And we want to give you an update now on shelters. We just learned that the emergency evacuation shelter at the Hard Rock in Tampa is now full.
Yeah, and also in Hillsborough County, the Strawberry Crest High School shelter is nearing capacity. Irwin Tech College shelter for people with special needs is also full. Sickles High School and Durant High School are full. We have a full list of the shelter locations on our website right now, abcactionnews.com/hurricane. Super important to take note. A lot of these shelters are starting to fill up. And Sarasota County tells us 2 of its shelters are full. They are Fruitville Elementary School and Taylor Ranch Elementary. The next closest options for those people are Philippi Shores Elementary in Sarasota and Heron Creek Middle School in Northport.
Let's take a look now at some of the power outage numbers. TECO now reporting more than 8,000 customers have already lost electricity. The major areas for these outages are South Tampa, Sun City Center, and near Seffner.
And we have some new video we want to show you now. This is from a security camera, if we can pull that up. It captured a moment an apparent tornado blew by a house in Fort Myers. As soon as we get that video, we'll pull it up for you again, but obviously actually, this is the video right here. This is when you see, if you focus on that green box right there, that's kind of where they're pointing to you, where that apparent tornado, that is some strong wind, Wendy.
Yeah.
And this, again, this is Fort Myers. This is not the Tampa Bay area, but the homeowner who lives there tells us he actually evacuated the area, but he was checking his surveillance cameras attached to his home. So fortunately, no one was inside that home.
Yeah, so that was taken by a surveillance camera, but pretty, a little scary. Our coverage turns now to our south in Sarasota County.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Julie Salamone live now. Julie, how are things looking there in Sarasota?
Well, Lauren, right now it's just sort of drizzling. We got hit with some of those outer bands earlier today. There is some puddling in the water. We were driving around portions of Tamiami Trail in certain sections are also seeing some flooding. So we saw some cars using some turn lanes over there. You can see this street. We're on Novus Street here, about a mile from Sarasota High School, not too far from one of the major high schools in this area. So you can see this street is getting a little bit water in there, but the rain has let up just a little bit. But earlier today we got hit with some of those outer bands. Sarasota County has several shelters open in the area. They ask people living in evacuation zones A, B, and C to leave. And if you need to, go to a shelter. They've been posting regular updates about shelters that are filling up and urging people to go to different shelters in the area based on capacity. They also, I want to point this out, I found this interesting. Yesterday they had said that Riverview High was no longer a shelter, and that is because the National Guard is there. They've got several hundred soldiers stationing at that high school. Riverview High is a major high school here. They've got the soldiers stationing there, and they'll be able to respond after this hurricane moves through the area. So again, if you are living in Sarasota County, A, B, and C, they urge people to get out, including if you're living in a mobile home as well. So I want you to just take a look at the conditions out here right now. Nothing too bad right now as we wait and see exactly where Milton makes landfall at. So a little breezy out here. They're urging people to stay off the roads, obviously. And that is the very latest live here in Sarasota County. I'm going to send it back to you.
Julie, thank you. And we're continuing to check on conditions all across the Bay Area, including in Hillsborough County.
Yeah, that's where we find Ruta Olsenaida. She joins us now live from Tampa. What are you seeing out there in Tampa?
Hey guys, yeah, we're here in West Tampa near Armenia and MLK, and it is a little bit of a ghost town now. Cars are starting to really leave the streets. We've only seen a couple. We have seen a few go to the 7-Eleven behind me here that's boarded up looking for gas. But I don't know if you can see that just a little bit further in. You can see that has been taped off. No more gas at this location near Armenia and MLK. Not too many drivers out on the roads though, so they are listening to those warnings. Where we are, this is not a mandatory evacuation zone, so we are in a safe area. The only thing that's really affecting us right now is a little bit of that wind. Yeah, and that rain is coming down too. It's pelting. So that rain has picked up from the morning. It has been raining all day, but now it's really starting to come down. We have seen a few people here in this residential area behind us out in the rain. Of course, not recommended, as families should really be staying inside right now. As this storm begins to kick off, a lot of the residents in this area, because this is not a mandatory evacuation zone, are staying. So they are bracing the storm. They have put some kind of shutters. We've seen some wood paneling that they put on their windows to try to better protect their homes. But you can see all those cars here still. That means the residents are hunkering down. They're taking shelter inside their homes. Again, if you are outside, you're going to want to make sure you bring it on inside as the rain really starts to come down here and people are preparing for Milton. Now, in this area, things can really start to pick up here in Hillsborough County throughout the hours, and that's where we really have to take those precautions. Again, find a safe area. We were just talking earlier in the show about some of those shelters. Those are starting to fill up. If you are in an evacuation zone, you've got to get out. But right here, we should be safe, and we're taking all the precautions as well. Again, really, that rain is just a big concern. You can see it coming down on the roads. You can also see it here on the roof of this building up there, and that's where you can really see just how powerful the storms are. You can see that water is coming down the roof, splashing all around. So if you don't have to be outside, not recommended. These businesses have now been closed for the last couple hours. So if you wanted to get food, if you wanted to get gas, that hasn't been an option for a little bit. So that's why stocking up before these things is so critical and important. And a lot of these places that were open, maybe were open for just a couple hours in the morning, now they are closed to customers. So you can see some of the businesses behind us here as well. They've got signs on their doors that are telling people to stay safe, that they'll be back once things brush over this area. But we've talked to a couple neighbors here. They were still considering whether to evacuate the area. Again, this is a non-mandatory evacuation zone, but just to take those precautions, what they've been seeing on TV, what they've been hearing, they have wanted to stay safe. And we've heard from neighbors. They know this is a 1 in 100 year storm. They want to protect themselves and their families, their pets. They were taking those steps yesterday, all into the night at our home where we were staying. We heard people putting up things to protect their windows and their homes. That is always such a good idea. So what I like to report is that things are quiet for now, and that's always good news. Not a lot of cars on the roads, and that's what we really like to see. People hunkering down, not driving anywhere if they don't need to. Even right now, we're hours before the hurricane is expected to hit, but people are listening to the warnings, and for that, we are so glad. So as this thing develops, we'll make sure to keep you updated. But right now, you can see that wind is picking up. You can see the rain is coming down, but that is kind of where our worries end for now. We will, of course, make sure to keep you updated throughout the day, throughout the evening. So make sure to check all of our platforms for the latest. We're staying safe. We're in a good spot. Don't worry about us, but we'll be sure to bring you the latest, guys.
Hey, Ruta, this is Wendy Ryan on our desk. Do you have an idea of exactly where you are in Tampa? I know you were on Del Mabry last night. Were you in that same area? Because Tampa, it could be South Tampa, it could be North Tampa. I'm just curious. And I'm also curious if you've seen any flooding, because I know some areas, even if it's not in a flood zone, still flood with all the rain we've had.
No, that's a great question. So we are in West Tampa near Armenia and MLK. And of course, we see those water levels rising already. I mean, I could even just show you just from the rain we've seen so far. So you can see it's starting to pick up. Anything that's downstream, it's only going to gather. And the residential areas where there's a couple dips in the road, that's where some of those problems lie. So be careful, Mike, right behind you there. But see right there, there's already puddles forming. I mean, it's the least of our worries now. But anywhere where there's just a little bit of a lower level, we are starting to see some of that water gather. Now on the roads, not as much, which is again great news, but just a little bit of that, water accumulation. Again, just because it's been raining all day. So it's right up to my ankles now. It's gonna get a lot worse, but we are seeing it in some of those dips in the roads.
And we're going to see it throughout Tampa. Unfortunately, Ruta, thank you so much for that live report there from the West Tampa area, not too far from our station. Actually.
Right, yeah, and as we've talked about, there's just been so much rain, and of course Hurricane Helene and all the rain it brought, and Debbie before that the ground is so saturated that we're seeing that you don't have to be in a flood zone for the area to flood, as we saw in so many parts of Tampa, in the last couple of months. It's quite concerning. All right, we have team coverage now. We're going to continue our team coverage.
Actually, we're going to take a look at Key West. Is that correct? We're going to take a live look at Key West right now.
Oh.
We were showing you the southernmost point earlier, and it's just gotten worse the past few hours. Again, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then again, we still have a car.
I believe it looks like there's a couple walking there, but
it's Key West, though, as Greg mentioned. It is an island, and I guess this is just normal for them. They don't really blink at a Cat 4 coming in.
Truly, but I mean, the waves crashing over, they've really grown in size in the past few hours, and it shows how this hurricane is really impacting so much of the state right now.
Absolutely. And, it's funny that you just continue to see trucks and people walking. And, here we are saying, please evacuate, don't go anywhere near the water, and it's just funny that here we are in Key West. And,
Whatever.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we want to get a quick hit with our weather center. Jason Adams is standing by. I think he has some warnings for you.
Yeah,
and what's going on out there?
Yeah,
Please
tornado
take it.
warnings that we want to talk about here. This one for extreme eastern Highlands County. So once my graphics is loaded here, we'll get started. By the way, the 3 o'clock advisory came in from the National Hurricane Center. Remember, hour by hour updates now. Every single hour, we're going to get an update to landfall. Still looking at the storm at 130-mile-per-hour winds. Hopefully for the 4 or 5 o'clock advisory, we can get that down by about 5 to 10 miles per hour, as landfall is projected, of course, to be at Category 3 somewhere in Sarasota, Manatee, or Pinellas County. So here's what it looks like on the radar now. We've got massive tornado warning covering a lot of the area inland. We also now have a brand new flash flood warning in the mix as well. We'll get to all of these here over the next few minutes, but the newest warning is coming up in extreme eastern sections here of Highlands and also Polk County. It's this very small area here. So for Highlands, Polk until 3:30, we've got the opportunity for a tornado or two within this area. And we have a rather large tornado warning that is showing up until 3:30 that covers DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, and also Polk County. So what I'm going to do, one more warning I want to get on the screen here as well. This is the flash flood warning. So let me, clear these out, and let's just do the flash flood warning, because this one's going to be very important, as well as we are setting up, unfortunately, what looks to be a very significant flooding event here across Tampa Bay with this hurricane coming on shore. So in green now, there is the new flash flood warning. Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, down through Highlands, DeSoto, Hardy, and even northeastern Manatee County. This is where we have a flash flood warning. That means if flooding is not happening right now, it is imminent in areas that are prone to flooding around creeks, rivers, streams, water basins, anything close to the water. You have that threat for flooding at this time. So as we look at the velocity, I'm going to turn the rain off. I'm going to look at the radar, look at the winds inside of these thunderstorms and these squalls, and see exactly what we're looking at as far as where there could possibly be rotation. And it looks like it's showing up in a couple of areas, but thankfully I'm not seeing anything that is too concerning at this point. But why they're highlighting a couple of these spots is we have rotation here along 98 to the east-southeast of Sebring in a couple of spots. So both of these areas are where we're seeing the potential for a tornado. I'm looking also to see if I see any debris showing up, and unlike what we did have earlier when Greg was covering for about 30-35 minutes, multiple tornado warnings that did have a couple of debris signatures in them, these did not. So that's what we're looking at with those tornado warnings. Let me put the warnings back up, because I also want to give you a heads up if you are north into Polk County. That's where this large tornado warning goes all the way up to Bartow, Lake Wales, and Frostproof. Let me look at the winds again, and we've got a couple of warnings, or a couple of areas of spin in here. And the one that looks a little more concerning, if not a tornado, certainly some damaging wind gusts within this as well, is what's between Fort Meade and Highway 27. So between 17 and 27, this is where we're looking at the potential for, whether it be a tornado or not, damaging winds coming up at a strong potential. Some of the winds are showing up here as high as 72 miles per hour. So again, regardless of whether we have a tornado or not, we are getting significant wind in these areas at this time. Not seeing any debris showing up on the debris tracker, so some good news there. But if you are within these areas here along 640, Rocker Road, Snell Road, Hollinsworth Road, Long Lake Road, and Westlake Wales, Alturas Road. These are the areas that this rotation is going to be moving, where you see the bright blue colors right next to the darker shade of green. This is where we're seeing possible rotation on the radar. According to the warning, it is moving pretty quickly as well. Let me pull up some of that information again with the warning and read it to you. This is moving off to the east-northeast, or excuse me, the west-northwest. So moving closer to I-4 here at a pretty good clip at about 55 miles per hour. So north-northwest movement located again a couple of spots near Sebring, and then also this one here to the west of Crooked Lake. This is going to be off pretty quickly up toward I-4 and also areas along 17 and Highway 60 here within about 15 minutes at a minimum with that fast movement. So if you're north of this area, up toward Bartow and Lake Wales, and then eventually if these hold together, getting up toward I-4 in the very densely populated areas here along I-4 from Lakeland over through Auburndale, Winter Haven, and Haines City. We've got to watch these for you as well. So just wanted to give you a heads up on these tornado warnings and also alert you to the fact that we have seen now a flash flood warning showing up that encompasses a lot of the I-4 corridor, and then where these bands have produced several inches of rainfall here to the south and southwest. There's the eye. It's getting closer and closer to the coast. We're now getting sustained tropical storm force winds here at the beaches from Nokomis all the way north up to Anna Maria Island. This outer band here are the strong tropical storm force winds that are now beginning to move onshore, where the hurricane force winds are only 35 miles out from the center, which is right here. So you go 35 miles to the east. This band here is where the sustained hurricane force winds start, and those will start to move onshore here in Sarasota and Manatee County within about 3 hours at a minimum. It's moving at 16, 17 miles per hour to the east-northeast and put about 50, 60 miles from the eye to our coast, and that gives you about 3 hours at a minimum before we start to see some of these stronger winds associated with this. We have two eye walls. Dennis and I were just talking about this with Greg as well. We have the initial eye here, and then we have this outer eye wall that it looked like at a time this could have been trying to renew its eye wall. We saw that eye wall replacement cycle yesterday. We spent a lot of time talking about that on social media as well. It may have been trying to do that, but we've been also telling you that the environment, once it gets into our part of the Gulf, is not favorable for those intensification periods. So it may have tried to start one, but now it's just got two eye walls that it's stuck with. We have an open eye wall. The National Hurricane Center saying the hurricane hunters flying into it are seeing that the southern eye wall is open. If this were to continue strengthening or try to strengthening, that eye wall would need to be completely closed around the entire center. So that's what we're looking at here now. No tornado warnings near our coastal areas, but we're now beginning to get those strong tropical storm force winds to show up, and extremely heavy rainfall setting up now in Polk, Hillsborough, and Pinellas County, where we do have these new flash flood warnings that are in effect. Looks like we've got a couple of new tornado warnings as well. Yep, we got another tornado warning that just popped up. This one actually may be an updated version of the one that I was just telling you about a second ago. So this tornado warning here till 3:30, Highlands and Polk County. Looks like this dangerous storm around Lake Wales and Winter Haven. So this one's more for the eastern side here of Polk County along Highway 27. And this is radar indicated rotation. It's moving to the north at about 55 miles. And this possible tornado, this latest one, newest one, was located near Avon Park. So let's get down here into the Highlands County area briefly, really quickly. Wrong key. Let me try that again. So around Avon Park. If you are in the Avon Park area, there is a possible tornado here for you all. Let me look at the velocity, see what it's showing up. Looks pretty broad. If we were to be more concerned about a tornado, you'd see that green, that blue color right next to each other in a very small area. That's more indicative of a rapid rotation or one that's trying to strengthen. So this we'll have to watch. That's why they say it's radar indicated rotation, not radar confirmed with debris or a spotter telling us that we have a possible tornado in these areas. This one's going to be moving north-northwest at 55 miles per hour. So again, along 27 and to the east in inland and eastern sections here of Polk County. This is where we're looking at this potential tornado near Avon Park and Sebring, moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. Very strong winds showing up now along I-4. So whether we get a tornado or not, with this band coming into Lakeland right now in Winter Haven, we're getting 50+ mile per hour wind gusts within this band. Within our tropical system or hurricane, we have very strong winds aloft, and within the bands themselves, these bright red and orange areas, those bands have such a downdraft with the heavy rainfall that the momentum is pulling down some of those stronger winds aloft. So that's why within the bands themselves, we get the hurricane force gusts or the tropical storm force gusts, and that's what we're currently seeing here right now. So let me put the warnings back up, see if any new warnings have popped up. and it looks like one over toward Osceola County, which is out of our area. So yeah, again, northern sections of Highlands County and central and southern sections of Polk County. We're continuing to watch this for you all as well. I do want to highlight the coast though, because the coast extremely vulnerable to surge as we go over the next 8 to 10 hour period where the eye makes landfall into the south. We talked about this as well. We got an update from the National Hurricane Center. I'll pull that map up for you if you missed it about an hour ago, that they did nudge the number down just a little bit. It's not anything to get excited about as far as what this surge threat could be at and south of the landfall of where this eye is going to be, but we'll take really anything that we can get at this point. And what it's showing is that we now have a 9 to 13 foot surge forecast from the Hurricane Center from Anna Maria Island, south through Longboat, Siesta, Lido, Casey, all the way down to Minnesota Key. That's the new projection now, from 10 to 15 feet this morning to 9 to 13 feet, as the storm is seeing not a rapid weakening, but a weakening enough to lower the numbers just a little bit. The problem is I don't want anybody to see this and think, oh, okay, we're seeing the storm weakening, and then be surprised at how damaging or destructive it still could be. When you have a Category 5 hurricane weakening to a Category 3, there are still some physical properties with tropical systems that can hold that destruction, not Category 5 level, but not, I just don't want the perception to be that, oh, okay, we're out of the woods with this. We're hopeful that we could see these numbers on the lower end, but as we saw with Helene, the forecast for 5 to 8 feet verified with a lot of us on average around 7 feet. Still looking at 8 to 12 for Pinellas and Hillsborough County. So that's Tampa Bay and Pinellas County's coastline. The numbers for those of you north of I-4, north of Tarpon Springs, we're talking about Anclote up to Arequipa. These areas here along the Hernando County coast, 3 to 5 feet. And then we're looking at 2 to 4 feet showing up for Crystal River and Citrus County. The winds are going to mainly be offshore, though. This is just the volume of water being pushed toward the coast that still could cause some water rises. But of course, that main concern is going to be where we see the landfall happening. Hour by hour for this, as we're watching these strong tropical storm force winds begin to move onshore. This is where we're at right now with the tropical storm force gusts showing up here at the coast. 58, 60 mile per hour wind gusts have been showing up here in St. Petersburg. That's where the winds have been their strongest so far. And let me take a peek and see if we have any new gusts that have been reported here from the National Weather Service. Doesn't look like we've seen anything new as far as updates go. So again, already 60 mile per hour gusts possible. Fast forward here to 5 o'clock, hurricane force winds begin to approach the coast. By 8 o'clock tonight, hurricane force winds now on the coast with this landfalling tropical storm or landfalling hurricane. And if this wobbles a north or south movement, that's why we're saying Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota, even though eventually here in 6 hours or so, we may see it landfalling in Manatee or Sarasota County. 35 miles north and south of the eye is where we're looking at the hurricane force winds, and that brings that into Pinellas and also into Hillsborough County as well. Making landfall sometime between 9 and midnight. It may be 8 to midnight. We'll have to watch this as it's speeding up about 16 to 17 miles per hour. And then as we go to 11 o'clock tonight, hurricane force sustained winds, southern Pinellas, southwestern Hillsborough County, this including Tampa Metro as well, all of Manatee and all of Sarasota counties, looking at this hurricane force sustained winds with gusts that could be over 100 miles per hour. Remember, for the entire Tampa Bay market, we're looking at Crystal River down to Inglewood and then east to Highlands and Polk County. Not everybody sees 100 plus mile per hour winds. Most of the area will not see that. It's within the 35-mile range outside of the eye that we're going to be looking at the potential for those 75 to 100, 110 mile per hour wind gusts. So those are the areas that we're going to have to watch closely. Not everybody will get the worst of this storm. The problem is that it's a multifaceted system, as all hurricanes are. So we've had the tornado risk already this afternoon with confirmed tornadoes to the southeast of Tampa. This is also not only a landfall and surge risk, but now we have to be concerned significant flash flooding is probably going to be taking shape as well. And I was just talking to Greg a moment ago about this, and the Weather Prediction Center is the team of meteorologists that issue high, moderate, or slight risks for flooding. They have all of us I-4 north in a high risk, a very rare risk to be put out for flooding. What they said is that the storm generally parallel or along the I-4 corridor to the south. What this means is that based on the National Hurricane Center advisory, this is going to put the Tampa metro area within a zone of rainfall that could exceed 12 inches and maybe isolated spots as high as 18 inches of rainfall. So that's what we're looking at. Another faceted part of this system is that somewhere from Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk County north, we could see some spots that get easily over a foot of rainfall. and some that could be in isolated amounts of up to 1.5 feet of rain, which will lead to significant freshwater flooding in areas along and north of I-4 that may not be in the worst part of the winds that we're going to be seeing here out of this hurricane as it comes on shore. I'll show you that with another map here. Don't focus in on the numbers because the numbers are not accurate. There are some things that I would need to tweak, but on the fly, I do want to show it to you because it generally shows that band that we're speaking of, that band that's here along and north of I-4 for the heaviest rainfall. So notice these pink, gray, and white colors that show up here: Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, over to Polk County, also getting into Sumter and Hernando counties. This is the zone that we could potentially, by the time this system gets out of here tomorrow morning, we could be talking about some spots seeing more than 1 foot of rain here from Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, all the way over to Daytona into the Orlando metro as well, because the northern Eyewall, if the storm system comes into Manatee County and heads this way, the northern Eyewall is going to be moving here across this zone, and that northern Eyewall could produce rainfall rates of 4 to 6 inches of rain per hour. Our normal thunderstorms that we see can do that in the summertime, but this could be several hours of that along and north of the I-4 corridor, depending on exactly how this moves onshore.
And Jason, speaking of that rain, they just issued a giant flash flood warning. This extends from basically where that Pinellas County warning stops down into Highlands County. So this must cover 60% of our population, or maybe 50% of our population in there. That is large, and they're already anticipating what's fallen and then what's coming from Milton. I mean, this is not even the core of Milton, right? That's still down to the south and west.
Correct. So that's why the concern is there for that 12 to 18 inches of rainfall showing up. And what Greg was alluding to is in this flash flood warning area that includes Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, Lakeland, and then down south to Sebring, 2 to 4 inches of rainfall had already fallen, and we're still looking at another 2 to 4 just from this band that is currently rolling through these areas right now. And now we're beginning to see another band setting up here for coastal spots in Holmes Beach. We had an emergency manager there report 4 inches of rainfall in 1 hour in Holmes Beach earlier today. That, of course, on Anna Maria Island. This band here is where the hurricane force winds start. This band here is that very small area around the eye where right now we get 130-mile-per-hour winds. And distance-wise off the coast, guys, it is almost here. This has been a little bit of a speeding up process for this tropical system. The center of the eye now within 75 miles of our coast. So doing quick math, I'm terrible at doing quick math off the top of my head, but 75 miles divided by 16, we're talking about 4.5 hours before landfall of the eye if it moves into the Sarasota, Manatee County area, maybe about 5.5 hours if it goes into Pinellas County. And if it does take a little more wobble to the east and more so Charlotte Harbor area down towards Charlotte County, it could potentially be a little bit longer than that, around 5.5 hours as well. So unfortunately, now this is the time that the heart of the hurricane is starting, but we've seen just how extensive this hurricane already is by producing the multiple tornado warnings, confirmed tornadoes, and also that flash flood potential that we're seeing in our inland spots. Want to get back here as well, give you another update, see if there's any new information on these tornado warnings within Polk and also Highlands counties. And I still haven't seen any confirmation of tornadoes, and they're still saying, the National Weather Service is still saying that these are radar indicated. So positive, if there's any positive in this, is that we're not seeing radar confirmed or storm spotter confirmed like we did see earlier today down toward the Clewiston area, Okeechobee, Alligator Alley. We actually had massive tornadoes down there. Very rare to get very large tornadoes within hurricanes, but it can happen. And it reminds me of back in 2004 with Hurricane Ivan. We had an EF2 tornado that hit Panama City and unfortunately killed some people back up there when Ivan hit the Panhandle. That's the size of the tornadoes that we had in southern sections today down toward Lake O and getting into Alligator Alley. So if you are in these tornado warned areas, you're already prepared. If you've been preparing for the hurricane, because everybody here in Tampa Bay, including our inland spots, has been under a hurricane warning for over 24 hours now, you're already prepared for these tornadoes. If you need a refresher about what to do with tornadoes, because we've been so focused on the hurricane risk, especially at the coast with the surge, you want to get to the lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside winds as possible. Those walls will protect you from any flying debris that a possible tornado could be bringing in. Even if you're not getting tornadoes, these bands are showing winds over 70 miles per hour aloft. So we could be seeing 65 plus mile per hour wind gusts within these bands as they're rolling through. And you may think it could be a tornado, but that's just what these tropical storm bands are putting out. And as quickly as I say that, they're over now. They've canceled, it looks like, the tornado warnings, or they set them to expire at 3:30, and they have not reissued. So a few more warnings out there over toward Lake Okeechobee. Like Greg was mentioning, flash flooding now occurring. If not, it will begin shortly in this area of a flash flood warning. That includes the bulk of our area. There's also one here in Pinellas County as well. So from Pinellas County to Polk County, 5:30, 6:15, flash flood warnings are now in place. That's when they're set to expire. We most likely, because of the ongoing flood threat coming in with the center of the storm, that's what's going to be heading our way here through the remainder of the night. So there it is. We are looking at now 75 miles to the southwest of Sarasota. We are watching very closely to see if this does jog a little more to the north. Does it jog a little more to the south? If you've watched Dennis Phillips live for the last 2 nights, Dennis has spent a copious amount of time talking about how no human or computer can pick wobbles up when it comes to tropical storms. We had one of those wobbles earlier today. It was moving more like this, and then it moved like this, and now it's moving a little more like this. So does this bring it up to Pinellas County? That is a possibility. We are not looking at any specific point being the actual forecast landfall at this time. You just can't do that. So unfortunately here, Sarasota, Manatee, Pinellas, and Hillsborough County, this is the zone that this eyewall is eventually going to come on shore here. And the farther north it goes, the higher the surge will be here for Tampa and Pinellas County. So Hillsborough, Pinellas County. That's why the 8 to 12 foot surge forecast has not changed. It did come down a little bit from the 10 to 15 that was yesterday, so it was good to see that. Unfortunately, 8 to 12, even if it's only 8 feet, would be over what we saw in Helene, which was around 7.2 feet in Tampa. Clearwater had a surge of 6.6 feet. St. Pete had a surge of 6.3 feet during Helene. Sarasota had a surge of about 5.5 feet. We're looking at potentially doubling these numbers depending on exactly where this comes on shore. So that's the very latest, guys, that we have here. I'm going to take a quick breather, grab a water. Any new tornado warnings, I'm going to have those 2 amazing ladies that are on the anchor desk send it back over to me and Dennis. Dennis is getting ready himself. He's mic'd up, so Dennis is about to start taking over. Looking at one little thing. Okay, a couple of confirmed tornado warnings are showing up, but they're not in our area. So yes, we'll send it over to you all. Give us the latest that you have. How's it looking power outage wise? Are we seeing any concerns out there at this time with power outages starting?
Oh, yeah, we definitely can give you an update on that. We had several with TECO, FPL, as well as Duke Energy. I remember the last time I looked, 4,000, I think, outages in Pinellas.
It's about 8,000 now. So
8,000, yeah,
doubled.
so it's doubled that. Yeah, and I know we had, as I was looking, I think I had FPL pulled up as well.
TECO about nearly 10,000 at this point. So we are starting to see those power outages trickle in.
And actually with Duke, there was 11,000 if you include just a little bit north and south of us as well. So yeah, there's definitely some issues with power outages. And by the way, we've been getting quite a few calls from some viewers telling us that they're having trouble getting our station on DirecTV.
Yes, we want to let you know we are aware of the problem and we are working to get our coverage back on DirecTV. So hopefully it should be back up pretty soon. And we want to let you know if you do lose power or signal and you have a radio, you can still listen to our coverage from our team of meteorologists and reporters throughout the storm. We partnered with several local radio stations. They're right there on your screen.
Yeah, make sure you have extra batteries in case they run out too, and in case you lose power. Our radio partners include 99.5 WQYK, 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM. Again, if you lose power, we will be simulcasting our coverage live on those channels.
Got to actually find batteries and not just a charger.
That's right.
And you can also scan the QR code right here on your screen to download our mobile and streaming apps if you aren't already watching us that way. This way, if you do lose power, you can still watch us on your phone, your tablet, or any other streaming device. And I cannot stress this enough. If you still have power right now, make sure your phones are plugged into your chargers, all of that electronic equipment that you really need. Make sure it is all charged up just in case you lose power later tonight.
Yeah, and I also want to just give this emergency warning because Dennis talks about it all the time. If you have a generator, do not plug it in your house, near your doors, near your windows. It has to be outside of your home completely, not in your garage either, because as we've seen in the Bay Area, people die, unfortunately, because they've put a generator inside their home or near a door, and it's just so very dangerous. So if you do have a generator and you lose power, please put it outside in a safe location.
Super important.
So our team coverage on Hurricane Milton continues in Pinellas County now, which got hit very, very hard during Hurricane Helene, and still have a lot of storm coverage and storm debris lining the streets right now.
Yeah, so many neighborhoods unfortunately have that debris. ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler is live for us in downtown St. Pete tonight. Eric, what are you seeing out there?
Well, Lauren, the conditions are definitely deteriorating. We are in downtown St. Petersburg, just a couple blocks away from Tropicana Field. This is where we will be for the duration of this storm into the afternoon, all the way into the early morning hours. We're at the True Hotel by Hilton, and like so many people here, we are taking refuge inside the best we can, feeling safe in this 7-story building. In fact, you can take a look at some of the people inside there. There are people from nearby homes that are just didn't feel safe where they were. We heard family from Treasure Island. People here are here with their dogs, and everybody, of course, has just been inside trying to make the best of it right now. Now, when it comes to downtown St. Petersburg and all of St. Petersburg, let's start with the storm surge. There is that concern because during Hurricane Helene, so many neighborhoods were flooded out worse than they ever have before, and now it could be double that, depending on how things play out. An 8 to 12 foot storm surge would just be devastating for so many neighborhoods, the northeast side of St. Petersburg, Shore Acres. And then, of course, there is the wind, the threat of hurricane force winds coming through here. And things were so concerning that the city of St. Petersburg put out a warning because of the construction cranes that are set up working on the new building towers in downtown St. Petersburg. There's 4 different construction sites, and those things can only stand so much. We have seen cases in other cities where they have blown over, where they have crashed down because of high winds over 100 miles an hour. So the warning from the city was, if you live near one of those, and fortunately we're not close to one of those where we are right here, you should relocate, or when the storm is at its peak, go inside to an interior room away from the windows. We hope it doesn't come to that. We're told that they set those cranes to a weather vane setting so that they kind of absorb the wind and maybe blow around as opposed to trying to resist the wind. So hopefully we don't see any incidents with that. In the meantime, you're looking at Central Avenue. Things are quiet. We still have seen some people come out and about walking their dogs for a few minutes, but conditions definitely worsening. You see these 2 of the newer apartment buildings. And in fact, on a lighter note, we've been keeping an eye on this man and his family over there. They've got a Jake Skellington decoration for Halloween set up there, and it's been hanging in the wind and still going strong. People on social media, I posted some pictures of it, and they want to follow Jack through the storm, and hopefully if he's standing, then we know maybe St. Petersburg didn't get it that bad, but he's out there, and we'll say hi to him and his wife. We can't talk to him from here yet, but maybe, yeah, he's saying prayers, of course, for everyone here in downtown St. Petersburg. We'll say these women are knocking on the window over here, so we better let them say hi before we go. Everybody trying to make the best of a very bad situation here in downtown St. Petersburg, but we'll be here through the night as Hurricane Milton comes our way. Live in downtown St. Petersburg, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. You know, in the field, you always need a gauge, and I like Eric's better than, you know, a flagpole or something.
For
We
sure,
love that.
absolutely.
We'll be checking back in with you. Thank you, Eric. We do want to check in on the bridges now. These are live pictures right now from the Sunshine Skyway and the Howard Franklin bridges. Both of these bridges are closed. They have been for several hours now. Also to note, westbound Gandy is closed to all traffic, and westbound Courtney Campbell closed to all traffic. The eastbound lanes somehow are still open. I can't imagine that's going to last much longer. We'll, of course, keep you updated, but yeah, just don't go on the bridges right now.
Absolutely. Good advice.
We continue our team coverage in Palmetto, and that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton.
And Casey, I know you're north of Bradenton, which is also expected to get a brunt of this storm. You were around mobile homes there earlier with so many not evacuating. Are you in that same area? What are you seeing out there?
So I'm not in that area right now just because our crew decided to be safer to move a little bit further inland just for our protection, but I did see a lot of people staying in those mobile homes and trying to ride out this storm, and that's something that you definitely don't want to do, especially in, you know, zone A, B, and C. And you can see it's pretty gusty already out here, but those areas are expecting to get a lot of storm surge, so that's why it's really dangerous out there to really try to ride out the storm. So you can still go to any of the shelters that are open over here. I do know that there are 16 shelters accepting people over here in Manatee County, and I do want to mention that Palmetto PD, they came over and they were checking on us, and they actually said that they were going door to door in those neighborhoods where all those mobile homes were, and they said that they were telling people to write their social security numbers on their arms so then they can be identified after the storm. And that is really difficult to hear. It's a really sad situation for a lot of those people who are planning on hunkering down during this. So definitely, if you have time, if you are able to, you know, get to higher ground. We are in a neighborhood right now that's a little bit further from those mobile homes, and we have a lot of homes that are boarded up right now. It is raining. There are some strong gusts of wind out here. We did see a couple people come out and walk their dogs in between those gusts of wind and that heavy rain. So we're kind of in a moment right now where we're able to be outside and be able to bring this information to you guys. I do also know that Bradenton PD, they were talking about how they have rescue equipment ready, water rescue equipment, but they cannot use it if the wind is over 40 miles an hour. So just keep that in mind if you do have emergencies in those zones in A, B, or C, or if you're in a mobile home, emergency crews might not be able to get to you for a while. So also keep that in mind. But we are really hoping that this community, you know, gets through this storm as best as they can, and we're just keeping an eye on everything out here. We're trying to bring as much information to you and let you know that you still have time to get to a shelter before this storm makes landfall. Back to you guys.
All right, Casey, thank you. And we've seen video of tornadoes and other possible tornadoes touching down across the Bay Area throughout this afternoon. And we just got video in our newsroom from North Fort Myers. Look at this. It shows some of the intense damage left behind from that already. Wow, and that is from this tornado damage. You can see these homes just ripped apart, trees down, and debris scattered along the lawn and the grass there. It is just can show you what one tornado can do to that small neighborhood there. Just frightening.
A tornado before the hurricane.
Right, which we know is going to be incredibly intense. We turn now to downtown Sarasota, where we will definitely see both storm surge and those high winds that we've been hearing about from Milton. And that's where we find our Chad Mills.
So Chad, how are conditions where you are? I feel like I definitely hear the rain for sure.
Yeah, we have rain and we have wind because we are in one of the outer bands right now. Sometimes hard to show the wind, but we can definitely show it right here on Sarasota Bay. You look out there and you can see where the rain kind of whipping over the surface of Sarasota Bay because, you know, the wind going north where we're standing right now as Milton kind of creeps closer to the state of Florida. Here in Sarasota, ordered evacuations for zone A, B, and C, and it seems like a lot of people did obey those evacuation orders. That's the good news, but the city within the past couple of minutes continue to urging people to get out if they are in one of those evacuation zones. We have been in a little bit of a lull for the most part this afternoon, so that is still allowing people to make it to emergency shelters that are throughout the county if they need to. Let's take a look at Sarasota Bay. We're standing at Marina Jack, if you know where that is, near downtown. You see the skyline of downtown there in the background. Take a look at some of these boats. You can tell that the owners were not playing around. They used a lot of rope tying them up extra good to the cleats there that are on those docks. And you can see how tall those pillars are. They're floating docks, so the thinking is when the water rises, those docks can rise along with the surge that comes in, but to an extent. They are hoping, of course, that the surge will not be too bad here at the marina, but again, we just don't know right now. Obviously, there is going to be a great level of surge here in the Sarasota County area, but the track, as Milton gets closer and closer to Florida, will be important to look at because, as our meteorologists have said all along, slight wobbles here or there can really make a difference in some areas. And as the rain kind of calms down now, we get a clear view off in the distance there. That is Bird Key, St. Armand's Circle in the distance there. It was kind of hard to see just a minute ago because of all of the wind and rain, but you can see the silhouette of palm trees and homes out there right now. As of 7 o'clock last night, the county shut down access to all of those barrier islands. There is no reason to be out there right now. We were out there yesterday, though, before 7 o'clock, and just talking to the maybe one or two homeowners that we found out there, they are just distraught right now. You got to think Sarasota County has really bared the brunt of this hurricane season in Florida so far. There was Debbie back in early August. You saw areas inland in Sarasota along Philippi Creek. They flooded so severely during Debbie. Then there was Helene, of course, just 2 weeks ago. This area saw so much damage. The barrier islands did as well. As we were driving around out there yesterday, some debris removed, but by and large, St. Armand Circle, Lido Key, there was still debris everywhere you looked. Talking to some of the people out there who were making those last-minute preparations last night, they worry about, 2x4s, pieces of drywall that have been ripped out, couches, cabinets, you name it, could turn into missiles if this area takes a direct hit and sees those strong gusts of hurricane-force wind, which we expect will be the case based on the track right now. They're just hoping and praying that this area will be okay. But again, the good news is most people are treating this thing very seriously. Again, they've been tested by Debbie, tested by Helene. They're not taking chances with Milton. But these are the conditions right now as we look out. Sarasota Bay, again, you can see getting a little bit of wind right now, kind of going across the bay. We expect it to get much worse as the night goes along. No wave action here in the marina right now, but of course that will change. The city, though, says the bulk of the surge will happen well after Milton passes, perhaps sometime tomorrow morning. So even after the storm passes, so important to stay inside. You don't want to venture out. And you really don't want to venture out right now, again, unless you're going to one of those emergency shelters. We are seeing wind, some palm fronds down for now, but I would say generally safe if you're driving a short distance to an emergency shelter. But the time frame narrowing so much. Casey mentioned that, Palmetto, they cut off emergency services at 40 miles per hour. That's also the case here in Sarasota County as well. As when those winds reach 40 miles per hour sustained, emergency services will not be able to respond to you wherever you are in this county. So you really don't want to take any chances here. If you need to get to an emergency shelter in Sarasota County, the time to do it is right now, and really that window is so small at this point. Again, people just hoping and praying for the best. We were out on Lido Key yesterday. I was talking to a woman who took on 3 feet of water in her home there during Helene. There's part of her that wants to move away, but then you think about all the good times here, and that's kind of the catch-22 that a lot of people are facing right now. They don't want to continue to do this every year, but they do enjoy this beautiful area when it is beautiful outside. Send things back to you guys in studio for now.
All right, Chad, thank you. We want to welcome in our chief meteorologist, Dennis Phillips, who is now joining our coverage continuous until, of course, and after this hurricane makes landfall. So, Dennis, you've been watching this thing for days now. Are you surprised with how it's coming in and the wobbles we've seen?
Well, I can't say surprised, Wendy. And by the way, before we get going here, let's kind of say how the next 6 to 12 hours are going to go. So, obviously, we're going to be on continuous. Greg has been working, Shay has been working, Jason is here. We're all here, clearly not going anywhere because going outside is not a smart idea anyway. And we're just going to kind of be rotating through our group, and we have a new meteorologist on staff as well. Allie's going to be in here as well. We're just going to kind of go through the process because right now, as Wendy said, look, there's no reason to be out. I mean, Chad said, yes, there is still a window of opportunity that's closing quickly. Honestly, if you live in Sarasota, I think that window has closed because you're now picking up the leading edge of the heaviest weather, the strongest winds, all right? So let's talk about where we are in terms of expectations, okay? So when we look at this right now, clearly there's your eye, right? This storm, and I'll tell you, last night, if you were watching at 11 o'clock, the models, the NHC still had a 2 or 3 a.m. landfall. The models were going faster. They were going landfall maybe 10 or 11. Looks to me like it's going to be even faster than that. Now, granted, we are expecting this to slow down a little bit in some areas. But here is the issue, and this has been the issue for the last couple of days. Wendy just hit the nail on the head, those wobbles. Wobbles are absolutely positively unpredictable. There's no one on Earth, there's no model on Earth that can predict them because there's so many factors that go into play. And what we have right now is exactly what we talked about yesterday and the day before. Remember how we said as this is going to approach, you're going to have a lopsided system. Matter of fact, I think yesterday we were saying south of the eye, it might still be very windy, but you could very easily see stars out at night when this goes overhead, because all of the major heavy rain and the deep convection is on the north side of this. So even if landfall, and we'll talk about that in a minute as well, even if landfall is Manatee or maybe northern Sarasota County, the bulk of the squally weather, I think that's the best way to describe it, the very gusty winds, the incredibly heavy rain will be on the north side. So we've got so many things coming into play here. So we'll go back to our first point. Hurricane winds expand 35 miles out from the center. That's still pretty small. Now it's getting a little bigger, but it doesn't have a lot of time to get bigger. And not to mention, we think this is going to weaken some as it gets closer. So this is not an extremely large storm. Within that 35 miles, the number we've been saying from day one, I think 5 to 7 miles near the center is going to be where the heaviest wind is going to be in relationship to the hurricane itself. You have two different areas of troubling weather. You've got, obviously, the eye and the winds right at the Eyewall, right there, where they're going to be extreme, probably 100 to 110 mile an hour in some spots. But that is going to be in a very small area. So let's say landfall would be Bradenton. I'm throwing it out there. I'm not saying it will be. Let's say Bradenton, for an example. 5 miles in any direction is where the bulk of the wind will be, but yet the heavy rain is way to the north. Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, Pasco County, you are going to already have, but you are going to get some really serious rainfall totals. That is not surge, nothing to do with surge. That is freshwater flooding. And we are going to see that. Matter of fact, we already have flash flood warnings in effect for part of Pinellas and Hillsborough County. And that is simply because of all the rain. And obviously, there is a lot more coming in. So there's your eye. And like we said, if you draw a line east to west, south of this, there's not even raining. It's because of that shear that what's happening is literally the winds aloft are pushing this off to the east-northeast. And in doing so, it expands the wind field, but it weakens the wind field overall. So you have a larger area of tropical storm to minimal hurricane force winds, but you still have right around the center, that's where the winds of probably 100, 110 are going to be in a very small area. A couple days ago, I likened it to maybe a 5-mile wide EF1 tornado. I mean, it's not that dramatic. I don't want to make it sound that way because even within those sustained winds, there will be pockets of heavy wind. But point is, the overwhelming majority of our area, of our viewing area, you watching right now, you are not going to be experiencing those severe winds. But unfortunately, there will be some. This will be the first major hurricane to hit the Bay Area directly in 103 years, and there's absolutely no way around it. Nothing will change that. Might it weaken a little bit? Maybe. Might it move a little bit north or south? Possibly, and that still concerns us, and we'll talk about that in a minute, because there is still, let's rewind to Helene. Remember, everybody was focused on Tallahassee. The governor, everybody was talking about how we had those giant trees, and it was going to be a debacle. It was going to be devastating for Tallahassee. And within the last 6 hours, it moved 30 miles to the east. All right? It was a wobble. Unpredictable. Absolutely unpredictable. Well, we're about 6 hours out now. So we're seeing some wobbles that can go in either direction. So I encourage you, look, I don't think anybody's going to be out driving. I came in a couple hours ago and there were not many people on the road, but if you live anywhere along the coast, your window has closed. It really has. I mean, maybe Pinellas County, you could still get around in northern and central Pinellas, but the rain and the flooding and roads are flooded with flash flood warnings. I mean, look, we've had 3 days to prepare for this. I think we're kind of locked in now, and to quote our old storm chaser Don Grimace, we're hunkering down, right? So there's the eye, the center of the eye, and there about 70 miles, give or take, as this moves onshore. Now, by the way, it's not moving toward Sarasota at this point. It's moving a little bit more toward the north in this general direction, maybe even a little more north than that. And Jason will talk about that coming up in a couple minutes. But you do the math. It's moving, what, 16, 17 miles an hour? That's 4 hours. So if it slows down a little bit, and it's forecast to, maybe it's 5. But this will not be a 1 or 2 a.m. This will be a 10 or 11 p.m. So in terms of impacts, we're really now just starting to get into it. Yes, we've been talking about the tornado warnings. And I'll tell you, normally, and you guys know this, if you've lived here long enough, you've been watching long enough, and if you're new, you're learning now. Normally, when you have a hurricane, we see lots of tornado warnings. Very rarely do we ever get verification that they made it on the ground. We have already seen we've shown it on TV. I've seen pictures on Facebook, down in Miami as well. These are sizable tornadoes. So in these very far extreme bands here, and there's still tornado warnings in northern Highlands and southeastern Polk County, there is absolutely the potential for some EF1 tornadoes. I mean, some pretty legitimate sized tornadoes. All right, so let's recap the overall stuff here, okay? This is the latest. Winds of 130 miles an hour. It has weakened. The pressure continues to rise pretty quickly. That's good. The higher the pressure, the lower the winds. The lower the pressure, the higher the winds. But the fact that the pressure is rising means it is weakening. Everything is going as expected in terms of intensity, moving northeast at 16 miles an hour. But the big question, the one that is going to be the biggest factor in how this impacts our area, is just where that wobble occurs. So when we look at these surge numbers, and again, that is going to impact surge. More than anything, surge. Look, if this thing goes 20 miles more to the north, the wind changes will be minor. I mean, there might be a little more wind in northern Pinellas or southern Pasco. But what will be dramatically different is the surge totals. And you guys know this. We've been talking about it for days on end. So wherever landfall occurs, wherever that eye occurs, crosses land, at that point and to the right is where the surge will be the highest. Imagine a counterclockwise, a little spin going on right there as it's coming in, right? And it's just going to push the water, because surge has nothing to do with winds. It's all about how big a storm is that literally pushes the water to the coast, okay? So at the point of landfall, right along the coast and just below it, that is where the surge is going to be 9 to 13 feet. In comparison, Helene was about 8 or 9. I think it maxed out in some places nearly 10. Higher in Horseshoe Beach, where landfall occurred. So that is our concern, because if this were to wobble 20 miles more to the north as opposed to the east, and let's be honest, we usually see a wobble a little bit closer to the east. Typically, not always, but usually that's what it happens. But we are just so close to having this go into the bay and potentially bumping up the surge from what would likely, I'll call it like I see it here. If you have a landfall in Sarasota or just north of Sarasota, you got a surge of 3 to 5 feet in the bay. I don't see anything higher than that if that landfall is that far south, because you will have a legitimate offshore flow. Now, as it moves across, you might see a little more water coming in. But what's happened, and I'll explain why. What's happened is over the last 3 or 4 days, you guys have seen 10 to 15 feet all the way from Pasco County, through Pinellas County, into the bay, and into Sarasota. And there's other sites that are using the actual forecast track from the Hurricane Center to determine the surge. Here's why you're seeing that 10 to 15. Because the Hurricane Center wants to make darn sure that every person out there sees what could be the worst case scenario. They don't want anybody afterwards saying, I didn't know. Makes perfect sense. Now, the challenge with that is the forecast, the official forecast, is well to the south of where that would be a 10 to 15 foot surge. But again, the Hurricane Center believes, and I agree with them, it's tricky, it's a challenge. Because I've had this question 11 billion times in the last 2 or 3 days. I don't get it. Why is it 10 to 15 feet if the storm's going to make landfall 30 or 40 miles to the south? It's a valid question. But I'm telling you, that's why they've done it. So what we've done here is we're showing you what the Hurricane Center is saying, but we're telling you that if this landfall is more central Manatee south, there ain't no way in the world that they're going to have an 8 to 12 foot surge in the bay. But if this gets closer to the Skyway, which would be a wobble, right? A wobble, if that were to happen, then the numbers would jump dramatically. Let me tell you something. I was talking to a buddy of mine who worked for the insurance industry, and meteorologist, local guy, went to Palm Harbor, great guy. Parents are probably watching right now. They live in Trinity. And he deals with a lot of insurance numbers. And Katrina is the all-time costliest hurricane in the United States, $200 billion. He told me that if this storm went into Sarasota, or just to the north of Sarasota, he estimates that the loss would be $100 billion. If it went into the bay, the loss would be about $200 billion, maybe a 175. So that 30 miles is the difference in about $75 to $100 billion in additional losses, because the water and the surge would be significantly higher in the bay than it would be if it's south. And, you know, Jason and I have been talking about it. Greg's been talking about it. Shay and Allie, you know, we've been doing our little get-togethers and talking about it. And that possibility absolutely exists. It does. And see now, and I'm going to toss over to Jason in a minute, but now we are no longer looking at models. You know, this is when you throw the models out the window and you look out the window. It's called nowcasting. And it's no different than what you're doing. So with all the technology and all the science and all the models that we have, when you get 4 to 5 hours out, look, there isn't any kind of a magic, well, let's look at the high, super duper resolution model and see how it's showing. No, the models are the models. They're math problems. It's all they are. And when you get this close, no one on earth can predict where those wobbles are going to go. So as you're sitting at home waiting, the timetable, we're already seeing some of the heavy rain coming through. We're about to see, it's about to get real. Starting in Sarasota County, we're going to start to see more power outages. And again, this is the track from the Hurricane Center. At this point, the track is practically meaningless. We know it's going to move in the next 4 or 5 hours, but where that 10, 20, 30-mile difference is the difference from catastrophic loss in the downtown area compared to a glancing blow, and unfortunately, that kind of loss for areas around Sarasota and off to the north. So there's your wind field. This moves onshore. Hurricane force winds start to move onshore, you know, within the next couple of hours. But this is another perfect example of what we talked about with the rain, because you have a system that's split in half. We've been saying it for days. You go, if you live in our southern counties and this comes through, I'm telling you, tonight at 9 o'clock, you could probably go up and see some stars. And yet you might still have 50, 60 mile an hour winds. Higher if you live in Sarasota or Manatee County. But the southern half has no rain, not a lot. The northern half does. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, Pinellas, northern Hillsborough County, you're all going to see easily 10 to 12 inches of rain, and some even more than that. Winds, you know, obviously, I'll go out with this again. You know, you're looking at winds, hurricane force, sustained and gusts across our southern counties this evening. It's going to lead to widespread power outages. But I'll say this again, the extreme winds, the ones that are going to do significant damage, it's a very small window. We're talking 5, 6 miles tops. You go out another 20 or 30 miles, you might have 65, 75 miles an hour wind. So here's my message here. If you look at our entire viewing area, from Citrus County to Sarasota County to Highlands County and everybody in between, when you look at this area, the overwhelming majority of our region, of our viewing area, will see winds of 65 to 80 miles an hour. There will be some spots that will have gusts significantly higher, but then you'll have that smaller area that is going to have most of the wind damage. But overall, when you look back at what's going to happen here, it's always the water. It's always the water that causes the catastrophic damage. And that is still, and it pains me to say this, Jason, because we're 4 or 5 hours out and we're still watching that wobble back and forth to determine where this is actually going to go. And if it's frustrating for us, you know how frustrating it is for folks at home.
So Dennis, while you were on, you didn't see this. This is concerning. come over here if you don't mind. Give me your expertise and your thoughts. So there's the 4 o'clock position.
Down to 125. There is a little bit of
good news
positive
there.
Yeah.
The bad news is this position here, it would have to make a hard right turn to come into Manatee and Sarasota County if that's the current position the National Hurricane Center is showing.
Yeah.
So would you expect at 5 o'clock for them to start focusing a little more north?
Typically this far into the picture, they don't make a lot of changes.
Yeah.
They're like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I was talking to my same buddy, actually, Steve Bowen, a local guy, and he said the exact same thing a couple hours ago. It's going to have to make a really hard right to actually go in, because what Jason's saying is, you know, east-west latitudinally, it's already almost at Sarasota. And it ain't going to make a hard right. It's not going to hook right at a 90-degree angle. So, yeah, I mean, you have, it's kind of why we're saying keeping it open for the possibility of a track closer to the bay. And like we said, that would change the surge, I would guess, at least 3 to 4 feet.
Right. So I think over the next hour and a half, we're really going to see, is this more Pinellas, Hillsborough County now, or if this Manatee, Sarasota is still in play. Either way, the surge numbers are still going to be huge regardless south of it, but this may bring those higher values a little more to the north.
And you could argue even the winds too, but again, as we said, overall the wind field is about the same. It's that 5 to 7 mile area, but that 5 to 7 mile area could be northern Manatee, maybe even southern Pinellas. And I'll tell you, last night I was watching, I had a model that came out, the graph, and Wendy was actually over there and we looked at it. And it had 101 mile an hour winds in St. Pete. And it had the eye very close to St. Pete. And I looked at it, and I actually did not show it on TV because the hurricanes, what happens is, you know, we kind of defer to the Hurricane Center track often. I mean, that's kind of, they're the expert of all experts, right?
Best of the best.
Yeah. So when I see a model, that's just one model, that is so different from the NHC track, we're kind of like, well, let's just don't show it because it would be confusing. But Wendy and I, we looked at it, and if what you're saying makes a lot of sense, I mean, that might very well come to pass, which would mean if you live in southern Pinellas, you would have to expect some stronger winds and potentially more surge.
All right, so I think that's what we're going to be watching over the next hour and a half to see if we see more of a wobble to the east, because that's what the latest map is showing. And we don't get track updates until we get to that 11 a.m., 5 p.m., 11 p.m., 5 a.m. So the next track update is going to set up for us at 5, and it'll probably have an adjustment here because now, like Dennis said, I was looking at that observation, still pertinent, but we throw the track out when it's basically landfall time, and that's what we're watching here now. So let's talk about it, and then we're going to get into if there are any tornado warnings out there that I need to cover. Of course, we've had significant warnings in our inland spots. 125 now, that's the 4 o'clock advisory. We'll get the next advisory here at the top of the hour coming up at 5. Movement has picked up 1 mile per hour. It was 16 miles per hour earlier today. It's now up to 17 miles per hour. And clearly you can see that movement to the northeast. And there's Sarasota County, there's Manatee County, and it's now reached latitudinally here, both of those counties. So if it were to landfall here, as the projection was earlier today, we would start to see more of that hard right turn, and we're not seeing that right now. On this north-northeasterly trajectory, if it were to continue without a turn to the east, then this clearly puts in those high surge forecasts, those worst case, reasonable worst case scenarios from the National Hurricane Center into Pinellas and Hillsborough County as well. So that's what we're watching. A couple of observations too about the storm, and Dennis hinted on this over the last couple of days. The south end, once you get past this part of the center, you're basically having no rain, still those strong winds. You'll just get some wind without the rain as this starts to move a bit more to the east over the next couple of hours. Looking at the radar, we had widespread tornado warnings in Polk, Highlands, DeSoto, and Hardy counties. Happy to say that right now the current map shows no tornado warnings. What this does show is in green, we have flash flood warnings, meaning flash flooding. If it hasn't started already, it will easily begin here over the next couple of hours. So we have 2 highlighted. One of them covers DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, and Hillsborough County, also Manatee and Polk counties. The other one covers Pinellas County. This was issued earlier today. And that both of these go till 5:30, 6:15. Don't worry about the end times on these, because that does not mean that we're going to stop seeing flash flooding at that point with the center now beginning to approach the coast. So that's the first thing I want to point out. Second thing, after, of course, not seeing a current tornado warning, the other thing is now we've got the eye clearly offshore, and we're beginning to see the hurricane force winds those 74 plus mile per hour winds begin to approach the coast. So I'm going to draw a couple of lines here. Within this band here, these are strong tropical storm force winds at the coast now from Pinellas, Hillsborough, Sarasota, and Manatee. And Lauren, if you can you check on power outages and let me know what we're looking like there while I talk, and just interrupt me whenever you have those numbers.
Yeah, so we were actually going to talk about power outages once you guys were done, but we are seeing a significant
starting to go up. So that's
Yep.
because we're seeing now these strong tropical storm force winds. So these are winds that are 50, 60, 70 miles per hour now through Pinellas, Hillsborough, Sarasota, Manatee counties. Where the hurricane force winds start is just offshore, and it's within this band here. Once these move onshore, these are the sustained 74 mile per hour winds. These are the ones that Dennis was letting you know a second ago that extend out 30, 40 miles from the center, right? So 74 plus mile per hour gusts in that band. The sustained winds will be shortly after that. And then the 100 plus mile per hour winds, the ones around the eye, are right here. This is the pocket with 125 mile per hour winds. So we've got about a 3-hour period before we start to see those winds moving onshore. If it makes landfall farther south, we'll have a little bit of a stronger system. If it makes landfall a little north in Pinellas County or Hillsborough County at the mouth of the bay, we may get these numbers down to 115, 120 as the system is clearly in a weakening phase compared to its rapid intensification Cat 5 days a couple of days ago. So that's the first thing I wanted to point out on the radar. I also want to point out that in Hillsborough County, in Manatee County at Holmes Beach earlier today, we had in 1 hour 4 inches of rainfall reported from emergency managers, and we are still getting just completely soaked right now with these bands. These bands also setting up through Bradenton, Sarasota, Osprey, Venice, Siesta Key, down to Nokomis, Venice Beach, South Venice, all the way over to Northport and Inglewood. That's where these bands are setting up. But right there, just offshore, those are the hurricane force gusts that are already starting here to move very close to the beaches. So here in Sarasota and Manatee County, within an hour, hour and a half, you're going to start to get those 74 mile per hour wind gusts that are happening for you all. Now back north in Pinellas County, very heavy band coming in now through St. Pete, Kenneth City, Leomund, over to Pinellas Park, Feather Sound, the Gandy area, Indian Rocks Beach, Reddington Shores, and we're also looking at Madeira Beach, Treasure Island, St. Pete Beach, Paso Grill, all completely covered up by these bands. And we talked about this just 2 weeks ago when we were covering Helene, and then a couple of months ago when we were covering Debbie. Hurricane winds are much stronger the higher up you go, and these bands, what they do is they work to pull that down to the surface. So every time one of these areas of red, orange, or yellow come through your neighborhood, that's where you're going to have those stronger wind gusts that are setting up. So that's what we're looking at now moving through Pinellas County. We've got a little bit of a lull from those extreme bands here in Tampa right now. But to our north, Lake Magdalene, Thonotosassa, up toward Odessa, Lutz, you're seeing the heavy rainfall here for you. Let's go over to Lakeland because you have been saturated and under a flash flood warning now in Lakeland. Movement quickly off to the north-northwest with these bands, roughly at about 50, 55 miles per hour is how quickly these individual cells are moving within these bands. And then as we continue to travel north, while the winds have not been too problematic for you at the Nature Coast at this point, you're just now beginning to get into those tropical storm force gusts, and we're looking at some very heavy rainfall setting up here across Pasco County. Backing out the radar, this is also a huge concern for us tonight, is see this huge area of convection just north of the eye. If the eye makes landfall here, that huge convection area is going to be moving in generally this direction. That's going to produce 4 to 6 inches of rainfall per hour, and that could be for 4 to 5 hours as the eye is moving at about 17 miles per hour. This is setting up the significant flood threat that Dennis has been talking about as we've been going into the last couple of hours. Huge flood risk, flash flooding for our inland spots, Hillsborough, Polk, Pinellas, Nature Coast, and over to Sumter and Lake counties. This is where we could see isolated totals well over 12 inches of rainfall, maybe even up to 18 inches of rainfall. I want you to think back to Hurricane Debbie when it was rolling by in Sarasota and Manatee County. It produced 20 inches of rainfall. We could see numbers just shy of that, and you remember the extensive flooding that it was causing during those times. Dennis asked me to pull up the tide times too, and then Ileana, one more time, tell me what you were saying. Okay. If you're wondering about tide times, we are hitting low tide now, or we've already hit low tide. Our next high tide, except for Crystal River, is tomorrow morning between 3 and 7 a.m. So we're seeing the tide coming in now, but it's not jumping up to high tide until the storm is going to be over to the east coast. So there may be some help there. Crystal River's high tide showing up at 10:24, another low tide a little after midnight, and then the next high tide around 9 a.m. for you all. So if you are wondering about the tide times pertinent to the surge times and when they're coming in, this is what it looks like. It's a little better than what it was back when we had Helene, because it was coming in as we were peaking out at high tide. That will not be the case with this storm, although I will say that once the circulation moves to the east, the wraparound circulation brings in winds back in off the water. So surge forecast, those worst numbers that they put out that Dennis was showing you a second ago, very reasonable for that to be the case. All right, so that's where we're at now. Who are we going to go out to first? We have some live crews out into the field. Let me know where you guys want me to go, or do you want me to send it back
I think
over?
we're going to give some power outages first
Yes,
to let folks
please do.
know where most of the outages are occurring. If we can go to that, are you guys ready? Some of the, if we can start with Tico, great. Okay, so this is the map for Tico. We're continuing. I want you to take a look. Tico now is reporting more than 10,000 customers have already lost electricity. And the major areas for these outages are South Tampa, Sun City Center, and near Seffner. Also, Duke Energy has over 12,000 outages, and Florida Power and Light, that's FPL, 7,700 homes in Manatee with no power, and almost 1,000 outages in Sarasota. So again, Duke Energy, of course, FPL, and Tico all reporting just countless power outages, and really the storm hasn't even made close to landfall, so we know those numbers will go way up as the winds come into the Bay Area. And here's an important reminder: we want you to be able to reach us 24/7 before, during, and after Hurricane Milton. So you just want to scan that QR code on your screen to download our apps. This way you can stay connected to us. Even if you lose power or signal, you can watch us on your phone.
So since we're talking about your phone right now, just plug it into the charger right about now if you still have power. And to download our apps, take out your cell phone right now and go to your app store, search ABC Action News, and then click download. It's super simple. It's free. Once you're in the ABC Action News app, you'll actually see a live feed right at the top of the homepage. So what you're watching on television right now is exactly what you'll be able to watch on your phone. So just get that downloaded right now, because unfortunately, based off of the wind we're talking about, all the rain, knocking down trees likely, we're going to see a lot of power outages tonight.
No doubt. And as Hurricane Milton continues to barrel towards the state of Florida, residents in the Palma Vista neighborhood in Bradenton are gearing up to ride out the storm.
And that's where we find ABC Action News anchor Paul Lagrone. He just arrived at his location to be there as the storm makes landfall. So Paul, what are you hearing from people living down there who you're talking to?
Well, a lot of them did decide to stay. They boarded up their homes, but they are going to ride out Hurricane Milton. We're starting to see the wind pick up a little bit. I measured it 50-mile-an-hour gusts, 30 sustained just a few minutes ago. The rain is the biggest force right now. You know, welcome to the neighborhood. Here we are in Bradenton. This neighborhood, I'm told, Palma Vista, Palma Sola, it's a tight-knit community here. I think one of the concerns is going to be the flooding. We measured about 22 feet elevation here. We're starting to see some minor street flooding already. The rain spraying off the roofs in people's homes as the wind is blowing it all over the place. But this was an evacuation zone D zone. People really didn't evacuate it. They did board up their windows, but they tell me they feel comfortable. We actually spoke to a couple who lives in that home over there, Carl and Gigi from Boston. They've experienced plenty of nor'easters. They tell me nothing compares to the hurricanes they've experienced in recent years. As the rain starts to pick up here in their neighborhood, they're going to ride it out, and they have this message for Tampa Bay tonight. This is what they told me earlier. On the drive down from Tampa to Bradenton today, Milton's rains arrived.
Your car is basically coming out just past here.
And so did we, gearing up to go live. 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, that's about what the wind gusts are approaching right now in this early stage of Hurricane Milton. We talked to a couple that lives in that home, Carl and Gigi from Boston. They're going to stay there. They didn't board up, but they tell me they feel safe. Let me ask you, you guys are here, this is your home. How do you feel? What are your thoughts right now?
Well, a little nervous, obviously. I mean, the buildup of this one, it's a little scary. But trying to ride it out, I mean, as best we can. We do have shelters right around the corner from us, and I work up the street. There's a place I take care of the elderly, and it's a safe building there if I need to go to. So,
Yeah,
trying to ride it out.
We've been here 7 years, and we're here for 3 weeks when Irma came. And actually, that's been the worst one since we've been here.
Yeah.
Adelia skimmed us. Helene skimmed us.
All of them.
We got broken up with Irma coming from, Naples
Right.
where it did, so we were lucky, but we still felt the winds for a good
Right.
24 hours. But
Yeah.
we were nervous about this one a lot.
Yeah.
And Carl, it seems like they did a decent job of cleaning up the debris around here, so you don't have those flying projectiles like we've seen in other neighborhoods.
Well, like we said, we were very lucky. We didn't have flooding around here, like, of course, the water over there. So, and just
We're in a no
tree
flood
limbs.
zone.
We're in a no flood zone here. But, I mean, it could still happen. You never know.
You never know, but we're about to find out, and we're up and running live. As Dennis said earlier, it's nowcast time, and it's time for real-time reporting, and here we are. Just want to give you a little bit behind the scenes of where we're set up to go here from. I call it Hurricane Hotel. Coming in here, it's basically an Airbnb home. That's the relay from what you just saw, the image behind me, up and running right now. Obviously, we've got the power. So this neighborhood right now still has power, and we're hoping it stays that way, obviously. But everyone really here is prepared, even though they are riding out the hurricane. And we're about 3 miles south of the Manatee, the river, and we're about a few miles east of the Intercoastal. Storm surge was a big concern here, and as you guys have been reporting back there, and Jason Adams and Dennis Phillips, the storm right now is evolving before our very eyes, and as you guys are measuring that on the radar, we're feeling it out here in real time. And does this go to the north? Does it make the hard right here into the Bradenton, Palmetto, Sarasota corridor? This is the page turner that we're all experiencing together throughout Tampa Bay. So we'll be here every step of the way, and we'll be here all night long until the storm is done. Guys, back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. Of course, we'll check back in with you as this storm continues to move inland. And we're continuing to check on conditions in Pinellas County as well, where winds are picking up.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Kylie McGivern joins us now live from Seminole. Kylie, this is the first time we've heard from you this afternoon. I hear that wind blowing against you. How's it going out there? How have you seen things change?
Yes, just even within the last few minutes, I would say the wind has certainly picked up. We're in Pinellas County for people who are joining us right now. We're in Seminole, where we are away from the evacuation zones. As you drive around this area, you guys, this storm surge is not going to be the concern as much. You see the rain coming down, of course, but what we're seeing in neighborhood after neighborhood, which is encouraging, as you see right over here, is some windows that are boarded up. It's more of the wind that is the concern as Milton makes its way over. And we spoke to some folks in the area. I'm out here with our photojournalist Randy Wright and one of our reporters, Robert Boyd, who spoke with a neighbor next door to where we're at. This is a gentleman that is from Buffalo, New York, and said, you know what, I'm deciding to stay. This is different, certainly, than a snowstorm, but he has also got storm shutters that are outside of his home right now. Again, this is in an area that is a bit higher up. It's not in the immediate evacuation zones, but as we were driving around earlier as well, just because we're joining you all for the first time, something we've been reporting on these last couple of weeks is all of the debris that is still here from Helene. A lot of that picked up in some areas, a lot of it not in others. So that continues to be a concern as well, as we have gone and seen different areas that are shut off. Earlier today, some of the bridges, the Howard Franklin Bridge, as we were making our way out to this part of the county, closed moments after we came across it, maybe around 12:30 this afternoon. We also were over near a bridge that was blocked off that would have brought you out to the Treasure Island area, Reddington Shores area, Indian Shores. This is all in an attempt to keep people safe as we continue to tell people now really to stay off of the roads. I will tell you, when we came out here, we saw hardly anybody out on the road. So it seems that people have either heeded those evacuation warnings or they really are staying in their homes, which are boarded up in so many areas that we're seeing, including where we are staying right now. So we will continue to check in with you all. But yes, the wind is certainly picking up. But for now, we're in Pinellas County. We will send it back to you.
And Kylie, you know, you're from this area, you're from Tarpon Springs. Dennis is talking about this is the first major hurricane to hit the Bay Area in 103 years. What is this like for you as someone who grew up here and have gone through many hurricanes?
It's a little emotional to think about, because it's like this is the storm that we have talked about, or the possibility of the damage that we have talked about, you know, my whole life essentially. In the last storm with Helene, you know, my dad, he stayed at home, the house I grew up in Tarpon, which is up on stilts. That was really the only reason they did not have more damage. But I've got to tell you guys, like so many people across the Bay Area, it came higher than it had ever come before. They live right on the water in Tarpon Springs, which is beautiful. It's great until it's not. And with this storm, they did not mess around at all. I mean, my family, like so many others, heeded those evacuation warnings. My sister lives in Orlando. They're with her right now. They're probably watching right now, but it is something that I know my mom called and she said, you know, we're really thinking about what we need to bring, because we just don't know. We just don't know what's going to happen. And so as we continue to cover these storms, you know, I've been back in this area about 6 years now. I've covered storms all across the country. It certainly is different when it is in your own backyard and you're telling stories, as we've told with Helene, of people who've lost everything, family, friends, and people that I've grown up with and that I went to high school with and elementary school with. And so this is something that we're all looking at each other saying that this is concerning. You know, in the past, I know a lot of us talk about, yeah, this is part of living here. You cover hurricanes, you cover storms. This comes with the territory. But this it feels more personal. And again, this is right on the heels of another storm where it has been so sobering, among so many other words, about the power of what this can do. So I've heard just a lot of people saying they are praying, they are sending prayers, they are getting out, they are taking action, and they are watching Dennis Phillips. Everyone I know, I mean, this is what we do. We are here to bring you the information that we can to keep you and your family safe as we think about our own families as well. And so we will be here through the rest of this storm, and we'll continue to bring you updates. But that's what's going on with the McGiverns.
Yeah. All right, Kylie, you stay safe out there, and I can certainly understand
Thank you guys so much.
The emotional part of it, of course. Paula Grown, of course, growing up in Plant City, said the same thing, that it's just like when you see it's your hometown. And I've been here 20 some years. Dennis has been here over 30 years, and we've talked about this. Like every time it doesn't hit Tampa Bay, it doesn't hit the Bay Area, and now here we are, 103 years later, and it's hitting our own backyard. And it is emotional because now this is our home, you know, and it's very emotional to know what's to come. All right, we're tracking conditions in Polk County as well. And as we know, Hurricane Milton will cross the state and as it barrels into our state of Florida.
Yeah, and that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell. Mary, how are things looking in Lakeland right now?
Hey guys, we're in and out of bands right now. Actually, about a half hour ago, it was a little bit heavier rain, but right now you can see here it's pretty light, which means, you know, as this kind of goes in a circular fashion, it'll be heavier on and off. But we have noticed that people here in Lakeland and in Polk County and our drive over here appear to be heeding those warnings. When I was driving into the station on 275 earlier today, nobody was on the roads. On the drive on I-4 from Tampa to Lakeland, we noticed not many cars on the road at that point either. And even driving around Lakeland, there really weren't that many people here. I know our colleague Rebecca Petit earlier was at gas stations watching people trying to get gas earlier today. But since then, people are really hunkering down here. I know this area was largely spared from Hurricane Helene, the concern being for this storm, those high winds that we may see later, any kind of flooding that we might see later as well. But as you can see, at least for the time being, those rain bands are kind of moving on out, and it's pretty light rain here for the time being. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Mary. We do want to turn our coverage now to Hillsborough County.
And ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton joins us live in Riverview. JJ, the last time we checked in with you, folks were very concerned about the downed trees that could happen through the storm. Any new concerns? How are things out there?
And the tree is still the big concern out here for folks in this neighborhood. We're in Boyette Springs here in Riverview, and we are here with Matt Bolden. You're one of our neighbors. You're right over there. We were talking to you earlier. The rain eased up, and now it's coming again. Yeah. It's coming hard in waves. So it's you, your dogs, your wife, and your son over there, and you got all the boards up. You're going to hunker down. What else have you done to prepare for this?
We closed all our interior doors, and we have a safe spot inside the house within the hallway, so we know if anything goes awry, that's where we're heading.
Now, you've been here for 4 years. You grew up in California. We were talking about, the difference between earthquakes and this. You were saying, so what's more scary, or the both?
They're both scary, but the earthquakes are so unpredictable. You don't know what are coming, but you don't see anything like this anywhere else. So a hurricane is definitely not something to not fear.
And your neighbors as well. We were talking about, everyone. There's a lot of people that have stayed. Some have left. Some have gone. And you were saying, sort of, for 4 years, you've dealt with some, storms and stuff coming and going. But it was your neighbors that really had you nervous because they were preparing big time for this one. We see the boards up over the windows, the boards up over the doors, and the stuff like that.
Yeah, the neighbors to the right of us have been here 35 years. They evacuated. The neighbors across the street boarded up. They've been here 30 years. So that's brought an extra level of fear that you just don't anticipate with a storm like this.
Now, this isn't an evacuation zone, and flooding isn't really a huge concern here. I mean, we've still got a lot of water, like you said, it's going to cause some damage. But there's a lot of trees here, and you were also explaining how, I guess, last storm a couple months or so ago, there was a huge tree in front of this house here, and it blew up sort of because the wires hit it and stuff like that. So there's more trees out here. That's a concern.
Yeah, a lot of big trees here, a lot of, swaying leaves going back and forth. That's a big concern for us, and we hope that all our neighbors and everyone around us put their stuff in, and we don't see any projectiles floating around when this thing hits.
All right, thank you, and thank you for your time. And again, like we said, a lot of people in this neighborhood have stayed. We've seen that they've got the boards up, and there's people, all the folks that I've talked to out here, I've been knocking on some doors and just saying, hi, I'm JJ with ABC, and they're all staying in the house, and they're watching, and they're saying that they are definitely going to stay in the house, and they're not even going to come up and out until even after they know that it's safe to do so. They've been watching, listening to Dennis, listening to Shay, and listening to everyone else, telling them what to do, and again, to stay safe. And all we have right now, we have the rain and the wind, but it's been coming and going on and off here in Riverview. Reporting in Riverview, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
JJ, thank you. I'm just picturing a family sitting on their couch, watching us, watching whatever news channel they like to watch. And JJ,
yeah,
hey,
knocking on the door. Hey. Just saying hi,
So thanks for talking with us.
Yeah, and I'm
JJ.
glad that folks are watching because that means they're hunkering down and staying safe.
Yeah. We do want to go further south now to Palmetto in Manatee County.
Yeah, that's right. ABC Action News reporter Katie Lagrone is in Palmetto. You were out in the elements earlier. I understand now you're at a shelter, Katie. So I'm wondering, is it full with folks who have evacuated out there?
Yeah, there's a ton of people who have evacuated very quickly. I want to show you the conditions. These are some of the gustiest winds we have seen, the heaviest rainfall we have seen since we arrived in Palmetto around noontime today. In fact, these gusts of the gusts of wind and the rain so strong now that here at the shelter that we're at, and we're at Virgil Mills Elementary School, the outside, we're just outside the front doors, and this is where people come out to get a breath of fresh air, smoke, whatever they want to do. And they have actually been told in just the past few minutes to all go inside because the conditions are heating up so fast out here and so furiously. And so you've got hundreds of people. In fact, right now, the number of people here at this shelter is nearly 1,000. For some perspective, the principal of the school, when I spoke with him, I said, is this the most people you've ever seen? He goes, Katie, the most I ever saw prior to this storm was back in Hurricane Helene just 2 weeks ago, where they had nearly 400 people who sought shelter at the school. Today, there are nearly 1,000. Across Manatee County, they have 18 shelters set up, and more than 10,000 people have evacuated from their homes and are now seeking refuge in those shelters. So that gives you an idea of just how seriously the people of Palmetto are taking this storm. Remember, Palmetto is surrounded by water on 3 sides. Manatee River on the north side, Terracea on the south, and of course Tampa Bay on the west. So the big issue, the big concern, much like we've heard around Tampa Bay, is that surge. They dealt with 4 to 5 feet of storm surge during Helene, if projections are what we believe they could be, we're looking at potentially 12 up to 15 feet of storm surge here. So people are taking this seriously. People are evacuating. I want to bring in Stephanie. She's a mom and her son, her young son, 5 years old. They came here. They evacuated. Stephanie, I know you've been very patiently waiting for us to go live, but tell me, why did you decide to evacuate this time around?
Since they said the storm was 100 years, they have never seen anything like this. There's no resources, live resources that I could actually speak to get knowledge. What should I do? Where can I go? So we just came here to be safe.
And where are you coming from?
Downtown Palmetto, right across from the Palmetto Library on the side of the historical. Close to the water, but I mean, we're at 18-foot surge. I'm a C, and we got evacuated.
How concerned are you about what you're going to go home to after this?
Since they did literally just said Manatee County is the direct hit, I just was like, I have to be strong for him because that's everything. I'm a single mom. His dad passed away 2 years ago, and that's all we got. So my mom, like half of her roof, lanai, came off from Helene, which wasn't even a hurricane. So now she's dealing with like a weakened house, and that's her. And that's $200,000 that we can now probably not move to because we don't have any more money after that. But oh well.
You're getting emotional. Tell me, where is that coming from?
I'm afraid. I'm afraid because no one has ever experienced what they're saying is going to happen at like 8 o'clock into the morning of Thursday. So when we leave here, if we're able to on Thursday morning, hopefully. You don't know. We might not even be able to because the roads are flooded. I probably won't even be able to get downtown. What am I going to do? Where do I go? If her house is destroyed, I don't have money. Everything is, it's hard. It's hard.
Do you feel the love around you? There are a lot of people here. There's a lot of volunteers.
Yes, everyone's been great. I personally know a volunteer. She's a principal at one of the other district schools here, and I decided to come here because I work with her husband, and I just feel like it's, at least I'll know somebody because I've never been to a shelter before. And he's been through 4 hurricanes, and we've always stayed at home because I live on the 2nd floor, concrete building, strong building, but not strong enough for this, I feel. Felt it in my gut.
And your little guy, 4 hurricanes in 5 years.
Yep.
How you doing, little guy?
Good.
You doing okay?
Yeah.
Good. Keeping your mom company and showing her, giving her lots of hugs and kisses.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all need the hugs and kisses. We
Yes,
really
ma'am.
do. I
Thank
know.
you.
We're going to get through this.
Yes,
you
we
know
will,
that, right?
And you guys will have to drive, so I'm like, please, hurry up.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for
Yes,
joining
ma'am.
us, and I appreciate it. We'll be here for the next couple hours with all of you guys.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, listen, you guys, I mean, you hear the emotion. I mean, these are people who left their homes, left everything to seek shelter for a storm that, as she said, when I heard this could be a storm like we haven't seen in over 100 years, that really changes things. But, you know, that's kind of gives you a little bit of a tone of what's happening here. We've spoken to a lot of people here at the shelter, many of them coming from mobile homes, some of them coming from the island. I spoke to one fella who actually evacuated just this morning because he was actually on his way to St. Pete to be with his own family, his wife, his kids, his dogs, and he just missed the cutoff. The Skyway Bridge ended up closing 10 minutes before he arrived, and so he essentially had nowhere to go. Once again, first time in a hurricane shelter, and he's thankful for it. That's the very latest here in Palmetto, guys. Back to you.
Katie, I have a question for you. I know you mentioned that Palmetto is surrounded by water, 3 different bays of water. So I'm wondering, since you were in Riverside Park and now you're at the shelter, as you were driving, did you already see flooding, since obviously the ground is so saturated after Debbie and Helene has passed through?
Remember, we started driving here. It's probably been about an hour and a half or so, Matt. I'm just looking at my photographer. We've been here for a little while, and so we saw there was quite a bit of rain coming down. We didn't quite see the flooding yet, but I can tell you that's the big concern. I mean, officials have been driving out around the area. In fact, they even told us, we ended up talking to a police captain earlier today, and he said, you know, there's going to be a certain point where we can't get on the roads anymore. At that 45-mile-per-hour wind, we can't get on the roads, and I know that he's already stationed where he needs to be. And like I said before, even all the people, I mean, you know, 30 minutes ago, there were dozens and dozens of people out here just getting a breath of fresh air, and they were all told. In fact, one of the sheriff's deputies came out and just was pretty hard and said, hey guys, everybody inside, the conditions are getting worse. And in fact, even the principal of the school, who has been nice enough to welcome us into the shelter, he came out and said, hey guys, not sure if you want to do the live shot, the conditions are getting really hairy. So, they know it, they see it, but in terms of that flooding, we fully expect those roads closer to downtown, to flood. It's just a matter of how high it's going to go.
All right, Katie, thank you. Stay safe, get back inside. And it's important to know that our crews are at safe places. Like Katie is at that shelter. She's going to go back inside because we don't want our crews to be in harm's way.
Oh, no doubt. And in fact, as we heard, I think from Casey and Katie, that as soon as they heard thunder, and as we know, if you hear thunder, that means that lightning is right nearby, as Dennis has taught me for 20-some years. I finally figured it out, and now I can recite it. But it's true. And so when they do hear thunder, they definitely get to a safe location so they're not struck by lightning. And that is, of course, all of our crews try to stay as safe as they can. Our coverage turns now to Sarasota, which we now know could be closer to ground zero.
ABC Action News reporter Julie Salamone is live for us near Sarasota High School. Julie, I'm assuming that's an evacuation area. How are things looking? Have you talked to anyone?
Lauren, they evacuated zones A, B, and C. The area we're in, I believe, is zone D. So we're in a safe location. Like you ladies were talking about, we are right by a garage into a home that we can quickly run to if conditions get even nastier. It's windy out here. It's been raining off and on. You can take a look at the street. There is some puddling starting to form here. We're on Novus Street, and like you mentioned, it's not far from Sarasota High School. We're about a mile north from the high school, one of the major high schools in the area. Now, Sarasota County government officials actually posted on X a little while ago saying flooding from Milton will be deadly. Roads will be washed out. Do not attempt to leave your place of shelter when the storm starts for any reason. Driving conditions will be impossible, and obviously listen to your local officials. And we, of course, will be here on air and online bringing you the very latest with this storm. So this is Novus Street. We're seeing some gusty winds, rain off and on as we get hit with some of these outer bands, and just watching to see how this all unfolds. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Julie. We want to check in now with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Dennis, a lot going on behind you.
There is. And guys, it's not the best news. Look, for 30 some odd years, we've been here, and the majority of the time we look at these storms, and there have been plenty of times where we've sat here and we're like, you know what? Charlie, Irma, Ian. There were times, I have no doubt, that every one of us thought that that was going to be our storm, and it moved, it turned, it did what it did. And we had a near miss. Many times those near misses were devastation for other areas, Punta Gorda and Fort Myers, just with Ian. This is our year. This storm is not going to miss the Bay Area. This storm may weaken just a bit more to minimize the threat. But we've just been talking, Greg and Allie and Jason and myself, we're looking at real-time nowcasting. The models, this is something I'll say over and over again. You throw the models out the window and you look out the window because we're now 4 or 5 hours away from landfall. So the models are meaningless at this point. You literally, and no lie, last storm, Jason laughed at me because there's a big TV over there, and we had the way that the storm was moving, and I had a piece of paper, and I was lining up the piece of paper in the track to see where it was going. So with all the technology, with everything we have, nowcasting is still just looking at what you have. And unfortunately, what we have right now is a hurricane that is pretty much west of Northport, and it's just not showing enough of a sign to turn to the northeast to miss the Bay Area. And for that matter, more than likely to even miss the Bay. It's, you never say never, right? But there's your eye right there. And what we've been saying, look, in terms of winds, it's not going to make much of a difference. The only exception, and we've been saying this for 5 days now, I'll say it again, there's going to be a 5 to 7 mile area that's going to have extreme winds. And the fact that the storm it's incredibly ragged right now. And if you were watching yesterday, we were talking about how you could draw a line through the eye. The eye is right here. Remember that storm a couple of days ago that had what was looking to be like a perfect eye in a sense? Well, now that's the northern eyewall. I was saying, if you went outside at night as this storm passed and you were in the southern eyewall, you'd see stars. It might still be very windy, but you'd see stars. So we literally have a hurricane that split in half. And you look at the wobbles and, you hope that maybe one is moving one way or maybe another. But at the end of the day, there is just no possible way that this is going to miss the Bay Area. So we have prepared the best that we can. I know that some folks are watching us on our streaming app right now from other states. Okay, I'm getting a picture. Really, really bad rain in Clearwater. Let's go back to this. This is what we're talking about here, guys, all right? So you have this right here, okay? There's your eye. Almost all of the weather, almost all of the rough weather is on the north side of that eye. That's the eye of the eye wall, okay? And Jason's been talking a lot about that. This is going to lead to some pretty significant freshwater flooding, nothing to do with the surge, okay? But right now, the most important question is, will the surge rise higher in the Bay? And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think that answer is yes. Now, we're not ready to sit here and say that it's going to be a 10 to 15 foot surge like the worst case scenario, because honestly, the worst case scenario, the way that the Hurricane Center and the way that the models were looking at it, was a much stronger storm than it is right now. What was it, Allie, down to 125? Is that what it was? Yeah, down to 125. So it's weakening, and it conceivably at landfall could be very close to a Cat 2, minimum Cat 3 hurricane. So that's good, right? So less wind, less severe weather. The rain is not going to change. But as we've been saying now for days, the surge after Helene, the last thing that we need is additional surge. We had nearly 8 feet of water, 7.2 feet, I think it was, in the Bay with Helene. It appears pretty likely if this gets to the mouth of the Bay, the southern part of the Bay will see higher surge. There's still and this is crazy. Greg and I were just talking about this. The very accurate model that predicted Helene almost perfectly, right? The last we checked had about a 5 or 6 foot surge for the southern Bay and 0 surge for the northern Bay up around Oldsmar. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but what I'm telling you is it is that close of a call. When you have, because remember, wherever that eye crosses, wherever it crosses, north offshore flow, you can see it. Everything's pushing away. But what happens south, everything pushes in. So regardless of where landfall occurs, there's that southwest flow, and it just continues to push water. And the fact that it might be weakening isn't going to have a huge impact on surge because it's just a big area pushing the water. It isn't the wind that's actually moving the water. It's the actual storm forcing it. The description that Greg likes to use is imagine a bathtub, and you're on one side of the bathtub, and you put a wave, and that wave goes and hits the other side of the bathtub and lifts up. So that's the problem with the Bay. As that water goes in, it reaches the end of the Bay, and it pushes up and creates additional surge. So ultimately, there's the offshore flow wherever that eye will occur, and then just at and south of the eye, the onshore flow occurs. And I've been doing this for a long, long time, and I don't think I've ever seen a track that is so razor thin close to having such a massive impact on one area versus the other. And I talked about this a little while ago. There's estimates that if this storm goes into the Bay as a Cat 3 or 4, you could have $175 billion worth of damage. If it goes into Sarasota, you've got about $100 billion. So it is obvious because there's well over 3 million people. You've got all of this built up right along the water. And look, we all knew this was going to happen at some point. We do. How many times did we luck out? It's not a matter of if, it's when. Well, unfortunately, today is the when. So here's the timetable. High tide is later tonight. Here's a good little bit of positivity is the high tide is not particularly high. It comes later on tonight between 10 and midnight. It's about 2 feet. It was about a foot higher with Helene. So we are certainly looking at that water increasing based on the track. The NHC is going to have its new track coming out any minute. I'll let you know whether or not it's actually referencing the fact that this looks like there will be an impact on the bay. Again, I do not believe you are looking at that worst case 10 to 15 foot. I do not believe that. But I also don't think we're going to luck out with 3 to 5 either. I think it's going to be somewhere in between. You could argue somewhere closer to Helene numbers, maybe a touch higher. But as you see here, I mean, there's the eye. It's west of Northport, and it is not moving due east, nor will it. So this is something that we're going to continue to track. Now, I'm going to check the new numbers from the Hurricane Center. But again, timing, the hurricane force winds will start moving onshore Sarasota County in the next couple of hours. There's already gusts well into the upper 60s. And that is just going to continue with power outages widespread across the region from west to east as we go on through the night. Now, I want to toss it over to our new meteorologist, Allie Blake. Allie's been with the company with Scripps in Baltimore for quite a while. And Allie, you're going to tell us a little bit about what's going on in terms of that wind field, because boy, that is a much larger wind field, especially tropical storm, than it was just yesterday, right?
Yeah, Dennis, I mean, we can see the extent of the wind, almost hundreds of miles. And actually, we just got a report in that there was a 63-mile-per-hour wind gust out in St. Pete. So these storms are really starting to pack a punch as they get closer, of course, inland. And you can see this is one of our models. We have been mentioning, Dennis and the rest of the team, that unless the storm continues to take a hard right turn, that we likely see it move a little bit more north. But this is just a generalization of where the winds are and what exactly that you can see as the storm continues to move well on through. I mean, this is through about 5:30. We get closer to about 7. Yes, the storm is moving continually at about 16 miles per hour. So it is fast moving and moving off to the north and east. And as that storm moves through, we see some of the gustier winds with it and the heavier downpours that we're already seeing here in central Florida, I mean southwest Florida, as that storm continues to move well on through. Look, by about 9 o'clock, this is showing that right turn. I think we get a little north, but you know, it's just a matter of the track. Just a few miles can cause a big difference between the Sturge values and between wind totals across the storm as a whole. We continue to see still a 125-mile-per-hour storm as it moves through, and likely as it gets into the evening, we will see that storm, I think, maybe by about 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it just continues to move well into the central portion of the state. I still think those wind gusts are going to move up a little farther north, so for those in Hillsborough County, Pasco County, maybe even Polk, maybe some stronger totals as we get later into the evening. But I do think once we get to about midday tomorrow, a lot of that storm is going to be well out of the woods. I mean, a lot of it is going to finally start to clear back out. We know soon that there's going to be cleanup, and there should be a lot of cleanup going on. At least we'll have pretty nice weather for it. Back into the 70s, we'll see lows, of course, into at times the 60s. So at least at night, if you don't have power, you can open up those windows and start to really calm down out there and start to pick up some of those pieces, because I expect we're going to see some trees down in a lot of locations, power lines down, and a lot of what's left from Helene still out there that we can continue to pick up the pieces. We are still waiting for that latest update. I'm going to go refresh my screen real quick just to see if we get anything. And if I do, also I'll relay that back to Dennis. Still no updates yet. Still right now seeing maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour as that storm continues to move well on through. And Dennis, you know, we are continuing to see the storm move well in, and even on radar, just a lot of heavy rainfall in the area.
Yeah, and you look at those numbers right there. I mean, we literally have a storm that's split in half. So this will actually pop up immediately when the NHC changes. And I would not be surprised if, you know, they take the track and they bring it a little bit more to the north. It's kind of a moot point, right? We all see what we see. We know what we see. But I do think the discussions from the Hurricane Center will be interesting to see if they address the bay, because it's the elephant in the room. You have to. I mean, at this point, we've just said it. There's no way around the fact that at least part of the bay is going to get a 5 to 8 foot surge. Whether it's the entire bay, I mean, I honestly don't think I've ever seen a forecast where a 10-mile difference might be the difference from the entire bay having surge to maybe only the southern half. And I've certainly never seen models like the Slosh model showing earlier on having the South Bay 5-6 feet, the North Bay 0 surge. So, but that was based on the track earlier on. And unfortunately, I just can't see a lot of times the Hurricane Center at this point says, you know, it is what it is. We're just going to track it, and we're gonna leave it to the locals to go in and kind of show what's going on. But at this point, still looking at 125-mile-an-hour winds. The pressure has been going up. That means it's weakening. So overall, let's recap the impacts, all right? Wind. I think a lot of times most folks, at least inland, think about the wind because this is going to go across the state. And there will be hurricane-force winds in Polk County. There will be hurricane-force winds in Orlando. There will be hurricane-force winds in Melbourne. So it is going to make it all the way across the state as a hurricane. But if this track is a little bit more closer to the bay, remember that 5 to 7 mile area with the higher winds could extend to 100 to 105 mile an hour gusts as far north as St. Pete. And that is a real possibility. And like I mentioned a little while ago, we had a model last night that showed 101, 102 in St. Pete this evening. I chose not to show it because the Hurricane Center was not going that route, but it might very well end up coming to fruition and be in the way that this plays out. So look, we're hunkered down. I want to mention a couple of things for you. Odds are pretty high. Many folks are going to lose power. So we have a couple of, and I have chased hurricanes before, one in particular, Rita, back in 05, which was a Cat 5 in Beaumont, Texas. And once the storm hits and you lose power and it's nighttime, not only is it frightening, I mean, I know your anxiety is through the roof right now. I know it. We all feel it. We all sense it. I mean, I walk into the newsroom. I mean, every single person that works here lives in the community just like you do. And this is not national media that might live somewhere else. These are your neighbors. And these are your friends. And it just changed, it looked like, Jason, didn't it? It did, actually. Matter of fact, the pressure went down a little bit, down to 948 millibars. And yeah, look at the track. Yep. Go ahead and zoom into that if you can. So there's the updated track. It was inevitable, right? I mean, it was. There is the track, still scooting kind of by northwestern Manatee, but certainly much, I mean, that's right over the Skyway, or pretty darn close to it, right? So there it is. That is the updated track. Now, winds are down to 120. This could conceivably be very close to a Category 2 hurricane when it makes landfall. So that is the good news out of this. A weaker storm would limit the impacts significantly, obviously, and that shear is doing its job. I mean, and it's also picking up its forward speed northeast at 17 miles an hour. Pressure really hasn't dropped. In fact, it lowered a little bit, which means it hasn't weakened much, but it's fanning out. What's happening is those winds are kind of pushing this thing like that and causing the winds to be farther out. Jason, look at the advisory and see how far hurricane-force winds extend out. That's usually at the bottom of the advisory. They repeat it at the bottom. Because last check, hurricane-force winds extended 35 miles out from the center. And I will tell you, of those 35 miles, 25 of them are maybe 75-mile-an-hour winds. Still 35, so that's good. So for the folks who are, what's that? Okay, so as Allie just showed you, that giant yellow color, the tropical storm force winds, they extend 255 miles. That's the whole state. I mean, that's the whole state. So pretty much the entire state will see tropical storm force winds. But the fact that hurricane force winds only extend 35 miles out, that is really good news for areas that are concerned about extreme wind damage. And not only that, we've gone from a 4 and very close to a 3. So it is still a major hurricane. We are still going to be hit by a major hurricane for the first time in 103 years. But at least it's not the 5, and it's not the 4, and it's barely a 3. But the flip side is this northern track is bound to bring more water into the bay. Now, I would say it might not be a ton more than what we had with Helene, but we all know how devastating Helene was. And 2 weeks later, I can't even fathom. For the folks who have lost everything with Helene and to have to deal with this over again. You got something else coming on here?
6 to 9 foot surge now for Tampa Bay.
There you go. There you go. So the forecast, the official and I buy this one, by the way, at that 10 to 15 when that track was down there just made no sense. Right now, the official track from the NHC brings a 6 to 9 foot surge into the bay. I would argue that the southern half of the bay will have more than the northern half of the bay. I think if you live in Oldsmar, I think if you live anywhere on this side here, you're going to have a lower surge than you will on the southern side because you'll still have that opportunity for kind of an offshore flow. But I think that 6 to 9 makes sense, and it's very, very reminiscent, very close to what Helene was. That's a forecast that I think we're going to end up going with, and I think it's one that's going to actually happen. There's been a lot of what-ifs for the last 4 days. There's been a lot of high, there's been a lot of low, there's been a lot of in-between. I mean, we're 4 hours out, for heaven's sakes. I mean, and this just goes to show how volatile hurricanes, when it comes to this point, you will never be able to predict these wobbles, ever. Nobody on earth who can do it. No model, no person, whatever. So at this point, we are doing what you're doing. We're looking at this storm point by point, you know, and I'm sure a lot of you have looked at it. Oh, look, it looks like it's going a little left. Oh, no, look, it's going a little right. I mean, I know you've done that because we all do it. But this is a track that I think ends up being correct. I think this is your final track, one that goes into the northwestern sections of Manatee or skims southern Pinellas County. And I do believe that that impact in terms of the surge of a 6 to 9 foot surge in the bay is probably going to end up being about right. So let's talk about other impacts. All right, let's talk about rain and the width of the winds. So this is the latest. Again, look, yeah, tropical storm force winds cover the entire state. I think the only place right now that doesn't have it is Jacksonville, and they will soon. The orange colors, that is 55 to 70, 58 to 74, I guess it is actually. And then there's your hurricane winds in the red. So the biggest threat by far for citrus, let's go county by county. The biggest threat by far for citrus and Hernando is rain. Easily, as that northern eyewall comes by, you're going to see 6 to 12 inches of rain in a saturated ground anyway. Wind, 55 to 70, maybe 55 to 65. That's citrus and Hernando. So for one of the few times our northern counties are going to get a better end result than everybody else, because citrus and Hernando, more often than not, are the ones who get the strongest winds. Pasco County, winds, well, water, 8 to 12. I think they're going to be a little higher than this in some spots because you're closer to that really solid eye wall. Winds, 60, gusts to 65 to 80. I think Pasco, a little closer to the coast, maybe a bit more, no friction. Inland, 65 to 80. Pinellas County, southern Pinellas, St. Pete, southward, will probably have 100 to 105 mile an hour wind gusts. Not sustained, but gusts. Central Pinellas County, Clearwater, over to Feather Sound, Safety Harbor, Seminole, Largo, 75 to 90 gusts. Similar to what many folks had with Irma and what some folks had with Helene. Northern Pinellas, 65 to 75, maybe gusts to 85 at times. In the evening, into the early morning hours, I think by mid-overnight hours, like 2, 3 a.m., a lot of this wind will begin to be pushing inland as well by then. Hillsborough County, northern Hillsborough County, again, same setup. 70 to 85 mile an hour winds, gusts, not sustained. I don't think there's going to be a lot of areas in our region outside of that 10-mile area that are going to have significantly high sustained winds. It'll be small, but it will be potent. And that could very well go very close to downtown Tampa, by the way. It absolutely could. Southern Hillsborough County, you're going to get more wind. You're going to have 90 to 100, maybe gusts to 110. I think that's going to be very, very close to where that eye goes over. Polk County, 55 to 65. Gusts a little bit higher, gusts to 75, certainly hurricane force, but the storm will be weakening by then. Southern counties, Manatee and Sarasota, where the surge will be the highest, you're going to have a surge of 8 to 12 feet, especially in northern Manatee. But honestly, it's going to push a lot of water. I think that 8 to 12 could easily go all the way down through Sarasota County as well. Your winds will be 85 to nearly 100, especially in Manatee, a little lower in Sarasota. So looks like Sarasota will miss the bulk of the extreme winds. You're still going to get wind, but unfortunately the surge is going to be your biggest issue. Hardy and DeSoto, Hardy more so than DeSoto. Hardy will be closer to the center. You're probably talking 70 to 80. Lower rainfall totals. As I was saying earlier, I guarantee you tonight, when this storm goes through, if you live in DeSoto County, or especially even Hardy County, you go outside, you're going to see stars out, and you're still going to have 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be a crazy thing because this storm is literally cut in half. And then Highlands, about the same on the low end, 55 to 65. So these numbers as we go through the evening, these are some computer models. What I gave you just a second ago was my experience, and as up to date as it gets. These models run every few hours. But you notice the numbers are about what we're saying, 55 to 70 in that ballpark. But that small area that you're not going to see on these maps where the eye actually crosses, where you're going to have, it's like a little buzzsaw, a little 4 or 5 mile buzzsaw. I mean, I liken it to a 5 mile wide tornado. That's where you're going to have most of the extreme winds as this comes on through. So these are the updated storm totals. Jason just updated this, yes? Yep. Yes. All right, here you go. These are the new storm surge totals from the Hurricane Center as the 5 o'clock advisory. And these are ones that I would hang my hat on. You know, for the last 2 days, we've been saying I just think that 10 to 15 for the Bay is just way too high. I will tell you, I think the Northern Bay is going to be on the low end, closer to maybe lower than 6, to be honest. The southern part of the Bay, that's going to be closer to that 7 to 8, similar to what you had with Helene, and maybe even a bit higher. But you will not see that 10 to 15. So if there's anything positive out of this change in the forecast, it's that at least we can take that off the table. We've talked wind, we've talked rain. The biggest surge potential is still going to be Manatee and Sarasota County, where there will be a 9 to 13-foot surge. And even as far south as Fort Myers, an 8 to 12-foot surge. So what we've been saying from the beginning, you do not want to be on the south side of this eye. The storm surge will be highest right at or slightly east and south of where landfall occurs. So that could be really close to Bradenton or maybe even in the Bay itself. That's kind of the way this is shaping up. All right, so those are the new numbers. We're going to look at some live radar. We'll come back and talk with you in just a second. You guys want me to go back to the desk with Nadine and LSG?
Yes. Yep.
All right, guys, what you got?
We'll give you a little bit of a break. So we're going to talk about some power outages real quick. If you take a look at these numbers, we're going to scroll through some maps. This is TECO right now. TECO reporting almost 19,000 customers have already lost electricity. And the major areas are South Tampa, Sun City Center, and also the Seffner area. Meanwhile, Duke Energy, pull up this map. This one has just been creeping up and up, over 14,000 outages at this point. And Florida Power and Light, FPL, almost 8,000 with no power in Manatee and almost 1,500 in Sarasota County. And we've really been seeing these numbers start to go up within the past couple of hours.
Here's an important reminder for you. We do want you to be able to reach us 24/7 during and after Milton. Just scan this QR code on your screen to download our apps. This way you can stay connected to us even if you lose power or signal, and you can watch us on your phone. And to also download our apps, just take out your cell phone right now and you can go to your app store. This is where you can search ABC Action News and then click download. Once you are in the ABC Action News app, you'll see our live feed at the top of our homepage.
We do want to take a live look right now. This is from our FDOT cam. This is the Dick Meisner Bridge. This is the bridge leading up to the Sunshine Skyway. It's the northernmost bridge in Lower Tampa Bay. And Nadine, this is exactly why bridges are closed right now, because absolutely no one should be on a bridge on a road in these types of conditions, especially with what we're seeing right now in our Lower Tampa Bay counties.
Yeah, and we also know that all those bridges actually closed by like noon or 1 today because of that exact reason. And then I don't know if you saw that tornado down in Southwest Florida. It came right over a bridge as somebody was driving, and absolutely not a time to be out on the roads.
Yeah, and at this point, we're actually still waiting for an update about the Courtney Campbell Causeway and the Gandy Bridge. The westbound lanes had closed. As far as we know, the eastbound lanes are still open. I can't imagine anyone's driving on them, but we'll of course keep you updated once we know those bridges are fully closed. And we do also have an important advisory from the Polk County Sheriff's Office. You can see this picture right here. 2 streets are flooded and impassable. One of them in Lakeland at Reynolds Road at Main Avenue, and also in Winter Haven, 42nd Street Northwest at Avenue Q Northwest. Both are flooded. You see in these pictures, they're advising people to avoid the areas. Basically, just don't be on the road anyway. But if you are for some reason on the road, don't drive through the flooded waters. Don't walk through the flooded waters. Again, we're going to have that issue of we don't know what's actually in the water on the road, so just avoid these floodwaters.
It's also just the beginning. We're going to see a lot more of these roads flooded, especially if that debris gets kind of trapped in the drains there. So just be patient with us throughout the night and make sure you stay in place at this point. Also, take a look at this. The city of Tampa just posted these pictures to social media. This is the Krause pumping station, now protected by this orange tube that you see here. This is called a Tiger Dam. This protects the building from storm surge. Protecting the pump station is crucial because this does ensure that the wastewater will continue to flow during Hurricane Milton. We're told that the National Guard actually worked for more than 24 hours to get this Tiger Dam installed. It's interesting because I covered Hurricane Ian, and so many of the stormwater systems failed because the flooded waters got into the utility stations. That's why you see a lot of these cities turn off the waters on the barrier islands, because they're doing it ahead of time to protect our utility stations and our water systems. Because after Ian, I didn't have water for 9 days. That's no bathing, no flushing the toilets, no eating or drinking. It was miserable. But to have these flood protections in place, and we saw it after Helene outside of TGH. Do you remember that video?
Yes.
It's just crucial for the storm surge.
Yeah, so outside of TGH, they had that wall that worked really well. It's incredible technology. We do want to go to some drone video. This is from the Gulf of Mexico, and you're looking at waves from Hurricane Milton. This was shot by NOAA. If you get seasick, maybe just look down for a little bit. The storm obviously getting closer to our coast, and as Dennis mentioned earlier, the strongest winds are going to be closest to the eye of Milton. I believe he said 5 to 7 miles. And this is a dangerous hurricane, no matter where it makes landfall. But again, this drone video by NOAA.
And it's 5:10 here. I wanted to say, now that I'm joining you, Lauren, you know, we're so incredibly honored that you're even trusting us and watching us right now. This is going to be an overnight event. We also know that we're tired. We're not even 2 weeks from Helene, so there's a lot of stress and fatigue happening with all of this. But when you're tired, it's hard to make decisions, and that's why we're trying to be here for you to keep you as informed as possible so you can make the best decision for your family. So I just wanted to personally say thank you for trusting us, and you know, we're part of your same neighborhoods and we're feeling the same anxiety as well. Yeah. We also have reporters everywhere, so you don't have to be going outside during the storm and looking at it yourself. This is as Hurricane Milton continues to barrel towards the state of Florida. Residents in the Palma Vista neighborhood in Bradenton are gearing up to ride out the storm.
Yeah, that's where we find ABC Action News anchor Paul LaGrone. Paul, you were talking to a sweet couple from Boston earlier who stayed. I really related to them, used to nor'easters and not hurricanes. You're not in an evacuation zone right now, so obviously it's raining a lot, but how have conditions changed for you?
Yeah, Carl and Gigi, really sweet couple. They're right there behind us right here watching it as everyone else is unfold. And I'll tell you, the rain right now is really what we're feeling at this moment. We are seeing some trees start to sway, some palm trees. What you would expect, a measured wind gust around 50 plus miles an hour, sustained around 30. The rain spraying off the roof here. So that's kind of what we're dealing with at this moment. Just to give you a sense of where we are, this is the Palma Vista, Palma Sola area. We are about, I would say, 2.5 miles from the Manatee River. The Bradenton Police Department just put out on Twitter, X if you will, that the Manatee River has already appears to be flooding and has overflowed its banks. There's some street flooding happening there closer to the river. That is about a few miles to the north of where we are. We're also a few miles north of IMG, the famous sports academy where star athletes all over the country, basically a boarding school for them, just to give you a sense of where we are. And we're about a couple of miles inland from the intercoastal. So we're in an area that is surrounded by water. Now this neighborhood here, elevation around 22 feet, the expected storm surge that Dennis was just talking about. has it around 9 to 13 feet. So you're going to have streets that are going to be flooded. We even saw, as we were driving in today, some sort of pre-storm flooding happening with the outer bands. It doesn't take much to flood this area. But where we are right now, I would say is insulated from that flooding, but it's almost like an island in the sense that it's dry, or at least not flooded, but the area surrounding here could see some major flooding as the storm surge starts to come in. And then when it comes to the wind, that's kind of the X factor that we're working with right now, because how strong will that wind be? Will we get the full 120 with the Eyewall? We're getting a gust right now. And just to give you a sense of where I am, I mean, the rain is coming right off the roof of the house where we're staying, hitting me right in the face. And it's coming from this direction. So will we get that Eyewall that we've seen play out? Will it go further north? Will it make the turn right into Manatee? That is the ultimate real-time X factor that we're working with right now. But I can tell you the rain is starting to pile up. Storm surge, I would say, is probably we're not getting the full effect of that yet. But you know, it's starting to phase in hour by hour. This is what you know, you're going to get a clearer picture as we're all watching this unfold together. And so, you know, I think, you know, just to put a final touch on this, you know, and Dennis and the meteorologists know this better than I do. Trying to figure out if this thing is going to continue to track north. Will it go one more click into the bay, which would obviously not be good news? Will it stay in the line that it is projected now and come over Manatee, Bradenton, where we are, and perhaps Palmetto? And how much wind will we see? How much storm surge will we see? How much rain will we see? And in effect, how much flooding will we see? We're still early. I know this thing is moving at 17, 16 miles an hour, which in a sense is good, having covered too many hurricanes to count in my previous time, even before I got to Tampa. I always preferred a storm that would come in quickly and leave quickly. I always prefer that, and I think everyone does, rather than the slow-moving soaker that just stays over you. So there is some silver lining perhaps there. It's just too early to kind of characterize good news, bad news. I don't want to go there because you just don't know until you're really in it, until you're through it. Because you can feel something that's perhaps not feeling as bad as what you expected in one area, but somewhere else is getting it worse than they thought. There's a lot of moving parts to this puzzle that make up this hurricane. And so to characterize it, it's just difficult to do. But I will tell you that the folks here, and it wasn't just Gigi and Carl that decided to stay, and they did not board up their home, and they felt comfortable staying here. Other folks did board up their home. Apparently, a lot of people did stay here and are going to ride it out come what may. So that's the very latest here in Bradenton, in Manatee County, where, like you, in Tampa Bay and parts beyond, we're just sort of watching, waiting, and feeling the effects of Hurricane Milton and wondering, you know, what are we going to see and when are we going to see it? Back to you guys.
Definitely a lot of emotions, not knowing exactly where this is going to go, and either north or here or south. Either way, our neighbors are going to be impacted, and so many of our neighbors were hurt after Helene.
And it's tough because if it doesn't go one place, it goes the other place.
Yeah, and our hearts, it's all in our viewing area. It's all of our neighbors, literally, people that we report with and talk to every day. So, of course, we're going to be here with you, and we have our teams out all over the area. Our team coverage for Hurricane Milton does continue in Pinellas County now. Again, we were just talking about this. It got so hard hit by Hurricane Helene. We still got a ton of storm debris lining the streets there.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler is live for us in downtown St. Pete tonight. Eric, you're a little bit elevated. Conditions definitely got worse in St. Pete since we last talked with you. What is it like there now?
Yeah, absolutely, Lauren. In the last hour or so, we have seen the wind really pick up, and the rain as well. And just take a look. We're here right on Central Avenue in downtown St. Pete, and we have just seen the conditions just deteriorate really fast. We've actually seen some people still out driving around, which is beyond me at this point. But if you look down, that is 17th Street. As we see somebody on the road right now turning on to 17th Street, and you see there's a tree down there already as the water starts starts to puddle up, and he's probably figuring out which way to go because there's a tree in the road, and the conditions are only going to get worse. I mean, we're just seeing the front end of the storm now, but as you just heard from Dennis and our weather team, if this storm does in fact inch closer to the bay, that is not good news for all the people here in St. Petersburg that just dealt with all the storm surge from Hurricane Helene, because we're talking about so many communities, St. Pete Beach, northeast St. Petersburg, that just can't take any more water, and all of St. Petersburg is really in jeopardy at this point with that storm surge. We see some people trying to enjoy themselves. These are brand new, relatively new apartment buildings here, and we've been keeping an eye for the lighter side of things on the Jack Skellington Halloween decoration up there, and yeah, they know they're on TV. We've been yelling across at each other, and they're trying to make the best of it. And I guess we know when Jack Skellington flies away that things have really gotten bad. But on a more serious note, people here, the city government put out an alert yesterday about the cranes. I mean, we've all seen, if you've been to downtown St. Petersburg, those cranes that are working on new towers going up, and those things can only withstand so much. So if winds do reach over 100 miles an hour, there is definite concern about what could happen to those cranes. I did a little bit of research and saw there have been cases where cranes have crashed down from high winds in other parts of the country in the past. Of course, we hope that does not happen here, but there was a warning put out that if you do live near one of those cranes, that you should probably relocate yourself, or at least not be near the windows, because obviously we can only imagine the devastation if one of those things came toppling over. Also, just to give you another perspective here, that's 275 right now. There's somebody just driving by. I've seen emergency vehicles going on 275, not too many regular cars or trucks, but there are some people for some reason that are out on the highway right now that have chose to venture out into this as conditions get worse. Now, we're here at the True Hotel by Hilton on Central Avenue, and this place is a 7-story building, so we're feeling secure. We're on the 3rd floor right now, and this is the lobby in here, and there are actually dozens, obviously hundreds of people that have taken refuge in this hotel, and we're going to go talk to a couple of them inside here. Hey, everybody. And people from nearby have chosen to come here to stay safe. Some of them have had to deal with the flooding from Hurricane Helene, and they don't want to deal with it again. So they're here. This is all one family, right? Wow. For the most part.
Say it. We're the Hurricane family.
The Hurricane family. So I introduce everybody.
I'm Michelle. This is Liv, my daughter, Safina, Robin, Devin, and this is Titus over here. And we met during the hurricane, actually, our little hurricane party here.
Right. Everybody is turning into a family here. They're playing pool, they're playing chess, they're eating food. What brought you here?
The flooding, we actually really suffered pretty bad in the Helene. We had about 4 to 5 feet, and our cars are gone, all of that. So it made it pretty difficult to evacuate.
Yeah. And what are you doing to pass the time besides answering silly questions from me?
Well, like you said, we've been playing pool. This place is great. True has been awesome. So a lot of shout out to them. We want to keep the morale high, and it's been going really well. I mean, we made a lot of friends here over the last, 10 hours, I would say. Yeah. So I appreciate it a lot.
I almost feel like we're at the Westminster Dog Show, because I've seen so many dogs that people have brought here. I heard they waive the pet fee here, so that's a nice perk here that they've done to take care of people who are fleeing the storm and the worst of it. And well, I'll tell you, now that we're indoors, it feels a lot better than it was out there, because it is getting definitely rough as conditions here in St. Pete worsen. But we'll be here through the night to show you what's happening. Live in downtown St. Pete, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you so much, because we know it's so difficult for so many families to now have to go through this again. You just heard that they lost their cars and they had just went through Helene. Mm-hmm. And the emergency management director in Pinellas County earlier today said, for those of you who were punched in Hurricane Helene, this will be a knockout, as we know. But to hear that, it's good that the family is making the best of it and they're safe and, playing pool, doing what they can in a safe area.
We know so many families are going through this right now, and it's just so tough for so many counties and neighborhoods.
That is probably the hardest part in covering all of this and knowing what we're going to have overnight. Let's go ahead and go down to downtown Sarasota, where we will definitely be feeling both storm surge and high winds there. We're already seeing that with Hurricane Milton, with our Chad Mills live there right now.
Yeah, Chad, how are conditions there now?
Guys, we're at Marina Jack in Sarasota. Downtown Sarasota is in front of me. Sarasota Bay is behind me. And right now we are getting some wind and some pretty heavy rain where we're standing. That's one of the concerns. But the main concern has been, for days here, storm surge, which is expected to rise overnight sometime, perhaps into the early morning hours tomorrow. But if you look out to this peninsula behind me, you can already tell the water is starting to rise here in Sarasota Bay. I would say about an hour ago, this peninsula was squarely out of the water. Now some of those waves are lapping over that peninsula. And yes, there is a person out there fishing right now, which of course is not advisable, but it is what it is right here in Sarasota. The city has, and the county for that matter, Sarasota County has been, really trying for days to get people out of zones like the one where I am at. This is A right here in evacuation zone A, but they are also ordering people out of B and C. And it looks like over the past couple of days, a number of people, I'd say the vast majority of people did listen to Sarasota County and the city of Sarasota and really got out of here. Driving around downtown Sarasota, you really don't see anyone. We were out on some of the barrier islands yesterday, which are in the distance there with all the rain and wind. They're hard to see. But you can kind of see the silhouette of Bird Key, St. Armand Circle, Lido Key in the area behind it. When we drove through there yesterday, again, there were just not too many people left behind. That is the good news here as they brace for potentially, as Dennis said earlier, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, worst case scenario here in Sarasota County. Send things back to you guys in the studio.
You can definitely see things getting bad there. Of note, earlier I saw stairs behind Chad, so he can go up. I know that people might be concerned that he's right there on the water and seeing the water go up. Our crews have done this. We have probably one of the most experienced teams, I feel like, in the world. I'm so honored to work alongside you guys, but our crews know what to do, and there are stairs nearby, so just in case you were worried.
Our crews are in safe locations.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We were just in Sarasota. We're continuing to see the conditions deteriorate there.
Yeah, and that's where we also find ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska in a different area. Paluska, I hear that wind behind you. What's it been like for you, and how has it changed?
Yeah, we've had some of the bands we've been mentioning come in, and it was actually pretty calm here just about 10 minutes ago. We had another one. My photographer, Reed Moeller, we're actually at an Airbnb, a block construction, super strong. Has a second floor, so he's shooting down on me from the second floor. We have a really good vantage point of this area. We're east of where Chad Mills is in a neighborhood. Ooh, there was a nice bit of lightning. East of Chad Mills, and you just want to show you our area where we're at. The winds are really picking up. This is probably one of the worst bands we've seen so far come through here. And you can see, if you can see the clouds, they're moving due east. That is due north where you're looking. Look how fast those clouds are moving. This thing is whipping through here. Pretty good lightning bolt that just came through. We saw the flash, and it, heard the thunder about 15 seconds, so I'm not really too worried about that right now. We've been picking an area where we can try to report throughout the entirety of this storm. We got this transformer that you see right here. That is obviously concerning. So far we have power. One of the big concerns in this neighborhood, it's very varied with some of the types of homes. We're in a new construction, brand new, and you see this little house down here with the carport. And we've been looking at this, and hopefully as this thing verifies, the buzzsaw that Dennis has been mentioning doesn't come through here, because that is extremely concerning. Frame construction, looks like the one next door is brick. That house will hold up a lot better. But as these winds shift, we're going to shift and move around with the storm. As I mentioned, coming around right now from the east, from the southeast, and then it'll swing around the house that we're in. We've been talking to people in this area, and they've told me that they're just saying goodbye to their homes, and they're hoping they're there when they get back. We were on Lido Beach yesterday, and a gentleman was boarding up, and he said, I don't know if I'm gonna have a home to come back to. I know, with Dennis mentioning the bay, and the surge kind of dropped, and it's a lot more now because we're going to be in that onshore flow. And so with the extreme case now, the surge, as you just saw, 9 to 13 feet. That is unreal. So we're hoping that people have evacuated this area. We already saw what Helene can do, and we're expecting any moment for the Weather Service to potentially push out an extreme wind warning for our area. As you know, the storm's coming in a lot earlier, a lot sooner. We were prepared for maybe a 2 a.m. landfall. Now it's maybe around 10 or 9. So we're going to try to ride this thing out. I think where we are in our block home, we're not in an evacuation zone that's been called. We're in evacuation zone E. We've had some localized street flooding, but I haven't seen anyone out here driving their cars around. We walked around, cruised the neighborhood, no cars in driveways. I think people said, hey, this is pretty dangerous and we got to get out of here. The one thing that concerns me, as we've been hearing, are the people that may have stayed behind. Once it gets to 45 miles per hour, first responders won't be able to come out and get you. And you're going to be calling 911 and you're going to be in your home. And as we've seen with other storms like Helene and Ian and Debbie and Adalia and all these storms that we've been covering, there's no way out once the water comes up. I think people still have a little time to get the heck out if they can, if they're on those barrier islands, and that would be super important because you see this thing coming up where it's coming up, it's going to push a ton of water. So we're going to be out here monitoring this situation for you guys. Nothing crazy now, some tropical storm force winds, maybe a couple of gusts, nothing hurricane strength at this moment. Thinking that might start verifying probably around 8, 9, 10 o'clock as we're in the southern part, the dirty side of the Eyewall. That we've been seeing. The track has taken it over our house by a couple of miles, but with this new track that the National Hurricane Center released, we're now a lot farther south, so we'll be stuck in that Eyewall for a while. And so we're going to try to be on air as long as we can and let people know what the conditions are, and obviously we're going to do it safely. For now, we're live here in Sarasota. Michael Paluska, ABC Action News.
Michael, absolutely great reporting out there. Stay safe. I want to mention that while Michael was talking from Sarasota County just sent out an email. As of 5:15, it is no longer safe to be out on the roadways. Individuals should not be out on the roadways. You should now shelter in place. I know that we have been saying that for the last few hours, but to get that email from Sarasota government to the public as we were in Sarasota County, I felt like I needed to mention that again. At this point, it isn't safe to go out. You should stay in place.
Truly, truly. And we do want to stay in our southern counties now and move now to Manatee County and the Palmetto area.
ABC Action News reporter Katie LaGrone is in Palmetto. And Katie, you are out in the elements right now. You're at a shelter. Is it full with a lot of folks who evacuated? I heard about 10,000 people in Manatee County took the warning.
Yeah, the county is experiencing over 10,000 people in different evacuation shelters. About 18 shelters have been set up. At the one that we're at here, Virgil Mills Elementary, there's more than 1,000 people that have evacuated. That gives you some perspective as to the intensity and the seriousness that people in Palmetto are taking. Just for some perspective, the principal of the school told me for Helene just 2 weeks ago, they had nearly 400 people evacuate. And tonight they have about 1,000, just over 1,000. Right now, outside, we are very close to the shelter. In fact, if I just walk a little bit, I am under the awning. So I want to make sure that viewers know that we are being very, very safe. In fact, I even have the principal outside the doors and a deputy from the sheriff's office. They are not only protecting us outside, thank you guys very much, but they're of course also protecting, more importantly, all the folks that are inside. Just a short time ago, they actually called it. They said, hey, nobody can come outside. People were coming out here, as you can imagine, just to get a breath of fresh air, take a break, talk to each other. This is a pet-friendly shelter, so some people were walking their dogs, and they just came out and say, hey guys, we're done, we're shutting it down. So everybody is now inside, and they are literally manning the doors now to keep people from coming outside because the gusts of wind and the rain is starting to pick up. We have gone through various squalls. I mean, there have been times where, I have been out here or watching, and I mean, you can barely see, what's in front of you because there's just this band of rain and gusts of wind. We're hearing the flapping of signs, of just road signs, stop signs. There's a sign, actually just, Matt, if you want to show the viewers, if you want to just pan down to that sign over there on the left-hand side of your screen, that was flapping. It was making so much noise that we were sort of looking around going, what's going on? And that one was flapping quite a bit. So you have these periodic, as we all deal with this in every storm I've ever covered, where you kind of have this lull where it's relatively, it seems it's fine, just like right now, and then you'll have these squalls of just wind and rain that come through, and it's very gusty, very intimidating. Right now, thankfully, we're in sort of a little bit of a lull, but certainly this is just periodic. It's picking up, it stops, and then it picks up again. But for the most part, what we're seeing here in Palmetto, people taking this seriously. I mean, we were out earlier today. Businesses are boarded up, homes are boarded up, sandbags are in place, lots of mobile homes in the city of Palmetto. I mean, it's a small coastal city, 7 square miles, surrounded by water on three sides. Surge and flooding is of course the big issue here, as it is in every part of Tampa Bay. That's what we're sort of keeping watch of. That's what people are keeping watch of. Over at the Manatee River, I heard Paul's live shot where he said that the Manatee County Sheriff's Office is already saying that some of the water is coming into those, coming over the seawalls into the roads there. Not a surprise. I mean, there are parts of Palmetto that flood on an average day, and so certainly this is what they're looking out for. During Helene, and I've said this before, they had about 4 feet of storm surge, and so right now, obviously, the expectation is that they are concerned about 12, even higher storm surge. That will be obviously closer to the water. Here where we are pretty inland. We're about 5, 6, maybe 7 miles away from the Manatee River, so we feel pretty safe. In fact, we're actually staying at an Airbnb just across the street from the shelter. You can see just how many people are here. I mentioned about the 1,000 people inside. I mean, and this is, I should mention, this is actually a shelter, the elementary school, and then right next door is a middle school, and there are people there as well. So this is a packed house. Next door, they've got quite a few people, and so certainly we're hopeful that people will be they're taking care of themselves and they're doing what they need to do. But certainly the concern here is that water, Dennis. I know we're all looking out for that.
Yeah. And the water is, in terms of damage with this system, the water would probably be 80%. The wind might be 15%. Maybe the freshwater flooding might be 5%. So it's all about the surge. But in terms of the wind, we've got 2 things to cover. I'll start with the wind, and Jason can talk about the track and the water. Because overall, when you get this system, as it's getting closer, it is going to spread the highest wind that it has right near the eye. We've been saying 5 to 7 miles for the last couple of days, and I'm certainly not going to change now. Hurricane force winds extend 35 miles out, all right? The extreme winds, maybe 5 or 6 miles. But in those extreme winds, you could see winds of 90, 95, maybe even a little higher. Now, there is a possibility, and it's just a possibility, there's a possibility that the Hurricane Center or the local weather service actually would issue this. It's called an extreme wind warning. And Mike Paluska just mentioned it. And for the life of me, Jason and I still don't know how he knew that. Because we're like, someone texted you that. So an extreme wind warning means winds of 115 miles an hour, sustained. So it is the real deal. Now, there was an extreme wind warning in Bartow with Irma. I remember that because you had this giant hurricane coming in from the south. And none of the area had sustained hurricane force winds. But when it got into Polk County, right around Bartow, we had about a 20-minute stretch where the winds just went nuts, and we had the extreme wind warning issued. So if you get an alert, this is my point. If that were to happen, it would probably be somewhere between southern Pinellas, southwestern Hillsborough, or northwestern Manatee. Probably in that area if it were to happen. If you get an alert on your phone or you hear us talking about it, that is every bit as dangerous as a tornado warning in your area. Extreme wind warnings are the real deal. So if you were to see that, you want to immediately act. There's the eye. We've been saying this for a while now. You can literally split the storm in half. If this were to move through your area at night tonight, and you live south of where this eye is, I've been saying this for a few days, you'll likely see stars. There'll be very little rain. There's still going to be wind, but there will be very, very little rain, and there will be breaks in that cloud cover. So, boy, I'm looking over at that picture. Look at the, guys, can you take Max 1? Look at the picture of the Hyatt in Clearwater here.
It's barely hanging on.
Yeah, check it out. Check out Max 1, guys. There you go. I mean, that's right
Pier
now.
60's down there. Just hard to see.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's definitely coming in, and let's go back to me, because what are we looking at right there? So there's your storm. There's the eye. Most of the wind right there. The extreme wind right there, coming up close on Sarasota. But what's really noteworthy about this storm is all of the squally weather is at or north of the center. Now remember, this is spinning counterclockwise. So all this red right here is moving away, but there's still a lot over here. And that red, that's just heavy rain. So overall, I talked about the freshwater flooding issues. There's already flash flood warnings in effect. And there will be more heavy rain for hours to come. So we've covered the rain. We've talked about the surge factors. And again, I want to address the surge in the sense that if this storm gets up to around the Skyway, there's bound to be higher surge in the bay. The Hurricane Center did bump down the surge forecast. For days, we've been saying that 10 to 15 is just not going to happen. But here's why they do it, and it makes sense. The goal of the Hurricane Center is to keep you safe. It's to get the weather right, obviously, but it's to keep you safe and to make sure, darn sure, that you are informed, that everything that they know, you know, so you can decide how to keep your family safe. Right now, if you're watching, you're probably hunkered down. Maybe you've got shutters up. Maybe you have plywood up. Maybe you didn't do any of that and you're just hanging in. Maybe you regret not putting up the shutters, or maybe you just didn't have the opportunity to do so. But the point is, we're all here watching this come in, and you based your decision on all your information, right? Everything, you heard it here. You heard it on social media. You heard your neighbors talking about it. Everybody was talking about what was going to happen. And then you made your decision. Well, the Hurricane Center's goal is we're going to tell them the worst case that they could possibly see. And then they make their decision. Because even if it isn't that bad, we would much rather them prepare for the worst and it doesn't happen than to under-prepare and you get hit blindsided. So that is why you saw those numbers of 10 to 15 feet the last few days. When you heard Greg and you heard me and Jason and Shay saying, yeah, we're going to share what the Hurricane Center went with, but we really don't think they're going to see those high of numbers. Now they've come down to 6 to 9 feet. That is a very reasonable forecast. And Greg and I were talking, some of the models are hinting that the highest surge in the bay will be on the south side of the bay, as opposed to the north side. So that's something else we'll have to watch closely. But overall, when you look at these storms, it's humbling in this sense that, you know, we have this technology, we have this experience, we feel like we're pretty good at what we do in forecasting the weather the best that we can. And yet, when a storm gets this close, we're no different than you. We're looking at that. Hey, look, it looks like it went a little right. Hey, look, it looks a little left. It's called nowcasting. In other words, it's looking out the window. And that's what I always say. You throw the models out the window and you look out the window and you're 4 or 5 hours out. Well, Jason just noticed something. We were talking about this. It looks like there's another wobble. Now, I don't want to be a dog chasing my tail, and every single time there's a move, oh, look, it went here. I'll never forget, I was watching a national weather guy as the storm was coming into Houston years ago. He's like, oh, look, there's a significant turn. It was a little wobble. And it wasn't a turn, and it went right back again the next 15, 20 minutes. So we don't want to misinform you with a wobble that is not a trend. It's just a short-term thing. But Jason, it's certainly something that we noted. And the reason it's important is because 10 miles, and we're talking about a storm that's 1,000 miles away, and it boils down to a 10-mile wobble, which realistically, and I talked about this a little while ago, and I'll bring it up one more time. A buddy of mine's well-connected in the insurance industry, a meteorologist, and knows about loss, and that's kind of what he deals with in terms of loss from natural disasters. And he was telling me that landfall in Sarasota would be $100 billion in damage if it were a Cat 4 staying at a Cat 4 or higher. He said landfall in the Bay at a Cat 4 or higher is $175 billion. The only storm with more would have been Katrina. More than Ian, more than anything. So when we talk about a 10-mile difference, that 10 miles is going into the bay and bringing that water up in the bay as opposed to moving into an area that might have less of an impact, at least for the number of people. But let me be clear before I toss it over to Jason. It's very significant that the Hurricane Center dropped that 10 to 15 foot prediction down to 6 to 9. I know it's still a scary sound, and it is. It's comparable to what Helene did, and Helene destroyed a lot of property and ruined a lot of lives. But at least it's headed in the right direction, and the storm is weakening. And it's wobbling too. Jason, what do you got on that?
Yeah, so still watching the wobbles, of course. Every left or right movement, like you said, is going to make people think one thing or another. The general movement is still to the northeast with wobbles to the left and right. So getting a little bit closer to the Sarasota County coastline at this point. Here's what it looks like in downtown Tampa. And I also want to point out something very important from the National Hurricane Center, what they had said about the northern eyewall of this storm that will likely move through St. Pete, Tampa, and then getting through Hillsborough County and Polk County. Because of this transitioning to what we call an extratropical cyclone, bunch of weather nerd stuff I won't spend time on you with, but when you factor in the situation that we're in with dry air, wind shear, and there are fronts now attached to this system, this is going to be transitioning into an extratropical cyclone. What that means for you and me is that the northern eyewall on the northern side, we've talked about the prolific rain rates that'll be coming out of this system as we go through the next 6 to 8 hour period, but that also is going to increase the winds within the northern eyewall itself. So while the winds may be coming down, we're still looking at a very, very strong northern eyewall, and depending on exactly where that goes, we could be looking at a pretty strong swath of some very, very dangerous winds here as we go into the next couple of hours. And we're waiting to see, like Dennis said, if we're going to get an extreme wind warning. I did talk to the National Weather Service a few minutes ago while Dennis was on, and she said, yes, they will be issuing one. It's not the first one we've had in Sarasota County. There was one in Sarasota County during Ian. And then, of course, during Irma, we had one. But if we get one in the Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas County area, it may be the first time we've had one issued here. So like we talked about a second ago, the track generally moving to the north-northeast. We've seen a little left shift, a little right shift now, perhaps a little bit more of a right wobble at this point. But the overall trend, it doesn't matter. The forecast stays the same. Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota counties. This is the potential landfall projection here over the next 3 hour period. And then we're going to start to see that northern band moving through St. Pete, Clearwater, Feather Sound, over towards St. Pete, Clearwater International Airport, into the West Chase area, through downtown Tampa, West Shore, down through MacDill Air Force Base, and then eventually east over toward Plant City, maybe over to the Brandon vicinity as well, where we could be seeing some very strong winds within that northern eyewall. Have to watch the radar every minute to see exactly who's going to be getting the worst. And that's what we're going to be doing here. We have 5 meteorologists here for you tonight, and we're going to keep you posted on minute by minute, hour by hour, who's going to be seeing potentially the worst. So we have a new flash flood warning in effect. I talked about this a couple of hours ago. These flash flood warnings are issued, then they'll be expired, then they'll reissue some new ones. We have 2 new ones over the last hour. The first one's going to be here in Sarasota County. This is also where the outer eyewall is beginning to move on shore. So until 7:45, we have the flash flood warning here for those of you Sarasota and also northern Sarasota County and western Manatee County. The new one in Pinellas County also now includes southwest Pasco County. So this is going until 7:45. Greg tweeted and posted out to our social media accounts about half hour ago, general 5 to 7 inches. Is that what I saw? 4 to 7 inches of rainfall has already fallen, the heaviest in Pinellas County so far. And we've got another 8-9 hour period of these extreme rainfall rates to go. And this is what's unfortunately setting up the potential catastrophe for us, that the 12 to 18 inches of rainfall that falls here from Pasco and Pinellas County east through Hillsborough and getting into Sumter Lake, Hernando County, you're included in this as well. So if you're not getting the extreme winds with the eye to the south, we are getting, unfortunately, the extreme rain along into the north of this path, and we could see rainfall totals 1 foot to 1.5 feet by the time we wrap the system up. Getting a little bit closer inspection here on the eye wall, we have a couple of things that are happening with the eye. We kind of had 2 eye walls as the system is weakening and slowly transitioning to that extratropical system we were talking about. The first one setting up for us is now moving onshore here. That one has 74+ mile/hour sustained winds with it. So in Sarasota, coastal Sarasota, from Nokomis all the way up through Turtle Beach, getting into Siesta Key, downtown Sarasota, and then up toward the airport in southern Manatee County. This is where we're beginning to see those sustained 74-mile-per-hour winds. The extreme winds, and when the eye starts to get closer to the coast, where we'll likely get that extreme wind warning that Dennis was talking about, are right here in this area. And this is where we're getting the 100+ mile/hour winds. Once those get closer to the coast, anticipate that extreme wind warning, and that will be for sustained winds of 150 15 miles per hour moving onshore wherever we see this making landfall, Sarasota, Manatee, or southern Pinellas, or southern coastal sections here of Hillsborough County. So that's where the Eyewall currently is. Here's where the wind field projections are hour by hour. So if you're wanting to know when we see the worst in your neighborhood, let me walk you through that here over the next 5 minutes or so. In red, those are the sustained 74+ mile per hour winds. So those are the hurricane force sustained winds. In orange, those are strong tropical storm force sustained winds over 58 miles per hour. And in yellow, we've been here for hours now. Those are sustained winds that are 40 or gusts that get a little bit higher than that. As we go from 6 o'clock to 7:30, the hurricane force sustained winds with gusts possibly at or above 100 miles per hour begin to move in here to southern Pinellas County. We're talking about Tierra Verde, St. Pete Beach, Paso Grill, down toward Fort DeSoto, and then into Manatee County, including Bradenton, Anna Maria Island, Palmetto, down to the southern apex if you're in and around the Mango area, also over towards Parrish. We've got it for you. Lakewood Ranch, Sarasota, Siesta Key, Turtle Beach, Venice, Osprey, just to the north of Nokomis, maybe seeing a little bit more in the way of those stronger winds depending on how close the eye gets to you all. 7:30 is when we're going to start getting the worst of the winds and those widespread power outages unfortunately beginning to happen. Remember, if you lose power, make sure your mobile phone is charged right now. Download our ABC Action News app. You can continue to watch us streaming on your mobile phone if you lose power. Here's what it looks like as we go on through 9 o'clock. Those strong hurricane sustained winds with gusts nearing 100 or passing it are now in a very small area around the eye, but we're looking at that chance now moving into South Tampa, getting into downtown Tampa, West Shore, filling in more of Pinellas County from St. Pete north up to Lealman and getting into Largo. This is where we're looking at sustained hurricane force winds. That also moves into Waimama, Sun City Center over toward Apollo Beach, getting up to the Riverview Gibsonton area. And notice the orange colors with those strong tropical storm force winds are now all the way up through Hernando County, past Pine Island, getting up toward Homosassa here in southern Citrus County. And we're still looking at those hurricane sustained winds through Sarasota and nearly all of Manatee County. Fast forward to 11 o'clock tonight. Those sustained winds are now bullseye sitting over top of Tampa Bay. So it includes Pinellas, Hillsborough, Western Polk, Northwestern Hardy, and getting into most of Manatee and northern Sarasota County. By 11 o'clock, this is when it's going to be the worst for you all. Fast forward to 1 o'clock, eastern Hillsborough County, getting into Polk County. Almost the entire Polk County area will have a chance as we go from midnight to 3 a.m., 4 a.m., to get those sustained winds at 74 miles per hour. And like Dennis said, by this point, weakening as it's moving inland, but still getting gusts that could exceed 90 miles per hour in these areas. And then by 3 o'clock, the system's down to a Category 1 hurricane, continuing to move over to the Space Coast, possibly moving offshore in and around Cape Canaveral. We start to see the winds getting back below tropical storm force by the time we get to about 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then we're finishing up with this system at that point, and hopefully not seeing a disaster out there. But unfortunately, the strongest storm to hit our area in over 100 years. The scenes aren't probably going to be pretty at all whatsoever. So here's what the rain looks like on the radar, and very important here with Futurecast, and I want to show you this too, because we talked about how this slowly transitioning to that weird extratropical thing we talked about. What happens is on the northern side, that northern eye wall, even as the system weakens, we still continue to see very, very strong winds out of it. That's through St. Pete, Tampa, over to Zephyr Hills, getting into sections of Thonotosassa. There's 8 o'clock. Notice that northern eye wall, that magenta color. Very, very strong winds are going to be moving in with that as we go through 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock here in Tampa, St. Pete, Brandon, Thonotosassa, back to Clearwater, up to Palm Harbor, and getting into Zephyr Hills, Wesley Chapel area. Then as we go to midnight tonight, there's where it shifts inland, and we still hold on to scattered rain bands as we go through 1:30, 2 o'clock into the morning. Still some gusty winds over tropical storm force at this point, and we're wrapping the system up again by 6 to 8 a.m., moving it out into the Atlantic. Sunshine returns tomorrow, and we get those temperatures back up to around 80 degrees. What the system will do behind it is bring in significantly lower humidity, also dropping temperatures, so at least for those of us that are unfortunately likely to lose power over the next few hours, and it may take days or even a couple of weeks to get power back on to the worst hit areas, we could potentially get at least slightly more tolerable air here in Florida. Now, of course, after Helene left and we had over 250,000 people without power in Pinellas County, it took almost a week of temperatures at 90, 95 degrees. We had record high temperatures into the mid 90s as well. That won't be the case with this as our restoration and cleanup works in the next 3 to 5 day period. The power crews will hopefully get things on obviously as quickly as they can, but it looks like we'll get some lower temperatures behind this as we go into the next couple of hours. So that's what it looks like here right now. We're continuing to get the latest updates from the Hurricane Center. Let me go back to the radar just to make sure the extreme wind warning hasn't been issued. Haven't seen it issued yet, but as the eye is now beginning to approach the coast, I expect that to be Sarasota, Manatee, maybe Pinellas and Hillsborough County. This is where we would get those extreme wind warnings. Dennis, want to send it back over to you. What you got, bud?
One thing I wanted to note that you're not showing on that radar, look at the little spin right here. That little spin. So I don't know, did you talk about waterspouts moving on shore, Jason?
No, I did not.
Yeah, you know, that's one other thing to remember. Add it to the list, right? I mean, I hope, you know, you're hunkered down, you're locked into where you are, you're watching us on TV. By the way, I do want to mention this. If you lose power, you can still follow us. It's something that has happened several times in the past. We have radio partners, and I think we have a graphic actually that's out there, but we have radio, there it is, thank you. We have radio partners that are helping us simulcast in some spots of what we are doing as the storm really starts to roll in. And there they are. And it's always challenging. I know Jason and Greg, we've talked about this sometimes in the past. You know, we're used to the TV mentality, and you're like, hey, look at this over here. But people who are listening on the radio can't hear that. So we try to tailor our presentation so folks who are listening on the radio can also understand what's happening. And if you lose power, you have the ability to listen to these radio stations, or you can download our app. And downloading our app is, in my opinion, a great way to do this because, look, if you've lost power, and by the way, you should be charging your phone right now. Let's go back to me, guys. You should be charging your phone right this second and keep it charged. And obviously, because if you lose power, that's your lifeline. So if you lose power, you can still watch us. So all you do is go either on the App Store or Google Play and search ABC Action News. You download the app and you'll be able to watch our coverage. And trust me on this, at night, if you've lost power and the winds are howling outside and you hear trees, branches falling and things rustling around, you're gonna wanna know what's going on. So that's the way you can follow us. You download our app, and at that point, you'll be able to follow us even if your power has gone out. But I repeat, I posted a list of all the things you should do in advance. That's one you can still do, because you're probably scrolling right now, or you're probably looking and trying to get information. Have your phone plugged in, because there's going to be some widespread power outages. And as Jason said, you know, if we get that extreme wind warning that comes through southern Pinellas or Hillsborough and in northwestern Manatee, I mean, that's an area that you are bound to get some significant power outages. So there were a lot of tornadoes on the East Coast. Still are tornado warnings over there. But there it is. Landfall, we're on 9 o'clock. So the eye crosses at about 9. But there's your center. If you were watching DPO the last few days and we showed you the models were very solid on predicting how this storm would look. Because there's your eye, kind of ragged. There's the center. All of the weather is north in terms of the rain. And Greg and I were just talking. I mean, the biggest, in fact, he was saying, Dennis, it might be harder for you to get home. I live in Palm Harbor. It might be harder for you to get home. We were worried about having to bypass trees because it might be harder for you to get home because of the flooding. And we're not talking surge because they'll have an offshore flow in northern Pinellas and probably central Pinellas. We're talking rainfall, fresh water flooding. So there's your eye. There's the right side, areas of Sarasota. I mean, how close would you say this edge of this eye is to coastal Sarasota?
It's basically there.
It's like almost there. Now it's moving, you know, this way right here. But boy, I mean, I'll tell you, there's probably some pretty solid wind going on right there from Port Charlotte up to Sarasota, and not just the flood warning. And then the heaviest rain, the squalliest weather is on the northern Eyewall. And that's what's going to go on. So tell you what, let's go on back to the anchors. We're going to continue to watch this closely. And the minute we get any kind of extreme wind warning or anything of the sort, we'll come back and let you know. And again,
Dennis,
charge your phone.
While you do that, just looking at some of the wind gusts, 69 miles per hour in St. Pete, 59 miles per hour at Sarasota Bradenton International, 61 at Albert Whitted in downtown, 58 in Venice. So just now beginning to see those stronger tropical storm force winds. There have been some changes also to the tornado watch. Most of the area is still in it. Our southern spots have been cleared out of that for now. We'll let you know if that changes, but that tornado watch that covered up everybody is now only for Polk County and then Hernando County south to Sarasota County along the coast. Ladies, take it away.
All right, Jason, thank you so much. We want to bring Wendy back in as we are coming in and out over the next few hours. Of course, we're going to be with you through the height of the storm and all throughout the evening. We do have some updates from St. Pete.
Yeah, I was just looking on Twitter. St. Pete police actually sending out a note that as Milton approaches and conditions worsen, they now say all first responder operations will be paused for the safety of our police, fire, and medical teams. They will not be able to respond to emergency calls until it is safe to operate. So, that's why it's so important to hunker down and stay in place. Don't go anywhere. Don't get in your car. Don't try to drive anywhere to look at whatever damage has already been done. Please stay wherever you are.
It's interesting because in Helene, winds never got to the point where first responders couldn't get out. They are expecting, obviously, the winds to get higher, and that's one of the reasons why they're putting out that warning. Once they hit 45 miles per hour, it's unsafe for them to go out to rescue.
And the storm surge is also an issue as well, which was the deal with Helene. They just, they couldn't get in.
Now, can you imagine navigating the debris? We also have another quick update from St. Pete as well. They're putting out all of these right now. The city of St. Pete said that they made the difficult decision to turn off the water at the northeast sewage treatment plant and the southwest sewer treatment plant. This is to protect the plants as that storm surge comes in. So now they're asking you to limit water. That basically means if you were in those areas, and they put out a map, hopefully we can get that to you either online or later on the show. But what they're saying is that don't flush the toilet. It might not even flush. Your water is going to be turned off. This is in the area where they think the storm surge is going to be the worst. They did want to note out that the water station serving Odessa will stay online, but they just made that difficult decision, again, to turn off water ahead of time because that storm surge is going to inundate St. Pete.
And many of the barrier islands had already done that. We're talking, Treasure
absolutely.
Island, Anna Maria Island, Davis Island, all those have already turned off the water because of that specific issue. So we do want to take a live look now at Bradenton. This is near the coastline. And you can see, obviously, the wind picking up, the storm coming in, the waves obviously kicking up as well. But this is near Bradenton, near the coastline, of course, as we know, could be very close to ground zero.
Manatee County, 10,000 people evacuating there. So they're taking the warning there. We're also getting new video from Hurricane Milton as it continues to approach our Gulf Coast. This is also in Bradenton. The Bradenton Police Department actually put this out, and you can see the flooding right here along Riverside Boulevard right there. And obviously officers are there to make sure that drivers aren't going through, and we're starting to see that water come through. And this is just the beginning of what's going to be a very long night, Wendy.
Of course, and this is a live look at one of the bridges. It's the Dick Meisner Bridge. FDOT camera here showing what's going on in that area leading up to the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. It's the northernmost bridge in lower Tampa Bay. As you can see, you almost can't see what's going on because obviously of the wind and the storm and the waves kicking up onto the road. And we should mention that, of course, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge shut down at 11:30 this morning, and then all the other bridges followed suit. The Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell, all the rest. So it's just not, and it's not good, obviously, to go out driving, more or less get on any bridge, especially once those winds kick up to 45 miles per hour or over, and they're well over that now. So again, this is just a live look to give you an idea of just how bad it is out there.
Also, like a quick reminder, I think at 1:40 we heard a lot of the bridges were closed, except it was just the westbound side of Gandy Bridge and the westbound Courtney Campbell. No word yet on the eastbound sides. I could imagine they'll be closing soon if they're not already closed.
Yeah, I think they just haven't put out the notice.
Yeah, and
I can't imagine that they're still allowing folks to drive on those bridges.
You don't want to be on the bridges.
Of course.
All right, let's go ahead and go downtown to downtown Sarasota. We actually will obviously feel the storm surge and the high winds there from Hurricane Milton, and that's where we find our Chad Mills. I see they're wiping off that camera because the rain's already coming through there.
Yeah, and every time we take his live shot, it's got wind and rain, and he's always in the elements, so it doesn't look like anything has gotten any better. I know he can't hear us, but Chad, take it away.
Guys, here in Sarasota, storm surge remains the big threat, but we are also getting some decent gusts of wind right now. We're also getting a heck of a lot of rain. And to illustrate my point, look down at these boats. These are a collection of john boats and dinghies tied up here at this marina, the Marina Jack. right on Sarasota Bay. You can see they are bathtubs right now. It's clear waters, it's rainwater. There have been no waves lapping over the side of them. This is all rain from just the past several hours. But again, storm surge is the big concern here across Sarasota County. And you guys have a better vantage than I do, so you can probably see better than I can. But look across this little finger of the bay at those yellow houses over there. They're pretty close to the water. They're not too far off of their seawalls, but I can't tell, but it sure looks like the waves are just barely starting to go over the seawall there. This area obviously felt such severe impacts from Hurricane Helene not even 2 weeks ago. Now they're bracing for this hit of perhaps 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, worst case scenario here in Sarasota County. I was talking to someone just a few minutes ago who's worked at this marina since he was 18 years old. He said the water is already high and he can only imagine what 8 to 12 feet of storm surge would do to this marina. You know, these docks are pretty solid. I'm standing on a concrete dock and it floats, so it goes up the pillar that it's attached to. But if we were to get 10 to 12 feet of storm surge here, it would probably dislodge from the pillars that it's attached to. So that is the fear here in Sarasota. And you look over there, that's downtown Sarasota, to give you some perspective about where we are. Just driving through a little while ago, kind of like a ghost town there in downtown Sarasota. You have some people staying in the big high-rise hotels who evacuated from the barrier islands like Bird Key, St. Armand Circle, Lido Key, Siesta Key, but by and large, people did heed the evacuation orders that Sarasota County put out. You know, the conditions have really deteriorated here over the past 2 hours or so, just in terms of wind and rain. You see those boats that are lined up here in the marina, they are starting to wobble back and forth a little bit. You might be able to see some of the palm fronds in the background behind them. They are being pushed by the wind as well. But again, the big threat here is storm surge. According to the city of Sarasota, the worst of the storm surge will come in overnight, even after Milton makes landfall. So it could give people some false sense of security. Once the storm passes, they may not see those huge numbers yet, but could come in pretty quickly after that. So something to be mindful of here in Sarasota County as they prepare for storm surge. You know, wind will still be a factor. Rain a factor, perhaps some freshwater flooding in spots that are already so saturated from all the rain we've received over the past couple of months. But by and large, that is expected to be the story here in Sarasota County, the storm surge. You know, just driving out some of those areas that were hit so bad by Helene not even 2 weeks ago. There are still huge piles of debris, some taller than I am, some, you know, twice as tall as I am. And you can only imagine when the Gulf of Mexico pushes across those barrier islands like Lido Key, where all of that debris will end up. I can only imagine it will take quite a while to clear all of that debris before people can get out to those islands and assess any damage. The important thing right now is to stay indoors. If you didn't evacuate for any reason, City of Sarasota, Sarasota County, urging people to stay inside at this point as this area braces for the impact of Hurricane Milton. Send things back to you guys in the studio for now.
If you notice again, Chad's photographer is up high, so they do have a safe place to get. Chad, be safe there in Sarasota. Actually, they just tweeted out not too long ago, 8,600 people evacuated in Sarasota as well. So we know a lot of people heeded the warnings, especially after Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you've gone through a hurricane like Helene, I think a lot of folks who didn't evacuate said, I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing this again. I'm not sticking around. And it's good that they didn't, because I think as we're seeing now, it's the wind and the storm surge that's going to be very dangerous with this storm.
We were here together 13 days ago, not even 2 weeks ago for Helene. It's just, you know, difficult to know what might be coming. But, you know, we're still going to be here through you. We have our crews all over the Gulf Coast. Let's go ahead and go down now to the Palma Vista neighborhood in Bradenton, where they are gearing up to ride out the storm down there.
Yeah, certainly could be near ground zero. Our own ABC Action News anchor Paula Grown joining us live out there. Paul, I know the weather conditions are starting to deteriorate quickly. It looks like you could barely hear us because I could see you put your hand on your ear trying to make sure that, but take it away. What's it look like now?
Well, this is the time where your head is on a swivel because, yes, the wind is now gusting at 60 mile an hour plus, and I'm paying extra close attention to the tree that's behind the house where we're reporting live from here in Bradenton, in this residential neighborhood that's sort of referred to around here as Palma Vista. We're about 3 miles south of the Manatee River, just a couple of miles inland from the Intercoastal, and a couple of miles or a few miles south of the greater Tampa Bay area, that south end of the bay. And we're a couple of miles north of IMG. You may be familiar, but this residential neighborhood, people decided to stay here for the most part. We talked to some folks that live in that house. They're from Boston. They didn't board up. They're staying. A lot of people did board up their homes, and we're told a lot of people did decide to stay. Now, essentially, this area is kind of like, as the wind is really starting to gust here, kind of like I would describe it as almost like a peninsula, because you're surrounded by the Manatee River on the north end, the Intercoastal on the west end. But this area here listed at around 22 feet of elevation, that storm surge at 9 to 13, potentially 9 to 13 feet, depending on that exact last minute track of Hurricane Milton. So you could have streets, this essentially could be an island, hopefully if it holds without the storm surge, of dryness around streets that are going to be likely flooded out. The trees behind me really starting to sing with the wind coming through, and it's coming, the wind, from the southeast direction, and it will eventually, as the hurricane rotates, switch and completely come from the opposite direction, from the northwest. Right now, the home that we're in, where we're set up and our operations are here to go live, is blocking some of that wind, but we've got power lines above ground power lines, there's a good one, that are waving in the wind right now. And it's, right now we have power. Everyone here has power. You can see the lights are on, but it's a question of how much longer will that hold as the trees are swaying and the power lines are swaying as well. And I just wanted to give you a 180 perspective here and walk you this way, because the direction of the wind really gives you a perspective of what is happening in this neighborhood right now. This row of homes is blocking the wind, so you don't really see much of the impacts over here. But once it wraps back around, the wind's going to be coming from this direction. And even with that, we're starting to see wind spraying the rain everywhere. And I will say the rain has been steady, and it has been deep in the sense that it has been drenching. We just covered, as you know, Hurricane Helene. We were in Tallahassee, and it wasn't until the last part of the storm that we got the heavy drenching rain. We're getting the heavy buckets of rain early with Hurricane Milton, and we're now getting the wind. That's the strongest gust of wind that we've seen so far right now. That's the strongest that I've experienced since being out here. And yeah, is it starting to, Tim, you're telling me to get, okay, got it. I wear contacts during hurricanes because it's pointless to wear glasses, and I don't even like to wear goggles. My wife would probably tell me that that's not a good idea, but I like to see what's happening, and this is the best way I can see it. The leaves are really starting to blow off this big oak tree behind this house. So you got a lot going on right now. It's all the elements starting to come together, as you heard meteorologist Jason Adams explain earlier, the timing as he walked you through neighborhood by neighborhood, and that inner eyewall, the eyewall of the storm, when are you going to start feeling the impacts? And it was that 7:30 hour that we're really going to start feeling potentially hurricane force winds here, is where we're going to start feeling it, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 in the Bradenton area. So that's where we are right now. This is the strongest wind that we've experienced so far, and the rain has been anything but on and off. It has been absolutely steady, and so we're talking about that now. I know there's several factors to this hurricane, but you talk about the rain and the accumulation of that. You talk about the storm surge and the question of where and when is it going to be at its highest, and then of course you talk about the wind, and it's all determining, really determines, or really depends on your exact location when it comes to the wind. So we'll keep going at it here, but this is the strongest stuff that we've seen so far being out here right now. Guys, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Paul, I just think that we just got to brace for the worst of it as you're out there. You talked to folks, you said some folks have boarded up the windows out there, but some folks haven't.
Right, and some, question whether they should. Gigi and Carl over here, real sweet couple. He was honest. He said, look, maybe I should have boarded up the windows, but right now their house is looking good, and hopefully they're in there watching us. They're the nicest people. I hope it stays the way it is right now for them. They're looking good. But again, when the wind changes direction, the storm almost becomes a new kind of storm because everything changes. But I would say, most now, I don't want to put a number on it, but it's probably 50% of the homes are boarded up. I mean, you see behind me, beyond those trees, they did aluminum shutters there. So they boarded up in homes that we see along the way. So people, they took the storm seriously, but the question of whether you leave, do you evacuate, Carl was telling me, look, okay, so let's say I evacuate. Okay, then what? Where am I going to go? What am I going to find when I get there? And then will I be able to get back? And I've talked to a lot of people, including my own family in Plant City, and they're helping other family members. So what, does one family go, but the other family members stay? I mean, and you have people that have special needs. So, the decision to stay or go, it's a personal choice, and it can get tricky if you're trying to get back in. So I think a lot of people, they took the precautions in terms of boarding up, but I think a lot of people stayed. So, this tree behind us, I mean, this debris starting to come off of it, and just got to be careful here. But so that's where we are right now. We're just waiting and watching, just like you guys are.
Yeah, all right. Well, Paul,
I do want to mention, if I can, I do want to mention Bradenton Police Department put out that that the Manatee River, it appears, has already overreached its bank. So that's a real concern, but expected. That's what we were expecting.
Yeah, that's more concerning too. Paul, thank you. I think, like you mentioned, probably in another hour, things will increase and the weather will get even worse. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. Maybe you should get to a safer location if you think that tree might be coming down too. So we'll check back in with you in just a bit.
What's good to not see is all those debris piles behind him, like in so many other neighborhoods that we know. And that when you see just how strong those winds are in that tree behind him, that was the concern for all the debris. And I know that was the mission, to get as much of it picked up. So happily he's not in a neighborhood where you have those giant piles. All right, let's go now down to south in Sarasota.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Julie Solomon joining us live from there. Julie, I know your mom lives down there. I know you have friends down there. Did you get the impression that they evacuated or at least hunkered down to prepare for Milton?
Yeah, my mom lives in an evacuation zone B, so obviously she's taking precautions. I have childhood friends, their parents are here, they've never evacuated pretty much in their entire life, but they also left and moved more inland to some of the other counties and got out of Sarasota. So I still have, a ton of friends as well as family in Sarasota. I'm not far from Sarasota High School, which is where I graduated high school. We're about a mile from Sarasota High. We're along Novus Street. We're in a backyard here at one of the homes. These trees and branches and palms have been waving back and forth. We're keeping our eye on a shed that seems to be shifting as the winds pick up. But this is some of the nastiest weather that we've seen here today. Sarasota County at 5:15 put out an alert on people's phones. We got, a shelter-in-place alert. Sarasota County then followed up on their social media accounts, urging people now is the time to shelter in place. Do not go on the roads. The only people on the roads should be first responders. So they're telling people to just shelter in place at this point because the roads are no longer safe. They also said they do have reports of flooding. They didn't give specific locations, but they say they are getting some reports of that. They also, at Riverview High School, it's one of the main high schools here, they have National Guard soldiers that are stationed there to respond after Hurricane Helene. So they're all stationed there getting ready for this as we see some of the nasty weather move in. I'm going to send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Julie.
Julie, thank you. Heading into Pinellas County, we're seeing some strong wind and heavy rain in Clearwater right now, which was already hit very hard after Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Lydia Vasquez. Lydia, tell us how conditions are looking now. And actually, the first thing I did in looking at your shot is to see if there's debris behind you right now. But go ahead and take us through what the conditions look like.
Yeah, we know that debris has been a major concern for Pinellas County, Clearwater especially. This has been a slow burn. Conditions are really starting to deteriorate here where we are. We're off US 19, a couple of miles west, or excuse me, off Nursery Road, a couple of miles west of US 19. And so we've been here since 6 a.m. This rain has not let up. So I'm concerned about two things where we are right now. The rainfall totals, they're starting to accumulate. This home that we're in here, I mean, I'm not sure we can get too far, but it's flooding the entire front yard here. This grass quickly getting underwater here. The second concern we have in Clearwater, guys, we've seen what was left behind from Hurricane Helene. We were just here yesterday talking to folks who say they are worried that the leftover debris are going to turn into flying projectiles, missiles, have you. Where we're at right now, I mean, there's no trash or people's couches and beds that we've seen all throughout Clearwater, but there is debris. There are branches there. And again, my concern right now with the wind is we are starting to see and feel that wind. And you can hear it too. I mean, right now we might be getting the outer band, but we've been out here for the past couple of hours and it's starting to roar. It's making those noises that may have you a little concerned if you're sitting inside your home. So I've already seen that wind kind of whip around in this rain, picking up that debris with it and tossing it across the street. And so we're standing out here about an hour, or excuse me, about 10 minutes ago, and we heard a pop and saw a couple of flashes. We're not too sure what that was across the street there. So that is just my concern here with some of the debris flying around and hitting the homes here. Unfortunately, most of the homes in this neighborhood that we're in, off Nursery Road, just west of US 19, they are not boarded up. You know, the good thing today, we spoke with the police chief of Clearwater, and he said he drove around town, and for the most part, it looked like people have evacuated, but we were talking with neighbors just down a couple of houses down, and they're staying. I mean, the rain here, again, has not let up. We've been here since 6 a.m. It hasn't stopped, and so that's a big concern with the localized flooding here, and you can start to see it along the sidewalk, but also that wind. Right now, it is a little bit calmer. I mean, literally just 10 minutes ago, we were going indoors because of this debris here, kind of just whipping around, and you can see that wind whip the rain straight across these homes here. So that's something that we're going to continue to keep our eye on. I just checked the backyard of this home as well on the side of the house. It's pretty flooded, and I'm not seeing sandbags in the neighborhood that we're in here, again off Nursery Road. I will say though that you know, again, what the police chief told us earlier, that when he was driving across Clearwater, for the most part, it looked like people have evacuated, but we're not out of the woods here yet. We're looking at wind gusts right now up to 55 miles an hour, and we're kind of just getting started here. Again, this has been a slow burn. Being here since 6 a.m., the rain just hasn't stopped. We're starting to see some localized flooding even a couple of hours ago just getting here, but it is a bit concerning when we start to get that gust of wind, pick up some of the debris around us. Brad, our photojournalist, I'm not sure if you can even see this good, but this flagpole, swaying here and there. I'm not sure how sturdy that is. Obviously, we'll stay away from that, and we're pretty secure inside the home that we're in. But the debris has been the number one concern for a lot of folks here in Clearwater, and right now it's coming and going. We're getting some of those bands, the gusts again up to 55 mile an hour, but it could get stronger where we are. And in this neighborhood that we're in, we're not seeing the couches and all the people's belongings right now where we're at, but that's still out there. We know that's the cruel reality that a lot of people are facing right now off the heels of the Helene and not being able to clean that debris out. Here, I can tell you, I've seen some of the debris, the branches and the trees getting whipped around in those gusts and getting tossed across the street. So we'll continue to keep our eye on the conditions here as that rain, again, not only has it not let up, it just continues to slowly increase. The same thing with the wind as well. But we'll be here all night, and we'll continue to bring you the latest. Again, unfortunately, not a lot of people here have sandbags or are boarding up for the most part. Not sure if you saw that debris coming down here, but where we are pretty safe. Inside is a bit elevated, and I'm hoping that's the case for the other homes in this area. Guys?
Lydia, I do have a question for you. I can't help but notice those raindrops look like golf ball size drops. Is it painful? Because it looks like it's much heavier than just a normal rain.
You know, you are kind of standing right below the roof here, so it's kind of coming a little bit heavier right in front of the camera. Where I'm at is kind of just swifting to the side to us. No, we're not getting pecked too hard with the rain.
It's just, we've been here since 6 a.m. and it has not stopped raining.
So you're pretty
the rainfall
soaked.
totals, I'll be interested to see what we get here, and that's my concern. Yeah, we're pretty soaked, and I literally got in front of the camera when it was my turn to get in front of the camera. So our front yard here in the home that we're in is getting pretty flooded. So, this is starting to accumulate here. But I'm just concerned for the residents here, the people that live here, and they're somewhat more inland here in Clearwater versus Clearwater Beach where we were yesterday. We were there yesterday. Debris still lining the streets there. And so I know no one's kind of let their guard down here, but I still feel for the people here. And, with as much rain as we're getting already today, and with some of the debris that we are watching with our own eyes kind of getting whirling around here and pushed across the street. So yeah, we are just hoping that everyone is continuing to take the precautions, and right now we just have to hunker down and stay safe.
All right, and you do that. Thank you, Lydia. I have to mention too, of course, because of Helene, the ground is so saturated that no wonder they're already flooding, as you saw in that neighborhood, that, there's nowhere for the water to go.
And you saw the branches kind of falling down behind her, some of the debris there. What's interesting is that Debbie was a rain event.
Yes.
A lot of rain. We saw a lot of flooding.
And I feel like that was so long ago because that was the first storm, right? I mean, the first major storm that hit our area.
It has been a season. Then Helene was a storm surge event, right? And now we're adding the wind to this. So it might feel like we might be a little bit more prepared for this, but it's been a very difficult season for us, and that's probably why we saw so many people take that evacuation warning. And that's exactly what you saw in Lydia's live shot: the rain, the wind, and that's now part of it.
Yeah, well, and I know so many folks who didn't evacuate during Helene, and they said, and they were there while their home filled with water, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, and you don't go through that again. You're like, I'm out. Like, I'm not gonna, because it's very traumatic to be in a home while the water is rising. And I've been in a flood before. I know what it feels like. It's pretty awful. So I hope that they did heed the warning.
It's like stressful and tiring. And I bet you're listening to us and you're just like, you're over it, even though we got a really long night to go.
Right.
And we just thank you that you're watching us so we can keep you informed and kind of get you through it.
Right. And staying safe where you are.
Yeah.
So we want to turn now our coverage into Hillsborough County, which we know our ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton has been there. He's been live in Riverview. It looks like you're still in the pretty much the same spot. Did you move neighborhoods?
Same spot, same neighborhood. We are in the Boyette neighborhood, Boyette Springs here in Riverview. We're right by our house. We're not leaving. We're being safe out here. But the wind is still a big issue here. And we're listening to Lydia talking. They have like the flooding there as well as the wind. The wind is the main issue here. And when it's about the way, we can see there's some debris from the trees have already come down on our driveway here. And you can see some of the stuff down here, but then also the wind that keeps blowing the trees on and off. Like you hear it right now and you can see it. If you look up there, some of these sticks and leaves and stuff are falling onto the roof. And that, again, the major concern for the people in this neighborhood. Most of the people all did stay. They boarded up. Some of them didn't. Some of them did. Most of them did. They have the bags, the plywood and stuff up. They have also the paper up over their doors and things like that. But they're staying and they're hunkering down. But again, worrying about the wind. Walking through the neighborhood, there's nobody outside. But we did run into some peacocks that people thought were dogs, and they were out. Some people were looking for them, but they're peacocks, and they're running around in the neighborhood. And they seem to be cool. They seem to be all right. Hopefully they're all right. There's some over in this front yard over there. I talked to one guy earlier, and he was out putting up some more wood, and he had the garage door up, and then that wind started blowing. They closed that garage door again. And another guy, neighbor here we talked to, he's here with his wife, his son, and their dogs, and they're in all boarded up. They have everything. They brought everything in. And if things get dicey, they all know to go to their hallways and close all the exterior doors and just go to the hallways and stay there. And so again, people out here just being safe, doing what they can, and staying inside in this neighborhood. There's no one out but us, but we're only out telling you what the weather is like, and then as soon as we're done, we go back inside. I'm not just standing out here in the rain getting wet. But if you guys have any questions for me out in this neighborhood, anything you want to ask that I can answer, please, what is it?
JJ, I don't know if you've been out talking to folks, but I know that Hillsborough County might be getting the worst of this as we're watching the track. Were they hoping for the best and prepared for the worst? What have the folks in the neighborhood been talking about now that we know Hillsborough County is really the target?
I've been talking to folks all day in this neighborhood, knocking on doors, just talking to them, and again, hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. And we do see that track, now it looks like it could be moving right over us. And what was interesting is, with Helene out in Clearwater, the barrier islands, they have all the debris that's out there. Here, there's no debris. You don't see, they didn't get hit with that much because we didn't get that here. So that's another worry for them because, the wind, these trees that are coming down, and what might that bring since we're going to probably get what looks like it could be right over us and we get the worst of it in this neighborhood. So they're concerned about that, but they don't have that debris here. So that is a good thing they're saying. But again, they are prepared and they are worried. But a lot of people, like Paul was saying, I talked to some people and asked why they didn't leave. And the question is like, where am I going to go? This guy across the street here, his son's family, they came to stay with them because they live in St. Pete, but they live right on the water. And his son and them, so they're worried about that. So they came there. So the family's coming to them. So where are they going to go? This guy right here, I talked to him. They have a house full of people as well, family coming to them. So they're staying here again, hoping for the best. But they are concerned because it looks like that storm or the bulk of it might be coming right under us.
All right, JJ, be safe there again, live in Hillsborough County in the Riverview area of Hillsborough County tonight. Thank you so much.
And I just wanted to make a comment because the whole weather team was poking fun at me calling it golf ball size rain, especially Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Listen, I grew up in Cleveland and there was golf ball size hail.
We can get that
and I
in
knew
Florida.
It couldn't be hail because it's way too warm out there. So I was aware that it wasn't real hail. But I'll tell you, from the look of the camera, it looked like hail, which of course then I said was raindrops. But so Dennis wants to make T-shirts. We'll see if we can make that happen.
Yeah. I mean, when Greg and I both heard you say that, I literally got in my chair and I rolled back to look at this video because I've never seen golf ball size
she
raindrops.
mentioned, you're right, it was coming off the roof. So she wasn't even standing in it, but that's the way it looked. The magic of a lens, right, was fascinating. At any rate, she's fine, and it wasn't hail either. It was just some heavy rain coming from the roof of a house. Anyway, staying in Hillsborough County now, we want to get to Scripps News reporter Lillian Donahue. She's in Tampa on our ABC Action News parking garage across from Raymond James Stadium.
And Lillian, all of us are leaning in because we're in studio wanting to know what is it like right outside. Go ahead and tell us about the conditions.
Yeah, well, right now we're on the second level of the parking garage, and we've been hearing that wind howling through as it's been hitting not only our building, but around the area. Right now, we're in a little bit of a lull. This is the nicest I've seen it in the past hour, to be honest. Usually it's harder to see with a little bit lower visibility. But right now, it looks decent. But as, of course, we all know that those bands come and go. It's the wave of the band, right? So we're expecting, of course, those winds to pick back up. Plenty of pooling along the water here, especially along this route next to Raymond James Stadium. The good thing, though, we've been here for a few hours just kind of monitoring the situation out here, and there really haven't been many cars, and that's a really good situation. That means that people are taking this seriously. For those who have been driving through, we've seen emergency crews have been kind of in the area, and the reason for that here at Raymond James Stadium, we know that there are many rescue crews that are currently riding out the storm here, ready, on standby, ready to go. You know, the whole Tampa Bay area taking this extremely seriously, and the police department really asking folks to keep emergency lines clear. They're asking people to, instead of call 911 for down power lines or minor damage or flooding, to call their non-emergency number for those things. However, if it is a life-threatening, right now, immediate situation, that's when they say to call 911. But, you know, behind us, obviously, folks that are hunkering down across the street as well, but ready to help. We've been seeing kind of that slow burn of the wind coming in, the rain coming in. Quite nice right now, but we know that that's going to be making its way back to this area. I went up to our third floor here, and that rain, you know, obviously the very top has been coming through and seeping through the cracks, already making kind of a waterfall in the parking garage here. So I'm glad that we're definitely elevated. I'm glad we're behind concrete and staying safe like that. Back to you guys.
All right, Lillian, thank you. We want to go now to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, who's going to give us the latest on what's out there.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and go through the process. Right now, there's actually almost what looks like a double eye wall rather. And you've got one that's moving into Sarasota right now, but the eye itself is only about 12 miles wide. So you can kind of see the way that it's moving. I mean, it's going to continue to move off to the northeast. So, you know, somewhere Manatee, Sarasota in that general ballpark, maybe as far north as northern Manatee. But overall, The forecast in terms of what we're experiencing right now, the rain, as Greg and Jason have been saying, the rain is the big story right now. The other stories will be changing. The surge will be a massive story. The wind in a very small area will also be a very big story. And we're going to tackle one at a time. Again, if you're home right now, just kind of hanging out, just hunker down, waiting for the power to go. We have had reports of power outages. Wendy, what's the last power outage check? If you guys check on that and see what you got.
And I can tell you for sure, I've got it, Nadine.
Yeah, go for it.
Tico they did have over 8,000. Wow, it's now 30,000. Oh, almost 31,000, because 30,753. We've got Duke already way up, 44,000.
Yeah.
For Duke, yeah. FPL not as many because they have a smaller coverage area, but yeah, that's substantial, and we know it's only going to increase, right?
It is, yeah. I mean, by far the worst is yet to come. I mean, and we're not saying that other than this is just to prepare you, and unfortunately it's happening at night, so you are going to see a lot of power outages. And I repeat, charge your phone now while you still have power. Download our app. You can watch our broadcast in the overnight. That is a very comforting thing to know what's happening. When you can't see anything, it's dark out and the wind is howling and tree branches and sometimes trees are falling and you're not sure where or how long. So it's a really good idea to keep your phone charged as long as you can before the power goes out. So again, we're expecting landfall somewhere between 9:30 in that ballpark. And by definition, landfall is when the center of the eye, not the leading edge, the center of the eye crosses land. And wherever that occurs, that is where we have landfall. So in terms of the current conditions, it's all about the rain, not the surge, although we are getting a lot of reports of surge in Naples. We're getting a lot of reports of surge in Fort Myers. It's starting south, and it will work north, and it will do so over the next few hours. But we have flash flood warnings for Pasco and Pinellas County until 6:45. Look, it has just been raining crazy for the last 5 or 6 hours. And we'll show you some of those numbers in a minute. But overall, we're talking about significant flooding because of rain. Nothing to do with surge. That will come later. This is a 3-part event, if you will. First, we've had the rain, all right? Then we have the wind that comes on shore. And then lastly, unfortunately, the largest event will be the surge. Here are those rainfall totals that I talked about. This is in the last 24 hours, but honestly, it's probably like in the last 7 or 8 hours. They've had nearly 9 inches of rain in southern Pinellas County. They've had, most of Pinellas has seen between 6 and 9 inches of rain. Most of western Hernando County, or rather Manatee County, has had 7 to 8 inches of rain. Sarasota has had 7.5 inches of rain. Pasco County lower with purple colors, but still it's coming down, and then inland areas less. So you've still got all of that rain coming in with the storm itself. There it is. That is all going to move on shore. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that some areas are going to pick up 18 inches of rain before this moves on through. And when I say some areas, it's probably Pinellas County getting a lot of the heaviest rain. What about the wind? The wind will be strongest right around the eye, north and east of where that eye crosses. There's going to be a small area of wind that we likely will see an extreme wind warning. Now, what does that mean? I remember we had one in Irma in Polk County. Bartow had one. It was about 12:30 at night. It lasted for about an hour. And we had one of our reporters actually in a bunker, I remember them saying, and they could not even open the door because the wind was blowing so hard. It's a very small area, but it's an area that will bring incredibly high winds, 115 miles an hour or greater. Now, the storm is weakening. We have winds of 120. It is a possibility that when this makes landfall, it's Cat 2. That, while it's just a number, there is a monstrous difference in terms of damage from 110 to 140 or 145. Just a massive amount of difference. So if we can continue to see weakening up for the next few hours, there's a legitimate chance we could be looking at a Cat 2 hurricane or a very minimal Cat 3 at landfall. So that would be tremendous. Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with the surge. All right, here are the current wind gusts. We have hurricane force wind gusts right now in Venice, 74 mile an hour wind gusts. We have 61 mile an hour wind gusts in St. Pete. We are not seeing sustained hurricane force winds yet. What does that mean? What's the sustained versus a gust? Sustained is 60-second steady of wind. We just got is that extreme wind alert?
Yeah.
Yep, figured. So
Wind
tell you
warning.
What is it?
A wind warning?
Yeah.
Extreme wind warning.
Extreme wind warning.
You
That's
said
what
it
I'm
was coming.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back. I'm going to move back here, and let's just go back and see if it pops up. Actually, I think we actually have to add that to the palette. Jason, you already did. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you can go ahead and zoom into it. So, yeah, this is what we were talking about. You know, we knew it was going to come, and we were literally just talking about it. An extreme wind warning is winds of 115 miles an hour. So the Weather Service has issued the extreme wind warning through 9:30. Now, let me tell you, this is different from a tornado warning. A tornado warning means it's happening right then. All right, you see a tornado. Clearly, what we have here is what they believe. And by the way, so it shows the entire area as part of the extreme wind warning. It will not be the entire area. It will be a section of that area as that wind comes through. This is as landfall occurs. And this is what this storm is going to do. Remember, hurricane force winds only extend 35 miles out. So it's a rather small wind field in hurricane winds. And of those 35, I would say 80% are probably 70 to 75 mile an hour, 70, 80 mile an hour winds in that ballpark. They're on the low side of the scale. But right at the eye and on the right side of it, when it comes ashore, wherever, and the reason there's still a large area here, well, one of the reasons is because there's such a massive area of squally weather in the northern Eyewall. There's not 150 mile an hour winds there, but there certainly are very, very strong winds that could go 90 to 100. So what I think we'll end up seeing, and Jason, you can follow up on this as well. Yeah. I think what we're going to end up seeing is a rather small area. This is a number we've been throwing around 3 or 4 days, about a 5 to 7 mile area of extreme winds. And we've been describing it that for days, and now we have an extreme wind warning. So that's usually how this plays out with a situation like this. So overall, if you look at the wind field, you're going to say, well, it's not that bad. But in this small area, it's going to be. And for lack of a better description, you can liken it to maybe a 5 mile wide EF1 tornado. I know that's kind of a scary thought, obviously, but this is about the most severe warning that you will get in our area. Would you not agree with that? An extreme wind warning for the short-term forecast, I would say, is the most extreme or the highest or the most severe weather phenomenon you'd get. So when we see this until 9:30 for the next 3 hours, that means the eye will cross. Some of these bands will have extreme wind too, but I would be more inclined to think they're going to be on the lower side. I don't think we're going to, I would be surprised, put it that way, if we have a band of 115 mile an hour wind gusts. I would not be the least bit surprised if we see that near the eye, where we're already getting reports of sustained of 120 miles an hour. So Jason, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, so we're looking at what they're saying in their discussion with this warning. At 6:35, National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated extreme winds associated with the eyewall of Hurricane Milton moving onshore along a line extending from South Bradenton to southwest of Anna Maria, about 52 miles south of there to St. Armand Circle. So we're talking about specifically right now Manatee and Sarasota counties as the western or eastern eyewall is beginning to move closer and closer to these areas. Something that we've been talking about for days now is that the northern eyewall, clearly why Pinellas and Hillsborough County was put in this, is holding a lot of extreme winds. I'm going to get this back over to Dennis here in just a second, but I do want to pull this up, Dennis, and take a look inside the eyewall.
Stay with it.
This is what, if you could step off the camera for just a second, that'll let me start to control it again. There we go. So this is what we're looking at here. And this is basically what the direction the wind is moving. So it's kind of sloppy colors, but this tells us a bunch of things. So where the eyewall is about to move onshore, radar's picking up 114 mile per hour winds, but that's several thousand feet up. Down to the surface, maybe 100. Maybe 90, like Dennis was saying. The northern Eyewall, though, which is not where the landfall will be, this is what's going to be moving into Pinellas, Manatee, Hillsborough County, has winds that are even higher than that. We're querying it at 116 miles per hour. I've seen it as high as 124 miles per hour. So 110, 115, 120. When you extrapolate that down to the surface, where of course we are, you can lower these winds by about 20 miles per hour from what you're seeing here. So clearly the Eyewall is showing that winds that could be potentially up to 100, 115 miles per hour. We'll get the 7 o'clock advisory in from the National Hurricane Center here soon with an update on what the winds currently are. But there you can see that query just popped up 128. So Dennis, down surface wise, that would run roughly 110 to 115. So that's what they're looking at now. Sarasota initially, Manatee County over the next hour, and then that continuing north up to Pinellas and Hillsborough County too.
And you know, you can make the argument, once this goes through, that's the worst of this storm.
Yeah.
I mean, that will be it in terms of the wind. But then we go to the next phase, which is the surge. So if you're just tuning in, where you been? Extreme wind warning till 9:30. As Jason just said, showed it perfectly. Winds already offshore of 100 to 110 miles an hour, and they will be moving onshore as Milton also moves onshore. So the eye, very ragged. South of the eye, there's no weather going on. I mean, there's some wind, but we've been saying for days, if you live in Hardy County and this passes through, you might very well see stars, and you're not even in the eye, you're on the southern flank. And by the way, a lot of the Bay Area is going to be in the eye of this. And that is quite an experience where you go from the Eyewall, where you have very, very heavy winds, and within a matter of a minute or two, the winds go calm and you're in the eye. And very often, not saying to do this, but very often people run outside to see what it's like to be in the eye of a hurricane. Again, I'm not saying to do that, because what happens is on the other side, although that being said, the other side will be much weaker, because this is literally being cut in half. As Jason was talking about, it's quickly turning into what would be called a hybrid or a subtropical system. It doesn't have the look or the characteristics of a tropical system, which is a warm core system, as opposed to a winter storm, a nor'easter, right? And a nor'easter, think about it, a nor'easter has winds that expand out much, much farther. The winds 150 miles with a nor'easter are every bit as strong as the winds near the surface. It's more uniform. A hurricane, most of the winds are right near the surface, right there, right? Right there. But in this one, it's a little different, where we've got that really solid band of wind and rain in the northern Eyewall. And while that is not the eye, and how many miles, Jason? Maybe 20 miles from the Eyewall, that northern band, something like that? Yeah. So, I mean, maybe 20 miles to the north, you're going to have winds every bit as strong, if not stronger, than right at the Eyewall. And I can't say that I can ever remember that happening before. I mean, it's a very, very unique situation. So there it is. Landfall occurring in the next few hours. When landfall occurs is when you will have this extreme wind. So let me be clear about something, guys, all right? And we're going to treat this almost like a tornado warning, because in a sense it is, right? You are if you live in Pinellas County, especially the southern half, but we'll pinpoint it as it gets closer. If you live in Hillsborough County, if you live in Manatee and Sarasota, you are going to have an area of winds that are equivalent to an EF1 tornado come through. The difference with this is it's going to last longer than an EF1 tornado might last 30 seconds. This could last significantly longer. So when you get to that point, you want to get away from your windows. If you have them boarded up, it's okay. But if you don't have your windows boarded up, you want to be in an interior part of your home. You want to be on the lowest floor. And if it gets bad enough, you'll go just like in a tornado in a closet or in a bathroom. I mean, we're not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this because the reality of an extreme wind warning is about as strong as it gets, certainly with a tropical storm or a hurricane. So there again, we have a hurricane warning remain in effect. No changes there. Current wind gusts anywhere from 66 in St. Pete, 62 in Venice. These are the current wind gusts. It was 74 just a few minutes ago in Venice with hurricane force gusts. Storm surge. There's the third facet. and the one that is the most destructive. I mean, 110 mile an hour winds are going to cause some problems. You're going to have trees down. I'll be very transparent with you. I had my family leave from my home in Palm Harbor, not because I was afraid of structural damage from the winds, but because there's a lot of trees around. And there's nothing you can do. When you get 10 inches of rain, and then all of a sudden you have a ton of wind coming as well, there's going to be some trees down. Tomorrow we will wake up and look around and there will be some trees down, maybe a lot of trees down across the area. There's going to be a lot of blue tarps on roofs coming up over the next several weeks, if not the next several months. So the wind is the biggest issue if you don't live on the water, and I don't live on the water. But if you do, it's the surge. Not only is it catastrophic, as we saw with Helene, but it's deadly, unfortunately, as we saw with Helene as well. So our hope is people who evacuated, everyone evacuated. We know they didn't, but we hope the majority of the people that did evacuate. But a little good news in sense of the overall surge total. If you remember the last 3 or 4 days, the Hurricane Center was locked in with a 10 to 15 foot surge in the bay. You kind of heard us saying, especially on DPL, you heard us saying, yeah, that's the worst case scenario. And you can't have a worst case scenario with a hurricane if it's going to make landfall here, up here, because there'll be offshore winds there. So it wasn't going to happen. The worst of the surge will be wherever landfall occurs and to the south. And because landfall is going to occur really close to northwestern Manatee in that general ballpark, the bay is on the fringe, really on the fringe of the worst surge. So the Hurricane Center actually dropped down their surge forecast a little while ago from 10 to 15 feet to 6 to 9. Similar numbers to Helene. Now Sarasota, 9 to 13. That includes Siesta Key. That includes areas down to the south. Fort Myers, 8 to 12. And they're already getting surge in the Fort Myers area. So winds of 120 miles an hour, the new numbers will come out shortly. You know, the pressure really hasn't moved much. We will see if there's any additional weakening, whether it's 115, 110, it's just kind of a categorization thing. If it stays 111 or above, then we know we had a major hurricane hit. And I suspect it probably will. But our biggest threat right now is that extreme wind warning now, in the next 2 hours, surge, then the next 4 to 6 hours, and power outages. And I'll say this one more time. I actually haven't said it yet today. Every hurricane season, we hear tragic story about someone who uses a generator in their home and their family dies of carbon monoxide poisoning. It happened in Polk County with Irma. Family of 4 died. A lot of people bought generators seeing this storm was coming and they've never had one before. You run to Home Depot, you get the box, you're like, yes, I got a generator. You bring it home and you don't have a clue on how to use it. By the way, YouTube videos are really helpful. I'm going to be honest, I have a generator and I couldn't figure out today why the heck wasn't it turning on. It was driving me crazy because I haven't used it in a little while. And there was a little valve you had to turn on to let the gas go in, and I forgot to do it. So my point was, I went on YouTube video, I looked, generator, shows you. So if you have never used it and you just have it out of the box and you're waiting to turn it on to get it cranking, if you lose power, it might not be a bad idea to check that out. And never, ever use that generator in your home, in your garage, or anywhere where the fumes can have direct access to the home. So again, new numbers will come out shortly. The track, I mean, that's about it. We've been saying for hours now, you throw the models out the window, you look out the window. It's now casting. You're watching every wobble. You're watching every wobble. We're watching every wobble. I'll be honest, Jason and Greg and I, we see a wobble and we're like, oh man, is that east or is that north? And that's what it is, because there's no data. You're just watching it. But in the next 2 to 3 hours, landfall will occur. And when it does, it's going to pack a serious punch with wind across areas from Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota. You got something, Jason?
Oh, no, just looking at some of the new numbers coming in. 65 mile per hour gusts in St. Pete. These numbers, though, 77 miles per hour in Sarasota. These are the highest that we have now. And unfortunately, when you start to get to the eye of a hurricane, you start to lose a lot of the observation sites. So the hope is that we'll be able to still continue to relay those high gusts as we start to get them. But sometimes these strong 100 mile per hour winds could knock out our observation guides. I did see the National Weather Service is not going to add Sarasota Sarasota County into the extreme wind warning because the strongest part of these winds, like we were talking about a second ago, are associated here on the northern side of the Eyewall. So we're looking at also some surge values picking up. Naples is now seeing major flooding. So the surge is picking up south, and it's probably going to start picking up here along our coast, especially Manatee, Sarasota counties, maybe perhaps even in the southern bay as well. But yeah, right now we're seeing those winds really begin to crank up, with the strongest being at about 77 to 74. Venice is updated now to 74 miles per hour. Brooksville also 66 miles per hour. So even our northern spots are beginning to see these strong tropical storm force winds with gusts now approaching hurricane force. And looking at some of the current gusts, I think you did show this one, Dennis, but yeah, it did show earlier that we had some 70 mile per hour gusts. Looks like now we're all in the ballpark of very strong tropical storm force winds. And that extreme wind warning, like I'd mentioned a second ago, it looks like they are not going to extend it south into Sarasota County. So if there is any good news, it would be for those of you in Sarasota County right now, where it looks like this goes right to the Manatee Sarasota County line, but they're not going, the National Weather Service is not going to extend it a little farther south. And we were just showing you this a second ago, but if you did miss it, let me turn off the warnings here on this map and show you what we're looking at as far as the potential for these winds, how strong the winds are inside this Eyewall. So turning the warnings off, I'm going to switch it back over here to our velocity mode. So we're going to turn off the rain. We're going to look at what direction the raindrops are moving in the wind mode to see exactly what we're looking at as far as how strong these winds are. And we're looking at sustained winds of a couple thousand feet up. So not what we would see here at the ground level, over 100 miles per hour, some as high as 124 to 125 miles per hour. So when you're looking at this and you're saying, well, why isn't Sarasota being included if the eye could potentially move on shore here? It's because, again, the northern Eyewall is where we're seeing the strongest part of the winds, and with a northeasterly movement on shore here over the next 2 hours, that's going to take the northern Eyewall into St. Pete, into potentially Tampa, and also through southern Hillsborough County into Bradenton, and also places east of there over toward Lakewood Ranch along 64 and 70. So that's what we're looking at right now. So that's the wind mode. There's clearly where the center of the eye is. Out ahead of it, these winds in these blue and purple shades are showing up at about 70 to 100 miles per hour. So we're still going to get some pretty strong winds, but the more concentrated and more likely areas that will continue to pile up these 100 plus mile per hour wind gusts are going to be within this northern band. So let me stop the radar. We'll do a little query tool and look inside and see exactly where the strongest winds are. Where you see the orangish brown colors, those are starting to move into Egmont Channel and also here through Anna Maria Island and Fort DeSoto, getting basically into the mouth of Tampa Bay. So looking at some of these numbers here in these darker shades of brown, we're looking at 100 miles per hour. Again, this is about 1,000, 2,000 feet up, so take about 10 miles per hour off of that. We've got 90 mile per hour gusts here at the surface. We're looking at offshore gusts still at 105. We had 129 miles per hour showing up earlier. There's 113, and here is 107. So again, if you take that, that's at upper about 1,000, 2,000 feet. You put that down here at the surface, you're going to lower those numbers by about 10 miles per hour, and we're easily also looking at 90 to 100, if not 100 plus mile per hour gusts within this band as it's moving onshore. And again, as far as the direction of movement with this, we're talking about it moving more to the east-northeast, which would affect, of course, where they put that extreme wind warning, which is Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee County. So there's the band. Notice the northern side of this band now creeping into southern Pinellas County, and we're going to continue to see this shifting east-northeast. So basically along the I-4 corridor and to the south is where we're likely going to see this band pushing those winds over 100. One of my friends in Carrollwood already texted me up toward Lake Magdalene saying the winds are crazy out there already. They can't imagine what it's going to be like when the Eyewall starts to move onshore and closer to them. So again, we're locked in with this northern Eyewall, which is actually being a little more of a worse part of the storm than what the actual landfall location will be. And based on the last couple of trends, it looks like it's made a little bit of a wobble, right? We don't want to put too much stock into it, but if this trend continues, the landfall, the center, could be here in Sarasota County, but the strongest winds associated with it may not be directly around that Eyewall. It's in the northern part, and that's why the National Weather Service issued that high wind warning or extreme wind warning here for Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee County. So again, we're watching this very closely for you as far as this goes until 9:30 tonight. We could see it extended inland. Of course, the storm will begin to weaken quite a bit once it gets out of the Gulf of Mexico, but heads up for you in Lakeland, heads up for you in Hardee counties, because you all could see an extension of this to the east as we see this northern Eyewall continue to move to the east over the next couple of hours. Anything else? Okay. So yeah, we're continuing to watch that for you here as it shifts off to the east. The good news, though, I haven't seen any spin with this as far as any tornado risks go. It's one thing to worry about 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's another thing when you have to throw in a mix of those stronger winds. So yeah, we're going to continue to watch this for you. Also watching where that rain sets up the heaviest. We've seen anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain already. Got another 6 to 8 inches to go before we see this winding down. A bullseye showing up here for Citrus and Hernando County. So while you all are well removed from the eye, moving into Sarasota and Manatee counties in southern Pinellas and Hillsborough, the extreme rain rates are going to be here from I-4 north. So strongest winds along and south of I-4, extreme rain rates north of I-4 along and north. And this is where we could see some totals exceeding a foot, maybe even getting up to around 1.5 feet of rainfall. So that's where we're at right now with this. We're going to really have to pay attention closely to this extreme wind warning to see if we start getting some of these observations coming in over the next couple of hours. Greg, have you seen anything?
I haven't. We were just talking with Dennis. He does not remember a time when we've ever been under this.
Correct. So I did talk to my National Weather Service friend, and this would be the first time Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee counties have been put under an extreme wind warning. They started this, about 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago. So it's not something that's been around for hundreds of years. But yeah, it's the first time that we have seen this here in Pinellas, Manatee, and Hillsborough County. Sarasota County, your first time being in one was when Hurricane Ian rolled through, and you guys were in the northern Eyewall at that point. So a very similar situation here with the northern Eyewall being obviously north of the eye of the center, and we're seeing the worst of the winds and the extreme winds here potentially versus it being around the actual eye itself. So let me turn the flash flood warnings off. We are going to continue to watch this for you as we go over the next hour to hour and a half. Again, this is basically being treated as a tornado warning. What we do during tornado warnings, if they are threatening a major metro area, is we would cover it until the threat passes. And that's what we're going to have to do right here, because again, you may not see another extreme wind warning for another decade, 2 decades. Let's hopefully we don't have another one for another 100 years, right? But this is very, very serious, and this is where the power outages are going to start to come into play. So make sure, like Dennis said, you've got your cell phone charged, you've got our ABC Action News app downloaded to your phone, because that will continue to allow you to see our coverage should you lose power, and of course you're unable to watch us on TV anymore. But this is the bad part. This is the part that we were hoping would nudge south, nudge north, just something to get it out of our beautiful Tampa Bay area. And unfortunately, it's coming right into Tampa Bay. This will definitely go down as one of the strongest hurricanes on record for our area, and clearly the strongest we've had in about 103, 104 years since the 1921 Tarpon Springs hurricane. So there's a warning again. I do want to remove that warning because I really want to focus in here now on some of these bands coming on shore. Clearly, you can see the eye. And the outer eye wall, there were 2 eye walls if you were with us earlier today. Those have already moved into Manatee and Sarasota counties. That's why we're seeing more gusts showing up at 70 miles per hour plus 80 miles per hour, getting closer and closer to that. MacDill Air Force Base, we just gusted to 60 miles per hour. Brooksville, 66. Even in Winter Haven, far east of the center, we have a wind gust to 58 miles per hour. We're at 60 down toward Fort Myers. St. Pete, another gust to 66. And we're looking at, let's see, Venice gusting to 62 within the last hour or so. So again, extreme strong winds coming in, but the strongest are going to be right around the core of the eye. So in Sarasota County, you may be the landfall point when you're looking at the center. Again, the center of the eye where it comes on shore is the landfall point. This could be Siesta Key, it could be Turtle Beach, Osprey, maybe Venice, or it could be as far north as Lido Key, maybe even the southern part of Longboat Key, depending on how much to the north and east. And yes, there are extreme winds in this as well, but where the strongest winds are within this band here. So let's focus in now on Tampa and St. Pete. Look at the red colors over top of us, guys. This is 4 to 6 inch rainfall rates per hour, on top of the fact that we have the chance for 100+ mile per hour winds to move in within this band. Notice it's not moving at all. This is a stationary band as the eye is beginning to move closer and closer on shore. So we are literally covered up from north to south in Pinellas County, whether you are in Palm Harbor, whether you're in Tarpon Springs, down through Dunedin, Clearwater Beach, Indian Rocks Beach, Bel Air Shores, down to Madeira Beach and Treasure Island, Johns Pass, south to Paso Grill. We are covered up right now in the worst of the storm, and the winds are just beginning to pick back up. we are looking at Tampa being basically in the same thing. We are not in the strongest part of the northern Eyewall just yet here in the city of Tampa, but our extreme rainfall rates continue here as well. New flash flood warnings have been issued. Again, when we talk about how much we've seen so far, 6 to 8 inches of rainfall is where we're at this point. Widening out the picture, Lakeland, you guys are back into the heavier rain. And again, I want you to be prepared for those of you in Polk County, because that extreme wind warning may be extended farther east within the next hour to hour and a half as this comes on shore, because you will be in the northern Eyewall here as well, especially south of I-4. So places like Bartow, Medulla, down toward Fort Meade. This is where along 17 we're going to likely potentially see this warning extended a bit farther east. In Manatee County, you are no longer now in the Eyewall. It's shifted north. But look to your west. This part of the Eyewall, the northwestern part of the Eyewall, is ever so slowly creeping closer and closer to Anna Maria and Longboat. This is going to be the worst part of the Eyewall for you all as well. Again, in the northwestern Eyewall, this is where we're looking at the strongest winds at this point, and they're picking up to around 100 plus miles per hour. So ladies, this is what we've got right now. Extreme wind warning until 9:30. Dennis is here. We're going to take a quick break, send it over to you guys. And what's the very latest that you have as far as power outages go? Because I know they've got to be starting to creep up now.
Yeah, Jason, Wendy and I have been looking at FPL, Duke, and TECO, and I do want to start with TECO seeing nearly 45,000 power outages at this point. FPL still hovering around that 8,000 in Manatee County.
Right, and Duke Energy now at 51,000, most in Pinellas County. So obviously there's a big issue there, and it's only going to get worse, as we know, because the winds are going to pick up. More power outages will be across the Bay Area. And almost immediately after we heard our phones ring for that alarm, for that extreme wind warning, we started getting notifications from several counties that first responders are now being pulled from the road for their own safety, including Sarasota, Clearwater Police and Fire, Pinellas County, the city of St. Pete, and Pasco County. They say they just can no longer respond west of the Suncoast Parkway for their own safety. And here's an important reminder. We want you to be able to reach us 24/7 during and after Hurricane Milton. Just scan that QR code on your screen to download our apps. And this way you can stay connected to us even if you lose your power or signal, and watch us on your phone. And please, charge your phone right now before you lose your power.
Truly, if you're one of the lucky ones who still has power at this point.
Yes.
So to download our apps, take out your cell phone and go to your app store, search ABC Action News, click on the download. And once you're in the ABC Action News app, you'll see our live feed at the top of the homepage. It's exactly what we're showing right now, so you can still watch us there on your phone. Now, Pinellas County within the last 15 minutes put out a shelter-in-place warning, and our team coverage of Hurricane Milton continues now in Pinellas County.
Yeah, that's right. Our ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler is in downtown St. Pete with the very latest out there. Eric, wow, the wind I can see is picking up because your camera can't even keep you in focus. There you are. You okay out there?
Hey there. Yeah, we're doing fine. The rain covering on the camera sometimes is going to definitely blow up as the wind blows up around us. So we are here just off of Central Avenue in downtown St. Petersburg. The weather has obviously deteriorated over the last couple hours. We are seeing the strongest gusts so far. You can see it. We are under some cover here at the True by Hilton Hotel. Let's take a quick look inside here. Let's see. You can see it. There are people that have been in here most of the day, making friends. You have family gathering together, eating, playing pool, playing chess, doing the best they can to make the best of a terrible situation. But better for them to be inside than out here, because as we continue to look, this is not a time you want to be outside. You can, as we look there on 17th Street, just look at the wind taking those trees. Already one tree went down. Thankfully, we are not seeing people drive around anymore, because for the last couple hours, there were still people out on the street. You can really feel these wind gusts going right now. Within the last few minutes, the city of St. Petersburg, as expected, shut down water to many parts of the city because they said the sewer system obviously overrun with the stormwater surge and the threat of that. So they have shut that down. So it might not be a good idea to try and use the toilet at this point. Your plumbing might not work, but it is expected. And depending on how things go tonight, it could be more than 24 hours before it is put back on. So that is something that could be one of the many inconveniences to come. And you see these are a couple apartment buildings here on Central Avenue. We've seen people actually watching ABC Action News because when we go live, we can hear them screaming at us, saying hello as everybody just waits to see what this storm will do to St. Petersburg, an area that was ravaged, like so many others, by the storm surge for Hurricane Helene. And now, if the storm surge is even more than Helene, you just don't even want to think about the possibility because people already lost everything. And we've been keeping track of Jack Skellington, the Halloween decoration from the Nightmare Before Christmas. He is still flying up there. So we keep saying that as long as he's still up there, maybe we're okay. But everyone here just waiting the best they can to get through this storm. But we are definitely seeing the effects here as the Eyewall gets closer just south of us in that Bradenton area. But we're definitely feeling it here in downtown St. Pete. Live in downtown St. Pete, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. He just said waiting game, and I feel like that's what we've all been dealing with the past really few days. Honestly.
Yeah, 100%. And really, especially the last 24 hours.
Yes.
It's like, you know, there's no relief that we're seeing the eye get closer and closer either. It is the waiting game, but we'll get through it.
Yeah, and we do want to go now to our ABC Action News anchor, Paul LeGrone. He's in the Bradenton area.
That's right. So, Paul, have the winds picked up since the last time we saw you?
Yeah, absolutely. They're picking up pretty strong here. I haven't measured it, but it's definitely 70 plus. And we actually saw some sparks. I believe the power lines were sparking over in this direction. The clouds are moving really fast above us right now, and the trees are taking a beating. The power lines are really starting to wave, and we saw some sparks coming from a couple of homes down there, and the power is flickering on and off. I want to take you across the street, all right? Because I want to check in with our good folks, Gigi and Carl. They're the best from Boston. Love that town. They're here in Bradenton, where we are right now, in the area called Palma Vista. A few miles north of IMG Academy, a few miles south of the Manatee River. I'm going to ring their doorbell. They know I'm coming. We cleared it with them earlier, so I'm not just showing up unannounced. I wouldn't do that to anyone. But we wanted to check in with them. They got their family in Boston calling, asking how they're doing, as we do have a bit of a lull in the wind right now. All right, Gigi, Carl, how are you?
Worried about the door blowing.
That's all right. How you guys doing? How you holding up?
Holding up. Actually, the power's been off and on, so we've been lucky to keep it on. How about you over there?
We're doing good. You can tell the wind's starting to pick up.
All right. Yeah, no, it's definitely picked up, and we're going to hunker down at this point. I mean, we were worried about the wind all along. It's just waiting for it to come. The waiting game is the thing.
They're waiting.
How's the family in Boston doing?
We're on the phone right now with our kids in Boston, and they're listening to us right now and keeping in touch and hoping for the best for us.
Okay. Well, the house looks good so far. I see you sandbagged the garage and everything. Yeah. Windows doing okay?
Yeah, so
we
far.
are right now. Everything's looking solid. So I mean, we're just
it's
hoping it moves
soon.
Faster.
There you go. Hey, go Bruins! Although I'm a Tampa Bay Lightning fan, so I can't really say that.
Lightning too.
The Lightning's my second team.
Second team. Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll check in with you a little bit. Y'all take care. Have a good one. All right. So that's Carl and Gigi across the street from where we are, set up in our live house here to broadcast you these images as we eyewitness this storm together in real time. The coverage there went a limb, so yeah, the road becomes kind of a wind alley here, and no doubt earlier. This is really interesting. We had drenching rain. Now it's the wind. So this storm is changing before our eyes. Virtually no rain right now. It's all wind. I think I've got Dennis. Dennis, if you're there, I was told you wanted to ask me a couple of questions. Fire away, my friend.
Hey, Paul, it's Jason. Dennis is getting himself ready, but we are looking at that. You're in Bradenton. We've got that western Eyewall now beginning to move closer, that northwestern part of the Eyewall heading your way. So just a heads up for you, this is where we're likely going to start to see those gusts that could be well over 75 miles per hour. Any kind of an estimate on the winds right now as far as what you think they may have been happening so far? You did say you had some power interruptions, at least some sparks flying, so I know they've got to be picking up.
Yeah, the sparks were flying over in this direction. Our own power has flickered on and off. It's held strong, though, I will say so far. And the sound of the wind, I don't know if you guys can hear that, and this is a strong gust we're getting here, and it's switching directions on me. So now it's coming Still coming from the southeast. Okay, all right. Sparking there, right behind me. That's power lines.
Wow.
And we've got power lines behind the house. So we want those to hold strong too. But
Yeah,
their
it's
power
about-
just went out. Gigi and
It's about time for you to get out of there,
Carl,
Paul.
their power just went out.
Yeah, Paul,
All right,
if you have
all right,
sparking
well,
power lines,
listen.
it's probably time for you to get to safety.
All right. Well, we'll keep checking in with you guys. And yeah, this is definitely a wind event. You
Oh,
see
wow.
that? Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it
so
out there.
those power lines right behind the house where Carl and Gigi are, and I believe they did lose power. And that's the concern. I mean, you still, Florida, I don't want to say for the most part, but you know that there are certain areas where you have above ground power lines. That's just the way it is in a lot of older neighborhoods. And so, and of course, the morning after the storm, you have to be careful with where you're walking. But I think what's interesting to me, just witnessing this in real time here, out here, and kind of giving you guys a play-by-play as we stand out in this, is that, you know, literally 30 minutes ago, I couldn't see because it was raining so hard. And now it's the wind and the power of the wind and what the wind is doing to the environment around us, from the power lines to debris coming off the roof and the trees and the limbs coming off. That is how we're experiencing this storm right now. Want to get a sense for the power outages, because I know that that's happening as we speak as well. But this is howling wind, and definitely having an impact right now. And it's when you really want to keep a 360 view of what's coming at you. The house here is kind of a shield, a barrier, because at least it blocks whatever's coming this way. But this wind is now whipping around, and it almost changes directions on you real quick if you don't pay attention.
Hey, Paul, it's Dennis. So a quick question for you. So, I mean, the last 2 years, you've been in major hurricanes. You were in Perry. Oh, we have another extreme wind warning that just came out. How does what you're experiencing right now, and by the way, you're about 30 miles away from the eye, so the eye probably will pass directly over you. So yet again, it happened with you in Perry. It's going to happen with you here in Bradenton. Overall, the winds that we expect in your area, probably 100 to 115. But right now, how does it compare to what it was like in Perry?
Perry, I would say, Dennis, was stronger in terms of the gust from what I remember at the height of that storm. But we have more elements around us because of the situation that we're at. I mean, as you know, you've covered storms too. I mean, it's literally like, okay, what is your situation? Our situation is a house, it's a neighborhood, it's trees, it's in the neighborhood setting. The situation in Perry was a hotel. It was almost like a shelter. We were out in it, and it was a wide open landscape. There were trees in the distance. Here, it's dense in the sense that there are different things around us. There's a fence, there are trees, there are signs, there's a lot of stuff that can go flying around. At this moment right now, the winds are not quite as strong as it was in Perry. That was a Cat 4, though, as I recall.
It was. I think you had about 130.
Cat 3?
Yeah, it is. I think you had about 130,
Yeah.
but I bring that up because the extreme wind warning could have winds of 115. And it is certainly possible that you could be seeing that. So my only suggestion to you is watch out for the trees, because I suspect there are going to be some trees going down.
Yeah, there will be. And I'll tell you the other thing, too, that was different about Perry versus Hurricane Milton is the nightfall. I mean, I'm just hearing this fence that's coming off here. So you can't really see what's coming at you sometimes, whereas in Perry, it was right in the middle of the day. You had the advantage of that sight line. These nightfall storms, I know that was a situation with Helene. It's frustrating for everyone because you just don't know what you can't see. But you do know what you guys are telling us, and obviously for a lot of people, that's the lifeline, is the information.
The worst will be in your area.
I'm seeing glows in the distance.
Yeah, I'm sure. The worst in your area will probably be about 45 minutes, and then it'll last for about an hour. So if you can get a place of safety, maybe where you can show us what's happening while you're safe as that comes up, that would be awesome, because it's definitely going to get worse quick.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we're ready. Whenever you guys want to come to us, we'll be ready for you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Again, Paul Agrone in Bradenton. We also have Mike Paluska. Mike is in Venice, I believe? Sarasota. Mike's in Sarasota. Mike, you're even closer. You're about 25 miles. Just measured it out here. So it looks, marginal right now, but I think it's going to go downhill pretty quickly.
Yeah, you know what, Paul? You know what, Dennis? It has, and it's getting pretty intense where we're at. There's a lot of trees in the backyard of the house, so I've positioned myself in the middle of the street, and nothing big's flying our way, but we're getting some really extreme gusts, and I just looked at the radar map too, and so I guess that southern part's coming in. You can tell that I'm not wearing a jacket because there's really no rain out here, which I think you were mentioning, that southern part's breaking apart and it's weakening, which is good news. We want this thing to fall apart as fast as it can. My photographer, Reed Moeller, is positioned up top, kind of in a bird's nest up there, and I'm just going to give you a lay of the land on where we are. These are some of the things that are concerning us, but we're pretty far away from them. You can see that transformer right there. We have been seeing some unreal explosions behind us, and it's not lightning, it's transformers blowing. Power went out here about 20 minutes ago, and then we'll have Reed Moeller pan to the left, and you can see these trees are whipping. We actually have a giant pine tree in the backyard that we are staying way far away from. Whoa, that was a good gust. We've positioned ourselves, and you saw that explosion out there. I'm not sure where my photographer's pointing, but you saw that explosion out there by that house, Dennis. And so I think what we're gonna start seeing, I know we're not in that extreme wind warning, but this is intense. I wouldn't say it's as intense as we saw when we were in the Eyewall of Hurricane Ian, but I think it's gonna start to ramp up, maybe 30 minutes or so from now, and then we'll be in it, like you said, for maybe an hour?
Yeah.
Or are we gonna get what Paul gets?
No, actually, he'll probably get more than you do, depending on where it is. But I don't know, looking from our perspective, that's coming down. And you got those mobile homes right there. That's obviously a scary thing as well. So, I mean, really, you got to find a place of safety. You're right. You're not going to have to worry about rain. You're one of those people we were talking about. You're going to have a ton of wind, and yet it's probably going to be very little of any rain there.
Yeah, and that's actually, I like not being in the rain because it's really hard to report when you're getting pelted with rain in your eyes. Just saw another explosion back behind Reed, and you saw that explosion out in the distance. And, I think when we cover these storms, you expect them to be front-loaded on the right side, Dennis, and I'm kind of trying to figure out why it's lopsided this time and going sort of towards the St. Pete area. Is that from the shear that came down with that cold front?
Yeah, the shear's coming in from the southwest, and what happens? Whoa, yep. Yeah, you can see that gust there. Yeah, it is lopsided. All of the wind, all of the rain is on the north side, and storms have a tendency to draw toward where that strength is, so that's why it was lifting a little more north at first. But last check, it's actually kind of kicking back to the east, so it's wobbles. I mean, and you know that. You've been covering these a long time. You know how wobbles are pretty much unpredictable.
Yeah, they are. And one of the things that concerns me the most is we were out on Lido, and now we're getting even more storm surge here. And that's super concerning. I mean, there's all these people that didn't evacuate, so my heart is breaking for anyone that's still there. Obviously, we've been covering Helene. I'll just see where this is going. I think we're still good out here for now. I don't think these are hurricane force gusts, but we're getting pretty close to high-end tropical storm force winds. I'm going to kick it over to these trees and have Reed zoom in on that backside. Those guys are really bending. We've got trees down around this neighborhood that we're in Sarasota. We're close to downtown Sarasota. We're about a mile from Sarasota High. My coworker Julie Salamone is super close to where we are as well, her Airbnb. And I think where we're positioned here, I think we should be able to ride this out and give you guys coverage to see what's going to be coming up through Tampa. That's the most important thing, I know people think we're crazy when we stand out here, but you wouldn't ask a fireman not to run into a burning building, so sometimes our job requires us to be out working. There went another explosion behind me. Power's going to be out for a while here, I think. I mean, this area, as you know, is so inundated with pine trees, and we've seen them just falling on lines, on lines, on lines, and exploding. Huge explosions, like booms of big branches that are hitting our house. It's brand new, just built, block construction, second floor, and we really, I was worried a little bit about localized street flooding. I'm really not anymore. We're hardly getting any flooding in the street, and as you mentioned, we're not going to be the ones getting the rain. So yeah, it's really coming in now, Dennis, and I think there's one more really big gust here. I'm just going to check down the street. It's actually, I have a clear line of sight to my left and my right, and I've got my field producer, Sean Daly, watching as well. We do want to be safe. I got 3 kids at home, and one is a month old. And so when it starts to get bad, we're going to go in. Mostly leaves now, Dennis, mostly just leaves. These trees holding up pretty good. So yeah, this is a good spot, and these power lines look like they're pretty stable as well. That transformer we thought might explode, but I think since the power exploded behind us a couple of times, this one's not energized anymore.
Hey, Mike, how far are you from the water?
You know?
How far are you from the water?
We are, as the crow flies, Dennis, we're 1 mile from Sarasota Bay in evacuation zone E.
Okay.
So we're really close to the water, and we were in Lido Beach yesterday, and we interviewed a guy. He has a frame house. He's lived there 34 years. He was boarding it up. He said he didn't get really much water from Helene because he's elevated a little bit. I said, hey man, how are you doing? He said, look, I'm gonna say goodbye to my house, and I hope it's here when I get back. And I know surge is hard to predict, even though they were spot on with Helene. So I'm just praying that surge, that worst case scenario, as this thing falls apart, doesn't come in, because I know right now where we are, we got that onshore flow, and Tampa's got that offshore flow until it kind of wraps around. The winds have been coming out from the east, Dennis, and as they go counterclockwise, they're just going to wrap around this area, and then we're going to hit another spot so that we can duck in and out of cover. We got a really good spot here, elevated. So that's really good. I think the thing is, tomorrow when we wake up in the morning, we're going to be looking at a lot different Tampa Bay area, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, a lot of trees. I mean, I think it's twofold. After Helene, we are going to get even more. I think the surge will be similar in the Bay that it was with Helene in the southern part. But for you, you're a mile in at an E. You said that's okay. But yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Sarasota, all the way up from Sarasota down to Siesta Key, I think they're going to see a 10 to 12 foot surge, and I don't think there's any way around it. So stay safe out there, Mike. We'll come back to you shortly as the winds start to pick up, and that will be rather shortly. Again, thanks. That's Mike Paluska over in Sarasota. We're going to go to Seminole, I believe. Robert Boyd is live in Seminole right now, and Seminole is an area that is actually under that extreme wind warning. So, Robert, it looks like you're okay right now, but I would expect that to go downhill pretty quickly.
Dennis, everything you've mentioned in the last hour has come true right here in real life for me and the crew in Seminole. Randy Wright and Callie McGibbon. Right now, the wind has picked up tremendously. It is really blowing. You look at the trees behind me. They are swaying back and forth. The stop sign rattling. I feel pretty safe, though, because the property, the Airbnb we're staying in, doesn't have any large trees in the yard or anything, and I haven't seen much debris flowing around. So that's good news. But the wind is really picking up. Extreme wind, as you mentioned. And as soon as you mentioned it about an hour ago, that's when we saw it happen. Then you guys mentioned the power outages. And sure enough, you mentioned be careful, charge your phones, the power will go out. Sure enough, about 10 minutes after you said that, right here in Seminole, we lost power at our Airbnb. And then the third big thing that has been mentioned in the studio throughout the night is that once it gets to a certain point, too much danger for our first responders to go out. They won't go out, and that's what's happened right here in Seminole. No longer going out. If anybody has a medical emergency, unfortunately, they're going to have to fend for themselves. Police, fire, they are sheltering in place now. They're not coming out here to help people. So really, you got to be careful. If you decided not to evacuate, you really took matters into your own hands. But I do want to say this particular neighborhood here in the Seminole area, there was an evacuation order. So again, we feel safe about that. A lot of people taking precautions. When we drove around here earlier today, we saw a lot of people boarding up their windows. I would say at least 50 to 60% of the people in this neighborhood had storm shutters, boarded up their windows. They did everything they could to protect themselves. Wow, that was a pretty large wind gust that just came through. And I'm looking, but again, the good news is I don't see a lot of debris flying around, so I feel pretty safe about that. But the wind has definitely picked up, Dennis. And I'm just wondering, from your standpoint, how many more gusts are we going to see? How long is this going to last?
All right, Robert, thank you. It looks like the wind is definitely picking up, and from what Dennis said, it'll continue to. So stay safe out there. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. And we want to stay in our southern counties, and we move now to Sarasota.
Sarasota County, or are we going to Adam
Oh,
Walser?
we're going, I'm sorry, yes, Hillsborough County.
Yeah. Adam
Yes.
Walser, he's in the Hyde Park area. Adam, this is one of the first times we've actually checked in with you. What's it like in the Hyde Park area?
Well, the Hyde Park area is pretty much a ghost town. Normally this time of night it would be hopping with all the restaurants, all the businesses here, but right now it's a ghost town pretty much. We're staying at a small hotel called the Pally House Hotel, and it's filled with people, actually a lot of them who lost their homes or had significant damage from Hurricane Helene. They've been staying here for the last week and a half or so since they moved out. to get to repair, so they're seeking refuge. And a few other people who I talked to who live down the hill, we're at a high point here in High Point, but a few of the people who live closer to the bay in those houses that are maybe 100 years old, they also came to this hotel to seek refuge because of that fear of that storm surge. We don't know exactly what we're going to see there, but we have seen a significant amount of rain. We've seen the rain come down constantly. We've seen some squalls, really heavy winds and heavy sections of rain. As we drove around throughout South Tampa today, we saw there's still those piles of debris. So, of course, with all the heavy wind moving that stuff into the roadways and all the rain, it should cause some flooding in this area. But right now, we haven't seen the worst of it yet. We're just seeing occasional rain. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Adam. We want to go back now to our southern counties because they are truly experiencing the most right now.
That's right, and Paul Lagrone is out in Bradenton. And Paul, last time we saw you, you were having power outages around you. Power lines were down. What's it like now?
Power is out. Power is out in this neighborhood. We have a generator, so we're able to continue to broadcast live to you. But yeah, the neighborhood is in the dark right now. These lights you're seeing are from us and our generator. We saw the wind has been consistently strong. This is nothing compared to what it was literally 5 seconds ago. So any moment now we could see a huge gust come in. It is all wind and hardly any rain. We're in Bradenton, a few miles south of the Manatee River. Okay, I want to go this way. Yeah, all right. So yeah, just showing you around as far as the lights will take me. You see those trees whipping in the background, and that's our primary indicator of how strong these winds are. And again, literally at any second, we could get another punch here of wind. We're surrounded by water in the sense of the Manatee River's to our north, and the intercoastal is to our west. Heavy, heavy rainfall for hours until about 45 minutes ago, and it switched to all wind. I'm just shielding my eyes because I want to make sure that nothing's coming off of that roof. About 20 minutes ago, we saw several explosions and sparks. The power lines basically lit up, went out, and that's when the power on this block basically went out for everyone. Our friends over there, Carl and Gigi, they might be watching us if they have a generator, but I don't think they are. We talked to them live on the air when you guys last came to us. It's almost like the rain is being sprayed above us, and it's all wind. We are starting to get a little bit more rain right now, but mostly this is a wind event at this moment here. Of course, the storm surge is a different story because we already know that the Manatee River is flooding, and the streets near and along the Manatee River are underwater right now. We knew that before the sun went down. The police department here in Bradenton put that information out. And of course, the storm surge is the story that we're going to have to continue to monitor. Wind damage, I will say so far, we haven't seen anything, even though the wind has been strong. So far, these trees have held up, and so far, these homes have not seen it. I have not seen anything come off the homes or hit anything. The signs have remained intact. So despite the strong wind, even though we see some things waving in the wind, so far so good in that regard. But yes, now you're riding out a hurricane without power in the dark in Bradenton, as so many others are throughout the greater Tampa Bay region as Milton makes landfall here. I will say this, you know, we did see somebody ride their motorbike right through the street here right after our last live shot with no helmet or cover on. So you could say, well, Paul, you're doing the same thing. You're out in a hurricane, and okay, maybe you got a point. But I just don't want to see anyone. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. Obviously, you know, I want everyone to make it through this thing. So as I come back your way, you know, I think right now people are hunkered down. They're where they're going to be to ride this thing out. I think what's interesting is how it went from being, you know, rain to now wind. Although we are starting to see just a bit of a break with the wind right now. Of course, as I send it back to you, it's as soon as you guys go to somebody else, we'll have this huge gust of wind. That's how it always works. And the power of the power of Milton is real, which is why people are taking it seriously. Man, okay, that's a strong gust. The rain is starting to come down and the wind is whipping wildly right now. You know, the one thing you don't have to worry about, I guess, is the power's already out, so you're not going to have an explosion of sparks or fire from the power lines, because that's already been taken care of by Milton.
Paul,
what you could have is flying debris. So
I don't know, Paul.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I'm wondering, is this the strongest gust you've gotten so far? Because it looks like the eye is just uncomfortably close.
Yeah, you know, Wendy, it's so unpredictable. And when we say gusts, I'd liken it to, I mean, I hate to be violent, but you know, I liken it to a punch. I mean, it's the best way I can describe it, because that's how long it lasts. It's literally like that. Okay, wow. And then it goes away, and then it might come back again. So, you know, having experience covering Adalia live in the daytime, you know, and I almost got knocked over on live TV. I grabbed onto a bench just in time before I almost bit it on live television because the wind moved me. I think I admitted my weight at the time was 170 pounds. I may have been fudging the numbers on that a little bit. And in the years since, I think I've added a few pounds. So the wind has not moved me in that way yet. I do have the advantage of this house blocking the wind, and it's coming from the southeast. It hasn't switched direction quite yet. When it whips back the other way, the wind is going to be blowing toward us, toward the house in this direction. Right now, it's still coming off the roof and blowing whatever it will over the roof line here. So this is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, the wind is real. And the rain. I mean, now the rain is starting to pick back up. So now you've got the double whammy of wind and rain. And I can only imagine what that means for the storm surge along the Manatee River in the mouth of Tampa Bay.
All right, well, we will certainly check back in with you in just a bit as the winds continue to pick up. I know landfall, I believe, is between 8:30 and 10, so we're just about an hour into those most intense winds as the eye of the wall continues to move closer to the coast.
And truly, you have to feel for the people who are there right now without power, because this is the scary point that we've been talking about, to hear all those winds. And I mean, take the rain out of the picture. It's
for sure
the winds when you
hear and that whistling that they talk about so much.
Yeah. So Pinellas County, we know within the last 30 minutes, they were put into basically a shelter-in-place warning. So we want to now move to our reporter in Pinellas County.
That's right, and our Eric Waxler is standing by in downtown St. Pete with the latest out there. Eric?
Yeah, Wendy, we are feeling it here in downtown St. Pete for sure. Major wind gusts ripping through here. We got the warning about an hour ago of wind gusts at 50 miles an hour. I think we've definitely topped that now. And take a look. First of all, let me tell you that I feel very fortunate. We are undercover on the third floor balcony here at this hotel on Central Avenue. It's the True by Hilton. And so we are thankful, as are many people here that are sheltering here, to be in a place. It's a 7-story building. And so we are here and we are not out in the elements, thankfully, thanks to a little covering, although we can definitely feel it and give you the vantage point from here. And you see down at Central Avenue, you see the trees blowing, you see sheets of wind, sheets of rain just coming down 17th Street there, and just such force up against these buildings. And we definitely have some viewers in some of these apartments. We can see those folks there that we've been following for several hours now with the Jack Skellington decoration there on their balcony. They've got the light so we can see that Jack is still there. They've left him hanging up, and they're watching ABC Action News coverage. And I can look through some of the windows and I see coverage, and we see people waving at us through here because everybody is just home making the best of this situation. Boy, look down 17th Street right now again as we see the force of these gusts. And something that's happened here as expected within the last hour is that they have shut off water for most of St. Petersburg. They had put that out earlier, that because the sewer treatment centers would need to be shut down because of the potential storm surge again. And so you can't use your plumbing. That includes toilets. You can't operate with that surge, so it could take more than 24 hours to restore, depending on how bad things get here. And listen, some of these neighborhoods, whoa, that was a big sheet of wind. And kudos to videographer Jason Richards here, who is standing tall as this wind just comes through this balcony that we're on. But Northeast St. Pete, Shore Acres, all of you hopefully have gotten out of those areas, because listen, they flooded so badly during Helene, so we can only imagine what might happen this time. And we reported this earlier in the day, but it's something to bring up again because of the threat of looting. So many neighborhoods that have been evacuated. If you hadn't heard, earlier today, somebody was arrested by St. Petersburg police for actually trying to burglarize a home in Shore Acres. And so, everyone evacuated there, and then somebody tried to steal, and they were arrested. As we look over the balcony here onto 17th Street, and just, you see the force of the wind. And we haven't even seen the worst of it yet. This is, and the other thing that we've been thinking all along, with all of the debris from Helene, all that debris in so many people's front yards that hasn't been picked up yet. Thankfully, we haven't seen any of that flying around, because that has been a major concern for so many people. What would happen with that, with these heavy winds coming through? But we are seeing it, we are feeling it, and we're hearing it, hearing the roar of the winds here in downtown St. Petersburg. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I can see the wind picking up again. Thank you, Eric. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. We now want to go to Tampa. That's where our Scripps reporter, Jenna Ray, joins us live from Ybor City.
Yeah, Jenna, how are the conditions there in Ybor City right now?
It's wet, and it's been wet like this for a few hours now. We saw the rain pick up, I would say, within the last hour or so. You can see this rain coming down. Take a look behind me. I'll step out so you can really see what's going on. We've got this whipping rain that's almost going sideways because the wind has really ramped up over the last several hours. You can see those trees whipping in the wind as well. So just so you guys know, we're stationed here at a hotel in Ybor City. We're at 7th and 14th. This hotel is almost nearly full. So there's a lot of people who are staying here, a lot of people from out of town, and a lot of people actually from the Tampa area who lived closer to the shore, who are now coming a little bit further inland to ride out this hurricane. Now it's ramped up here. We're not seeing flooding. We still have power. I know some other reporters had mentioned that they're already seeing places without plumbing and without power, but we still have power over in Ybor City. And right now, all we're really experiencing is that heavy rain and the whipping wind. It's been an issue for a lot of people here. We haven't seen many people outside. We saw a couple people trying to brace the forces a few hours ago, but I think everyone has really wrapped things up and they're trying to stay inside. Now, something that we've seen in this area specifically is a lot of people trying to put their cars in shelters. So that's a parking garage, anywhere that's not just sitting on the street. We had a hard time finding parking earlier today. That parking structure that you can see behind me a couple blocks down, completely full. We spent several minutes trying to find parking earlier today. Almost every single parking space in that lot has been full. There's another one a couple blocks from where I'm standing too. We're told that one too is full, but for now we have power. What we're dealing with here, obviously, as you can see, is this rain. It feels like it's intensifying a little bit more, and we're anticipating that to come in the next few hours too.
All right, thank you. We'll check back with you in just a bit. And we turn now to downtown Sarasota, where our Chad Mills has been feeling the high winds and the heavy rain from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, our Sarasota, Manatee County reporters really are. Chad, what is it like where you are right now?
Well, guys, it is very windy, to say the least, and we've actually moved away from downtown Sarasota, making that drive up Fruitville Road. We're actually staying at a place off of Honore Avenue. That's where you see right here, a little cul-de-sac, a neighborhood where the power just went off a couple minutes ago. And you see some of these palm trees. We're in a lull right now, believe it or not, but every now and then, seem to be getting one right now, the wind really picks up, really whipping these trees. And off to the left there, they're hard to see because it's dark now without power, but there's a grove of pine trees and large trees that are, you know, here it goes right now. You just look at them as the wind blows and you hope that they hold up. But We're getting so much wind here right now, and you know, the eye isn't even really on top of us in terms of track. You know, the track is more north, but we're still feeling it right now. And Sarasota County just minutes ago telling people that they are ready to respond to widespread power outages when it is safe to do so. The city of Sarasota says its utilities team is already meeting right now, kind of gearing up for the response that they will likely have over the next 24 hours or so once Milton passes and they can get out and start repairing utilities. But you know, dark now, but the sky behind me, just saw a flash over there right now, it's been kind of lighting up green and purples as we see transformers all along Honore Avenue, which is behind the cul-de-sac you're looking at, blowing over there, those transformers. Now, as we made the journey inland along Fruitville Road, we saw some trees down. There was a sizable one in downtown Sarasota that we kind of moved around to you know, get on our path on Fruitville Road. We saw an area where porta potties hadn't been secured. They were still standing in a parking lot, and one of them, picked up by the wind in front of our eyes, pushed out into the middle of Fruitville Road. We had to snake around that as it was being pushed by wind. Another tree, a pretty sizable tree down on Honore Avenue as well, but we made it back here. You can only imagine now, as the wind has really picked up over the past hour or so, going to be more trees down, more debris in roadways, you know, all the reason to stay indoors even after this thing passes, because, you know, chances are there are going to be power lines down as well. Any number of pitfalls on Sarasota County roads right now as we really feel the bulk wind from Milton that we're going to feel here. The story here, though, will likely be storm surge, which they dealt with during Hurricane Helene just 2 weeks ago. They anticipate the bulk effect of storm surge to happen over the next 12 hours or so into the early morning hours. They believe that storm surge along Sarasota Bay and of course, Gulf of Mexico too, along the barrier islands will rise rapidly, putting so many of those areas under feet of water. You know, you just feel for the people who just dealt with Helene a couple weeks ago. They were trying to get a path lined up to repair. Now they have this on top of them again, and with that track north of us, it means the storm surge will likely be worse here in Sarasota County. But we're going to stand by here at the place we're staying as we brace for another big gust of wind right now and send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Chad, and we'll check back with you as the wind continues to get stronger and stronger. We want to go north now to Northport.
Yeah, and our Capitol reporter Forrest Saunders trading south. Tallahassee for Milton, moving down south to Northport. Forrest, welcome to this part of the state. How is it like for you out there?
Well, you would make a wonderful travel agent. I've really enjoyed my stay. Thank you very much. The accommodations are wonderful. No, it's been horrible. Guys, this is a terrible storm. I will tell you, we are now actually next to City Hall. We are standing in a safe zone. I don't want you to worry about me. But we were actually outside of the Northport High School just a little bit ago. We had a police officer come up to us and say, listen, I know you guys are doing the news, but it's not safe to be out here. You gotta go someplace else because we lost the roof during one of our last major hurricanes down here. So you have got to go. That's exactly what we did. We packed up, we left, and went to another secure location. That is where we're standing now. Now, I know it doesn't look like it, but the wind is really whipping behind me. It sounds almost like a locomotive. I know a lot of people say that when they go through tornadoes, stuff like that, but that's kind of what it is. It's just this constant rush of wind and roar. It's almost like the crashing of waves on the beach, except for you don't have the ebb. It's just a constant smashing of waves. And the trees are out of control. They are whipping back and forth. I think a few of them might go not too far from City Hall. Again, we are being as safe as we can be, and people are really heeding these evacuation warnings. We had a mandatory evacuation order here in Sarasota County for levels A, B, and C. We are in the D zone. But people were heeding that. At the high school where we were at, more than 870 people staying right there. Across the way at the middle school, another several hundred. And then across the county, something like 6,500, which is great news. People are listening, they're getting high and dry, That is the safe thing to do until this storm passes. Now we are waiting to see if the power will go out on us. But I will turn it back to you in Tampa. I hope you guys are staying just as safe.
Forrest, thank you. We are. You stay safe out there. It's our field crews that really, need to stay safe, and they are safe.
Oh, all right. Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phelps, when he says he needs to talk, he's got to talk.
Yeah, we got to talk. Yeah, I mean, the reporters going through some stuff, but, I want to focus on the fact that we still have an extreme wind warning. That's about the most serious wind advisory that we will get in the Bay Area. I've been here 30 years. It's happened one time in 30 years, and that was 7 years ago, whenever Irma was, and it was in Polk County. So the storm still has winds of 120 miles an hour, moving northeast at 15. It is weakening. The northern Eyewall, all of the weather that Robert was showing, all the weather that you're seeing in Hillsborough County and in Pinellas County and in northern Manatee County, that is the northern Eyewall of this storm, and that's where all of the weather is. All right, here are the forecasts for the wind gusts. We just had an 88-mile-an-hour wind gust in St. Pete. Matter of fact, we had it twice. So over the next few hours, we're expecting winds between 70 and 90, gusting up to 100 miles an hour. When you see an extreme wind warning, that means expected winds of 115 miles an hour. Now, it doesn't mean the entire area, but it will be in some areas. And Allie's going to talk about that in just a second. There's the forecast where the eye will go, again, through the evening into the overnight hours, and then moving out off the East Coast by tomorrow morning. So at this point in time, there's the latest track, winds of 120. The forecast track is here. The actual track was here. It made kind of another wobble. It made another little bit of a wobble to the east, which is, it's one of those things. We've been saying this for hours. You're going to see it go, and more often than not, when it does wobble, it goes to the right. It's like it goes downstream, if you will. So at this point, there's the forecast track, and that's pretty much from north of Sarasota County, so Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas County. You are in an extreme wind warning, and we are already seeing those winds close to 100 miles an hour in a couple of spots. And for the next 2 hours, it's going to continue. Let's go over to Allie with the latest on that. Allie?
Yeah, Dennis, I mean, we continue to see very strong winds. You mentioned that we've seen 88 miles per hour in St. Pete, not just once, but twice, and they were within 5 minutes of each observation. So these winds are not just whipping, they're doing even more than that. And we're continuing to check, of course, on our monitors to see exactly what the winds are doing. Sarasota getting up to 77 miles per hour. That is a Category 1 hurricane. St. Pete getting pretty close to that Category 2 strength. Even out in Tampa, 60 miles per hour, 69 in Brooksville, which is still a few miles and maybe even more away from where the Eyewall is inland. So that just shows you the extent of the winds. They are really starting to move well on through. And we're also talking too about the potential for, of course, the high wind warning that Dennis mentioned earlier. I mean, it's like seeing a tornado warning over your area, just repeated very strong winds, potentially up to 100 miles per hour over the same area. That's for Pinellas County, Hillsborough, and Manatee. A lot of those communities, I know, hopefully people who are in those evacuation zones are out of there because roofs can come off of mobile homes. There are many trees in those areas that could lose limbs. They could go on power lines, and you don't want that situation to happen to you. I know it might be tempting to peek out some of those windows to see what's going on as the Eyewall gets closer, but I promise you, you could just sit inside away from the windows. You could watch the coverage. We have people out there that are doing it safely, and you can watch them instead of putting yourself in harm's way. Also continue to watch some very heavy downpours moving through Dennis, and we continue to keep an eye out on the storm as it pushes through.
And Allie, that's kind of the biggest concern, the combination of the two, because you've had all this rain. You've already had rainfall totals well over 8 or 9 inches. It could go much higher than that. So you already have tree roots that are weakened because the ground is so soft with all the rain. So it doesn't take as much to have a tree down when you've had so much rain. And again, most of that rain has been Pinellas, Hillsborough County, north. Far less totals across our southern counties. And that is going to continue for at least the next couple of hours. I mean, there it is. This is a look at Futurecast, the track of the eye moving through Manatee County, southeastern Hillsborough County. And that is significant because that keeps this area in the offshore flow. The bay has been so close. Right now, we're not getting any reports of significant surge. We will see how the next few hours go. Clearly, the surge in Sarasota, part of Manatee, and down to the south in Charlotte is going to be significant. So what I'm afraid we're going to be seeing tomorrow morning is a lot of trees down in the zone where that storm is gone, and even more because we've talked about this for days. I mean, this is a storm that doesn't really look or act like a typical hurricane. It certainly did a couple of days ago, right, when it had 180-mile-an-hour winds. Well, now it's transitioning into what we think of as a winter storm, a nor'easter kind of, an extratropical system. And when you have that, the winds spread out more uniformly. So you get less severe wind at the surface near the eye, and you get that wind expanding out a little bit. And that's what's going on here. We mentioned the northern Eyewall has kind of moved onshore. Well, this is, again, 10 o'clock. It will have, but you're going to see several hours of that kind of rain and that kind of wind in those counties. So I'm afraid to say it is almost guaranteed, a word I don't like to use, but almost guaranteed that you are going to see significant tree damage in some of these spots in the overnight and into tomorrow. And of course, that will lead to widespread power outages. I was just calling and talking to a friend of mine, my next door neighbor actually, and she was saying the power has been flickering. Women, ladies, LSG, Wendy, what are the power outages over? Have you got any updated numbers? Because you got to figure it's increasing, right?
Sure, we do.
Tico is sitting at about 74,000.
74,000?
Yeah.
Duke Energy, 100,000.
All right, so there you
and
go.
that's mainly Pinellas County.
So yeah, a lot of power outages.
We're coming up 175,000. We'll probably be over 250,000 in a half an hour or so because that area of wind just continues to build and intensify. So the extreme wind warning runs for another hour and a half. They can expand it if they want to. The Weather Service, it's a local product, not from the Hurricane Center. And they can push it east if they need to. So it is by no means even the light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to be looking at this through the overnight hours, and it probably won't be until sunrise tomorrow before we're really out of the clear. The surge is the other issue, obviously, and that's the one where, at least right now, the forecast for the Bay was lowered by the Hurricane Center. We talked about this at 5. You were looking at that 10 to 15-foot surge prediction. That was always, and we tried to be clear about this, that was always what they considered a worst-case scenario. They wanted everybody to know the absolute worst it could be and decide whether they wanted to evacuate knowing that. Makes sense, but it was never the forecast. Now, NHC is going 6 to 9. That might even be a little high with this track, Sarasota and Manatee County. It's all the wobbles. I mean, again, they've gone this and this and this, and it's impossible to predict where they're going to go. It's very possible to predict where this is going to go. The red color, the hurricane winds, and this is tonight at 11 o'clock, and there you see them. Now, the hurricane force winds extend 35 miles from the center. The severe, strong winds with the eye are much smaller. But here's what's fascinating. The winds in the northern Eyewall, unfortunately, are every bit as strong as the winds near the eye. So folks in Pinellas County and northern Hillsborough County, and eventually even around Pasco County, you're like, all right, well, I'm going to miss the eye. I'm okay. In this particular storm, that northern Eyewall is every bit as strong. There's the track. Tomorrow morning, Orlando will have hurricane force winds. Lakeland will have had hurricane force winds. Pretty much most of Polk County will have had hurricane force winds, and then it starts to move offshore. So that's kind of where we are right now. We still have that extreme wind warning for about an hour and a half. It is certainly possible, if not likely, that it is extended eastward. We'll see how it plays out. Let's go back to Wendy and LSG.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Governor Ron DeSantis just spoke a moment ago, and to recap some of the points he wanted to make, there's been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage, and as of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between about the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island. He also mentioned that the Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort those fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to gas as soon as they can as they return home.
Yeah, and I feel like we don't need to say this, but the governor also said everyone needs to stay where they are, and they have FDOT staged and ready to go with bridge inspectors, because we know all of our bridges are shut down right now, generators, heavy equipment, and again, those 50,000 line workers, because we just talked about the power outages. That is going to be a major task come tomorrow.
What's really great too is they've come from all over the country to help Florida, which is really awesome. So if you do lose power and you have a radio, you can actually still listen to our coverage from our meteorologists and reporters throughout the storm. We've partnered with 6 local radio stations, and they are listed right there on your screen.
Our radio partners include 99.5 QYK, 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM. Again, if you lose power like so many, we will be simulcasting our coverage live on those channels.
And here's an important reminder. We do want you to be able to reach us 24/7 during and after Hurricane Milton. Just scan that QR code on your screen to download apps. This way you can stay connected to us even if you lose power or signal, and watch us on your phone. And please charge your phone right now if you haven't lost your electricity before you lose power, because it's important.
Seriously. And to download our apps, just take out your cell phone, go to your app store and search ABC Action News and just click download. Once you're in the ABC Action News app, you'll see our live feed right at the top of our homepage, and it's free, so you can do it right now. That way you have access to our coverage if you do lose power and need to watch on your phone. Now, we do want to continue our coverage in our southern counties. Manatee County just urging the public to shelter in place like so many other counties, so we want to go down there.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Katie Legrone is in Palmetto. And Katie, I know you've been out in the elements for a while. You were by a shelter. It looks like you've definitely moved. Where are you now?
Yeah, we're actually coming to you guys from the garage of the home that we are staying in. We're about 7 miles northeast of Manatee River. So we're past 75, we're east of 75. So we are in a non-evacuation, obviously, area. In fact, there's a couple shelters, an elementary school and a middle school, that are now housing each about 1,000 people, just over 1,000 people, right up the street from us. So we feel pretty safe in where we are. We're coming to you from the garage, and we've actually had to bring down a portion of the garage door because of the howling wind, the gusting wind. I mean, we are getting certainly the strongest winds we've had in just even the last little while, in the last hour. You just saw that little flicker of light. We are dealing with flickers of light on and off. There's not a whole lot you can see in terms of the darkness, but this is kind of our North Star here. This wind, this tree, you can see just how ferociously it's moving and flailing back and forth. This is basically what we've been dealing with out here for the last, I want to say good hour, maybe even 2 hours. All of this really started, we really started to feel, I'm going to stop talking for a second and you can even hear the howling of the wind. And, as we've been reporting throughout the evening, you go through these sort of gusts, these periods where there's a huge gust of wind to the point where we've actually even had to bring this completely down, and then it'll kind of settle down. Inside, you'll notice this door, this little opening into the crawl space. That's the result of wind. We've actually gone up there and kind of fixed it, and then it, obviously got, situated again because of all of this wind. I mean, this is what we're dealing with in Palmetto. This is what we've been waiting for, what we've been expecting all afternoon, all day long. I spoke to the chief a couple hours ago. Certainly all emergency officials are well off the road. They've been off the road. Oh, and there we go. And this is, now I'm in the dark. If you can hear me, can you still hear me, guys?
We can still hear you, but yes.
Can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you, but you are in the dark.
Obviously,
okay.
You must have lost power. The house you're in.
We just lost power.
Yeah.
That's right. The house we're in, there we go. Thanks, Matt. Matt just put the flashlight on me. The house just lost power. It is pitch black outside. The entire street lost power. There we go. And now we're on. So this is the situation. It's been that flicker on and off. That was actually probably the most dramatic, if you will, power outage. It lasted a few more seconds. It hadn't lasted all that long prior, but it's all heating up. I mean, this is what we've been talking about. We are definitely feeling it here in the city of Palmetto. Fortunately, I will tell you what we've heard from, you could hear that whistling, that wind. The police chief is there's this sentiment that people really did heed the advice to evacuate. I mean, this is a small coastal town sandwiched in between St. Petersburg to the north, Bradenton and Sarasota to the south. Water on 3 sides, Manatee Bay, the Sierra Bay, and Tampa Bay. And so they're used to storms. They're used to dealing with bad storms, but Helene hit them hard here. They dealt with 4 or 5 foot surge. They didn't want to deal with that again. And so in fact, even in the chief's words, he said, people learned their lesson from Helene just 2 weeks ago. And so there are thousands of people evacuating, not just here in Palmetto. In fact, the latest numbers we have are just over 10,000 people have evacuated to 18 different shelters set up in Manatee County, several of them here in the city of Palmetto. So that's sort of the good news out of this is people did heed that advice throughout the day. We saw boarded up businesses and homes and sandbags and just vacant areas, neighborhoods. I mean, neighborhoods that there was just nobody there. Mobile homes are plentiful in this part of Manatee County. Those people, we met quite a few of them over at the shelters up the street where we were at earlier today. But this is essentially the latest here in Palmetto. The wind is howling, it is gusting. It does seem like the rain has sort of settled down a bit. That's been interesting, but those periods, as you guys know from covering storms yourselves, it comes and then it goes. It comes and then it goes, and that is the rhythm of the rest of the evening here in Palmetto. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you. Stay safe. And I remember she did say 1,000 people were at the shelter that she was at earlier, so clearly people were heeding those warnings.
And 10,000 in the whole county did evacuate, which is great.
Truly great to hear. So from Katie, we go to Paul. The Lagrones are truly doing the most in this storm right now.
Team coverage here. Paul, I know you had power outages, power lines coming down. It looks like the wind is picking up.
Yeah, the wind definitely picking up here in Bradenton in this neighborhood, Palma Vista, and the wind still coming, I think, from that southeast direction. When it flips, it's going to be coming from the opposite direction. We're getting very powerful howling wind gusts at times. Also, the rain is coming down, and every now and then, here comes another one. You can see the trees behind me, they get it. That's when you hear it. That's when you kind of get the heads up. Sometimes it comes just right at you. The power has been out in this neighborhood for almost an hour. It went out as we were reporting live, and we saw the sparks with the power lines. You know, quick story, by the way. So my wife is on the other side of Manatee River in Palmetto, Katie, covering the storm. Here I am. Our kids are with my parents in Plant City, riding out the storm there. But you know, Katie, you know, she went through Hurricane Andrew when she lived in Miami, and I think it was her dad and her brothers that rode out the storm in their old house in near North Miami Beach, and it was her and her mom that actually, I think, at least tried to get to a shelter. So Katie is certainly no stranger to riding out major hurricanes. Between the two of us, we've racked up a lot of time in these storms, but we spoke to some neighbors right next door, okay? So a lot of this neighborhood, they're riding out the storm here. They boarded up their homes. I'd say it's about 50-50. But I'd say most people here stayed, and we talked to some folks, a whole family over there, a grandmother, a mother, husband presumably. They're all there. They got a candlelight situation going on right now with the power being out. We have lights because we have a generator hooked up to our live truck. Tim, if you want to pan over and just show. ABC Action News, obviously. And that family, they told us, look, we feel safe, we feel good. Right now, they feel okay with this storm, but we're approaching the eye coming our way. This is the strongest wind that I've seen so far, and it's been pretty consistent, but it's consistent in a way that's like, okay, you know, punch, lull, punch, lull, punch, lull. It's not like straight. And when it is straight, it's more like straight for like, okay, 5, 10, maybe 15 seconds, and then it lulls back down and you get the rain. So it kind of like goes in spurts. And I talked before in other storms how even depending on where you're standing, you'll experience the wind in a different way. It's almost like rivers of channels of wind. Right now, because of safety concerns, and I'm so grateful to have Tony and Tim with me. They're complete pros at what they do, and logistically have set us up in such a way where we're able to cover and witness this storm and bring you these images live in real time of Hurricane Milton. And I do feel safe, in large part because of them. You still have to keep your head on a swivel, though, especially when that wind switches back the other way. So and with it being nighttime, I think it adds an extra layer of caution for everyone who is riding out this storm. And it's almost one of these things where you can't fear what you can't see. So if you are inside, like our friends Carl and Gigi across the street that we spoke with, you're just riding it out. Hopefully you have a generator. If you don't, maybe you call it a night and just hold on tight to each other and see what you're dealing with the next day. Looking at their house right now looks good. Everything looks fine. But it's the cumulative effect of the wind, of the rainfall, of the storm surge. And we do know that to our north is the Manatee River, and it's already flooded over its banks, and there's street flooding along that. That was to be expected, and the storm surge, as Dennis was saying, could be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 feet. And then, of course, you have the rainfall that has been steady all day, the wind that is starting to pick up, and over to the east, or rather, the west, I should say, is Tampa Bay and the Intercoastal as you get over to Braden Beach, where no doubt the storm surge is going to cause some damage. So our thoughts are with those folks. Hopefully they decided to evacuate. That's a strong gust of wind. I am hearing reports of folks on Longboat Key that are calling for help. They did not evacuate, and that's not a good situation to be in, because right now first responders cannot get to you under these conditions. So, we cover this storm in real time, but in the back of our minds, we're just holding on to hope that no matter what, when it comes to the property damage, we'll deal with that in the light of day. We just want everyone to be safe. As I'm looking at some glows in the sky, some transformers perhaps that are going out again. And I think that's the main concern right now, is it's nighttime, there's no power, the wind is howling, it's a long night with no power, with howling wind, and with heavy rain. Wherever you are, just ride this thing out, be safe, and that's how you win. That's how you beat this storm. That's how you beat Hurricane Milton, is you wake up the next day, your feet hit the ground, and you can get to work and turn the page. And that's what we just got to hold on to. Don't lose sight of how special this place is. I know we deal with hurricanes. I know that it's, quite frankly, I don't want to say a certain word, but let's just say we all know that this was a heavy day and a heavy couple of days leading up to this. I'm from here. This place is personal to me. I grew up here. It's in my blood. It's part of my family, multiple generations. This is part of who I am. Let's not forget what makes Tampa Bay so beautiful and so special, and a hurricane is not going to change that. We had a bad month, and I'm not to minimize it at all, and I know it is not over, and we'll get to the other side of this, but that's the thing. We will get to the other side of it. This is a beautiful place. This is where we win Super Bowls and Stanley Cups, and we come together and we have boat parades and we create wonderful memories, and there's beautiful things to see. And I don't know these people. I went up to them randomly and they couldn't have been nicer. It's a place where people come from other parts of the country to live their best life, their best version of that life. And it's filled with great people. And we've seen how people reacted to Helene after that. They didn't cower in fear. They came together and they did what they had to do to get people back up on their feet. And that's what they're going to do after Hurricane Milton, as soon as it's safe to get out and about. And know that the state has resources in place to get the power back on and get us back up and running. So I don't mean to preach, okay, but I'm not passing through this town. This is my home. This is my hometown, and I'm proud to say that. And I know the people of Tampa Bay. I know who you are because I'm one of you. And not only will we get through this, we will learn something from it. We will come together, and things are going to be okay. So I know it's scary. Just get through the night, and we'll get back up and running tomorrow.
Paul, you can preach anytime you want.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Really important.
Yes, beautifully said, my friend, beautifully said. We'll check back with you in just a bit, but beautifully said. And, not being from here, born and raised in Cleveland, I have been here 20 years. It feels like home to me as well.
It's home for
But
all
I'll tell
of
you,
us,
it is a beautiful place to live, and we have to keep that in mind, too. And, in the winter, you're from Boston, right? We know in the winter, that's why everybody comes to Florida, and we live here, and that's why it's beautiful. Okay, we want to get to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Important information right now, Paul. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Yeah, Wendy, we're about to make landfall. Landfall is about to occur, and You know, it could not be a better example of how wobbles can go any way and every way. Because over the last 4 or 5 hours, in fact, when it's done, we'll go back and show you, but you had dots going due north, and then all of a sudden, just boom, went right. And instead of going into northern Manatee County or even close to the bay, I suspect landfall is actually going to be around Osprey or Vamo, between Sarasota and Venice. I think that's where landfall is going to occur. Now, what makes it more challenging is we always think about, you know, if you're right at the eye, that's where the heaviest winds are. Well, usually it is, but not this time, because this storm is quickly turning into more of a winter-type nor'easter storm, where the winds have expanded. The storm is weakening. It's absolutely weakening. But our winds are significant. We just had a 96-mile-an-hour wind gust in St. Pete. In Sarasota, rather. St. Pete at 89. And if you look here, we still have that purple color. That is the extreme wind warning, which means winds up to about 115 miles an hour until 9:30. You take a closer look, I mean, there it is. Pinellas, Hillsborough, and most of Manatee County. And think about that. The eye is going to be down here. You normally think, okay, it's a hurricane. The heaviest winds are north and east of the eye, but in this particular case, and I think with good reason, because of all the shear that we have been just talking about, harping about for the longest time, for the last 3 or 4 days, it came to play, and in doing so, it really caused the bulk of the energy to be outside of what we typically think would be a typical tropical system right around the eye. It's on the northern eyewall. And Greg and Jason and I were talking about it. Quite often when you have a storm, this happened, was it with Helene or was it Debbie? Which was the one where it went up toward the top where the convection was?
It was Helene.
It was Helene, okay.
Yeah.
So here's what happened, I think. So you've got almost all of the deep convection, the strong storms, the heavy rain in the northern eyewall. And as this storm was going north, all of a sudden, it kind of got a little lopsided, and then all of a sudden, boom, it wobbled off to the right. It literally made a right turn. Boy, that kind of sounds familiar. It's kind of Charlie-like, doesn't it? But at the end of the day, the overall track still brings our area, and when I say our area, our core counties of Pinellas and Hillsborough, and even into Polk, because I think there's a legitimate chance that this purple box would be extended over here. I mean, I think there's at least a chance it is going to weaken as it moves in, but we'll see if the Weather Service says, you know what, maybe Polk County might get it on the act as well. But these folks are expecting winds up to 115 miles an hour. And I've been getting some video. Last check, we had 175,000 people without power in Pinellas County. And I suspect, I have little doubt that number's probably higher now. So we still have all of this rain and we have all of this wind, but what we are not going to see is the surge, at least in these northern counties, all right? Pasco, Pinellas, with this center this far south and going offshore, you are having all of this water pushing offshore. Now, as it continues to move this way, it's still eventually going to push some water in, but it's not going to be anywhere near what it could have been if the track was a little closer and if the storm was a little stronger. Remember, this was Cat 5 earlier today. Now it's barely a Cat 3, soon to be a Cat 2. Tons of rain in that northern eyewall. And this might very well, I think it's going to be twofold. I mean, I think we're going to have a lot of trees down tonight, and we'll see it tomorrow. And so we have all of the power outages. We're going to have some trees on houses. You know we are. And then we have the flooding that's going on with this because this is far from over. I mean, these areas have already seen nearly a foot of rain, and there's a lot more on the way. So flash flooding, certainly expected for the next several hours. I mean, you can see it right there. I mean, there it is. And in that red right there, that's where those winds from Bradenton to St. Pete and across the bay, those are winds that are gusting between 90 and 100 miles an hour. So here's the bottom line, guys. All right, we have been talking about this thing for days. We've evacuated, we've prepped, and now we're to the point where this is it, and in 4 or 5 hours, the worst of this will be over. And tomorrow, we'll get together, neighbors helping neighbors, and we'll get through it. But I think at least in a smaller sense, the people who live on the bay, that was always the big question mark. That was, you guys know what I'm saying. The prediction from the Hurricane Center was a 10 to 15 foot surge. Now, yes, it was a worst case scenario, and we kept saying that. Look, this is worst case. Probably not going to happen, but it could. Well, now those numbers are probably going to end up being not only high, extremely high, and even the 6 to 9 that's the current forecast might very well be on the high side. So, unfortunately, on the flip side, you're going to be dealing with a lot of wind and some heavy rain as well. So again, here it is. These are the current wind gusts, 77 in St. Pete, 72 Bradenton and Sarasota. I have yet to see a 100 on here, but I kind of think we're going to see one. What was that again, Eliana? Okay, so, we're talking about Sarasota winds. And as a matter of fact, the eye of this storm is, believe it or not, actually south of Sarasota. And I think we're going to get landfall any minute. And about a half hour ago, things look okay right now for you.
Well, that's what I was actually just texting Jason Adams.
Might be in the
I know
eye.
that he just told me we had a gust of 96. That's what I was about to say, a gust of 96 miles per hour at SRQ previously. But I think I'm in the eye right now because I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna go out a little farther. You won't be able to see my face. Andre, you can come out, man. Right now, it's safe. Dennis, we are in the eye of this thing.
Yeah.
Look at what we had maybe however long ago, and then look at this, man. This is unreal. It was just absolutely out of control here. Let me take this light down. It was absolutely out of control here, and now we came out to do our hit, and our phones obviously aren't updating as fast as we want them to do with the radar, so I was texting Jason. We're in the eye right now. We've got zero rain. I'm trying to see what the skies look like above me. A little bit of low, thin layer of clouds. I've been in the eye wall of several storms. I've never been in an eye of the storm, and it's everything you said it would be. It is so calm. It is eerie. It actually feels pretty weird. I can hear everything now. I can hear generators running. The wind is just super light. It's almost like a breezy, nice evening in Florida. I can show you a little bit about where we are. We still see a little bit of explosions in the back. Let me run you through where we are. I know people were worried about our safety. We actually just set up because it was so bad earlier, where we're surrounded by 3 block construction walls in a second-story house. And we have been ducking in and out of cover and trying to be safe, of course. And I can tell you that this feeling now, Dennis, you've been in the eye of storms. It's scary because we know as fast as it's moving, I think 15 miles per hour or so, we're going to get that back end of it, and it's going to just ramp up. So that's why we tell people not to go out in the eye of the storm and go far from their shelter, because it's just going to turn on like a switch. This is a street here in Sarasota. We're about a mile from, I'd say, Sarasota High School. We're 1 mile from Sarasota Bay, and honestly, we've had very little rain. The rain has been pretty much nothing. My photographer, Reed Moeller, I'm going to walk over to this house if you can track me. And I've got photographer Andre Amial here. And I want to show you this house because this has been scaring us. Reed can zoom in a little bit. I'm going to crank this light down a little. This has already been ripped off, this carport. They've already lost the entire front part of their roof. This thing has been dangling and slamming into this over the past hour. And they've got these crazy weird wind chimes. And we tried to take them down because we didn't want them to get blown off and just nail us. It's like a metal sort of flipped up flower, but I couldn't take them down because they're bolted in to that. And then there's another one on this side. You can see this right here came up from underneath some of their vinyl siding. And this house, this is a wood frame, old school, who knows when it was built, 1950s. And so this has been terrifying. We've been hearing explosions. We've been seeing the power take hits. You can see that thing now kind of still flopping with a little bit of the breeze. transformers have blown. We had a really, really strong bolt of lightning that lit up everything, and then we heard thunder. And you know, typically these storms, you know, when they're building, Dennis, as you know, we get a lot of lightning when we see them out in the Gulf. Not normally when they come ashore. So that was pretty scary, and it's scary to be out here at night when it's whipping. I mean, I won't lie to you. You know, I was mentioning to my photographer and my team, you know, I've got a newborn at home. I've got 2 beautiful girls, and you know, I know everybody's worried about our safety, but we are so lucky that our producer, Jillian Ramos, found this Airbnb that has just the most amazing bunker. There is stuff on the roof, Dennis, huge pine limbs that went down. Just one slid right up to the back door. The windows in our house are hurricane rated. The sliding glass doors are heavy duty. We did not go anywhere near the backyard. In fact, we were gonna do a hit back there, and we were like, no, we're not going back there. There went another flash, another explosion of a transformer. Power actually came back on for about 20 minutes. Oh, big boom. And
you are going to get the backside. You are going to get the backside of the eye, but it's not, you know, and we always concern ourselves. If you're in the eye, then you get the other side and it comes really quickly. But the southwest side of the eye is pretty weak. So it looks like, you know, you're going to definitely get more. Yeah. You'll get more rain, you'll get more wind, but it's not going to be like what you had earlier. So that's a good thing. Mike, I have a question for you. How many people stayed in the area right there? You're in a non-evacuation. You said you were in an E, I believe. So did most people just kind of board up, hunker down, and say we're hanging in?
The last time that I saw a car drive by, Dennis, was 3 hours ago. One truck. I don't know where they were going. That's the last time I saw a human being other than the team that I have here. We did see someone. I don't know what it was. There was like a power flick, and we thought there was someone in this house over here. But we didn't see anybody come out. So, I mean, there might be some folks here, but there's one car in this driveway, and then all the way down this street that I'm on in Sarasota, there's absolutely nothing. There's no cars in the driveways. All the houses are, some of them boarded up. And so I think people even in E, where we are, a mile from the coast, I checked our elevation, we're at about 30 feet. I think they felt pretty confident, obviously, but who isn't spooked after these back-to-back-to-back storms? And I had one question for you. I was reading an article, Dennis, and it was talking about how Mother Nature has certain patterns where our weather can fall into this cyclical pattern. And I wonder if you've seen that, or I'm not a meteorologist, but I mean, you obviously know I read all this stuff up. Is there some pattern with how these storms are coming in? Or is it just we got unlucky with these cold fronts?
No, I mean, there absolutely are. I mean, we had it back in 2004 when we actually had 4 storms. 3 went right through the area. And there are certain features that make it more likely. But, you know, once you're in October, Mike, you know this, things light up in the Western Caribbean. If there's going to be a hurricane develop, it's the Western Caribbean. And because we're in a La Nina now, it makes it far more likely that they'll develop. And the water is still so warm, it's just kind of all the ingredients came together. And, you know, I mean, we got another advice. Is that another extreme wind warning that just came in? Flash flood warning. All right. So yeah, obviously all the rain. So anyway, I mean, at this point in time, I mean, you've gone through the worst, Mike. It does appear that you're still going to get some on the backside, but overall, you're not seeing a ton of damage where you are. Is that safe to say?
That's safe to say, yeah. Except for this old school house with this carport, and those always get ripped off during storms. We never pick a house that has a carport because if it doesn't have the hurricane straps, the carport goes, it takes the whole roof, and then that's bad news. So yeah, I mean, just seeing this thing come in from the Pacific and then building up in the Yucatan's been pretty incredible this year with everything we've had.
Well, it's never happened. I mean, we've never seen it happen before. I mean, we looked at it, we saw it could happen, but you know, the mindset is, well, if it's never happened in 150 years, it's not going to, and unfortunately this time it did. Mike, thanks again. Mike Paluska, live in Sarasota. Yeah, one more?
Yeah, I hear crickets now, Dennis. I hear literally every animal that we didn't hear, the crickets are out, and they're loud. And we did see a lot of birds gliding through the bands, so maybe we'll get some more flamingos or something down there.
They always say that. They say when you're in the eye, you start hearing that stuff.
Yeah, I'm hearing birds chirping to my right, and you know, my senses are overloaded because I am, you know, you're out in the middle of the pitch black, and so I mean, I can't see much. I mean, Andre's got the light, but yeah, I mean, I'm hearing birds, I'm hearing a generator, I'm hearing crickets. I mean, it's almost like it was so loud, now it's so calm. It's like surround sound of nature's coming back, which is, I don't know, maybe this is like the eclipse or something, but yeah, this is spooky.
All right, Mike, thanks. Yeah, Mike Paluska live in Sarasota, where the worst has certainly gone through. So, and you look at, we're going over to Chad Mills. Chad is also in that area as well. And Chad, you look like you're gosh, you could be in the eye as well.
Yeah, I believe we are. I haven't been looking at the radar, Dennis. We're having some problems with cell phones right now, but it is really calm. And like Michael was saying, you still hear some wind, but it's kind of like being at the beach on a pleasant summer day. You kind of hear the waves. You know, that's not what we're hearing. It's the trees blowing, but it's very pleasant. We can hear the tree frogs in the background. We can hear some crickets chirping as well. This is very different than what we were seeing, Dennis, just 30 minutes ago when we were getting big hurricane force gusts here. We are also in Sarasota. We're near Honore Avenue. We're not too far from I-75. We're more inland. We're about 5 miles from downtown and Sarasota Bay. And just like Michael was saying, I've covered a number of hurricanes, not nearly as many as you and Michael, but I've never been inside the eye. It's kind of one of those bucket list things, and it is, as Michael was describing, kind of an eerie situation, knowing that we just went through all of that, all of the rain, all of the wind, and now, it's still a little breezy right here, but there's a calm to it, and you see, as you said, Dennis, with the kind of tale of two cities for this hurricane, with rain to the north and it being more dry to the south, taking off the rain jacket because we haven't had rain in about 2 hours, Dennis.
You are going to see something on the backside, but the worst is over because you actually had that eye very, very close. I'm waiting any minute to get an advisory from the Hurricane Center that this storm made landfall probably around Venice. The center is right around Venice. But folks, let's get back to what is imminent right now, what is pertinent, what is dangerous. I mean, that's kind of why we're here. It's our job to try to keep you safe, not just to show the reporters out there standing in the middle of a storm. I want you to know what's going on, and that is some serious wind across areas of southern Pinellas, Hillsborough County. That red color right there, those are winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. We still have that extreme wind warning, and that's going to continue for another hour. But what you're seeing right there, so Chad and Mike are down here, right? They're right there. They're in the eye. We're in the northern Eyewall. This red color right there is the strongest wind with this storm. And obviously, we're going to continue with our warnings for the next several hours. Current wind gusts, 77 miles an hour. Hurricane force gusts in St. Pete, 59 in Tampa, 72 in Bradenton, 72 in Sarasota. So when we get an advisory, and we've only had one, I've been here 30 years, we've only had one extreme wind warning that I can remember, and that was in Bartow 6-7 years ago, whenever Irma was. It's kind of all a blur. So that's something we're going to continue. But fortunately, with the storm down here, it's an offshore flow, and that lessens the threat of surge for the bay. So the 6 to 9, there might be some spots that are going to verify on the low side. I kind of doubt they're going to verify on the high side. I want to go over to Jason now. He's got some stuff to share with you as well.
Yeah, guys, go ahead and pull up Max 1. We're getting transformers that are blowing out here in Tampa right now. As Dennis said, the northern eyewall is coming into our area. So just moments ago, blue sky lit up all over here in West Tampa. There, of course, is Ray J. There you go. Right there. So we're now getting into the strongest wind gusts so far for Tampa right now and beginning to see those transformers illuminate the sky here as that northern eyewall has moved into the area. So the worst of the weather has so far been in St. Pete down south of Bradenton and Sarasota, but now it's really beginning to pick up here in Tampa, and we'll likely start to see a lot of power interruptions, if not complete power outages, setting up here for us across Hillsborough County. So here's where the winds are right now. The highest gusts so far, you can come back out to me, 96 mile per hour wind gusts here in Sarasota, 89 mile per hour wind gust in St. Pete, Venice at 90, and we're at 76 in Brooksville. Tampa so far at 60 miles per hour, but we are just, again, beginning to get into the eyewall here in Tampa. So really quickly, I want to show you why we're starting to see those transformers blow here in Tampa this evening, and this is it. The northern eyewall has made it out of Old Tampa Bay and Hillsborough Bay. If you guys can come back out to me, we can talk a little bit about this here on the monitor too. But that's where we're looking at the strongest winds so far coming into Tampa, and I'm really concerned about this band here. That's moving now up to MacDill Air Force Base in South Tampa. That's the one that's already produced the 96 mile per hour wind gusts here to our south and 89 mile per hour wind gust in St. Pete. That's what's moving into Tampa right now. So in Hillsborough County, we're likely over the next hour going to start to see some significant power outages begin to show up here. I know a lot of you have been saying, hey, what about Pinellas County? It's really bad here. And you're right. You have been stuck in the northwestern eyewall now for a good hour, hour and a half here in St. Pete. And that's why we've seen those gusts gusts up to 90 miles per hour. We've also seen up to a foot of rainfall, and we now have a new flash flood warning that encompasses Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater. And the rainfall totals within that area here from Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater are now approaching 12 inches of rainfall, and we still have another 6 to 12 to go. So there could potentially be some spots with 2 feet of rain by the time we get into this. So it looks like we just took a power hit here in Tampa as I was literally talking about how the worst is moving into Tampa. Not sure if we're still on, but I'm going to continue to broadcast here for you as we watch the power kind of come back on here again in the city. So once again, the worst of the Eyewall now setting up for us here from St. Pete into Tampa, and we are now beginning to see those power interruptions and power outages setting up for here for those of us here across West Central Florida getting into the Tampa area. So there it is, northern Eyewall, worst of the weather here, Hillsborough and Pinellas County at this point, and these power interruptions, power outages are going to continue for us as we continue through the next hour to hour and a half, because again, this is the worst of the weather with the eye moving just to the south of Tampa in Sarasota and Manatee counties at this point. Northern Eyewall, we've been talking about this for hours and hours, that this is where we're going to see the strongest winds. And as we look at the winds inside the storm, these brown and gold colors here and these bright blue colors that are rotating into Tampa, those are the ones that are showing up at 90 to 100 miles per hour. So we'll likely start to see some more reports coming in here over the next few hours of wind gusts like we've been seeing so far here in Sarasota and St. Pete, sitting at 90 miles per hour. Just had another gust in St. Pete to 81 miles per hour. Brooksville, you're gusting to 72. MacDill Air Force Base just had a 58 mile per hour gust. Tampa International Airport 59 as well, 65 showing up for those of you in Winter Haven. So as our equipment starts to kind of fire back up again, and as we get back up from our little power hit here a second ago, this is the worst part of the storm happening right now. This is the worst as far as the wind and the rain goes. We're watching the surge numbers down south to see if those numbers start to rise, and we are getting reports of major flooding now in Fort Myers and also in Naples as our winds are coming back in off of the Gulf. So while the surge, we're awaiting it here in Tampa Bay, especially south of the bay for Manatee and Sarasota County, it has already started for areas to the south as we're seeing those winds wrapping around this system and piling up that water here, up the Caloosahatchee, over Fort Myers Beach, getting into downtown Naples. Where north, where we are, we're actually seeing the winds continue to move offshore, and that's actually lowered the water level here in Tampa Bay this evening. We've started to see the waters rise, and then these really strong north-northeast winds coming around the corner, around the Eyewall here. That is what's allowed us to not get the water rise, at least at this point right now here in Tampa. So these offshore strong northeasterly winds continue for us, and we're looking at those winds potentially gusting again upwards of 100 miles per hour as we see that extreme wind warning continue here. So St. Pete, Clearwater, and all points in between into Tampa, these are areas that are seeing the worst of the weather right now. While we got the calm weather happening here in Sarasota, Dennis, you've got something.
Yeah, according to what I'm seeing here, Milton officially makes landfall in Siesta Key.
Gotcha.
As a Cat 3 hurricane with 120 mile an hour winds. So there you go. We have landfall in Siesta Key.
So that's why Michael Paluska's live shot and Chad Mills' live shot down there in Sarasota and Bradenton, they're in the calm, because that, of course, is where the landfall happened. So if you're unfamiliar with where Siesta Key is, there it is right there, still within the eye of the hurricane, but it's just to the north of here. We're starting to see the back edge of the Eyewall, the western Eyewall now, beginning to move back into Anna Maria Island, Holmes Beach, and Bradenton, and it's just, unfortunately, we are stuck in it. This is what happened during Hurricane Ian in Sarasota County, Northport, over toward Arcadia and Wauchula. Remember, we had the northern Eyewall go through there, and they ended up with 20 inches of rainfall. Not out of the question that we don't see that happening here in Pinellas and Hillsborough County, as we're already seeing reports of up to 12 inches of rain in Pinellas County. So freshwater flooding, a major, major concern for us, along with these wind reports that are coming in showing multiple areas seeing those 60 to 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. I'm trying to see some of the latest.
I got one more question for you, Jason.
Yes, sir.
Greg and I were just talking about this. Is Siesta Key technically in the Bay Area? Because if it isn't technically, then the Bay Area still was not hit by a major hurricane.
Yeah. I guess
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Hurricane Center.
I mean, it's southern Sarasota County, so isn't that technically the Bay Area? I don't know. It just came to mind.
Yeah.
Winds, if you want to go to her.
Where's Kylie?
She's in Seminole, I believe, in St. Pete.
Yeah, let Jason finish up.
Yeah, so we'll zoom in here to where Kylie is. Again, central, basically all of Pinellas County right now in the Eyewall, but again, the worst of it right in St. Pete, Pinellas Park, and Seminole. So Kylie, if we do have you, we're really starting to see the worst of the storm sitting over top of you in Pinellas County. What does it look like out there?
Yes, Jason, within the last several minutes, I mean, this is the worst that we've experienced here so far. I'm standing kind of near our vehicle here just because of how strong the winds are at this point. Amazingly, we have not seen a lot of debris going down the road or anything. Of course, we're mindful. I'm here with one of our photojournalists and another reporter, so we're all keeping an eye out for each other. But I want to show you behind, if you can see, Randy, the stop sign moving, you know, in the wind here, and the rain just coming down almost horizontal at this point. It also, you can see a light right now. We saw neighbors across the street come out with an actual flashlight just to take a look, but the reality is this whole area that we're in immediately in Sarasota has lost power. I'm holding my earpiece so I can continue to hear you guys, but just down the road, not the entire area has lost power, but we are, of course, right now in an extreme wind area. We're told that this is going through until 9:30, but as we have gone around, fortunately, earlier today, you guys, a lot of people in this area, they were expecting the wind. They were boarded up. They had their different storm preparations. And so this is an area, just to give you guys an idea, we are not in an evacuation zone right now, but we are, again, in an extreme wind area. It was about a couple hours ago now that, in fact, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office said nobody else is going out. Emergency responders, it is too late at this point for us to come out to you because of the conditions of the road and what you can see right now in terms of the extreme wind. It's just too dangerous. So as we were listening to Michael Paluska and Chad Mills and how calm it was in their area, you can see that that's certainly not the case here, as it is, the wind is starting to tell us. Again, this is the strongest that we have experienced right now.
Thank you,
what
Kylie.
are you guys seeing with where we're at, and what else can we answer?
Yeah. So Kylie, you're looking at those winds that have been in St. Pete sitting at around 80 to 90 miles per hour. I imagine that's what you've been contending with here for the last few minutes. Let's get it back in here to the studio because we really want to focus on the radar at this point. We were just talking about, yes, landfall officially at Siesta Key here from the National Hurricane Center, and the Eyewall, the northern Eyewall, is unfortunately where the worst of the weather is, and it is in the most populated part here of Tampa Bay in Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete. So Hillsborough and Pinellas County, this is where our worst is going to be here, and it will continue this way for the next couple of hours. We've got the strongest winds that we've seen so far from the system moving into Tampa. If you were with us 10, 15 minutes ago, we took a power hit here at the station, thankfully getting things back online for you so we can continue to cover this storm for you. But again, downtown St. Pete, Gulfport, Boca Ciega, St. Pete Beach, Paso Grill, Treasure Island, Johns Pass, Madeira Beach. This is the worst of the wind and the rain. The surge is staying to our south. We could see a little bit of bay surge with this northeast wind coming into downtown St. Pete because we have winds coming in from the opposite direction. That could push some of the water up here and give us a little bit of surge, but it doesn't appear that we're seeing water rises happen pretty rapidly at this point now in Tampa Bay. Where we're seeing the highest water rises are, of course, down to the south of the Eyewall. So we're just stuck. We are completely stuck right now in this band, and look how slow it is moving to the east. While the storm itself is moving at about 15 miles per hour to the northeast, the band is about 70 to 80 miles wide. It starts here in Thonotosassa, Plant City, and Lakeland, and it goes all the way out into the Gulf of Mexico here from Anna Maria Island up to Paso Grill. And with the storm moving in this direction, that means this is all going to slowly move in this direction and put us, unfortunately, in the spot where we could see up to a foot to 2 feet of rain. Well, we've already had a foot in portions of St. Pete and also Pinellas County. We're possibly going to add another 6 to 12 inches of rainfall on top of what we've had. So again, freshwater flooding and extreme concern for us here as we're looking at the new flood warning that came out. And the National Weather Service tags them with what type of threat is in the warning, and this is a considerable threat. So it's a pretty heightened risk that we're likely seeing some flash flooding. So in Palm Harbor, Tarpon Springs, Clearwater, still locked in the rainfall. The strongest part of the Eyewall is now in St. Pete. Look at this, Pinellas Point. My goodness. This is about as red as it gets on the radar when we're talking about extremely heavy rainfall. These rainfall rates could be upwards of 4 to 6 inches per hour within this northern Eyewall. That's also the case here at MacDill Air Force Base in South Tampa, most of which, of course, was evacuated because of the threat for surge if the eye would have made landfall to our north. But we're locked in downtown Tampa with it right now as well, completely covered up in extremely heavy rainfall and wind gusts that could exceed 80 miles per hour. Again, the strongest that we've had so far was at the Eyewall. Just updated with Tampa International now, 74 mile per hour gusts here at the airport. That could potentially been the gust that knocked us briefly without power here. So hurricane force gusts with this Eyewall now in Tampa, the strongest winds we've had so far in Tampa. If you are east of Tampa, you are in the northern Eyewall as well. Riverview, Gibsonton, Palm River, over towards the Palm Eau Claire area, Valrico, Brandon, over to Plant City, Mango, Seffner, all along I-4, getting up to Thonotosassa and up toward the Hillsborough River State Park. It's just really starting for you all as that Eyewall is all the way back out into the Gulf of Mexico. So we're stuck in this heavy rain band for the next 3 to 4 hour period, and that's why that flash flooding potential is going to be extremely high. When we talked about the extreme wind warning, when it comes to flash flood emergencies are what the National Weather Service issues as far as it being the top tier for severity and danger when it comes to flash flooding. I can't imagine that we're not going to start to get those from the National Weather Service here over the next few hours. Flash flood emergencies possibly coming to St. Pete, Clearwater, Tampa, and then areas to the east. Lakeland, you are on the northeastern edge of the Eyewall. It's continuing to fill in here as well. So we're locked in with the heavy rainfall. Your wind gusts will probably start to pick up. We've already had 60 mile per hour wind gusts at Linder International Airport. We'll likely get to the 75 mile per hour gusts here like in Tampa coming up momentarily. So widening out, the worst of the rainfall, the worst of the wind is in this band right here that's basically parked itself from Seffner, Brandon to Tampa, Plant City as well, and then down into central and southern portions here of St. Petersburg. This is where we're looking at rainfall rates again that could exceed 4 to 6 inches of rainfall per hour.
Brooksville gusted is 76.
So even up to Brooksville, we're seeing hurricane force gusts.
76 mile per hour wind gusts. That is the second time they've gusted over 70.
So 70 mile per hour plus wind gusts here in Brooksville, that far removed from the Eyewall. And this is why, unfortunately, those power outage numbers are really going to start to crank as we go into the remainder of the night. Flash flooding also a concern for those of you north. Look at south. Look at how dry it is in our southern zones where the eye actually has come on shore and will be moving. It's going to be incredibly different to see the gradient between not much rain down south to the extreme rainfall rates that we're seeing here up north, with this Eyewall basically moving right along I-4. And this is panning out pretty much how the National Hurricane Center and what we were thinking would happen with this is if it makes landfall in Sarasota, Manatee County, that northern Eyewall would set up that potential 6 to 12 to 18-inch water rainfall totals. And that's unfortunately what is coming to fruition. So I think once we get past the severe and dangerous wind threat with the Eyewall, it's really going to be about flash flooding and water rises that are happening not from storm surge here from Pinellas and Hillsborough County north, but unfortunately because of the water rising on our creeks, our rivers, our streams, all of these are going to start rising pretty rapidly, and that's why we have the warnings out. I'm going to turn the warnings back on. There are going to be a bunch of them that show up. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Thankfully, I'm not seeing any spin or tornado warnings showing up at this point. It's bad enough when you're contending with 70 to 100 mile per hour winds. Remember, the extreme wind warning set to go for another 45 minutes. We'll see if they do extend it east as the Eyewall begins to move to the east. But again, the worst of it is right now moving through Tampa Bay, Pinellas, Hillsborough County, getting over to Polk County. Not forgetting you in Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus. You guys are socked in with very heavy rainfall here as well. But when it comes to the winds, that's where we're seeing them the strongest. And that's going to continue as it slides to the east and to the northeast. Greg, are you seeing anything that I'm missing so far?
No, I mean, I'm concerned about this rain band, obviously. I think that rain band in south of there is where there's going to be a new center that's going to reform, and this is just going to keep this in Hillsborough County. It's going to start moving northeast. the winds here are going to be locked in for at least another couple more hours.
So you're talking about it potentially here, basically right along I-75, I-275, where they come together, and then to areas north and east. So what Greg is talking about is basically what we were looking at. This is the zone right in here that is going to run into extreme rainfall totals that could exceed a foot, if not a foot and a half, maybe closing in on 20 inches if we do not get this band to start moving off to the east-northeast pretty quickly. So that's the band that's the worst of it right now. And of course, within it, we've got the winds that are really, really strong too. I'm going to just do a couple of plots here just to see what shows up. Let me pause this for us, see what we're looking at. These winds should start to come down a little bit, though, now that we're seeing it moving onshore. But clearly, what we're looking at is these are the wind heights that are elevated. This is not what's actually happening down at the ground. So you take about 5 to 10 miles per hour off of these. So either way you look at it, we're still looking at Category 2 winds showing up on our radar. But as it's moving onshore, of course, it made landfall with 120 mile per hour winds here in Siesta Key from the National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center, giving us that information as well. Power outages, we are looking at. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside here in Tampa right now, where we're seeing this rain band set up over top of us as well. This band is sitting over, is that in Ybor City? Is that downtown? He is in where? Hyde Park. So that's in Hyde Park. So that's what it looks like. They're getting the camera shot ready for us as the rain is coming down in Hyde Park. Surprising that we still have power there because those power outage numbers. Lauren, have the numbers started to spike here in the last hour?
So I just refreshed Tico, and it's 124,000 in Tico and Duke.
254,000 is Duke Energy.
So it's nearly doubled.
Yeah. So Adam's standing by in Hyde Park, and it looks like it's just the rain is pretty intense, right? Adam?
We got lots of rain and lots of wind. Let me just step out here for a minute, and you can kind of see how it's coming down and how it's getting pretty gusty. It's certainly taken a turn for the worse in the last half hour or so. Really coming down. It's been coming down all day, but it's really intensified in the last few minutes, and we're getting these squalls of wind along with it. We've seen the power blink on and off quite a few times, so we're not sure how much longer we'll have power here, but we're here at Hyde Park, more or less abandoned. Only our hotel has anybody here right now, but we have certainly seen the rain and the wind pick up quite a bit in the last few minutes as this storm is getting closer to Tampa, and it certainly has intensified quite a bit. You can see from these pictures, the wall's just kind of screaming in. This rain is kind of coming in. We're in a protected area right here. For those of you familiar with the Hyde Park Village, there's big parking garages right here, but the wind is still whipping along that. And on these cross streets, we can see the wind just coming through there. Lots of water just coming down, just a wall of water as this rain continues to fall at a huge fast pace right now. So this is probably the worst conditions we've seen so far in the last few minutes, guys.
Yeah, we're going to continue to see that being the case here because, again, this Eyewall, it's almost as if it's stationary. It's moving, but we're not seeing that water, that rain band move at this point. Also want to take a look at the radar again, show you what we're looking at because, again, very important, the worst of the weather happening right now, Hillsborough, Pinellas County, as the eye has made landfall to our south. I want to sneak over here into St. Petersburg because we have seen 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts here from St. Pete, and we do have Eric Waxler, who's out live in St. Petersburg in the northern Eyewall. If we do have him, let's go ahead and get it out to him and see what conditions are like there. Eric, not sure if you're with us or not, but we had 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts showing up in St. Pete. What are you seeing?
We're seeing those wind gusts for sure. We're on Central Avenue and 17th, right in front of a building that is protecting us, but you can just see the wind swirling. I mean, it's like we're seeing a band right here going down Central and curling around. I mean, the power of this right now, and you can just see absolute sheets of rain coming at us in a circular motion. And look at this street sign right here. Jason, if you can pan back right here, look at the stop sign just blowing in the wind like it's nothing. And you're seeing, and then people want to experience it. And we've got a guy that just came down here. So we're in this hotel, the power, there were some power surges. In fact, I just heard a transformer, what sounded like a transformer blowing. But this is wicked. No other way to describe it. They shut down the elevators here because they didn't want to have anybody stuck in the elevators, as you can imagine. And we came down to the first floor. We had been on the third floor balcony, but as conditions worsened, it was not advisable to be up on a balcony anymore, but we're down here on the ground level. But you can really get a good look. Again, this is Central Avenue, a couple apartment buildings right here, and the wind ferocious right now, the worst by far that we have seen. Sheets of rain just pouring down, coming up against these buildings. And we talked earlier again about the danger of all those construction cranes that are working on projects in downtown St. Petersburg, and what could happen if 100-mile-an-hour plus wind hits those things. The city put out a warning advising people who live near those buildings to definitely relocate if possible or go to interior spots. So if you're by one of those cranes, definitely beware. We are seeing the amazing power of Hurricane Milton here in St. Petersburg, north of the Eyewall.
Eric, it's Dennis. I got a question for you.
Yes.
So, you're talking about the wind, but you guys have had a ton of rain too. Are you seeing any flooding around there?
No, where we are, thankfully, we are not seeing. But if you just look down the street, you see what looks almost like a river, but it is definitely not that deep yet. But where we are is high enough ground. We're just a couple blocks from Tropicana Field, which, as you probably know, has been used as a staging area for the National Guard and all the linemen, the electrical workers that are here. So we are on high ground, but we can only imagine, what all this rain is doing to the saturated areas that were flooded out by Hurricane Hermine.
You know what, though? You know what, Eric? I think Jason and I just kind of figured out maybe why there's no flooding. Because we have a reverse surge going on in the bay right now. So whenever the wind's blowing everything in, that water's going to flood more. But now the bay is draining. So the water that you're getting is draining.
Yeah, and we've been noticing, you expect as you're looking west this way and a hurricane is coming from the Gulf that we would see the clouds and everything and the wind going this way. But all day long it's been going the opposite. We saw clouds moving west towards 275, just trucking along, and now all the wind and everything in these sheets of rain are going in that same kind of direction away from the bay, so that kind of goes along with exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I remember there have been times where we've had onshore, Irma we had the reverse surge, and we had all that rain and nobody flooded because of the same thing. So you know what, that might very well be why we're not seeing it. It makes a lot of sense. So Eric, thank you very much. We'll check back. Just so you know, we were looking at it. You probably have another 60 to 90 minutes of that before things begin to wind down. At least you've reached the peak, though. I don't imagine it's going to be any stronger than that because that eye has moved inland, so it should start weakening even quicker. Again, Eric Waxler, thank you very much, live in St. Pete. So here's the latest, guys. We got a lot of stuff to go over. Landfall, Siesta Key, down to the south. What we were saying is you have a offshore flow. What that means for the bay, we have a reverse surge going on. In other words, the water is going out. And with that being said, that makes it a lot more challenging for flooding to occur because there's obviously no kind of backup at all. When that water drains, it's got plenty of spots to go. Whereas if you had an onshore flow, when the water tries to drain, it runs into literally reverse flow and it can't happen and we get a lot of flooding. So with this offshore flow, because the low is here, and fortunately, it's substantially inland. To the south, rather. So, 4 hours ago, this is just a perfect example of how fickle wobbles can be when it comes to these storms. It was going north, and then it moved a little bit. And I'll be honest, literally us in the Weather Center, Jason and I had this exact conversation. It's like, okay, it's got to make a hard right turn to actually make landfall anywhere near Sarasota. It made a hard right turn. And it's just one of those things where none of the models are going to show that because it's unpredictable. That's why it's called nowcasting. So at this point, there's your eye. It has moved inland. So think about it. All of the areas to the north have an offshore flow. Now, eventually, when it moves north up here, it's going to eventually bring back an onshore flow. But by then, it's more than likely far enough away and weaker that I would expect, Greg, don't you guys agree that the surge levels of 6 to 9 might even be high.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, so we've been saying this for hours. It all boiled down to just how close that center gets to the bay, and it's pretty far south of Sarasota, Siesta Key. Now, it is going to move this way, but as it does, it's going to weaken. So I'll tell you guys, it's hard to say we dodged a bullet considering what we are looking at in terms of all of the wind. There are trees down. There is flooding. There will be a lot of surge areas south. Sarasota, Siesta Key, Fort Myers, all the way down to Naples. They've been getting surge for a while. But the bay, the surge threat in the bay is significantly lower now. In 3 hours, that's how it changed. And I'm not trying to make light of it at all, but we were sitting here debating, did the Bay Area escape a direct hit from a Category 3 hurricane? I guess it's, do you define Siesta Key as in the Bay Area? It's close, right? I don't know. People smarter than me can figure that one out. But anyway, so we still have that extreme wind warning in effect until 9:30. Now, I think it's very possible that that could be moved to the east. I mean, it seems like it's a possibility. But you've got Pinellas County with a foot of rain so far, and what, another 6 inches easy possible before this finally moves through. You've got winds gusting anywhere from 80 to nearly 100 miles an hour. Sarah, I believe we said that Siesta Key had 120 mile an hour winds at landfall. That's what I heard. I didn't get that from an actual report, but I believe that's what the NHC had reported. So that would be by far, and it makes sense because how many times did we say right at landfall? And usually just to the right and north of that landfall spot is where you get the extreme winds. So with that being said, you have 2 areas of wind. You've got one near the eye moving across, and then you have this massive Eyewall that's bringing all of this heavy rain and all of these gusty winds. There will be roof issues. We wake up tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of trees down. There's going to be a lot of issues with roofs. But boy, at least in terms of the surge for our immediate area, we're escaping. I mean, I don't think there's any other way to say it. I mean, I think we are. I mean, is it possible the Indian Burial Ground pulled their magic again for the surge? I don't know. But I'm telling you, it's looking pretty good for the surge threat now. It really is. As you continue to see this move from north to east, look, it's going to continue, and it's going to continue for quite a while. So for the folks who evacuated to Orlando, you're going to get hurricane force winds. And I know there's a lot of folks watching us right now on streaming. And since there's 250,000 people without power, let's remind people how you can watch or listen to us even without power. Because from now, for the next 4 or 5 hours, there's nothing worse than being in a house with no electricity, pitch black, hearing trees and branches and everything going out, and you have no connection to the world. So here are our radio partners. You can tune in, and they'll be simulcasting our coverage. And in addition, you can also download our ABC Action News app. That's either on Google Play or on iTunes. You do that, you can actually watch our coverage. On the radio, it's fine if you don't have the ability to download it, but you don't get to see what it is we're showing. And radar, seeing the radar can be super helpful. But down where landfall occurred, right here, as Chad and Michael showed you, it's quiet. Wouldn't be surprised if the stars are out in some spots, but yeah, they're still getting wind, but just not nearly as much on the backside. Jason, you got something?
St. Pete gusted to 94, and we have Tampa International that has gusted now to 82.
All right. And you know what? I think those numbers are going to be kind of solid. I think they're going to probably be our maxes. Would you not agree, guys?
Yeah. And there's what it looks like right now here at our station, and our roof is popping because of the winds that are going over it, so yeah.
And I will share a funny story since I made fun of Wendy. I made fun of Wendy because she was talking. She was talking about golf ball size raindrops in one of the live shots with Lydia.
And anyone from up north, I'm getting emails and Facebook messages saying we knew exactly what you meant, and we support you.
Yeah, okay.
He just doesn't understand.
Yeah, they just don't have the heart to make fun of you. All right, so yeah, golf ball size raindrops. Well, What I said might have been worse because Greg's over in the weather center and the lights are moving because obviously we're in a hurricane. The lights are moving pretty good. And I walked over and I look at Greg and he's like, Dennis, the lights are moving like this. And my response was, what, is it windy? And I was serious. And I will tell you why. I used to work in Los Angeles. And when I think of lights moving, I think earthquake. I'm like, all right, you're going to throw an earthquake in here too, then I give up. All right, so, but at the end of the day here, you know, obviously we are still tracking some real significant weather, and we're going to go to our reporters, and we're going to continue covering this. And we are by no means breathing a sigh of relief, but with the surge, I mean, I guess you could say we're breathing a sigh of relief because the levels with a storm this far south and an offshore flow are significantly lower than they would be. As a matter of fact, a reverse surge is going on, and it would not shock me at all if we get some people who are out there and they see the bay pretty much dry, like we had with Irma. I believe we're going to go to Jenna Ray.
Yes, she's in Ybor City.
In Ybor City with an update on how things are popping in Ybor. Jenna?
Hi, you guys. You can hear and probably see this wind behind me. This rain is whipping. We were out here an hour ago and it was not nearly this intense. Take a look at the street behind me. You can really see how fast and hard this wind is whipping this rain. Just a few seconds before you guys tossed to me, we did see the lights flicker. That's about the second time in the last hour that we've seen that. Again, in Ybor City, we still have power at the moment, but as this wind is picking up, obviously that becomes a threat for a lot of people here. Now, we've been talking to people in the hotel that we're staying at. A lot of Tampa residents are actually staying at this hotel. A lot of people from St. Pete and from the coast, they came in more inland for the storm ahead of it. A couple that I talked to, they spend half of their time here in Tampa and another half in the Midwest, and they say that they just went through Helene obviously a few weeks ago, and they said that it scared them. They were out of power, and so they made the move to evacuate for this hurricane, and they think that they made the right decision. Obviously, we still have power now, but you're seeing as this makes landfall the impact that this is having here. Again, we almost have horizontal rain whipping at us at this intersection. You can see, I mean, this intersection, it's almost crazy to picture and to see. I hope it comes across as intense as it is that we're seeing out here with this whipping rain. The trees are whipping back and forth. We're seeing tree branches being pulled off of the trees. Now, a lot of businesses in this area did prepare ahead of the storm, and you can see some of these boarded up businesses across the street from where we're at. A lot of businesses in Ybor City look like this now. Boarded up windows, boarded up doors. A lot of them have that sandbag reinforcement. We're also seeing some lightning. We haven't seen that here yet, but again, within the last hour, as this storm has ramped up, we're seeing these more intense effects of the hurricane coming in here. We are in a safe location. We are not in an evacuation zone. So as you guys mentioned, with the weather forecasting and what's coming forward, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see this whipping rain and this wind coming in as this continues to intensify.
All right, Jenna, thank you. We actually just took a power hit here as well. So, you know, you're not alone out there. We're not alone here. Of course, many counties in our area are actually out of power completely. So thank you, Jenna. We want to turn now to Pinellas County, where the winds have been picking up out there, as many of our counties have seen.
Yeah, truly. ABC Action News reporter Robert Boyd is live for us in Seminole right now. Robert, how are conditions there where you are?
Well, me and the crew have been in Seminole, in Pinellas County most of the day, and this is the worst we've seen it by far. This minivan right next to me, every few minutes you actually see it kind of shaking back and forth. That's how powerful the wind has been. Trees just swaying back and forth. Stop signs rattling. We're hoping nothing comes loose and goes flying. Right there, that's a pretty big wind gust that just hit me. The good news is hardly any projectiles. I haven't seen much of anything flying that could hit us, which is good. That means the people who live in this neighborhood batten down the hatches. They put everything away. They got the patio furniture. They got all the lawn ornaments. They put it away. That's good news. So right now, nothing really flying around, which is good. We're watching the trees go back and forth. As far as power outages, I think Dennis, I don't want to get this wrong, I think he said a 250,000 people without power. We'll count us in on that 250,000 because the Airbnb that me and the team were staying in lost power hours ago, probably around 6 o'clock. Most of this neighborhood is dark, and then we see these flashes of light in the distance. It's not lighting, it's just again more power outages, more electrical explosions. So right now, very dangerous out here. We feel safe though, because this area is, despite as crazy as it looks, was not an evacuation zone. They let the people stay here. For the most part, everyone's inside. I don't think I've seen a car drive by in about an hour or so. So people are staying safe, staying inside, and that's a good thing. And keep in mind, Pinellas County emergency, any kind of first responder, they're staying inside too. So if there's any kind of emergency out here, you're kind of on your own, so please stay safe. As tempting as it might be to even look out the window, you know, stay in a safe place in the middle of your home, away from windows, because the wind is coming, and you just don't know if something could break loose. Oh man, that was a big wind gust. You can see this van. I'm going to hold on to this van right now. I'm actually going to get a little closer to the garage and get back into safety. But right now, this is the strongest we've seen it all night long, and we'll be out here throughout the storm, and continue to monitor it and just hope that people stay safe. Back to you guys.
All right, Robert. Yes, please stay safe. Get into a safer location if you can. Jason, go ahead.
A little bit of information we're just getting in from the National Weather Service. While we're seeing the reverse surge happening in Tampa Bay where water levels are coming down, those east-facing beaches, so MacDill Air Force Base, Bayshore Boulevard, because of the east wind pushing out in the opposite direction, we are seeing some flooding on this side of South Tampa and also on this side of St. Pete and also Anna Maria Island. We're getting an east wind, which is actually causing a storm surge on the bay side. Now, as far as numbers go, we haven't gotten those numbers, but we are getting reports of flooding in those areas. So again, even though the surge maximized the highest to the south of our area with now very strong 80, 90 mile per hour northeast winds, this is creating flooding on east-facing beaches, east-facing coastal spots here, I should say, from Anna Maria Island now north to St. Pete, also on Bayshore Boulevard in South Tampa, near MacDill Air Force Base is where we're looking at some of that. So I just wanted to pass that along because we've been watching the storm surge so closely, and while we're not getting those 6 to 9 foot total rises in these areas, we haven't gotten any numbers yet from Sarasota or Manatee County as far as heights of surges go, but in Fort Myers Beach, storm surge there. Naples is seeing major flooding right now with storm surge down in Naples. So maximized to the south of the center, but some of our spots here as well are picking up a little bit on the storm surge too. We took another power hit. We do have more gusts, some of the wind gusts that I'll pass along really quickly, and then I'll get it back over to you, Wendy. 96 in Sarasota still, a new one of 94 in St. Pete, and Tampa so far, the highest gust, 82 miles per hour here at Tampa International Airport. So that's the very latest that we have.
All right, thank you, Jason. And by the way, you know, usually that side of Bayshore, closer to the base, near MacDill Air Force Base, doesn't normally flood. But after Helene, during Helene and after, we saw flooding in that area that we've never seen before. So, and I'm sure the ground is so saturated, as we've talked about, this is only making it worse. We do want to stay in Hillsborough County right now. Scripps News reporter Lillian Donahue is in Tampa on our ABC Action News parking garage right across the street from Raymond James Stadium.
Yeah, and Lillian, I don't know if you heard this earlier, we took a power hit less than like 5 minutes ago. So talk about the conditions outside. For people who don't know, ABC Action News is right across the street from Ray J, so it's in that West Tampa area.
Yeah, you heard that power hit. Well, we saw that power hit. We've seen at least 2 transformers blow in this direct area. And of course, power go down twice here at the station before quickly coming back up. But these are the strongest winds that we have seen so far in this storm. And mind you, you know, we're being blocked by wind right now, but there's kind of like a tunnel of wind coming through where we park a lot of the cars. But you can see across the street over at Ray J Stadium. I mean, it's just completely almost, I don't want to say white out, I would say gray out right now. If you're looking at this wind level here, sustained strong, the strongest we've seen so far, especially if you zoom into those lights, that's really where you can see that wind, where it's coming from and just how fast it's coming. We've also noticed it whipping around as it hits the buildings, kind of almost going in a circular motion before continuing. You know, I'm from the Midwest, and I learned how to count, you know, how far lightning strikes are by the thunder. And I'm telling you, the lightning that we've seen here recently, very close, some close to the point that I actually went a little bit further into the garage for a few minutes before I felt like it was safe enough to get to the edge here. But again, just kind of showing you these conditions. The ground completely saturated right now. No one outside, thank goodness, because of what we're seeing. Of course, these winds, these gusts are coming in and out, but we can feel the power of Milton as it's coming in. And like I said, you know, you heard it, we saw it, those transformers blowing. That one, there was one over there behind you. There's also one over that way. And I think there was a third. It could have also been lightning, but it did have a pretty immediate boom. So like I said, when you're counting how far, going old school, how far this stuff is, you know, it's really close to us right now. And that's kind of exactly what we're seeing. Back to you guys.
All right, Lillian, thank you.
So we do want to stay in the Pinellas, Hillsborough areas because those are the counties really seeing the brunt of the weather right now. In the
yeah, that's right. And our Eric Waxler is standing by in downtown St. Pete with what the weather conditions are out there right now. Eric?
Yeah, I haven't used the word deluge in a long time, I think, but I would say it is definitely appropriate right now. We have just had an onslaught of rain now for a few hours here in downtown St. Pete. Central Avenue that way, we are on 17th Street. We are protected by a 7-story building here, the True by Hilton Hotel, and it really is giving us a unique perspective because it's we're seeing the wind and the rain whip around in a southwest motion, like almost like we're in a band. And if you look at these cars, if you've ever seen a vehicle put in a wind tunnel to test aerodynamics, I feel like we're getting a look at that when some of the sheets of rain come over these two trucks that are here. You're really seeing that exact thing as the water comes over these cars. Just an incredible amount of wind, and we look off into the distance. You see the trees, you see the power lines, the street signs blowing around here. This is by far the strongest that we've had here, and we've had some strong gusts. We were on the 3rd floor balcony if you were watching earlier, and as the conditions worsened, we got off that balcony. They closed the doors, they locked them, but those doors were shaking from the wind, and now we're down here on the 1st floor and really getting an incredible look at the power that Hurricane Milton is giving us here in downtown St. Petersburg. It is something to behold. It's all we can do is hope that everyone here is safe, and we're hearing transformers blow. So we just hope that everyone here is safe as we continue to monitor conditions. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Eric. We do want to go back to Paul in Bradenton now.
Yeah, you know, a lot going on. Then he was in the eye of the storm, and obviously this is the other side of the storm. Paul, what a difference just an hour makes, huh?
Yeah, wind is really picking up now, and it's coming in from, what would you say, guys, the south? North, sorry, north. Coming in from the north, so that is not quite the opposite direction as it was earlier, but it is switched back for sure, and it's coming in, blowing toward the house. So the difference is we had this row of homes in this neighborhood shielding us from the wind in our earlier reports. Now you don't have that, and so the rain, like nails to the face, it's blowing sideways and up, and the wind is actually stronger now, even though, as what I looked at on the radar. Okay, all right. No, we're good. Yep. Okay, we're seeing some things blow up behind me, transformers. So the wind is definitely strong. It's interesting how, I mean, I guess it's perspective because the wind is blowing from a different direction, so you're feeling it in a different way. I know behind the house there is some damage. The wind blew down the fence behind the house earlier because the wind was coming from the north, and so again, the house shielding us earlier in our live reports. So behind the house there's damage. Now it's coming from the other direction, blowing not quite toward the house, but in this direction. And so we're seeing some signs really take a beating, some trees take the beating, and the rain, you know, quite frankly, it's like nails on the face. We spoke with the next door neighbor, because this neighborhood, a lot of people stayed here to ride out the storm. Wow, okay. And they're in their garage, literally next door, 10 feet from us. I want to quickly toss to that interview. Go ahead, go ahead. Ask a question.
Hey, Paul, it's Jason. You answered my question. The reason why I wanted to talk to you as debris is flying by you, so be careful, buddy. Watch it. You answered the question, though. I was talking about how the winds were reversing now that the opposite side of the eye is coming in, and you are right now on the very extreme edge of the northern eyewall, that northwestern eyewall, and winds are still estimated at 80 to 90 miles per hour here in that. So, yes, you answered the question I was going to ask you. We're talking about the opposite wind direction. Appreciate it, buddy. Be safe out there while we continue to watch your shot. I do want to come back to me real fast, though, because I am seeing something that's a little bit of a concern here in Tampa and also on the east side of Tampa. So as we look at the radar, we're starting to see the eyewall rotate and kind of pivot a little more to the east now. But look at how bright these red colors are showing up here from Riverview to downtown over to Brandon and Valrico. Extremely heavy rainfall rates now moving into these areas. And along with those extremely heavy rainfall rates, this is where we're now going to see the 70, 90 mile per hour wind gusts that we've had back to your west begin to shift a little more into our inland spots. Those power outage numbers continue to rise pretty quickly, and I know some of you saying on Facebook, hey, Fishhawk, Lithia, Bloomingdale, Brandon, we're really taking it on the chin right now. What's it look like? And that's the reason why here in inland Hillsborough County now across 75, you're beginning to see that part of the eyewall kind of stuck in place here over Highway 60, Brandon Boulevard, getting up to the Valrico area, and then also up to Seffner and Mango as well. It is still stuck in place here in Tampa, especially from Tampa Bay and to the east. So we're talking about South Tampa, MacDill Air Force Base, getting up West Shore, the Veterans Express, up to Carrollwood, Lake Magdalene, Temple Terrace. All these areas here to the north and east side of I-275 are also now stuck into the worst part of this storm. It's been a little more to the west over the last hour, but we're finally starting to see a bit of a push moving to the east with the eye wall continuing to slide off to the east. Heading back to Pinellas County, finally some good news, a little bit of good news for you guys. The bright red colors that were sitting over top of us with those 96 mile per hour wind gusts, 94 mile per hour wind gusts, starting to shift east and more so over South Tampa and MacDill Air Force Base. So maybe a little bit of intensity letting up here for those of you in Pinellas County right now. But overall, we're still looking at the eye wall being the focal point for these very strong winds. And we've got about another 15 minutes or so of that extreme wind warning, which continues here for Pinellas County, even though we're starting to see this eye wall again pivot toward inland spots as well. So where we were in Bradenton and where we are in Sarasota, we're now on the backside of the eye. The eye no longer as clear on radar as what it was, since it's now, of course, moved inland, but we're now on the backside of it. And even though the intensity as far as the rainfall isn't there, the winds are. It's still an eye wall, regardless of whether you have rain there or not. And that's what's still going to provide some stronger winds like Paul was seeing a second ago here in Bradenton, Sarasota, Siesta Key, down south through Casey Key, and also getting into portions of Nokomis. I do want to point out that we are seeing significant surge now in places like Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers Beach, and Naples. That's where we're seeing maximized surge, and we are getting high water flooding now in these areas, not from rain, but from the surge that's moving onshore as the eye continues to move inland. It's possible that we see water rises back here on our coast north of where the eyeball made landfall once this shifts inland and we start to see our winds turning back and off of the Gulf of Mexico. So while we may have escaped the brunt of the high surge where the eye and south makes landfall for areas north, we still have to watch and see what the backside of this hurricane is going to do as it moves inland, because that could potentially set us up with a little bit of water rise at the coast. Where right now we're seeing a negative surge. Clearwater Beach is down 2.5 feet from normal high tide. Normal tide level that it's at right now, it's down 2.5 feet. So we are not seeing surge flooding in Clearwater Beach. We're seeing freshwater flooding as we are through most of Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco counties tonight. But the surge flooding is down south, and we may start to see that creeping back up to the north. Once again, the backside of the eye wall shifts inland, and the backside of the hurricane starts to turn our winds back around off of the Gulf of Mexico. So that's where the worst of it is right now, here moving into northeastern and central Hillsborough County along I-4, I-75, I-275 from the Hillsborough River State Park area south of downtown Tampa, getting into the Riverview, Brandon, Gibsonton area, and also now still holding tough in St. Pete. It's starting to shift over to I-75 in our southern zones where you've been in a little bit of a rain lull, not wind, but rain. Now you're getting that extremely heavy rainfall pushing back on shore here from Tampa Bay, from Apollo Beach over to Ruskin, getting into Waimama, and over toward Port Manatee. We're going to start to see some extremely heavy rainfall rates for you guys as well. So that's what we've got going for you now. I just wanted to give you those updates. Again, very, very concerning to see this This eyewall starting to shift. It's good, it's bad, because the good news is that extreme 4 to 6 inch rainfall totals per hour that we're seeing within the eyewall are going to start to move a little bit out of the areas that have picked up over a foot of rain in Pinellas County already. But that's now going to start shifting inland into a couple of eastern spots here as well. Dennis?
Hey, Jason, have you shown velocity? I was in the newsroom. I'm curious what the wind is with this stuff.
So unfortunately, it looks like the velocity is not giving us the true accurate estimate because of where Ruskin is versus the eyewall. But what I've been seeing is what you can see is where you still have the golden colors here and the bright blue colors here. Those velocity scans are still showing up at over 80 miles per hour. So of course, as this starts to move inland, those values are going to start to come down a little bit. So we've got 66 here, 67. Let's see if we can go.
It does look like Pinellas is coming down a lot, though.
Yeah,
on that.
Pinellas County, it looks like it's coming down as the eye is starting to shift inland and that heavy band is. But look here and east over toward Brandon, like I was just talking about a second ago, and Plant City, Mango, Sefner. This is where we're still getting those winds on the east side of the eye wall coming in with potentially gusts over 90 miles per hour. So maybe a little bit better for Pinellas County as that shifting east. Still kind of the tough situation, though, here from Pinellas County. And then, of course, where the eye wall is down to the south, the back side of the eye wall. That's why Paul's live shot was getting a little hairy there with some of the stuff starting to fly by behind him. That back side of the eye wall is bringing in some of those stronger winds now and the extreme winds back into places that were quiet. And by the way, the winds in the eye in Siesta Key, Dennis, the National Hurricane Center, or the National Weather Service said they were measured at 1.7 miles per hour within the eye in Siesta Key as it was going by.
Wow.
Insane.
And they had a max wind of 120,
Yeah.
I believe I saw. By the way, just letting you know that Greg D, the reason he's not here is because he found a raincoat and he's going to go outside and do a live shot outside.
There you go.
So, yeah, so, you know, he's like, I got to be out in there.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's stuck in here all the time with us covering it. So it's very rare to have 3 meteorologists here at one time to get him out there to go out. And so we'll get out to Greg's live shot as soon as we get that set up. But yeah, ladies, that's the latest. I just wanted to give you a heads up now in inland Hillsborough County. This is where we're seeing some of those 80+ mile per hour wind gusts begin to shift east.
All right, thank you, Jason. We're going to talk about some power outages. Obviously, you've been talking about the winds, especially in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. At this point, the statewide power outage, more than 1.1 million people in the state do not have power right now. This is the TECO map. TECO reporting more than 166,000 customers without electricity. Duke Energy has over 346,000 outages and 115,000 in Pinellas County alone. Florida Power and Light, 127,000 people without power in Manatee and almost 160,000 people without power in Sarasota County. So big problem right now.
Well, yeah, especially statewide, 1.1 million. That's a lot of folks. It's an important reminder we want to tell you about. We want you to be able to reach us and stay in touch 24/7 during and after Hurricane Milton. So please scan that QR code on your screen to download our apps. This way you can stay connected to us even if you lose power or signal, and watch us on your phone. And to download our apps, just take out your cell phone and go to your app store, search for ABC Action News, and then just click on download. And once you are in the ABC Action News app, you'll actually see our live feed at the top of our homepage. And we want to stay in Tampa and cover what else is going on, especially in Hillsborough County.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Adam Walser is in Hyde Park for us. Adam, oh yikes, a lot of wind and rain, huh?
A lot of wind and rain. In fact, the hotel where we're staying just lost power a little while ago. They're on emergency backup power, and they were handing out glow sticks so that some of the guests could find their way back to their rooms. But we've been lucky so far. There's street lights here, so we can see what's going on, and you can see the rain continuing to come down. As we talked about in the last live shot, that is a big parking deck. It's about 5 stories high, so it's actually shielding us from a lot of the wind. But when you go to the intersection, there's basically a wind tunnel that's just sucking all that rain and all that wind. If you look up against that building, you can just see it flying through there. So it just kind of depends on where you're standing as to where the wind's whipping up. You know, we've gotten these gusts probably 70, 80 miles an hour, like they were saying just a little while ago. But then we'll get just pelting rain and periods where there's not that much wind here. So it's continuing to fall. We've obviously gotten a huge amount of rainfall because it has not stopped the entire time we've been here since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So obviously it's going to be a lot of rain here in Tampa for people to deal with. And all this rain is going down towards Tampa Bay. That's about a half a mile from here. All these smaller roads are draining onto Bay Shore, so there's obviously going to be flash flooding in addition to the concern about the storm surge later on tonight. So it's something you don't want to be out in tonight. It's terrible conditions. We actually have seen people out here driving around, but it's extremely dangerous at this point because of these huge wind gusts and, of course, the rain standing on the road. I'm reporting live from Tampa. Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
Adam, thank you. We want to take a look at the conditions now outside our own station. Meteorologist Greg D is standing by. He's been inside for all of our coverage. He's finally now outside.
You needed to get outside. Greg, how are things looking out there?
You know, I've been looking at the radar all evening. I really wanted to see what this rain band is like as that center of Milton heads up into southern Hillsborough County. We're really getting, I think, what's going to be the maximum winds here in Tampa over the next couple of hours. So take a look out. We're in our parking garage. So just so you know, I am in a safe, shielded location from the wind. I got to tell you, the one thing that really stands out being out here is the sound. And if you've lost power at home, you know what I'm talking about. It is this constant roar of the rain and the wind. Now, the wind themselves, when you look up towards Ray J, at the top of the stadium, it's pretty steady. It's consistent at whatever speed it is there up there now, probably in that 50 to 60 mile an hour range. The gusts here at station level, when you look at the parking lot, they come and go. And that's related to how hard that rain is pushing the wind toward the surface. When you get a little bit more of that rain pushing that wind funnel that's just above the ground down, you get a big gust and you can really see the wind start to move the trees. And at other moments, as I'm looking now here where our station truck is parked, the wind is not that bad. And that's kind of how it's been here since I've been here. Very inconsistent, coming in gusts. The gusts stronger at times than others. The rain is the other thing. I understand what Wendy was saying now with the golf ball size raindrops. That's exactly, Wendy, I mean, it is traveling up my arm. I've never had water do that, but literally is going up my sleeves. That's how, when I stick my arm out, you can literally feel the wind pushing the rain. And that's been the problem, the horizontal rain here. Just coming out here to this live location, there are doors already at our station that need to be barricaded, where there are towels and protective blankets, because the wind is literally pushing the rain through the door. It's not draining, it's just pushing it in any kind of gaps. And I bet a lot of folks in the Bay Area are seeing that. It's just the wind pushing the water in. These winds are going to hold on here for quite some time. Checking out the radar this evening, I think what's going to be happening here is over the next couple of hours, as Milton continues to move into southeastern Hillsborough County, this heavy rain band is really going to impact folks in places like Tampa, Riverview. I bet folks right now watching in Brandon, Mango, Dover, Plant City, Seffner, that's where some of the heaviest rain and wind is. Maybe starting to lighten up a little bit in Pinellas County. And now that main rain band with all the wind moving up toward portions of Polk County, Lakeland, over towards Gibsonia. My phone's going off. Another flash flood warning has been issued here across the Bay Area, and that's just something that's going to be going on. I just heard another wind gust. You can hear that. You can really hear the wind just watching it out here in between the building. It's the building that funnels the wind as well, really pushing that rain horizontally. So several more hours of this to go in the Tampa area, then we should see the wind lift east and northeast. And I think that highest wind core probably going to shift to the I-4 corridor and points north, as you see it swirling here around the studios. That's the latest here in Midtown Tampa at our studios. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Greg, I do want to ask you a question, and if you can't answer it, maybe Jason or Dennis can. I'm getting quite a few emails from a lot of folks about the timing. You mentioned it's going to be a couple hours in Hillsborough County, for instance, that this is going to take, but I have folks in Hernando, Citrus, Pinellas asking how long do we have to hang in there, because some of them still have power and they're like, if this is going to last any longer, I'm going to lose power any minute. So do you have any idea based on what the radar looks like now?
Well, you know, incredibly, Wendy, we've been kind of talking about this in the Weather Center all evening. Brooksville has gusted over 70 miles per hour with a top gust of 76 3 times, I believe, in this storm. They're nowhere near the eye. So if they're already gusting to 76, it's going to be several more hours before the center moves far enough away from Hernando County to really see those winds drop. Now, if you look at places like northeastern Hillsborough County, where the heaviest of the weather is moving in, Thonotosassa, back over towards New Tampa, that USF area, heading over towards Zephyr Hills, that 301 corridor, heading up past the Hillsborough River State Park on your way into Pasco County, that area is in the worst of it now. You're looking at 2 to 3 hours. So for those of you that are going to be close to the eye, on the northwest side of that eye, the worst of it is about 2 to 3 hours. For folks farther north, Citrus and Hernando County, Pasco, it's going to be longer than that. This is going to be a really long night for some folks, as this thing is really slowing down, guys.
All right, thank you, Greg. Let's go now to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, because Dennis, what Greg was just saying, we are not even close to over.
We're not. And overall, right now, surge is the lowest threat, which is insane to think of, considering I think a lot of us, myself included, thought it would be ultimately the biggest threat. There is some flooding going on the east side of areas in the bay because you're getting the reverse surge. The water is being pushed out of the bay, and a landmass like South Tampa that can actually block that wind, that west wind blowing everything out, of the east wind rather, blowing everything out, and it will flood. So we are getting some reports, but overall, compared to what they will and are seeing south of Sarasota and Fort Myers, I don't want to say we dodged a bullet. I can't say that because certainly we have right now a flash flood emergency in effect. When the Weather Service starts using words like catastrophic flooding, that gets our attention, and your phone probably just went off if you live in Pinellas or Hillsborough County, because that was just issued. 10 to 14 inches of rain so far, and there's still a lot more on the way. I mean, the eye is right here. It's moving in this direction, and eventually it will take this northwestern side of the Eyewall with it, but not before they see another 4 to 6 inches of rain. So we're going to see some areas that are going to see 20 inches of rain. There is only one thing that helps a lot with this, and that is that same offshore flow. Because if water was being pushed in, there'd be nowhere for this rain to go, and it would back up, and we would see catastrophic flooding. I'm not saying we're not seeing it now, but I'm saying the fact that this flow is still significantly offshore, that will allow the water to drain instead of backing up. So that is one favorable thing in how things are setting up right now. In fact, that's an area right here. I can't zoom in on it. Let's go ahead and go over to, okay, yeah, Jason can walk on over there. So you've got this area in red, and that is where the reports of catastrophic flooding are occurring right now with 10 to 14 inches of rain. So the red diamond right there it is. Until 2:30 in the morning, radar indicated catastrophic. Now that's an interesting setup, because this means this is not reports from people. This is not somebody calling the Weather Service saying, yikes, I'm flooding. This is just the Weather Service saying, man, you guys have had 10 to 14 inches of rain. This is crazy. There's got to be some serious flooding. And I'm sure there is. But again, my point is it could be even worse than actually it would have been if the flow had been onshore. So this will continue for another 5 hours because this rain is going to take quite a while to go through. I want to talk about our inland counties because at this point, that's where a lot of the questions are. Where is Polk County going to get rain, and how much wind are they going to see? And what about Highlands County? And what about areas toward Orlando? Well, there's a weather phenomenon, and I won't get too sciencey with you, but it's known as a sting jet. And what that does is when a system like ours, which was tropical, transitions to a non-tropical system, a winter-type storm, you often have a rush of air that comes in behind it. And that rush of air can easily go 70, 80, maybe even 90 miles an hour. So I really think that the I-4 corridor, even though the eye of the storm, I would probably guess this is going to be Cat 3 soon, now that the eye has actually moved over land. Two, rather. Yeah, I mean, if it goes down to 110, we haven't seen it yet. What's the latest on it?
By the way, 16 inches of rain now at Albert Whitted Airport, coming in from the National Weather Service. Wind-wise?
Got to talk it louder, Ileana. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, winds at 115.
All right, winds are 115, so we're down another 5 miles an hour. So 5 more, and we're down to a Category 2 storm. And rain is certainly falling. Look, Polk County is not really getting all that much in terms of what's compared to Hillsborough and Pinellas, but it's on the way. So as we go through the next hour, we're going to continue to track the rain as it moves east. We're going to continue to track the wind. But I'd say if you live in Pinellas, in terms of the wind, the worst is approaching it being over. I mean, I'm not saying all of it, but, you know, we've now expired. Matter of fact, yeah, Jason's gone. I think he's gone. But the high wind warning was set, the extreme wind warning was set to expire at 9:30, and we're at 9:34. So I'll tell you what, let me toss it back to LSG and Wendy. I'm going to check from the Weather Service and see if we actually have seen that expired or extended or moved over to the east. So let's go on back to the anchor desk.
Yeah, Dennis, and you were talking about Polk County, and actually we have our own Mary O'Connell, who's actually in Lakeland right now, and you wanted to know what the weather and, you know, rain and wind was like out there. So Mary, do we have your live shot up? There we go. Take it away, Mary.
Hey guys, yeah, this is certainly the worst that we've seen since we've been here earlier this afternoon, and that's to be expected at this point. It's really windy. You can see over my shoulder here. This is kind of the only glimpse of light we have because the other street over is mighty dark out there, but you can see it is blowing sideways. We've seen some of these tree branches fall to the ground here. It appears that some of these houses still have power. We've seen some lights and the distance go off. We still have power here, but you can see it's pretty nasty outside here. I know Polk County officials said a lot of people did go to shelters here, which is obviously a good sign that people were taking it very seriously here in this area. And obviously we're just keeping an eye on this rain here because it has been an absolute downpour in this area for the last several hours, guys.
All right, thank you, Mary. We want to go down to our southern counties, move back to Manatee County and the Palmetto area.
Yeah, and that's where Katie Legrone has been all evening long. So, Katie, how is it?
Yeah, hey guys, we're dealing with a lot of gusty winds again, but I will tell you, and some rain, quite a bit of rain at this point, but it's kind of coming in squalls. However, this is actually the most comfortable I have felt standing outside of the garage of the home that we're staying in really the last probably hour and a half or 2 hours. I mean, it was pretty ferocious there for a while. And so from what I understand, in fact, I even asked our producer, what's going on in Palmetto, because we're just getting these gusts of winds yet again and this rainfall. And so this is the back edge of Hurricane Milton. I mean, this is the residual effect of Hurricane Milton coming into Palmetto. And of course, remember, Palmetto is sandwiched in between St. Petersburg to the north, Sarasota, Bradenton to the south, and we are on the east side of 75, so we are pretty good inland. In fact, there's 2 shelters that are just up the street. Matt, if you want to go ahead and pan over, if you can see in the distance, there's all those cars. That's actually a middle school, and adjacent to that is an elementary school, both of them packed with people, upwards of 1,000 plus in each shelter in each of those schools. So certainly people have heeded the warning. They've heeded the advice to leave. This area, Palmetto, of course, is a coastal community. Almost nearly all of it was under evacuation zones. But right now we're just getting kind of that back end of the storm. And, you know, you can see across the street, you know, the power still at least appears to be on. I mean, there's a couple homes that look pretty dark, but we're not quite sure if that's just because they're all boarded up. This is a neighborhood where we are located in this neighborhood. Every single home has either boards up or shutters up. I did end up talking to the folks in that home across the street earlier this evening, and they actually are not the homeowners. They're actually here seeking shelter from nearby town Ellington, just up the road. But right now we have these gusts of winds, but you know, it sort of reminds me a little bit of what we dealt with earlier in the evening when we first started to really feel the gusts for the first time, but it is the first time in a while that I have felt comfortable actually standing outside bringing this live shot. Before, if you recall, we've actually been, we're just a few steps inside this garage. We even had a portion of the garage door down, about a halfway or so, just a little under a halfway, because we were feeling these gusts of winds so ferociously in this area. Guys, that's the very latest. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Katie. We turn now to Tampa, and that's where our Scripps reporter Jenna Ray joins us live in Ybor City.
Yeah, it's just about 9:40 here tonight. Jenna, how's it looking out there?
Definitely intensifying. I talked to you guys about 45 minutes ago. It was intensifying then, and now it's intensifying again. Take a look. These winds are just insane out here. You can see the rain being carried by this intense wind. It is whipping across the street. We've got palm trees ahead of us whipping back and forth. It almost looks like this rain is moving circular. It's crazy. It's going horizontal. Over the last few minutes, we've seen several transformers nearby and on this block blow. We've had huge, not explosions, but it looks like an explosion of this massive blue light that we're seeing in the sky. A loud noise for a few minutes. The power did go out here at the hotel that we are staying at. Elevators, people were actually in the elevators when that happened. The elevator doors got stuck shut, but luckily the power was able to turn back on. As you can see, the lights are still on here in Ybor City despite this crazy wind and rain that we are experiencing. A lot of people staying in this hotel behind me are actually from the Tampa area. A lot of them living closer to the shoreline, closer to the coast. They wanted to come inland to kind of brace for Hurricane Milton, and they say that they're doing just that. Again, we still have power, but those winds are definitely intensifying, and we're seeing those effects with transformers blowing. But for right now, the block that we're standing on, and as far as I can see, there is still power up where we are.
All right. Thank you. We'll check back with you in a bit. We want to stay in our southern counties where the strong winds are coming into Sarasota County as well.
Yeah, and that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska. So, Mike, last time we talked with you. Okay, yeah, last time we talked with you, you were in the eye.
Yeah, we're here.
I mean, incredible to witness that. So what is it like for you now? Are you getting what Katie was getting in Palmetto?
Yeah, in fact, we were just setting up because, I mean, we were relaxing. I mean, I wouldn't say relaxing, taking a little bit of a break, and it just started just going. So we actually had to go to the back of the house. I'm going to have my photographer just come out real quick so he doesn't get hammered by this wind. But this is the tree that we've been worried about the entire time. Look at this pine tree. This is what we've been worried about. A couple of limbs came off earlier during the Eyewall, and it actually landed right where Reed's backing up into, right by the door. So now everything here is coming from the northwest. So we have a huge building. Reed's under a patio, so he's good. I want to show you that tree real quick. But it was really crazy because with the eye, it was so weird because we didn't have anything. So now you can see it. I'll step out of the way. We'll show you some of these trees here. I mean, it is absolutely howling. And this is why you say, you know, if you're going to go out in the eye, fine, but you got to remember that the backside's going to come back around. And now the unfortunate part is we have a 9 to 13 feet storm surge potential here in Sarasota. And this is when the water starts getting pushed onshore. We've had an offshore flow here. It's been getting pushed and sucking water out of Tampa Bay. And now as this storm, you know, goes counterclockwise, it is going to start pushing water into Sarasota Bay. We're about a mile from Sarasota Bay, still not too crazy with the rain, but the winds have ramped up. We're getting these bursts of tropical storm force gusts. I think we had a hurricane force gust in Sarasota Airport, SRQ, 96 miles per hour when we were reporting in the eye of the storm, the eye wall of the storm as it came through. Now we're here in a neighborhood just outside of downtown Sarasota. One sec. Yep. All of those flashes that you see, that's not lightning, those are transformers exploding. And I've got a block construction building to my right, and the building that I'm in is actually blocking everything that's coming in. So whatever's going to fly over is going to clear this 2-story building, and it's going to go right over my head. So we know we're okay to be out here reporting. We are probably going to get some hurricane force gusts here where we are. You know, you can tell where we're at a nice place. Obviously they have a pool. I know people have been talking about draining their pools. I actually had to drain the pool here at the Airbnb because it started to flood over the top. So I went over to the pump, I drained it out, and then we turned it off. And so, I mean, that's good because, you know, you don't want that overflowing into your house. That's just as bad as localized flooding, freshwater flooding. So yeah, what a weird thing to have this thing just spin around after being so calm. You guys saw our report maybe 45 minutes to an hour ago, and now we're gonna get out in it. Let me just see what we got cooking over here, just so you can kind of get a perspective of where we are. So we're in a neighborhood, Sarasota, and you can see these trees here. Everything is blowing now behind me to the northwest. There's a shed over there that the roof blew off. There's a house in the front of the yard where the roof blew off. So whatever was impacted earlier by the winds that were coming from the east, now whatever was loose and is compromised is now going to potentially be hammered from the northwest. So that's what you got to know. This thing runs counterclockwise. So yeah, we're gonna try to get reset, figured out this situation because we kind of just jumped out here. I'll get my photographer Reed Moeller on the tripod, and then you guys can come back to us. But I think we're going to be in this for maybe the next hour or so. Oh, huge explosion, huge explosion. The good thing is we're not, see all the debris around me. The good news is we're not hearing anything hammer our roof or our window anymore. When it was coming in behind me over the top, we were getting hammered with debris. So that's why we were in the front yard. I think this is probably the safest place that we can report from right now and probably be out in it for a long time, because I'll just show you this house here. That is a block construction. So we're blocked but with the wind by that. And then if Reed just sort of pans around towards me, we'll just sort of show you this real quick and then we'll send it back. But this house, it's sturdy and everything is basically going that way. So we're gonna keep reporting. The big issue here, I think, this wind's gonna die down, and then as the high tide comes in, it's the surge. The surge is going to wipe people out, and that is horrific and heartbreaking, and that's what we're looking at now. So don't think because it was calm earlier that it's calm now. You're gonna realize it flips on, and it just starts howling, and it just keeps going. So I know tomorrow morning when we get up, we're gonna see some awful images, and people are gonna be waking up to a lot of damage, and people are gonna lose a lot of stuff. But as long as you stay safe, you keep your life, your stuff can be replaced, put it in a dumpster, send it to the landfill, you're good to go. For now, we're live here in Sarasota. Michael Pluska, ABC Action News.
All right, Michael, thank you. I actually have, again, been receiving quite a few emails from viewers out there asking me questions I simply cannot answer because they're weather related. I've gotten several emails from Pasco County folks, especially in Wesley Chapel and areas that are more inland. They don't understand what's going on. They feel like there hasn't been enough, talk about what's going on there. But I also got a couple emails about flash floods, especially in areas where there's no river, no stream, no canal. What does it mean? Because they're getting apparently warnings about flash flooding, so they're wondering, what does it mean to them?
They are. I'm just over here listening to the side of our building, just like.
It is a little concerning for sure.
Yeah. Jason's face is like, So, yeah, I mean, look, we were talking about this a minute ago. First of all, the extreme wind warning expired, not going to be reissued. So, at least according to the Weather Service so far. So that's huge. So the areas that had the heaviest wind, the extreme wind, that warning has expired. And yet, Sarasota Bradenton Airport on the back side just had 102 mile an hour wind gust. So on the back side of the eye, right there, there's your eye, there's the back side, coming in like there, 102 mile an hour wind gust. So there is a ton of wind still going on out there. In terms of your question, Wendy, so we talked about a flash flood, right? Flash flood emergency. Radar indicated. So what that means is the Weather Service has seen that there's a ridiculous amount of rain that has fallen in an area, and the majority of the time that will cause extreme flooding. And But the thing is, we have not had any reports of that yet. At least we haven't. Maybe they have, although I have not seen. Have you seen anything, Jason, in the chat? I haven't either.
The only thing is they said 5 inches of rainfall in 1 hour in St. Pete. That put it over 16 inches of rain, that total.
So 5 inches of rain in 1 hour might break the all-time record, because I remember we had about 5 inches of rain this summer in one of our thunderstorms. It was 4.92, I think, and that was an all-time 1 hour rainfall record. So that might very well be that record. But regardless, my point is, so what Jason's pointing at things over my head, that's never safe. That's, okay. So, I was just gonna, no, never mind. Anyway, our sister station, WPTV, had the same thing happen years ago, and there was some real issues with water coming through the roof. Now Wendy and Lauren are all looking too. Yeah, anyway, all right, so same architect, I believe, but I digress. Anyway, she's like, stop. Anyway, all right, so what I was saying is, this is considered a considerable threat. Now that's actually lower.
That's the new one.
Okay.
So you've got the...
There was a catastrophic threat.
That's the red box.
Okay.
I'll pop it up for you.
So anyway, you've got a red indicated area of flash flooding, and that is catastrophic. So all that is an algorithm that says if you get X number of inches of rain in a short period of time, it can cause catastrophic flooding. We have not seen the report yet that that has actually happened. Now, folks in Pasco County, we love you. We love you. But we're focusing on the areas that have seen the heaviest rain and the dangerous wind. I mean, that makes sense, right? I mean, we want to let everybody know what's going on, and that's why we're showing you the radar. But if you haven't heard us talking about your particular spot, then your particular spot is significantly less threatening than other areas. And those areas were Hillsborough and Pinellas County. And as we said, the winds gusting over 100 miles an hour in Sarasota at the airport on the backside of the eye, which is, again, right there. So the answer to your question is, we don't have any verification of catastrophic flooding, but when a certain amount of rain falls in a certain amount of time, it would fall under the flash flood warning, or again, yes, if there's someone that notifies or sends pictures, or FHP or whatever notifies that there is significant flooding going on. Certainly rainfall of 5 inches in 1 hour, you would think there is going to be that. There's only so fast that water can drain. But again, and we talked about this earlier, this offshore flow is not backing anything up. If the water was coming onshore in this area, we would be getting ridiculous flooding across the area. And I'm not saying we're not. I'm saying the odds are less likely that it will be as widespread with this offshore flow. Wendy, does that answer your question, or were you not listening because you were looking at the monitor?
No, I think it answers. You were very thorough, and I think the folks in Citrus County, thank you. I don't know if you got to Hernando County and, oh, I'm sorry, Pasco County and Wesley Chapel. Okay.
I did, and again, my point is, we got you guys, we got you. So if we're not talking about your specific spot right now, it's because your threat is very low and we're not getting any reports of anything. Look, remember when we were saying this? Okay, so my producer just says we're going to go and talk to Kylie in Seminole, and we've already seen how bad the wind is in Seminole. Now, I actually think it may be improving shortly, but not right now. Kylie, you hanging in there?
Yes, Dennis, we were listening to you guys about the wind starting to die down, but honestly, we are not experiencing that yet. I am out here with Robert Boyd and our photojournalist, Randy Wright, and we all agree within the last few minutes and right now, this is the worst that we've experienced. You can see that I'm bracing myself against our vehicle right now just because we don't want to take any chances. Where we are right now, this was not in an evacuation zone, but so many people have boarded up. It's dark behind me because the power is out, but what we have seen, and I heard Michael Paluska talking similarly, what you might at first mistake as lightning is really transformers going off. We've seen the lights kind of going in and out around this area. So as we've gone around earlier today, of course, we are in place right now. I'm able to quickly go into the garage if anything gets more dangerous, just so people at home realize kind of the setup that we have here. But a lot of people in this area have boarded up for this very reason that you're seeing right now. The wind, the extreme wind that, again, we're hearing should be dying down soon, but out here in the field, at least where we're at right now in Seminole, in Pinellas County, we are not experiencing that at this time. We can tell you we've seen no cars going by. A few hours ago is when they said first responders can no longer be out on the road because of these conditions. We've seen the van honestly like rock back and forth a bit. Behind me, kind of one of our biggest indicators as we step out here of the wind is a stop sign back here that Robert is eyeing for our safety that is just going ferociously back and forth with the wind in this area. So this is what we're experiencing. Again, as this storm makes its way in, it's still very strong where we are, you guys. Again, we're in Pinellas County in the Seminole community right now.
All right, thank you, Kylie. We actually want to go to Paul LeGrone. He's in Bradenton and really having some extreme weather out there. Paul?
Yeah, the wind is now furious and punching and pretty punishing. We're seeing some debris fly around here. We got the live truck here to shield us a little bit, but that wind is coming right at the house. They already have one of the palm trees down right here. You see that? That blew over. Some debris from who knows where out there flying around here in the driveway of this home. I see off in the distance, Tim, there's stuff flying around back there. So that's always a concern, but this wind is the most intense that it's been, and it's been like this, by the way, guys, nonstop for, I would say, what do you think, Tim, the last hour? Yeah. The last hour, nonstop punishing wind, and it's coming toward the house, so it's switched back around, and it brings with it the kind of rain that just kind of goes sideways and in all directions. It's loud, it's damaging, there is no power. Homes are riding it out, some of them in boarded up homes, and they don't have power. The only thing you hear is the wind and the rain. And not to be, too dramatic about it, but this is the kind of wind that that leaves a mark, that does some damage. We mentioned earlier how the wind was changing direction.
Hey, Paul.
And it's definitely done that.
Paul, it's
yeah,
Dennis.
go ahead.
I want to interrupt for you for a second. So you're on the backside of the eye right now, and there was a 102 wind report at Sarasota Bradenton Airport. So that's the highest we've seen. How far are you from that airport? Because you're in the same spot.
I don't have the exact mileage on that, but we are far. Okay. Well, there you go. I got somebody's raft from a nearby pool that came flying by.
Yeah, I mean, you are in the area with the strongest wind that's been reported with this storm so far. The backside of the eye, 102 miles an hour. And we froze. Let's see if we get him back. Nope. Well, we'll keep trying. Obviously, weather issues, 102 mile an hour winds. So we'll go back to him if we can. But as we said, we've been showing a lot of wind. Eye is now down to the south. Landfall, Siesta Key, we had a report of 120 mile an hour wind there. Moving on shore, offshore flow here, blowing the water out. I think, Greg, you got to figure, I've not had reports, but the bay, matter of fact, look at the, I'm curious if we can look at the water levels.
Yeah, they've been going down.
Yeah, you said they're going down, and my guess is they're going to keep going down as long as we continue to have this offshore flow, which we should for at least a little while longer. What you got?
McKay Bay is 4.5 feet below where it should be.
There you go. McKay Bay is 4.5 feet below where it should be. So it is certainly possible, and we are obviously not encouraging anybody to go out to the bay, but I'm sure if there's people out there going around, they're going to see an extremely low, maybe not as dramatic as Irma, when the entire bay dried out, when it pushed all the water out. But overall, our biggest concern right now, twofold, and surprisingly, it is not surge. Yes, there will be some surge, but considering the original forecast from the NHC of 10 to 15 feet, Nowhere near that in our area. You go south of Sarasota, you go Siesta Key, you go Charlotte County, you go Fort Myers, they will see an extremely high surge. But right now, for our area, let's go ahead and cover everybody. Citrus and I was going to say you can put on Jason's mic, but I think he's out somewhere, isn't he? Yeah, okay. Citrus and Hernando County picking up some very heavy rain, the winds gusting 65. All right, Pasco County, 65 to 75. Hillsborough County, 75 to 85. Pinellas County, 65 to 85. Polk County, 35 to 55, but you will be seeing an increase soon. The green box there, those are flash flood warnings. Those are also, this, as we said, catastrophic flooding. That's the area in red. And that is not, thank you, Jay, that is not something that has been observed. That is something that it is radar indicated with what appears to be an all-time 1-hour rainfall record. What was that again, Eliana? So we're going to show some quote from our producer, really bad rain in Tampa. So let's go. Are we going to? Ruda. Okay, so Ruda with really bad rain in Tampa. What do you got for us?
Yeah, you guys, well, the rain's been coming down all night, really, but now it's really wind. It has not let up. The howling, I mean, the trees are now starting to sway. The ground is a mess with debris. We've heard those explosions. Those are transformers going out. What looks like lightning, but isn't. But is those transformers going out? Now, this area does still have power, but we took a look at those maps. There are a lot of people that are in the dark tonight as Hurricane Milton now really shows its power. There's a 7-Eleven behind me, and you can really see that wind kind of coming off the roof there. And we're standing under an overpass, so we are in a safe area, but you know, all you can really say is what a mess. Some of the people that have had things blocking their windows to try to prevent this, it's gone. And there's been things going down the street, debris already coming down. Of course, this area already getting hit by Helene, just one thing after the other. We were in Davis Islands yesterday. We talked to one man who's just saying, I'm tired. You know, this has been such a rough 2 weeks for this community, and they're doing the best they can. If anything, this community is resilient, and you really see that through how they prepared for this. But stepping just a little bit further, the wind is going, you know, north, south. It's really, we're in the thick of it here. It's kind of no which way direction. There's really no way to tell what way the wind is going, but this is West Tampa, and this area is really taking a hit, and we just continue seeing those transformers going out. We thankfully in this area still have a little bit of power here, but gosh, this thing is mighty, and the branches are starting to come down. Some trees coming down as well. I don't know if you can see the debris, but it's coming down the street, and thankfully everybody's out of this area, no cars. But really, once the morning comes, this will be a sight to see. I mean, people's livelihoods really will be turned around. We're hoping that everything stays safe in this area and around the community, but we're going to keep you guys an eye on what's going on here. But strong wind, strong rain, yeah, it's happening here in Tampa.
But Ruda, I mean, looking at what I'm seeing here from a viewer's perspective, it looks to me like a lot of those folks have power still.
Yeah, and thank goodness. I mean, they were preparing for the worst. We could see the prep that these neighbors were doing, and there is still power in pockets of Tampa. So I guess it just depends on where you are. Now, flooding, of course, you guys have mentioned that all night. Now, we're in a little bit of an elevated area, so there's not too much going on here. Over there, there's some power lines, so we're staying away, but that's where you really are starting to see the water accumulate. It's really up to your ankles now, even higher. That's just taking a little bit of a dip in the road, and that's where a lot of those houses are. So I'm sure they're taking those extra precautions. We'll have to see how this shakes out, as we are going to see a lot of that flooding in this community, already seeing it a little bit downstream.
Thanks, Ruth. Appreciate it. Heavy rain and some power outages in Tampa. We also have our Adam Walzer. Adam is live downtown, I believe, is in Ybor, with some very heavy rain as well. Adam, we are hearing, I'm not exaggerating, we are hearing this studio creaking and groaning with the wind and the rain. So where you are right now, it looks like it's about the same. I mean, it's definitely coming down.
Oh, it's coming down, Dennis. And what's happened in the last few minutes, and you're the meteorologist, so you probably know why it's doing this, but the wind's changed direction. So one of the things you might see is some of the water on our camera lens. But just in the last few minutes, this has started piling up right here. it was actually blowing the opposite way a little while ago. So I don't know what's going on, but this wind is just whipping around and the rain is just coming down in torrents. I've covered quite a few hurricanes here since I moved to Florida about 11 years ago. And I think this is kind of the worst one that I've seen since I covered Hurricane Katrina in Mobile back in 2005. So this one certainly, I know we were sideswiped by Irma and Ian and some of the others in Idalia and weren't hit directly, but this certainly is showing a big punch with that heavy wind gust and the rain that just is non-relenting. It's just been coming down since 2 o'clock this afternoon. And I'm surprised, frankly, that we're not seeing more flooding on these streets right now, because it's just been coming down, and the wind's now pushing it, towards the buildings and into the streets here where it wasn't before. But certainly we have very, very lousy conditions here.
I'll tell you why, Adam, and let's bring in Greg on this as well. You answered your own question in the sense that the winds have changed, and what was blowing offshore and allowing water to drain, you're now clearly that water's not draining. Greg, are you seeing this, that the winds changed recently and now all of a sudden that water's building up?
Now the
water,
and there are some of these tide models that were showing that as the eye passes Tampa Bay, the wind turns onshore and you're going to get a bit of a water rise behind the storm. But here is the deal. When that happens, the winds will be lighter, the center will be farther away, and it is not going to be the equivalent of would have been a surge as the storm is moving in. So yes, we could see, and I think it is forecast in some locations to see a low water rise tomorrow morning and overnight, but it's not going to be anywhere near. Now, the other thing that's also happening, Dennis, is we're heading into a high tide.
Yeah.
So the high tides in the Bay Area are between midnight and 2 a.m. So there's some tidal forces with that as well. So you've got the winds have slackened from being offshore to at least onshore, and then you've got that high tide cycle that's coming as well. So here's what's going on right now. There's the radar behind me. So the heaviest rain band and where all the nasty wind is starting to shift away. At least the heaviest rain is shifting away from Tampa. Now, here's who's getting it. Northern Polk County. You are getting hammered right now with this thing. Polk City, Davenport area, Kathleen, Gibsonia, right across 98. And then it kind of curves back down, right down 98, or I should say 301, down into northeastern portions of Hillsborough County. So it's this rain band back here. This is where the heaviest rain is. And it's in this that you're going to see some of the heaviest winds as well. I've got, say that one more time. All right, Forrest Saunders is in Northport right now. That's southern Sarasota County, seeing some really bad wind. Forrest, you're getting into the backside of Milton. Tell me, what are you seeing? How have things changed there over the last couple of hours?
Oh, they've gotten so much worse. I would say, so this is some of the strongest wind that we've seen. In fact, I've got a bunch of trees that are upwind of me. And when these gusts start happening, it starts blowing seeds into my face, little acorns and stuff that are pelting me. Fortunately, we are still in a safe place. I promise you very much that I am safe, but it is very annoying. But this is actually some of the worst conditions that we've seen here in Northport. I mean, I think initially when the storm came through, we did get a lot of rain and we did get some wind. But I haven't seen wind like this yet in this system. So, I mean, it's hard to stand at times. I'm not that much of a weakling. I'm about 170 pounds. I think I'm a little closer to 175 these days. It's been a tough couple of months with politics. But I will tell you that it has definitely picked up. We lost power here finally in Northport. That was something that we had been kind of waiting to see if it would happen. We'd seen some flickering of the lights. But it finally did give way, and we lost power maybe about 45 minutes ago to an hour. So, you know, hey, kudos to the utility system for hanging on as long as it did, but here we are now in darkness, with the exception of City Hall, which you might be able to see over my shoulder there. That is a generator. Unfortunately, we do not have one. We're just running off the old car battery right now. But we are, again, safe, but the winds, I'm telling you, they are killing me right now.
All right, Forrest, we'll hang in there. We will check back with you as you continue to cover Northport. Dennis, did you want to show any other counties? No, he
All right,
says no.
I can take
Oh.
it here if you'd like.
Yeah, please go. Greg.
I can take it in the Weather Center. We are kind of checking out the studio just behind the scenes a little bit. We're hearing creaking. Our studio lights are swaying. The monitors are swaying a little bit. So we're just checking out, making sure that the building is okay. And we think it is. I think what's happening is that some of the set pieces, the way they're attached, the building is flexing and they're moving a little bit. The natural motion of the building here with the wind blasting from the north and east. That may make you feel better, but hearing the creaking behind me doesn't always make me feel better. I did want to show you where Forrest was, though, here before we go down to Sarasota. He is in a part of the storm where there's not a lot of rain. It's down here in Northport. And they're still getting some really strong winds. And this is that backside. The stronger side of Milton has been that western Eyewall. So that's now going to swing into Hardy and DeSoto counties. You're on the front side of the storm. It's going to get quiet. Wauchula, you're going to be in the center of the storm. Zolfo Springs, and then the back side of that system moves in, and the winds are going to be stronger behind it. That's what we're getting in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco County. Pasco County, I'm not going to forget about you. You're in that too. Now, the heaviest winds and rains are just to your south, but you're still getting very, very heavy rain. See, looks like we're taking some power hits here at the station. The monitor is flickering in and out. All part of the process that is happening here. All right, we did have somebody in Sarasota that we can go to. Let's go down to Sarasota and see what's going on down there.
Hey, Greg, it's Chad down here in Sarasota, and just what Forrest was saying in the southern part of the county, we are seeing here in the city of Sarasota some of the strongest wind we have felt all night. We're staying at an Airbnb that's about 5 miles inland from downtown, from Sarasota Bay, and it's not safe to venture out too far from this house right now because, as Forrest was saying, there's stuff coming from all over the place, really pelting us. You can see this is a shingle that was ripped off within the past hour or so from one of the homes on this cul-de-sac. Just gives you an impression of the damage that these homes are sustaining right now. Now, we don't see any big examples of structural damage or anything like that, but I would say that, you know, probably within the past 30 minutes or so, you will likely see more trees down from Milton in this Sarasota area. There were already a number before the eye got to us, but this has been really fierce over the past 30 minutes or so. Big gust right now. You can see the trees behind me just dancing in the wind. I'm up against the side of the house right now, so I have a little bit of break from the wind because you can't see them. We have some huge trees that are just to my right. We are a decent enough distance away, but as I look at them, you can definitely tell the tops of them thinning out as the wind really works these trees here in the neighborhood we're at in Sarasota. You know, how quickly things change. The eye was on top of us just a short while ago, around 8:30 or so. It was still, it was quiet, it was eerie. All you heard were frogs, generators, neighbors coming out to walk their dogs, kind of chit-chatting at just how surreal it was to be in the middle of the eye. All of that has changed as we really feel the effects of this backside of Milton. Greg, I'm just curious what kind of gust that we're potentially feeling here in Sarasota right now.
Well, Chet, honestly, the strongest wind gust in Sarasota was after the eye pass, and that was 102 miles per hour, and that's one of the highest ones we've seen in the area. I gotta ask you, because you spent Helene up in the Big Bend. How would you compare the wind with this and what you're seeing there in Sarasota to Helene up in the Big Bend?
I feel like all of it is relative, but you know, from where we were during Helene, which was Cross City, about 20 minutes or so from Horseshoe Beach, which really bared the brunt of Helene in the state of Florida, it wasn't really anything like what we've experienced so far. The wind during this storm has been more whipping. Helene, I don't know if it was just how we were situated at the hotel we were at, but yeah, we saw trees down, we saw power lines down the next day, but in terms of wind, what we're feeling right now on the backside of this storm after the eye passed through Sarasota, more extreme than what we felt. As you see, light stand right next to me, might be out of your view, just pushed by the wind from Milton. Greg.
Chad, thank you. Stay safe out there. You're going to get some of the strongest winds right now, so just be careful out there. It's going to last for a little bit longer. Looks like you are in a protected area. We're also going to go up to Seminole this evening. We've got Robert Boyd there, who is also experiencing some very strong wind. Robert, you're on the backside of Milton. It's been the stronger side of the storm. Is that what you're seeing there too? Is this pretty much as bad as it's been all evening?
I would say if you had a scale from 1 to 10, about a half an hour ago it was a 10 as far as how bad it's been. Maybe now we could dial it back to an 8.5. It's still pretty bad, not quite as bad as it was maybe a half an hour ago. As you can see, I'm still getting pelted, very windy. That's why I'm standing so close to Randy Wright's minivan here, so I don't get blown away. It's still pretty bad. These gusts continue to come. You think, okay, we're out of the bulk of it. It's going to get better, and then the gusts pick up again. But I would say it was a little bit worse about a half an hour ago. Still very dangerous. Obviously, stay inside. Don't come outside. And we've seen that in this neighborhood. It's completely pitch black behind me because everyone's lost power, and it's been like that for hours. We lost power probably around 6 p.m. But we're hunkering down. We're being safe. This was not an evacuation zone, so again, it was safe to be here. And a lot of people boarded up their windows, boarded up their homes. That was a good thing to do because this wind has been whipping. Fortunately, that we haven't seen a lot of projectiles, not a lot of patio furniture or anything flowing, by. But again, these gusts, you think, okay, finally we're out of it, and then bam, you're hit again. So, Greg, my question for you, because personally I'm interested, how much longer are we going to expect this wind to be this rough?
Well, Robert, I think the worst of it is past you already, and I think it is going to be slowly improving. But here's the problem. It's moving so slowly. I think you're in this for at least another hour or two, and it's just slowly going to get better. Hang in there, buddy. I know. The rain, the horizontal rain, the wind.
I will. Thank you.
It is tough. All right, Robert Boyd in Seminole this evening. I wanted to show you what is happening with our tide gauges. Jason and I have been looking at this, so we're going to get a little geeky here and start to pull up some of the information. So what's been happening is that the wind has been offshore. And what that's caused, that's the red line right there, it's caused the bay to drain. This is at McKay Bay. The water has really pushed away. Looks like about 4.5 feet drop in McKay Bay compared to where it's supposed to be. But in other places where the wind is starting to turn onshore, look at this. This is really interesting. This is in Port Manatee. This is on the south side of the bay. The water level was basically flat. Then the center of Milton moved by, and the wind turned onshore. And look at the spike in that water level. Now the bay is much higher than it was forecast. The level is higher, and it is continuing to climb. So we're going to have to see how high these water levels get, but they are starting to go up. That's not the only one that's seeing that water rise. We're also seeing Clearwater start to rebound. So Clearwater, the water was getting pushed out into the Gulf of Mexico over the last couple of hours as the winds on the backside of Milton blew out into the Gulf, down to the south and west. Now, as the storm is passing by, the winds are turning back onshore, and you see the water is starting to come back. Now, it's still below where it should be. So this is not heading toward flooding. What I'm saying here is it's just returning to normal levels, but we'll see. Will it stop at the normal level in the next hour or so? Or as the storm pulls away and the wind turns more onshore, will we start to see the waters maybe get a little bit higher than normal? We do not anticipate a major surge at any of these places. This is Old Port Tampa. You see the line still going down. The wind is still draining the bay in that direction, in that location. And St. Pete as well, below where they should be because of that wind offshore. So this is something we're going to be monitoring through the overnight. We are headed toward a high tide cycle. St. Pete is after midnight tonight, so we've got another couple of hours to watch this. And then there's another one tomorrow morning that we'll have to monitor as well. But by then, I suspect the storm is probably going to be a little bit too far away. All right, we've got Michael Paluska down in Sarasota, who's been getting absolutely battered. Winds there tonight on the backside of Milton, gusting to over 100 miles an hour. Michael, tell me what you're seeing there now. How have things changed? What's going on?
Hey, Greg, good evening. You know, the wind shifted, so we had to retreat to the backyard. I got a really big overhang here protecting me, but man, it is getting a little bit unreal out here. I just got a text from some homeowners on Lido Beach about what they're seeing that we met the other day, and they told me they're starting to see water filling up in their street. And then a good contact of mine, Jamie Samuels from Send Me Missions, said that someone on Punta Gorda is starting to see water come up really high. Right now, she told me that her friend said it's just as high as it was during Helene, and we both know that this thing is still putting an onshore flow in, and so that is super concerning. You know, we know we set records with Helene, and if it's already at that height and this thing's blowing through, that's definitely a problem. I just got that text maybe 5-10 minutes ago. Right here in Sarasota, we're pretty much in downtown Sarasota, just in one of the suburbs, and this is way worse than the front side of the storm, the front Eyewall. We're on the back side of it now. I thought it was going to fall apart a little bit, but man, it is howling, and it just like that. We were in the Eyewall, or we were in the eye, and now we're in the back side of the Eyewall. And you know, the radar, it was very deceptive. It didn't show much, but we knew those winds were coming. So it's so hard to predict these things. We knew it was coming, but like, oh, you know, maybe it'll be a little bit less than it was. This is worse. I'm gonna have my photographer Reed Moeller sort of walk us back here through the backyard. I'm not gonna go past this fence because debris is flying in the yard over there. There is actually a house over here. I'm gonna turn my light on, and there is that roof right there. I'm gonna tamp it down. That roof is starting to peel back the aluminum. That's a very nice, super sturdy house, block construction, but you can see that part of the roof is starting to peel back. We've had explosions and horrific sounds. It's pitch black out here. You hear metal grinding, banging, flying, hitting things, getting swirled about in this thing. And that roof, I mean, I hope it holds, but if we get a good gust, it's gonna peel back. We've already seen one carport type roof already get peeled back. Let's take you back here on this side. We're gonna spin you around, and we'll show you these palm trees we have in this backyard of this house we're at. We'll spin it around here to the left, and then we'll start seeing pretty big winds out here. All the way out in the back is where some of this stuff's coming down. You can see right there, Reed, see that tree branch? It already snapped off right there. That branch is just being held on by a couple of vines. There you go. You know, I think we're getting some hurricane force gusts here right now. You can tell how it's going right over the back of me. All the debris is flying over my head, away from where I'm standing. I'm not really too worried right now about where I'm at because we do have this sort of defilade that's protecting us. But man, you know, any tree that's damaged, that's compromised, that's waterlogged, that's soaked, you see these huge root systems just come up. I don't think you can hear. Let me just put this out here. Listen to that. It is blowing in from the west, northwest, intense. The back end of the storm really has been way more powerful at this point than when we were in the Eyewall when it was first coming ashore and the wind was blowing from the southeast. That's just a testament to how powerful these storms are. So we're in this block house. It's 2 stories. We're in Sarasota, and when you hear that metal banging, you have to look because you never know what's going to be coming your way. All of this is going over the back of me right now. I'll step in a little bit under this overhang just to get a little bit of cover. But man, you're starting to hear the howling. You're starting to hear that quintessential sound of a hurricane coming through. This is not like we saw when we were in Venice for Hurricane Ian. The winds for Hurricane Ian never really stopped. They were sustained hurricane force. There we go. So a lot of these houses are new construction on this section of the block where we're at. Big block homes, new. There you go. All right, blowing through. It is just so creepy to know that tornadoes spawn out of this. We've got more lightning than I've seen. We've seen more transformers exploding. Power's been out for several hours now. And then I'll just kind of peek over here. I have a wall here. I have a big brick wall right in front of where I am. So there's no debris flying towards me right now. And if it does, it's going to go over my head. But man, when you think about a storm, and we saw what this was, when this was a Cat 5, thank God we had that wind shear that kind of broke it away and lightened the load. That doesn't mean that we're not going to get what we got. But imagine a Cat 5 when it was just north of the Yucatan and before the Eyewall replacement. Thank God we don't have a Cat 4, Cat 5 right now, because that would be unreal. We know this area is going to get hit. We know people are going to lose everything. Lives will be lost. We do know that, and it's the worst part of this storm. But as I think I was listening to Paul Legrone, we will rebuild. We'll clean this mess up. You can't save your own life if you didn't evacuate. Now, honestly, of course, we shelter in place. It's too late. You wonder who didn't evacuate and who's still in their homes on the barrier island. I pray to God that people heeded the warnings that we've been saying and they got out of here. I'm going to tick back a little bit and just show you a little bit more of our scene center. We've been getting these bursts in and out. We've had some really intense gusts. And so we're going to pan across and just show you that. There's one more. So, we'll get you back to the radar, Greg. But, here in Sarasota, we're absolutely right now getting hammered by the back end of the Eyewall. We'll send it back to you.
Michael, stay safe down there. That wind, incredible. Dennis, you can really hear it.
You can,
behind
yeah.
you.
And we got several things popping up. First of all, storm is now Category 2. It is weakened from Category 3 down to Cat 2, winds of 110 miles an hour. Flash flood warnings now include Pasco County and northwestern Polk County. We told you guys when it got to the point where you are at the worst, because at this point, that's what we're focusing on. We're focusing on the areas that have seen the worst weather. And it's still all of Pinellas County, most of Hillsborough County, northwestern Polk County, and all of Pasco County under flash flood warnings. And that is until 4 a.m. Again, radar indicated catastrophic flooding. I just went out for the first time to look at what's outside our studios. We are located directly across the street from Raymond James Stadium. So Himes Avenue is between us and Ray J. And Himes Avenue is a river. It is literally a river. Wendy's looking at me like, what? I mean, I've worked here since day one. I have never seen the water like it is right now. I mean, there's obviously no cars out there, and it is a river. And it's because we have seen such ridiculous rainfall totals. Here are some of those totals. Now, it says over the last 24 hours. The reality is it's been the last 6 hours. We have seen over a foot of rain across southern Pinellas County. Most of Pinellas County has seen 10 to 14 inches of rain. So that's why we are having flash flooding, and it's not over. I mean, it just isn't. You've got Pasco County, anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain from Dade City, Wesley Chapel, back toward Land O'Lakes, over toward Holiday, Hudson, Newport Richey, that entire area. And Pasco County, it has not been raining as long as it has in Pinellas and Hillsborough, at least the heavy stuff. So these totals are even more impressive because they're rivaling what's been going on in some of the other spots in a shorter period of time. Northwestern Polk County, from Lakeland back up toward the northwest, 8 to 12 inches of rain. And again, the point is, you note that 4 a.m. this flash flood warning remains in effect. So that's 5.5 hours from now that it's going to continue. This is getting to the point where there might not even be a definable eye anymore. This is getting really, really close to converting to a non-tropical system, and it's elongating, and in doing so, the wind spreads out. And obviously, so does the rain, because rainfall totals are just off the charts. There it is, winds of 110 miles an hour, making it a Category 2 hurricane officially. East-northeast winds at 16 miles an hour, the pressure continuing to rise. Latest wind gusts, 84 miles an hour in St. Pete. And speaking of St. Pete, our Eric Waxler is live in St. Pete, where he's right in the middle of it, literally the strongest winds on board. Eric, how goes it?
Yeah, for sure, Dennis. Just when you think we've seen everything that Hurricane Milton can bring to us, it just steps it up a notch. And again, we're just off of Central Avenue, a couple blocks from Tropicana Field, and we've seen the wind and the rain going in a southwest kind of circular motion around the hotel that we're in, and you can really see it with the sheets of wind right there on the corner of 17th and Central. And if you look further down the street, you see some trees down. I mean, nothing major. Most of the trees here are still standing, but this wind and rain has been just so heavy now. I mean, we're not talking about 90 minutes. We're talking about at least probably 3 hours of the heaviest rain that I've seen in quite some time, and no sign of it letting up right now. And if you look down, we've heard transformers blow, as you've heard other reporters around the Bay Area mention. And that sound, I mean, there have been a couple times where I've heard a sound that it sounds like an airplane is flying over our heads, and it is just the wind going up against some of these buildings here in downtown St. Pete. And you're looking down at First Avenue, and I saw it looked like a river of rain in the air, I guess is a good way to describe it, because it's just these sheets of rain going down the street towards Tropicana Field over there, and you see the lights flashing. Again, power surges. Our hotel, as far as I can tell still, yes, does have power here, but it is an intense situation here, as just the strongest winds that we've seen from Hurricane Milton tear through downtown St. Pete, and we're again on the north side of the eye of this hurricane and feeling every bit of it right now, guys.
Eric, a question for you. So, I mean, we reported 84-mile-an-hour gusts. Actually, it was a 92. I'm not seeing any damage. I'm seeing a lot of wind and rain, but I'm not seeing any damage. Are they, I mean, is it okay so far?
Yeah, again, just other than a few minor, trees down, I have not seen anything catastrophic. Our biggest worry going into the storm was the debris left over from the last hurricane, that it would be airborne everywhere, and thankfully we haven't seen any of that go by. But yeah, I haven't seen any major damage. Now, that being said, we're also not by the coast. We're taking shelter, as we should be, by this hotel in a strong, secure building. So hopefully we won't see too much when we venture out once this storm passes. But just looking around, I mean, other than these sheets of rain hitting us in the face, everything is relatively okay, at least for the moment.
Yeah. All right, Eric. Thank you. Eric Waxler, live in St. Pete. Greg, we're going to take a look at our traffic cam outside our studios. This is, there you see it kind of blowing in the wind. You were looking at it. I was looking at it. What would you guesstimate those winds are outside our studios?
I don't. Probably in that 60+ mile per hour range, right?
I was thinking 65 to 70 maybe.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. They're consistent. And then you just get periodic, really strong bursts.
Now, I see a map that you have over there with some additional rainfall totals.
I had to go into our computer and literally find whole new colors to put on the map, because the normal colors that we use just don't work with this kind of rainfall. So it kind of shows you better in a little bit more detail as far as where the heaviest rain has fallen. And it's basically from about the runways at MacDill down to the south and west over into southern Pinellas County, where we are estimating, now these are radar estimates, 14 inches of rain today in St. Pete between downtown and the beaches. That Seminole area, 12 inches up towards, it looks like maybe Dunedin, over towards the north part of Clearwater, 10 inches near Eastlake. You go up towards Carrollwood, Northdale, 11 inches estimated by radar. Out towards Tierra Verde, 16 inches. That's already where the Weather Service or the Hurricane Center had us as the top rainfall range. So we're going to be exceeding that. I think some places here may pick up 20 inches easily. And now this heavy rain band is spreading up. The heavy rain is spreading up to the east and north, following the center of Milton as it continues to move east-northeast towards Zephyr Hills, Thenoto, Sassa, Kathleen, Gibsonia. And I think it's these areas here that are probably even a little bit more susceptible to flooding. As the monitor goes out here, as we experience power fluctuations around the station. The sounds in here, I wish you guys could hear this. Maybe you can't over my mic. There's a creaking over my head right now. Everyone's just looking to see if something's going to fall on my head as I'm talking about this. The building it's taking a force. That wind is coming in from the north and east. It's hitting the building. The building is flexing and moving, and we definitely see that. We've been seeing that now for a while, and you may be experiencing that at home as well, especially doors and windows. You hear that creaking, that sound. And if you've lost power, I know it probably makes you a little bit anxious, and it's totally fine. You know, there is a little bit of bend, a little movement built into our buildings, right? They're not solid. We imagine them as built completely solid, but there is a little bit of flex, and they're going to be just fine. These types of winds are not going to destroy your home. And I think it's important to say that, okay? You are safe inside of your home. We've got building codes here, and especially when you look at the areas I-75 West, a lot of you around the Bay, 155, that's what your house is built for. So winds of 60, 70, even they gust to 100 miles per hour, which is the highest we've seen so far. Your home is going to be just fine. Yes, it's a little, it definitely gives you anxiety. It's a little nerving to hear all that sound, and especially with your power out, you're suddenly a lot more sensitive to the sound of the outside because there's nothing making noise inside the house. But it is going to be okay. Your house will hold together. The building is going to be just fine wherever you're taking shelter. And we've seen these strong winds, not just here in Tampa, but really north. I saw a wind gust recently. The strongest I've seen, this is in Polk County. Folks asking in Polk County, I saw a report out of Winter Haven. I'm probably going to miss this report here because there's been so many coming in. I don't want to get it wrong. Winter Haven, gusting to 79 miles per hour. So hurricane force winds in north central Polk County. That's ahead of Milton. You might get the stronger backside. Now, by the time Milton passes Winter Haven, it'll be even weaker. So this may be the top wind speed, thinking about it here, as it heads down I-4, just south of I-4. But these are pretty strong winds. Multiple wind gusts into the 70s in Hernando County. I'm sure Pasco County. Haven't had a lot of reports out of Pasco County in terms of specific wind reports, but I am sure that there are folks that have been gusting 70 to 75 miles an hour, maybe even 75 to 80. Zephyr Hills, Wesley Chapel, the Land O'Lakes, Lutz area back over towards Odessa, and maybe even the western parts of the county toward Newport Richey. I've got another reporter to go to in Ybor City. Let's go out to Ybor City, see what's going on there. What's going on?
So those winds that you were mentioning, you can probably hear and see right now. They've intensified even more. You can see this whipping rain at this intersection behind me. This is the type of wind and rain that we've been experiencing here in Ybor City for the last several hours. Those lights just flickered then. It's kind of been doing that for the last few hours as well. We've had a few transformers blow in this area also, and so we've had a couple power outages, but the power has turned back on. I want to take you inside for just a moment to show you how prepared this hotel is. So obviously we just talked about those transformers blowing when this happens. Obviously there's a chance that we could lose power from this storm, and inside this stairwell, I'm going to have my photographer walk in so you can see there are flashlights in every corner of this stairwell. We've been taking the stairs because the power and electricity has kind of been iffy over the last few hours, so we didn't want to get stuck in the elevator, didn't want to risk that. So the hotel is prepared. There are a lot of people actually from the Tampa area that are staying here. A lot of people say that they came, they were living on the coast from the shore, and they ended up coming inland because this hurricane was coming. And so again, it's here. We're seeing it. The wind again whipping consistently. We do still have power here in Ybor City right now. It's been pretty consistent. Again, we've seen a little bit of outages here and there, some transformers blowing, but it's really been pretty consistent. I do want to show you, we talked a little bit about this debris that we're seeing and some of these damaging winds. I don't know if you can see this in the street, but there are some tree branches down. God, this wind is just insane here. Tree branches down, we've seen some signs wiggling back and forth, but that's really all we've seen. We haven't seen sustainable damage, anything like that. All of these windows along these shops here in Ybor City still intact. A lot of businesses did board up their windows and doors ahead of the storm, even putting sandbags in front of them to have that extra reinforcement. Again, these winds are whipping at extreme speeds right now. We can see it, we can feel it when you're inside. I heard another reporter talking just a few minutes ago about that whistling sound. We were inside the hotel a few minutes ago and you could hear exactly that. So we're seeing that on the ground here. I'll give you one last look before we toss it back to you. These whipping winds, this rain really carrying through this part of town right now.
Jenna, thank you. Amazing that Ybor still has power, actually, with all that wind. Most of the neighborhoods here around Tampa are starting to lose power quickly. This is a live look outside. This is the FDOT camera at Dale Mabry. Look at the force of this wind. While Jenna there was reporting from Ybor, it literally sounded like the Amtrak rolled by the station. We're not near the railroad tracks. It was very, very loud. You could feel the building vibrate. And those winds forcing their way down Dale Mabry, really getting channeled down the road. You see that camera pointed toward the north. The wind on the backside of Milton is out of the northeast and eventually northwest. So we're blowing the bay out, the bay water out into the Gulf of Mexico, and it's all due to these very strong winds. The majority of what we're going to see due to these winds is going to be tree damage. When you look at what the wind has done overall, that's going to be the biggest concern, is tree damage. You're going to hear it's going to be a lot of cleaning up, picking up, cutting things up. Hopefully a lot of these trees and tree branches obviously miss homes, cars, and property. But in some cases they won't. You're going to see some structural damage from things that fell or were blown over because of the wind. The wind itself, probably okay for most homes. These are not that strong wind gusts. Consistently 60, 65, we're getting gusts into the 70s, some near the center of the storm into the 80s, but those should be okay for most places except mobile and manufactured homes. Those were the ones that a lot of the officials asked folks to leave if they're in, even outside of flood zones, because those are not designed to really deal with a wind like this. And the consistency of the wind, I mean, that's really been, I think, one of the things that's going to be a hallmark of this storm is that, remember, the extreme wind warning for the Tampa area was issued 4 hours ago. Now, that's since expired, but it doesn't sound any quieter outside of our building since then. The wind has consistently kept up, and it just keeps moving through. Let me show you the latest radar here. So there's the storm. Now, the center of that storm of Milton, as I'm going to animate the radar here, probably starting to shift into southern portions of Polk County. So it's probably in this general area here. I would say the eye is still intact or some sort of low pressure center. So it's generally south of Dover. It's now past 301, should pass just south of Mulberry and then head down 98. So Bartow, Fort Meade, you're probably getting some really nasty winds right now. And then looking down the line, Frostproof, Lake Wales, Winter Haven, Auburndale, Lakeland, I know you're in it already. Really, really strong winds there. Speaking of Polk County and Lakeland, we've got Mary out there this evening over in Lakeland. All right, Mary, tell me what's going on. You're kind of entering the stronger part of the storm now. Have you seen conditions change over the last couple of hours?
Oh gosh, yes. It's been terrible the last couple hours, and you can tell just by looking over my shoulder here, this is really the only portion of light that we can show you here, but you can see that rain is just coming down sideways, and you can tell how much the wind is blowing the trees right there, right in your direction. And then periodically we'll get pretty big gusts of wind that take you by surprise because they come in these little bursts. Surprisingly though, we have power still here right now. It's flickered on and off for several hours, but we still have power. We did lose internet, but we do have power at this point. And you can tell from these other houses here, they've got lights. And mostly it's pretty quiet out here. We did see, unfortunately, one car on the road, which we don't want to see because this is just torrential rain. These gusts of wind are mighty strong right now, and we only expect it to get worse, you know, as the night goes on.
Mary, have you heard of any reports of any kind of damage in your area? I don't know if you had a chance to contact anyone, or if you reached out to anyone, or been able to even hear of anything, or see anything in your area in terms of damage.
No, not at this point. I know Polk County officials earlier in the evening, and this is before it looked like this outside, they had said they had some reports of some localized water in the road, and they had down power lines and some power outages in certain areas. That was about 5 o'clock in the evening, so that was a long time ago when they had mentioned all that. So you can imagine at this point we're probably seeing more power outages throughout Polk County, even so here in Lakeland. And we did check the street just on the other side of the place that we're in right now to see if there was any water on the road there. It looked clear at that point, but right now you can feel the wind when it blows the house too. I mean, it's pretty strong. We expect it to be like that for a little while more.
Last question, Mary. Are people listening to officials? Are they staying in? Are you seeing people out and about, or are they really paying attention to this storm and staying in while this worst part moves by?
For the most part, we are seeing people stay in. Maybe 2 minutes ago, right prior to us coming on live, we did see a car go around the corner. We were like, what is that light? Was there a transformer going? No, it was headlights coming down the road because the street just on the other side of this house is pretty dark right now. Earlier in the night, we did see another car go by, but other than that, it has been really quiet here. And Polk County officials had said earlier that they had about 5,500 people who had gone to shelters and heeded the warnings. If they didn't want to shelter in place at home, they were at all the county shelters. So they had quite a bit of people who decided to shelter at one of the public shelters and get away from this storm at their own home if they didn't feel safe there. So that is something that we love to hear.
Mary O'Connell in Lakeland this evening. Mary, stay safe. The worst is, I think, to come. I think Mary's actually going to see stronger winds and heavier rain as the center of Milton passes down to the south of Lakeland, south of Mulberry. So that's going to be an interesting place to check in with later tonight as we continue to track Milton across the state, which, by the way, is a Category 2 hurricane now. It's a top-end Category 2. Remember, Category 3 starts at 111. This thing is at 110 right now, and there's going to be a slow weakening phase, but it is forecast to remain a hurricane until it gets to the East Coast, and then it'll transition to a extratropical system out over the waters of the Atlantic. We do have Forrest Saunders down in Northport, southern Sarasota County. The last time we checked with him, he was getting some of the strongest winds he's seen with this storm. Forrest, tell me what's going on down there now, and are you getting rain with this, or is this mainly just a lot of wind?
It's a lot of wind. I mean, it feels like someone is downfield spitting on me right now. That's kind of what the sensation is. Not that I've been spit on a lot, but I'm just telling you, that's sort of what the atmosphere is like, right? I think the thing that is most annoying is I keep getting pelted with acorns from the nearby trees. I mean, these are my people, and they're throwing stuff at me. Things have been getting maybe a little calmer here and there. The gusts aren't quite as bad as they've been. The sustained winds are having these moments of lulls, right? So it's just sort of these big, strong gusts every once in a while that almost knock you off your feet. So we are maybe starting to see a mellowing of Milton as he moves further towards the central part of the state. And obviously you mentioned the weakening as well. Still nobody out in town. Northport is basically a ghost town right now. It's also in the dark. A couple hours ago we lost power, and really kudos to the infrastructure here because it held out for a long time. We saw some flickering. We did hear a few transformers blow. Eventually, yes, the power did give way, and now we are sitting in the dark. And the big question is, how long will we be sitting in the dark? I know that the state is very focused on restoring power as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, it might be a little bit. There are, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000, somewhere in between those numbers of linemen that have been staged all across the state, ready to be surged to the areas that need power restoration the most as soon as the storm clears. But of course, we still have a little bit of time for that. As you mentioned, again, a Category 2 hurricane is nothing to mess around with, which is one of the reasons why you are still not seeing anybody out on the roads. As far as damage, I have not seen much in Northport, in the immediate area at least. When you get further towards the coast, in those coastal areas where you had some of the storm surge, we have seen some of those cameras that have been set up. There is a good deal of water further towards the water. And then, of course, Northport has a bay, a river, and so some of that water might have pushed up and flooded some of the low-lying areas. Sarasota County does have an evacuation order in place, but we are just on the outside of that and staying as safe as possible. That is the latest out here in Northport. I'll send it back to you.
Forrest Saunders down in Northport this evening. Forrest, thank you so much. Slowly pulling away from him, so they'll look at southern Sarasota County where Forrest is here off 75. They're still on the backside of it, but the center of Milton is starting to gain distance. Now, I do think he's going to get more rain, so folks down in Northport, some of this rain is going to wrap back around the backside of Milton, so there's going to be a little bit more rain with this wind. Heading up the coast, Manatee County. Now, this is a place that really got hammered as Milton was coming ashore down towards Siesta Key. Paul Lagrone is down there in Airbnb checking things out. Last time we were there, Paul, we saw some debris flying by. You've obviously lost power. What's the latest there in Bradenton?
Yeah, power's been out pretty much all night. And yeah, we're starting to see the debris line up the streets. These tree limbs have been blowing from down the street, and I'll tell you, Greg, every now and then you get a reminder this wind is not going away. It's been hanging around. It'll lull, and then all of a sudden you'll just get a huge burst.
May have lost him.
Oh, I think we lost Paul's shot. Now, that's going to be an issue, right? I mean, power's going out, internet's going out, cell service is going out. So we're going to be probably seeing this. Interestingly enough, backside of the storm, we keep saying this, it's the stronger side. Dennis, St. Pete just gusted to 101.
Yeah, that's right where Eric is, or pretty close to him, and earlier it was 84. So this is unfortunately, I think, going to be one of those nights where everybody's just kind of hanging in there and waiting to see what it's going to look like later on tomorrow when we actually have a chance to look at everything. Now, there is a look at the flash flood warning, and that's in effect, folks, until 4 a.m. You know, but Greg and Jason, we were talking about this. Everything about this storm is just kind of peculiar. You have an area that's south of the eye that has nothing. It's got wind, but it has absolutely very little rain at all. But yet on the backside of the storm, which is typically not the strongest, is where the strongest winds have been. And what's happening, and this is what we were talking about the last several days, you've got a storm that was a tropical system, and it is quickly transitioning into a non-tropical, extratropical system. And I was talking to Jason about this. There's a phenomenon known as a sting jet. And when you have an area like this, we just took another hit. When you have an area like this, it goes from tropical to non-tropical, you have a rush of air that comes in. And I have a feeling that's one of the reasons why we are looking at the winds that we are seeing. So we've got, it's twofold. Look, if you live in Pasco County, you have seen rain. We're getting pictures and video of roads with literally rivers in them. And when we look at pictures in Hillsborough and Pinellas, it's the same thing. Northwestern Polk also in it. And that is until 4 o'clock in the morning. And you always hate to see this. This is issued by the Weather Service. This is not us trying to make anything look bigger than it is. I think that would be difficult to do anyway. But the Weather Service, they issue what they consider the threat. And when that threat comes up as catastrophic, that means you're looking at rainfall of a rate about as high as it possibly can be. And inevitably, there is going to be some flooding. So that's what we've seen. And when you have rainfall totals well over a foot and it is still coming down, there's simply nowhere for this to go. Now, we are fortunate. I know it's hard to believe, but we are fortunate that we have had an offshore flow in these places. We are not dealing with surge right now. Matter of fact, we're looking at a reverse surge and the water's coming out of the bay. Not only did we not have this massive surge that potentially would have happened if the storm had been closer to us, it made landfall Siesta Key way to the south, but we're looking at the opposite. The water's actually dropping. Now, eventually, when that low pulls around, we will see a return flow. But I know a lot of folks have been messaging me saying, oh, okay, well, yeah, the water's going out of the bay, but it's going to rush back in really fast. And no. That's not what's going to happen. Not to mention the storm is going to be a lot weaker at that point as it pulls away. Yes, it does have the reach, and the water's going to come back in. And might we have some surge? Sure, we might have some surge, but we are not going to get anything significant even close. So it turns out that this storm, in spite of the surge appearing to be the biggest threat, ends up being the least threat. The biggest threat is the water, the heavy rain, and the wind. And that wind continues as the storm pulls away. A couple of hours more, and I think you start seeing some dramatic improvements from the coast and inland. Current wind gusts right now, latest wind gusts showing there at St. Pete, 90 miles an hour, 82 miles an hour. Guys, have we had sustained hurricane winds? I'm sure we probably have.
Yeah, I'll have to take a peek at it.
But I have not seen the report of
Tampa
it yet.
just gusted to 87, by the way.
So there you go. Tampa's up to 87 now, and Bartow 79. So we are now pretty much seeing the peak winds across most of the area. And while the surge threat is, and these numbers, we might as well just take this thing out because it's just not going to verify. Wow, down to 105 now.
The 11 p.m. just came out.
Okay, so there you go. So we are now looking at still a Category 2 hurricane, but weakening quickly as the pressure continues to rise, and that's to be expected. And not to mention, it doesn't matter because this is really not a tropical system anymore. This is almost like a nor'easter. Literally, this is like a gale up in the Northeast, that you get the winds expanding outward. And that makes a lot of sense with what's happening here. Think about this, guys. So when you have a hurricane, you got the bulk of the wind right around that eyewall, right around the center, which is what we had earlier today when this was still a tropical system. But that 35, 40 knot shear that we've been talking about for days went right in like it was supposed to, did what it was supposed to, and has transformed this system from a hurricane to really a non-tropical system like a nor'easter, like a gale, where the winds are spread out. So instead of all the wind around the center, we're getting these wind reports across the entire area that are hurricane force. So in a sense, it's worse than it would be just if it was around a little spot, because we have transitioned into, matter of fact, the Hurricane Center is even saying once it, this is the updated track as well. Yeah, so this is the new track, which, it's kind of a moot point, but still has it as a Cat 2, and by tomorrow morning has it as a Cat 1. This will bring hurricane force winds to Orlando. This will bring hurricane force winds to all of Polk County. But the threat of the extreme wind warning is over. So now what we have is what you get. There will not be anything worse coming our way in terms of intensity. Folks inland who haven't seen as much yet, you're still going to get it. But at least we, and this is fair to say, we have hit the peak of the impact of this storm in terms of wind. Now rain, it's still coming down, and those flooding issues are still going to be a thing. So the potential wind gusts overnight, still 80 miles an hour in Lakeland, but as we go through the overnight, 2:30 a.m., the winds really start to come down along the coast, and for that matter, even across Hillsborough and Pasco County. And then by tomorrow morning, things improve dramatically. So this is the update. Winds of 105, still hurricane force winds in the red color. And then this orange color is winds of about 58 to 74, I believe it is. So pretty much the entire area is under that. Jason, what you got?
Hey, real quick, just want to let you know the emergency managers out of Pinellas County are letting us know that there's widespread flooding in St. Petersburg and neighborhood areas. They are starting water rescues in places where it's safe to go out, but we're still getting gusts over 100 miles per hour. So I'm not sure if that's too many areas, but people are needing to be rescued in St. Pete now because of the flooding.
See, and this is what we said and what we always hope people won't do. When people don't evacuate, this is what happens. I mean, and I get it. There are times where a storm might come up quick or a track might be in another location. I understand that. And you know what? There are sometimes situations where people just can't get to where they want to go, especially after Helene. I took so many messages from people who said, Dennis, I want to evacuate, but I don't have a car anymore. I mean, yes, there were shuttles. Yes, there's probably a way, but I understand, and everybody has their own situation. But this is what happens, and we knew it would. People who did not heed the evacuation certainly aren't surprised that we're getting a flooding situation. Although interesting, Jason, because this flooding situation is not from surge. It's from rainwater. So that's reminiscent of Debbie. Totally different situation. But remember, Debbie, when all the horrific flooding that went on in Manatee and Sarasota County had nothing to do with surge. So let's go to Eric Waxler right now, and he is in St. Pete. And last I checked, we had 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and now they're even higher. Eric?
Yeah, Dennis, we have some unbelievable, something unbelievable to show you. This is Tropicana Field. the roof, a big portion of it has ripped off. We're looking inside Tropicana Field. We are seeing extreme damage to there was a report we saw online earlier of a fire, and we were waiting to confirm that, and now we just made it up to the 5th floor of the hotel we are in, and it's hard to believe what we're looking at.
Eric, all those
and remember,
linemen
inside Tropicana Field,
all those linemen are
there were
in the
thousands
trop.
of cots. It is a staging area for the National Guard and
Eric, are you hearing me?
the linemen who are tasked with putting the power back on once this storm is over. So the cots are inside. That's where we saw the picture of them. But now we're looking at one of the iconic landmarks in the Tampa, St. Petersburg area with the roof partially destroyed. This is the power of Hurricane Milton as it makes its way through downtown St. Petersburg. Unbelievable. Guys, you seeing these pictures?
Eric, we are. And, the first thing we thought of, I will tell you, we had a woman, Diane, who works in the newsroom, came back and talked to me a couple hours ago and said just that. Said, Dennis, is it a possibility? We have all those linemen, all those people in the trop, in their cots, and what if it collapses? We literally just had this conversation. And so are you seeing fire rescue? Are you seeing, oh, he can't hear. Okay. All right. Well, obviously we're immediately going to check in with fire rescue. Okay, Eric, you're back. So Eric, are you seeing fire rescue?
Yeah. I don't see, let me see if I can get another vantage point to see if there are any emergency vehicles around. I don't see the flashing lights around Tropicana Field at all at this point. I'm blocked by trees. So let's see, we're looking at the northwest corner of Tropicana Field, basically. And obviously we've felt some major gusts, but looking at that, what we're seeing now, it's just hard to believe after all the storms and everything that have come through this area. Obviously, this is the one that has taken down part of the roof.
I guess our initial thought is this a superficial thing? Is this, the fabric, if you will, as opposed to the actual structure?
Right. Yeah, I still see the beams, for sure. I see the beams still in place. It is the fabric, which obviously, can be replaced. Mm-hmm. And it's not the whole thing. You wonder, the more the wind gets inside, if we'll see other parts of it blow off. I'm looking into Tropicana Field now and seeing other parts of it just blowing in the wind and waves to the other parts of the fabric. So you wonder just how much more the rest of this roof can take. But from everything I can tell, I still see the beams in place.
But at this point, you're not seeing any fire rescues. So you have to wonder if maybe they can't get there, or.
There's no. I can see the streets below. I don't see any kind of flooding or anything, but I haven't heard a siren. I haven't heard any sign of emergency vehicles, and I do not see any flashing lights around Tropicana Field right now.
We've heard that they've suspended all operations, but you wonder if there might be exceptions to that. And if there was ever an exception to it, it would clearly be this. So, again, we're Eric Waxler, if you're just tuning in, our reporter Eric Waxler is live in St. Pete, where obviously what has just happened is the fabric covering Tropicana Field has been shredded. He's not seeing any structural damage from your vantage point. Do you think you are close enough that you'd be able to actually see that?
Yeah, I have a good look at the base of the stadium, and I do not see any kind of structural damage as we feel these gusts coming. It is just the fabric. And, as far as, trying to speculate about injuries or anything like that, if there were, in fact, people that were staying inside Tropicana Field. It was not a shelter or an evacuation point. It was solely meant for first responders. In fact, we were out there yesterday. There are hundreds of ambulances that were outside Tropicana Field from all over the country that were staging to help our community. And as far as I know, that's what those cots were set up for, the first responders and the people that are here to help once the storm is over, for them to stay in there. And obviously, if they realized the roof was coming off, they could go into the concourse area, the bowels of the stadium, that would be safe and protected from that, because what you're seeing is just the fabric roof. But I would say a good quarter, more than a quarter of the roof is gone in shreds. I mean, just like paper.
I mean, it does kind of make sense that if it is the fabric covering, it could very easily have been a superficial issue as opposed to the structure itself. You certainly hope that's the case. And again, the fact, Eric saying he's not seeing any fire rescue, we've heard obviously they're suspended the fire rescue, but you have to wonder if there was something really significant going on like this, which would be if this was a situation where you're looking at the structures or beams falling, I mean, that's a massive trauma event, and you would think there would be a way to get fire rescue there regardless. I find it impossible to believe that they would not make an exception for something like this. So we're hoping that it is just the fabric covering and that's it. But obviously we have no confirmation of that whatsoever. And I think at this point, it's going to be impossible for us to get confirmation, right, Eric, until fire rescue gets there or until we can hear something from the city.
Yeah, just before I came up to this roof vantage, because I had seen an online rumor about a fire at Tropicana Field, I checked with the public information officer for the city of St. Petersburg just to see, if there was anything to it. And she was going to check with fire rescue. And while that is happening, I haven't checked her reply since we came up here. But obviously, we don't know if it did in fact start with a fire or if this is in fact just wind damage and maybe somebody mistook what they saw at first. For some sort of fire. But all it takes is obviously a little rip to open up on that fabric dome for the wind to get in and then start ripping it and doing the significant damage that we're looking at right now. But if Jason can zoom in on those beams, you can see the steel beams that make up the actual dome that hold everything in place. I mean, I'm looking at each of them all along there, and I'm seeing them all still in place. So I have not seen any kind of collapse. I don't see any, cracks in the foundation of the stadium. It's just that fabric part of the dome that is shredded.
That really is what it looks like. I mean, you still see the lights.
You can see the lights.
Right.
Yeah, you can see the purple lights inside. I mean, that's a big part of Rays games before or during different parts of the game and the celebration at the end of the game when they turn on the lights and kind of light the dome up, and we're seeing the purple lights are still illuminated inside there. So it must be quite a sight. I cannot imagine what it would be like to be inside that stadium right now for those who were there, and we don't know if they had any kind of sign that this was starting to happen and we're able to take shelter inside the concourse of the stadium, inside the locker room. And obviously there are plenty of safe places that would be secure from the elements deeper within the stadium than just being out there on the field. But
I mean, Eric, a couple of questions.
One, this is quite a sight.
Eric, did you see it happen, or how did you notice that? Did you just look over and be like, what? I mean, is it something that you actually witnessed?
Well, no, so this, yeah, so the side that we've been reporting on from the hotel that we're at on Central, we've been on the other side because it's a more sheltered side. This patio is on the 5th floor facing downtown, facing Tropicana Field, and it doesn't have a covering. So we've been reporting from the kind of safer end of this building. But again, when we heard from someone who's staying on the 7th floor as we were making our way up that the roof was off Tropicana Field, of course we continued to come up here, and the amazing operations director from this hotel helped us get up here to the 5th floor, because this is obviously closed to the people that are staying here right now for obvious reasons. So yeah, we did not see it happen. We heard that there might have been some trouble, then we made our way up here, and this is what we saw. And yeah, when I opened the door to get to this balcony and saw that, I was blown away.
Well, the one
pun
thing,
intended.
yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The one thing we noticed, the lights are still on.
Yeah.
there's still power in there.
Yeah.
So it makes me think that
Right.
if there was some kind of a threat or whatever, maybe they would turn the lights off. I don't know. I mean, it does seem odd that the lights are still on with the roof ripped off.
Yeah, and while we're standing, I'm going to see if I have gotten any kind of reply from the public information officer with the city of St. Petersburg. No, nothing yet.
And still no fire rescue.
I'm going to make my, yeah, usually even if there was any kind of fire rescue at the base of the building, we would see the flashing lights off in the distance. We would, maybe hear them, but I don't see any sign of any fire rescue. And we are looking at basically the northwest side of the stadium, that corner. And I mean, this stadium has stood here for decades, so it is just, and now as the wind picks up, well, you can really see the fabric.
I'm trying to figure out how that happened. If one piece goes, does it all go? Or, is it a chain reaction kind of thing?
Yeah. And if you look now on the, whoa, sorry, we're getting some good guests here. If you look on the east side, it might be hard to see because it's dark over there. I'm seeing what looks like another part of the roof flapping. So I don't know if more of it is coming undone. But we did just hear from St. Pete Fire Rescue that there are no injuries. Obviously, that is number one in the concerns, is all the people. I mean, there are thousands of people staging in Tropicana Field. We don't know where they are in the stadium right now, but again, I was out there yesterday. There's a parking lot with thousands of ambulances, maybe hundreds of ambulances from across the country staging here. They come here so that they're ready to help our community. The National Guard is there, other first responders. And we showed the picture on the air, and I don't know if we can call it up at some point, but there were thousands of cots on the field for everyone to have a place to rest in between all the work that they're going to be doing. So that was the setup there. That is the setup there.
Well, again, you just said the most important thing.
We were glad to hear.
The most important thing you just said is fire rescue is saying everyone is safe, so there were no injuries, and that's
yes.
That nothing is more important. I mean, it's as we look on a much smaller scale, I'm sure there's a lot of people tomorrow that are going to be seeing issues with their roofs as well locally as we continue to see winds 80, 90 to 100 miles an hour. So a very frightening situation going on at the Trop. But at this point, if you're just tuning in, you see it. Eric Waxler was out there in St. Pete. Eric, you guys had winds of about 90 or 100 miles an hour. And clearly it was just too much for the structure.
Yeah, and we were on the other side of the building, on the west side of this. We're at the True by Hilton Hotel, just to give them again some props for taking care of us and getting us up to this vantage point. We were feeling those winds whipping down at street level, and we felt every bit of the gusts that you're talking about, getting up near 100 miles an hour. And obviously all it takes, from that kind of roof, with that fabric roof, one tear and then the wind gets inside. And that's I think, when this kind of damage can happen. We've seen domes collapse in different ways in other parts of the country. Was it the Metrodome where a pile of snow was too heavy and it collapsed into the stadium? I think that happened several years ago.
Yeah, it was the Vikings. It was a Viking, or it was either Minnesota. It was either the University of Minnesota or the Vikings. I can't remember which, but yeah. And I think it's important for folks to know the roof did not collapse. This is not a collapse. This is just the fabric covering the Trop is obviously shredded. And Eric, in looking at this with a good vantage point, says, as far as we can tell, that it doesn't look like the structure has been compromised, and most importantly, no injuries, according to Fire and Rescue.
And something that just came to mind, there are obviously big parts of the fabric that are gone. They're not there anymore. Huge pieces of that fabric. So the question is, did they go inside, or did they just fly off somewhere in downtown St. Pete? because while there are still shreds holding onto those beams, there are big, gigantic parts of that dome, of that fabric roof that are just gone. So obviously we can't tell if they've fallen inside, but the way these winds are whipping, it wouldn't surprise me if they took off like a sail and who knows, ended up in somebody's front lawn for all we know.
Yeah, well, with an offshore flow, it would have gone toward the west. So whatever ripped apart would have gone out toward the Gulf, out in that general vicinity. What time did all this come down? I mean, what was the time frame from when you first heard something about it?
I would say about an hour ago is when we first heard something online. I saw somebody tweeting about a possible fire at Tropicana Field, and then I checked with the city to find out if there was any validity to that. And then basically, as soon as we came up here, we were on the air with you within minutes. So however long we've been talking to you is how long now? How long before that this happened? We don't know.
Okay. All right, Eric. Well, thanks again. Let us know if you hear anything, if you get any updates from the city or fire rescue. We will check back with you. And again, Eric Waxler, live in St. Pete, where the covering of the roof of Tropicana Field shredded and much of it gone due to 100-mile-an-hour winds. And let's go over to Greg because, you know, Greg, we've been looking at this wind for a few hours, and I know a lot of folks are saying, okay, when's it going to end?
Yeah, you know, just thinking about that Tropicana Field situation, 275 is behind the stadium. So if you're getting an east to west wind, that material could be on 275. If not, it's in the Grand Central District, just on the other side of the interstate. 101-mile-an-hour wind gust. It's interesting. I got a report from someone, and this is not confirmed, that there may have also been a crane that fell from the site of the construction site of the 400, the tallest tower there in downtown St. Pete. And this is all correlated with these strong winds. Again, Whitted Field gusting to the airport there in downtown St. Pete. 101 miles per hour. That's the second highest gust we've seen reported other than Sarasota, which was at the point of landfall when they gusted in the backside of the Eyewall to 102. So this is what we talked about the last couple of days. You heard me talking about a Good Morning Tampa Bay. It's going to be that northwest Eyewall that is going to surprise. And boy, has it ever. This has really been an incredibly intense storm. And, you know, you really got to feel for the folks in St. Pete. I know we're focusing a lot on Pinellas County, but so we're seeing the wind damage now in Pinellas County. We're getting reports of water rescues from the emergency management there because of the catastrophic flash flooding that is ongoing. Of course, it's hard to get reports and images because no one's out there. It is too dangerous to be out there. But the Weather Service, with this flash flood warning, is indicating that the threat here is at the highest level possible for a flash flood. That's how much rainfall has fallen. Radar estimates, and we can pull these up because these will update live as the radar starts adding up the rain. So you see there in Pinellas County in St. Pete, radar estimating 14 inches of rain. To put that in perspective, in our rainy season, in our rainiest months, June, July, and August, we see about 6 to 7 inches each of those months. So we got 2 months of rain in our rainy season in 12 hours. That is just, even if the bay gets pulled away and the drainage, that's just too much. Everything gets overwhelmed. And now we're having issues with flash flooding. And this is only going to persist because as you look at the radar here, I can pull up Milton's radar. Let's go back to that right there. And you can see that this storm is still around. It is not moving very quickly, and the rain continues to fall. Now, the rain in Pinellas County is starting to lighten up. So we've gone from a really heavy rain over towards some light to moderate rain. It's still heavy over towards Hillsborough. It's still heavy in Pasco, Hernando County, ICU Ridge Manor, Lacucci over towards Dade City. Heaviest rain in the area by far, Citrus Ridge to Polk City, that northern and north central parts of Polk County. This is going to be Winter Haven over toward Auburndale. If there is still, that's not an eye anymore, there's a low pressure center. It is located in southwestern portions of Polk County. So it's about to come up here on the Fort Meade area, and I believe that's US 98, which goes into 17. So that's 17 and 98 here share the same road. The 98 shoots off to the east. So it's coming up on 17 and 98 in Polk County. And all the heaviest weather is to the north. Look at this. We're getting lightning. This late in the game, this is supposed to be a weakening system, getting lightning just north of the eye. So that northern Eyewall over Lakeland right now is still really dynamic. There's a lot of wind in here, a lot of heavy rain, the secondary, and now some of these main roadways. You know, usually we tell you secondary neighborhood roads, those are the ones that flood first. You've got to be careful even on the main roads here. On 98, on 559, over towards 301, the Polk Parkway, 92, 542, all of these roads here in and around Lakeland could have water on them. You shouldn't be out there, but if you are out there for some reason, got an emergency, do not drive over any roadway that is flooded. These waters are going to rise quickly. It's going to be hard to tell how much water is out there and how deep that is, and whether there is a surface for you to drive over underneath all that water surface. You've got to be really, really careful. I believe we have someone else that is live. Chad Mills is down in Sarasota. He has been seeing debris. Chad, earlier you showed us some shingles that you came across. What do you got now?
Oh, Greg, we have more shingles, found even more around this house, you know, not at the level of the tarp coming off Tropicana Field, but this is what homeowners here, at least in the general vicinity where I am, are probably going to be dealing with tomorrow as the sun comes up and all of this passes. Yeah, there are trees down in the area, shingles down in the area as well. It seems like everything where I am anyway fared pretty well. And then the eye passed over and it was calm. But then on that backside is when the wind really just felt more vicious here, you know, blowing from the west and then the north. It is dying down right now. You get a strong gust every now and then, a little bit of one right now. But it seems that backside was just really vicious. And that's when I started seeing, you know, kind of trash cans blowing down the street, other debris as well, and then that's when we started noticing more shingles. And you know, our vantage is very limited right now. It is pitch black behind me. We lost power hours ago at this point. So you can only imagine that when the sun comes up and we start walking around this general area, start surveying other parts of Sarasota as well, we're going to see more damage like that. A lot of trees down as well, one can only imagine, because when we were leaving downtown, before the eye approached and made landfall, we were already seeing sizable trees down, one near downtown, one on Honore Avenue, which is not too far from where we are, another on Fruitville Road as well. So potentially a good amount of cleanup here in Sarasota as we finally start to see the effects of Milton kind of level off in terms of wind and rain. The big question mark is, and you know, we are about 5 miles from the coast here, how bad will that surge be as it comes into Sarasota County? Greg.
Chad Mills down in Sarasota. Chad, thank you so much. You saw the debris there, the wind. Things will be improving there in Sarasota for sure. I'm going to send it back into our other studio where we've got some more news for you.
Hey, Greg, yes, it's Nadine and windy now. We have moved into our other studio because our lights were shaking a little bit earlier.
A little bit. That just proves, you know, the strength of the storm, even right across from Raymond James Stadium, which is where we are on Himes Avenue. So the storm continues to affect even us here in the studio.
It proves that everything that you're feeling at home, the nerves that you are feeling, we are also feeling and going through this with you. And we can't say it enough. We thank you for trusting us. We do have a couple of updates to get to. I want to start with that tip that you got in about TGA.
Yeah, so I got a tip that there might have been a couple floors flooded inside the hospital at Tampa General Hospital, and we did get a confirmation back from the hospital. Go ahead and read the statement.
Yeah, so they just sent out a statement. Now, this is TGH and Davis Islands, famous from the aqua fence just from Helene 13 days ago. They say, like many businesses and homes in our region, Tampa General is experiencing some impacts as a result of Hurricane Milton. They're calling it minor leaks at the hospital's main campus on Davis Islands. The water detected is not expected given the severity of all the other weather that we're seeing in the region. We are actively working to respond and clear the areas impacted. The last line here, the leaks do not pose a threat to safety of patients or our team members. So we can confirm some kind of impacts at TGH on Davis Islands.
Right, and we also just wanted to update on some power outages because we know so many folks are losing power or they've lost power, and then if they haven't lost power, the winds and what have you is still quite a concerning thing. So far right now, TECO has over 274,000 folks still without power and 495,000 for Duke Energy, which, as we know, is a lot of Pinellas County and that area. I also wanted to look at FPL just for a moment, and I think Sarasota County, I know, had quite a few because, as we know, Sarasota and Manatee.
Hard.
Yes. But I will get those to you because it looks like my computer is not loading.
It's all good. What we do know is 50,000 linemen are on standby. TECO, I got an email saying that this was going to be their largest response ever. And I think I heard linemen as far as Canada are here to help. And we always love to see all the help coming from all of us. And we know that many of our help and our linemen are staying at Tropicana Field.
Which, as you saw, the roof was ripped off by the winds. We also want you to know that St. Petersburg has just shut off their water. So if you are having trouble, you're in St. Pete and the water's not turning on, well, that's why. And obviously it's because of the storm.
Yeah, that's citywide happening. So you guys just be ready for that, especially by midnight. All right. Want to head out to our crews out there?
Yes, we have Scripps News reporter Lillian Donahue. She is in Tampa on our ABC Action News parking garage across from Raymond James Stadium.
What are you seeing, Lillian?
Well, we're tucked back in this parking garage, and I have been completely pelted with wind and rain. I mean, it's been 2 hours now of this, but I want to show you back here. You know, these lights out here have been flickering all evening, but what you're looking at is that completely horizontal rain right now, and this wind just has not let up. In fact, those gusts just keep coming stronger and stronger every single time. In fact, there is one happening right now. If we kind of go this way, you can see even on the lower end, all of those trees being pushed. I know that this area right here in between our parking garage and the main building has really become a wind tunnel for certain things. And you know, I've been looking over here, I don't want to look over too much, but there's been a large branch on the bottom of our parking garage that I saw just a few minutes ago kind of fly this way. And actually, just as I was talking, there was another transformer, that kind of blue hue that we've been seeing. It kind of looks like lightning, but you can hear that electric noise as it's going on. That's really what's been happening around this whole area over the past 2 hours. It's been kind of, you'd see the wind, you'd see the gust, and right after that you'd see something like that blue hue, the transformer going off, whether it's on that side or in the neighborhoods back here. Thankfully though, these lights right here have stayed on. We have noticed though at the stadium across the street, their lights did flicker multiple times. Not sure exactly what happened there, but it is back on. But when you just look up here right now, just the sheer force of the wind going through all of the lights here at the stadium, that's just giving you a sense of what this powerful storm can produce. And this is obviously up at altitude here, almost waves of wind just coming and coming. And so when those reach down here, every once in a while, what we obviously call those wind gusts, those really strong winds that come in for 10, 15, 20 seconds, that's when we're seeing some of that debris come. But as I see debris coming through down on here, it's going right through. It's going right back onto Hines and beyond. So it's not sticking around. The wind is just continuously coming and bringing things here. The only thing that I see down here right now is that branch that's been lodged at the basement of our parking garage right now. But of course, kind of our view is a little obstructed when it comes to safety. We really want to make sure that we're not all the way out there, because I can just see the wind ground level at Ray J Stadium. No one should be there. You know, inside we know that there are first responders, there are rescue crews ready to respond, but the good thing is we haven't seen a car in sight driving here for hours. And that just shows how Tampa Bay took this so seriously. And you know, we really hounded it, but it's so important that people either evacuated or hunkered down during this, because this wind and what we're seeing right now is exactly what we can expect. There's another transformer that's going off on the other side of the station I see right now. And there's that kind of electric sound. So we're gonna kind of keep track of what's going on. I mean, I've lost count so far on how many of those that we've seen, but we did have to move the car a little bit further back towards where we are to block some of the winds so that our light wouldn't go down. So it's definitely still strong, not letting up anytime soon, at least for so far as I can see. Back to you guys.
All right, Lillian, thank you, and we'll check back with you in just a bit. You can almost hear, I'm not sure if that was the generator, but there's like some kind of howling, and I'm getting text messages from so many friends who've lost power, and they're asking me what's happening, and I think the sound of these winds when you lose power can be very frightening, especially as we're starting to get a lot of reports of damage coming in. We're going to start seeing more videos come in, more pictures. Obviously, we saw the Tropicana Field. We're hearing of a crane that possibly collapsed. So obviously, it's starting to come in. We're starting to see a lot of the damage, and we just thank you for being with us as you're here. If you could hear our voices, we are streaming on several of our radio stations as well. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and move now to our southern counties and move now to Manatee County and Palmetto specifically.
Our Katie LeGrone joins us live now in Palmetto. And Katie, I know you've had some severe wind and rain for hours now. Other reporters in Pinellas and Manatee counties are saying the back end of the storm has actually been stronger than the front end of the storm. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, this is like the wind and the rain that just won't let up. I mean, truly, I've been waiting actually for, sort of some kind of reprieve from this, and it's just not happening. This has been going on for a number of hours. In fact, we're completely in the dark. In fact, the entire block, our home, we're completely in the dark. We've got some lights set up from our battery operated, but we have no power, and nor does it appear that anybody in the neighborhood where we're at here in Palmetto has power as well. On a good note, I have been sort of peeking across the street because there are 2 shelters housing more than 1,000 people each just up the street from us, and I am sort of peeking through the trees, and I do see some lights on there, so that's good for them. But for us, we have absolutely no power anywhere on this block or in this neighborhood where we're at. This started kind of several hours ago where we started to hear transformers being blown, and then there were lots of flickering in the house that we're staying in, but the backup generator always kind of, was able to make the connection and get us back online. And then probably about an hour or so ago, it just went off and it hasn't come back. In fact, for a while we were sort of locked in the house. This is the garage door, and it served us very well all throughout the evening. It's kind of been like serving as a barrier for us from just the gusts of wind that have been pretty ferocious at times throughout the evening. We had a tough time getting that up because the wind was blowing up against it, and so even the emergency string was tough to pull because of that wind. And so we've got this thing up, we've got a little makeshift, holding a little shovel there to help us keep that up. But essentially what we're dealing with right now in Palmetto is just this relentless wind and rain, and I'm just waiting for it to end. I know I spoke with one of the producers earlier and said, hey, let's talk to the meteorologist. What's happening in Palmetto? Because this wind and rain just seems to be so ferocious and not letting up. And about an hour and a half or so ago, they had said, yeah, this is going to go on for another 2 hours. And so we're kind of getting used to it at this point. I can tell you that I have been staying in touch with a couple officials in the city of Palmetto, the police chief, and he had mentioned that at this point, of course, they have been off the roads. They've been off the roads for a while now because of conditions, but he tells me that they, thus far at least, have not received any calls for any kind of rescues. Again, there's just a lot going on, and so we don't know if that's truly the lack of a need, or if just people haven't been able to get in touch with emergency officials. And certainly we know that at this point, we're not sure when they're going to end up getting back on the road, but it's just too dangerous for any kind of emergency officials here in Palmetto and in Manatee County and surrounding counties to get out there and help people. But he also mentioned that they are expecting to see a lot of damage and destruction because of this wind. Of course, once daylight comes, they will, once they determine it's safe to get out there, they will get out there, their crews will get out there, they will be driving around, assessing damage, assessing any kind of need for help. But at this point, I mean, we're all still hunkered down. And many of us, not only here in Palmetto and Manatee County, but across the Tampa Bay area, we're hunkered down in blackness. I mean, this is basically what
we look like, just as so many of you look like in all different parts of Tampa Bay. This is the inside. I know my photographer Matt can only go so far, but we're in total blackness. We're actually leaving the door open because one thing that is coming with this wind is there's a nice little chill in the air. So we're trying to kind of cool down the house a little bit before it gets too hot, because we just don't know how long this power is going to be out for. But of course, we suspect it's going to be a while before any kind of electricity gets back up and running here in Palmetto. Guys.
Thank you. We want to take new video right away, just in tonight. It shows the wind and rain from Hurricane Milton in New Tampa. The power is apparently still on right now, and the wind is whipping that rain around. Again, this is in New Tampa, where, like we've seen in other parts of Tampa Bay, the rain is practically coming in sideways. And it's not just in Tampa, really. We've seen it in many of our other counties as well. And we're continuing to check on conditions all across the Bay Area, including in Hillsborough County.
You know, it might sound backwards, but it seems like we're getting even worse of the storm here. Ruda Olsonida is now joining us live from Tampa. Ruda, what are you seeing out there? Are conditions getting worse?
Yeah, good evening, you guys. Well, I don't know if you can tell by the rain or by the winds that have picked up, but we are really in the thick of it here in West Tampa. Now the community, they have done their part to try to board up their windows, prepare for this storm. They've seen what Helene has done to this community, but right behind me there's some signs that are waving back and forth, hanging on by a thread. We're seeing some flashes. That, of course, is those transformers going off, but kind of surprisingly, we still have power here. The business behind me, I can't say the same for them. We were just live there about an hour ago, and all the lights were on. We used it as a light source. Now all the lights are gone here. We've come to a safer location here near our home. We're under a cover. We're safe here, and you know, this community has really heeded the warnings. I haven't seen a car out on the roads for a couple of hours now, of course, following the recommendations of officials, and people really haven't been outside either. There were a few people with some umbrellas, some rain boots, looking like they were packing some things perhaps, but now everyone's hunkered down inside. And I don't know if you can tell, but the flashing of the power, it's going in and out, and we just keep on saying, you know, hang in there. We need all the power we can get. Just like a few of the other reporters, we're keeping that AC on as long as we can. We know this storm is unexpected, right? We thought the power would already be out by now. We thought maybe the rain would maybe subside by now, but this storm has a mind of its own, and here the Tampa community is rallying together. We've seen neighbors, you know, helping neighbors. The wind, though, that's really the story here. That really hasn't let up, and you can't see it because it's a little bit further down, but there's a utility pole that's doing a little bit of an angle lean, and we've heard some explosions from inside the home, so we don't know if those are the transformers from that exact utility pole, but it's a mess here. And on the ground, there's a lot of debris, and then the wind is taking it to other areas. The street was pretty clear. There weren't piles of debris here earlier after Helene, but I'm sure it might be a different story for this community as they now have to pick up the pieces. What a rough couple days, right? I mean, we were just on Davis Island talking to some of the folks there. They said they had about 4 inches of water, and unfortunately, the night is young, so they're worried. They were piling up sandbags of what might happen here with Milton, taking every precaution they possibly can. But we just want to make sure that you're informed. So here in West Tampa, the rain, the wind, still a problem, ripping off some of those business signs. That 7-Eleven we've been showing you that's been boarded up. Now those plywoods are really starting to come off here. So here we go, another gust of wind. It's coming right at my back here, and everyone's hanging on. We've got such an amazing crew. We've got photographers really doing an amazing job. So we just want to thank everybody that's out here in these elements and bringing you guys what's going on.
In there. Thank you for that report. We'll check in with you in a little bit. And we're continuing to check on conditions in Pinellas County, especially where the winds were really intensifying, but apparently now they've been lessening some.
At least that's what we're hearing from ABC Action News reporter Kylie McGivern, showing us what conditions are like live from Seminole now. Kylie, how's it looking out there?
Yes, you can see that it's still windy. I mean, there are some gusts that are coming through right as I say that, but not at the same level as when we checked in with you guys earlier within the last couple of hours when it felt like we were more in the thick of it. So again, still here, very windy, but before I was kind of having to brace against our vehicle here, whereas now not quite as bad as it was before. Now the area around us, very dark. I know that we were just talking before you all came to us about the different power outages. Every time we've checked Pinellas County, it looks like overwhelmingly has the most power outages. We lost power, we want to say around 6 o'clock or so here. I think we were one of the first crews to lose power. Down the road, at least at one point, as we can see, like one of the street lights, there was one home that still had a bit of power in the area. So we're in one community in Seminole County, and the area that we're at now is we want to continue to remind people who may just now be joining us, we're in an area that was not in a mandatory evacuation zone. So this is somewhere where a lot of places are boarded up. They've decided to stay, but this is somewhere where, again, thankfully, we have not seen anyone out on the roads. So for now, in Pinellas County and Seminole, we will send it back to you guys.
Well, Kylie, I wanted to ask you a question because we know that you've covered, obviously, we had Debbie and then Helene, and we saw you in flooding over on Bayshore with the storm surge. Talk about the difference between these storms when you're running from water and now you're telling people to hide from this wind. What's the difference for you out there?
I think the big difference here is, we've been talking about storm surge so much, and rightfully so, but where we're at right now, I mean, when I told some of my friends and family, hey, I'm going to be covering this storm from Pinellas County, they were like, wait, where? Where are you going? What? But when we had come to see where we would be staying at this home in this neighborhood, I'll tell you guys, we actually spoke with the homeowner who said, again, this is above the area that would flood. This is out of the evacuation zone. We've got a new roof on this place. We are boarded up where we are. And so the threat is just different where we are. And we're seeing some of the videos come in from other parts along our coast and everything. And even if we were to get closer to the water, I'm sure it would be a different story. But we're a bit further inland, so it was more some debris that we had seen on the side of the roads that were left from Helene in this area, and then trying to get that out of the way, of course, before this storm. But we can tell you, at least where we've been in this area, a lot of it's been very picked up, and a lot of homes, I mean, more than I expected, pleasantly surprised, were boarded up, did have storm windows and such. And so that's what we're seeing in this particular area, I know, as we check in with different communities across the Tampa Bay region.
Kylie, and I have one more question for you. I know you were born and raised in the Bay Area. This is where your friends are. This is where your parents still are. And I'm wondering, since you've really ridden out this whole storm, you did Debbie, you did Helene. First of all, how are you doing? Because I know it has to be an emotional toll that it takes with someone who's born and raised here. But also, more importantly, how do you feel in regards to seeing all these hurricanes growing up, none of them hitting here, and after 100 years now, here we are, probably one of the worst storms that the Bay Area has ever seen and maybe will ever see?
Yes, it's kind of surreal because it's like a big picture about, I grew up having hurricane days in school where you got out of school, my mom would pick my sister and I up, we'd have to get everything up off of the floor and evacuate. And so, it's basically a part of life as a Floridian, as so many of us know. Moving away, then moving back to Florida in the last 6 years, it's one of those things where we've covered a lot of these storms. But to be honest with you, a lot of times we are going into other communities and we are talking with people who this is their home, this is their backyard. And of course, we can relate as Floridians, our hearts go out to them. But this is, as a lot of us have been saying, it's even more personal. It became more real and more sobering, for lack of a better word, with Helene. And I think perhaps one silver lining of that, at least I personally know so many more people that evacuated for this storm than I think would have otherwise, because there's this sense of we'll be fine, and then realizing how vulnerable we are. So, my parents are in Orlando right now with my sister. I grew up along the coast in Tarpon. Again, like so many people, you live near the water and then you realize you've got to get away from the water. And so one of our photojournalists, Randy Wright, who's here, his family in Lutz, you're thinking you're further inland, but this is a storm that for so many of us in different ways that call this area home, we have been concerned for different reasons. And so right now we're really talking about what are the coming days going to bring. As we get through the storm tonight, what is it going to look like when we get up tomorrow, and what communities are going to be heading to share their stories. And this is what it's about. It's about you. It's sharing your stories, giving you information, and being there with you every step of the way. So we will send it back to you guys.
All right, Kylie McGivern live for us. Again, so many of us have family and home here. We want to quickly go to new video now. We were talking about reports of a crane that collapsed. We now have video of it, and I'm not sure if we can take it. Once we do, I want you guys to look at the lights as the crane goes down, because St. Pete Fire Rescue does confirm that the crane did fall at a condo tower in downtown St. Pete. Watch it again. You're going to watch for the lights here.
There it
Boom.
is.
There it is.
Yeah.
You saw it come down. Again, confirming from St. Pete Police and Fire Rescue that this crane has collapsed at a condo building at the 400 Central building construction site. Thankfully, at this point, no reports of anyone hurt right now. Of course, St. Pete Fire Rescue is asking you to avoid this area. If you want to see it one more time, I think the video is going to be queued up. You're going to look for a light, a big red flash there. We started getting several. There it is. Several reports of this coming down. What we do know is that first responders will start conducting damage assessments when conditions allow. Obviously, those conditions don't allow right now. And in that same email, St. Pete did confirm that the roof on Tropicana Field ripped off, and I think that's where we're going to next, to Eric.
Yeah, and I also want to mention, too, that they had already warned about the cranes
all
across the Bay Area with all the construction that's going on, especially with those high-rises in many of our counties, especially Pinellas and Hillsborough.
Yeah.
But we do want to stay in Pinellas County and obviously the southern area, because that's what's getting the brunt of our severe weather right now. And our ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler has been in St. Pete, and you were there when nobody else was, when literally the roof at Tropicana Field ripped off because of the winds out there. Eric, tell us about it.
Yeah, unreal what we're seeing up here in downtown St. Petersburg. We'll talk about Tropicana Field in a second, but we're talking about that crane collapse, and as you mentioned, the city put out warnings because there are 4 different construction sites with cranes that they were worried about. We've heard lots of noises tonight, not sure what some of them were, but we did hear a loud crash that might have been, in fact, that crane. You see, we're looking at one of the cranes that is still standing, and hopefully it remains that way. But such a danger, such a concern for the people that live near any of those large cranes. So something definitely to be on the lookout for. And again, we were talking about it earlier, and we look again at an unbelievable site, Tropicana Field. I mean, one of the landmarks of the Tampa Bay area that has stood here since 1990. And we're seeing a large portion of the roof just shredded, just ripped off. As far as we can tell from our vantage point, there doesn't appear to be any damage to the structure. You still see the steel beams that all meet there at the apex, all still seem to be in place. But it just appears that large sections of the roof are gone. What happened to them, we're not exactly sure. You can still see remnants, of course, that are attached to the beams, but we're wondering what happened to the large sections and if they simply flew off into somebody's neighborhood. If that's happened, please let us know, or if they dropped down inside. Now, the number one thing we want to tell you is, as far as we know, according to St. Pete Fire Rescue, no one was injured in what happened here at Tropicana Field. We said earlier that it was being used as a staging area for so many first responders and electrical workers. We were told that all the cots that were inside the field that we'd seen those pictures of with thousands of cots on the field, that those were already gone. We're not exactly sure, but we're told that all of that staging was already gone. That was before the storm, a setup before the storm. So as far as we know, people were not in there sleeping as we feared at first when we first saw this. Because it was being used as a staging area. And again, we're not sure who was in the stadium when this happened. This is all hopefully information we'll get as soon as possible. We have not seen any emergency vehicles, no fire trucks, no ambulances around the stadium. I'm not seeing any flashing lights still. But what is amazing, you still see the lights inside the stadium are on. You see the purple lights. But Tropicana Field, the home of the Tampa Bay Rays for a little while longer before a new stadium built, is in need of major repairs thanks to Hurricane Milton. The stadium, again, has stood here in St. Petersburg. You know, if you're not from the area, you might not remember the stadium was built before the Tampa Bay Rays existed. The stadium was built with the hopes of luring a baseball team to the Tampa St. Pete area. And early on, it was the Florida Suncoast Dome. I saw Guns N' Roses here in the early 90s. Going way back, and of course all of us, many of us I'm sure, have been to countless Rays games and enjoyed that roof on these hot summer days or rainy days here, and now a big portion of that roof is gone. And boy, I don't know if you can hear it, but the flapping of the remaining pieces of the roof that are still attached as these wind gusts, you can see them just flapping in the wind. On the east side of the stadium that we can't really see, but I do see pieces of it, pieces of the roof seem to be flapping up. So I cannot tell if there's also, now you know what, looking through the stadium I do see, it looks like that side has major rips as well in it. So this is just, it's an unbelievable sight. When I first came up on the roof and saw it, you know, you kind of are taken aback because, again, a landmark of St. Petersburg just absolutely shredded the roof because of Hurricane Milton and these winds near 100 miles an hour that we were experiencing at the ground level on the other side of this building. So we did not see when this happened. We started to hear a buzz about something wrong at Tropicana Field and made our way up here to the roof, and there it is. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Yeah, if you can hear me, I'm curious because as we see,
Yes.
the power is still on, which is, you know, concerning as well now that it's open to the elements. But also, since you've been in that area for really all day and into the night, are you seeing power outages in that area? But just I mean, I don't know, maybe they have a generator too, it's very possible. But is it strange that the lights are still on?
Yeah, you know, that's a good question. Looking around, I mean, we have a pretty good vantage point of downtown St. Pete. We're looking east now at where many of the larger buildings are, and it looks like most of the power is still on. We've had some flickering, some surges here at the hotel we're staying at. We have heard transformers blow, but as you see, the lights are on in all these apartments right here along Central Avenue. And yeah, the power is still on in the Trop. I can see it in the concourse areas, the lower parts of the stadium are still on. I do not see any what would look like any kind of structural damage. It really is just that I'm going to call it a canvas roof. You know, I can't claim to know I know exactly what material it's made of, but it is just shredded. I mean, it looks like paper. It looks like tissue paper blowing in the wind now. You can just see it as these wind gusts come. And obviously the rain is just pouring into Tropicana Field right now. Yeah, that was a pretty good gust right there.
Question, Eric, it's Nadine here.
And we're on the backs. Hey, Nadine, yes.
Just really quick, I know you said you didn't see it originally. You went up to the roof. Have you just noticed more of this rip off as you're watching this? Because I know Wendy and I were watching this your first hit and our jaws were just on the floor.
Right.
Are you watching more of it kind of peel away?
You know, it's hard to exactly see. I don't claim to have 20/20 vision and the darkness and the lights, but you know, now as I look through the stadium to what would be the south side, I feel like I have seen more of it ripped off kind of on that side as you were looking through the stadium out the other end, basically. It seems like when this first happened, it was more just on what would be the northwest corner of the stadium. You know, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 panels. You know, each one is separated by those steel beams. Those were gone, but now I feel like I'm seeing, if you go around to what would be more the south part of the stadium, I feel like I'm seeing more missing. I'm seeing sky through the stadium. And then again on the east side of the stadium, I can't see it, but I'm seeing big flaps of the roof blowing up and down with the wind. So that tells me that, you know, and again, as you look through that way, I'm starting to feel like I see openings as well. So, you know, by the end of this night, there might not be any of this roof left. Obviously, as more wind gets inside the stadium, that's only compromising the integrity of all of it. And, you know, who knows, it might have started with one little opening that led to what we're seeing right now.
All right, I think Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips may want to ask you a few questions. Dennis?
Actually, Wendy, I want to do the weather.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Yeah, I want to tell people what's happening out there because there is a lot going on, obviously. We still have 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. We still have torrential downpours. We still have catastrophic flooding. I mean, let's continue to focus on folks who need to know what's going on in terms of safety. And we, as I said, again, we still have a flash flood warning in effect for Pinellas County, for Pasco County, for Hillsborough, and for Polk County. And this area right now has seen rainfall way over 12 to 14 inches of rain. I mean, the flooding in itself could be catastrophic. We have not heard a lot of reports, guys. Have you actually heard of any reports of specific areas?
No.
Yeah,
I'm going to message the National Weather Service right now and see if they're getting anything, but we haven't gotten any reports from them at this point.
But what we are getting reports are obviously of all of the wind, 80, 90 mile an hour. We gusted over 100 miles an hour in St. Pete. I mean, potentially maybe that's when the roof went on the Trop. But overall, the heaviest wind is winding down. There's still the backside over here in the Gulf, and we will watch that for coastal areas. But at this point in time, there is still that flash flood warning until 4 o'clock. Radar indicated, obviously, we have seen rainfall in excess of 12, 13, 14 inches of rain. And obviously, when you get an offshore flow like we've had in these areas, that's a blessing. Because I cannot tell you how many times when there's been a hurricane or a tropical storm and we've had an onshore flow. So what happens is the rain falls, and here's some of the totals: 9.5, 10 inches, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus County, close to a foot of rain, over a foot of rain in Hillsborough County. So it's all moving east, and we're still have that very narrow and intense band of wind across the area as well. But like I was saying, when you have that onshore flow, the rain falls and it has a tough time draining and it floods. But because we have had an offshore flow, all the water, we drained the bay again. And so when you have all those places, this happened with Irma, as a matter of fact, the exact same thing, because I remember we had a ton of rain and we had no flooding with that rain. And I remember saying it was a blessing because fortunately that offshore flow allowed the water to quickly drain. Now, when you get rain at over 5 inches an hour, which is what we had in St. Pete, I believe that is an all-time record. I seem to remember this summer we had a 1 hour, it might have been at Tampa, but we had a 1 hour rainfall of about 4.92 inches, and that was the all-time record rain. And that was with an afternoon thunderstorm. Remember that? I think that was September 7th, actually. So now we're looking at the storm is winding down. Winds are now down to 105 miles an hour, and it doesn't even look like a tropical system anymore. It just looks like a big blob of rain, kind of a nor'easter in a sense. So here's the latest: 105, east-northeast at 16. The pressure continues to rise as this weekend. Current gusts at the airport in Tampa right now, 82. There is your center. Right there is your center. I'm not even going to call it an eye anymore because I don't really think it's an eye anymore. 51 Apollo Beach, 62 Mayaca City, 76 hurricane-force winds still blowing right now in St. Pete. I got to take this out. Those surge numbers are not going to verify. I mean, we talked about this for days on end. The Hurricane Center, there's going to be big surge, and already has been big surge Sarasota southward. But it all boiled down to whether or not this storm went into the bay or got close enough to give an onshore flow, and fortunately, it never did. Yes, we will get on the backside some of that water coming up, and there will still be some surge, but they are not going to be anywhere near the totals if that storm had been 30, 40 miles more to the north. Again, there it is, east-northeast at 16, looking just more like a blob than anything else, and the latest track as of 11 o'clock brings it across the state by tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., down to 80, still technically a hurricane. They may even transition it to a non-tropical system shortly thereafter. Jason, it looks like you got some pictures, and still looking at me. We're still hearing the creaking in here in the studio.
Yeah.
By the way, did you notice that the news anchors, Wendy and Nadine, went into the safety of the other studio, and they leave the weather guys out here to fend for ourselves? Did you notice that?
I know.
Bring up our mics.
Yeah, bring them up.
Also, in fairness, when your boss tells you, for your safety, we're going to put you in another studio.
We're having them bring up the mics because, you know, we need to give it right back to you.
Yeah, it was for our safety.
You know who's important. That's all I'm saying. You know who's important. Jason, what do you got?
All right, let's take it back outside right now. now. This is a live look from our station here at ABC Action News, right across the street from Raymond James Stadium, and Himes Avenue, in the middle of the heaviest of the rainfall, was a river. It was completely flooded, and with the wind, of course, it even had almost like white caps on it, which you would see out into the Gulf of Mexico. Still looks like we've got most of the roadway covered up with some flooded roads, and this is pretty much everybody here from Manatee and Pinellas counties north through Hillsborough, and then also up to Polk County as well. I do want to do a little bit of a radar tour, and we should be getting in the new National Hurricane Center update at any point if this isn't the new one right now. Still 105-mile-per-hour winds. We haven't seen any gusts lately approaching 105 miles per hour, but we are still getting some areas with gusts easily 70 to 80 miles per hour. Lakeland, you have gusted to hurricane force at 76 miles per hour. So even as that center continues to move inland, it's still packing quite a punch. As we talked about this earlier today, if you joined our coverage 6-7 hours ago, I was talking about how this system was going to transition into what we call an extratropical cyclone. And you're going to hear about that as you watch the national media cover this over the next couple of days as it pulls away. And basically all it's doing is it's turning into what we would see more so in the mid-Atlantic or the Northeast as we're getting later and later into the season. Of course, we've got the cold front moving in. That will definitely help us out over the next few days with helping not allow temperatures to soar to record levels like we had just 2 weeks ago. Of course, after we left Helene, we had record high temperatures consistently, and there's the new update. So it's down to 100 now. So that's the very latest in here from the National Hurricane Center. So still centered at 100 miles per hour. Could see some gusts at that, but the inland gusts so far have been generally peaking between 70 and 80 miles per hour. So there's a look at what we're watching. There was the landfall point here at Siesta Key, and that center continues to move in. But what the problem has been is that while, yes, we saw significant wind around the center, it's been that northern eyewall that's moved through St. Pete, Tampa, Clearwater, and now over to Lakeland. And that's what's unfortunately have produced 16 inches of rainfall in the city of St. Pete at Albert Whitted Airport. Like Dennis said, over 5 inches of rain in 1 hour. Over a 3-hour period, over 9 inches of rain in 3 hours. And Greg, you were talking about this too. We're talking about some of us picking up months worth of rainfall here in 3 hours time, especially as our rainy season is winding down and we're about to transition back into the dry season. So watching this heavy rain finally start to abate quite a bit here for coastal areas, but our inland spots, you're still looking at significant rainfall here for you. Check this out. I just updated this. I'm about to post it to social media. These are the latest peak wind gusts that the National Weather Service has reported to us. Unofficial 105-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Anna Maria Island. That was from a storm spotter. I'm waiting for them to confirm that, but officially 102 in Sarasota, the peak gust so far. We did have a 105-mile-per-hour gust confirmed at Egmont Pass, but that's over open water. That's a maritime gust, not a land gust. St. Pete, 101 miles per hour. So certainly not shocking to see the trop in the condition that it is right now when we had gusts over 100. Tampa closing in on 100. We peaked at 97 miles per hour here at Tampa International Airport so far. Venice holding at 90 from earlier today, and we're looking at Clearwater Beach at Pier 60. We topped out at 90 miles per hour as well. So no surprise, we have almost 2 million Floridians without power right now. If you're watching us from our streaming app on your phone, thank you for continuing to watch our coverage as you've lost power. It's going to be some time before some of us get power back. Of course, after Helene and Pinellas County, it took quite a bit of time. It took well over a week for us to finally get all those power outages back to none. So this is what we're going to be dealing with here for the next 5, 7, 14-day period. Some of you could be without power because of the extensive tree damage that we're likely seeing out there and power line damage as we go not only for the next week, but possibly 2 weeks. But like I mentioned a second ago, unlike Helene, we're not going to see excessive heat behind this. It's going to be much more comfortable with temperatures into the 80s, low 80s for the next 2 days, overnight lows into the 70s. That's still a little on the muggy side, but some of our inland spots, maybe near the coast, especially north, could be dropping into the 60s here for the next couple of days. So there's all the warnings that we still have the flash flood warning ongoing here for all these areas in kind of this dark red or light brown color. And then we continue to see flood warnings outside of this as well. So pretty much everybody from Manatee north under a flood warning, as we've seen, of course, all that excessive rainfall. I'm going to take the warnings off, and we're going to start doing a little bit of a radar tour here. We'll start in the center where it's currently at, and that's over Polk County, south of I-4. It's moving across Lake Wales right now. North of Frostproof, Bartow, it's moving over your area. That's the center of circulation, but again, it's not what it was as it was coming onshore with those 115, 125 mile per hour winds, but still seeing gusts in Lakeland over 70 miles per hour. So extremely heavy rainfall continues, excessive flooding possible in these areas here along and north of I-4. So from Gibsonia and Kathleen, north of Lakeland now over to Polk City and heading up toward the Poinciana area here on I-4 before you get to the Orlando metro. That's where we're looking at extremely heavy rainfall currently. Now let's go back a little more to the west here in south where landfall was. Still some light rain for the most part. It's light at this point, but we are looking at extremely gusty winds still, with Sarasota still gusting over 70 miles per hour, even though the storm center is pulling farther and farther away and heading inland. North up to Bradenton, still looking at some extremely heavy rainfall. Notice the general movement of the rain, though, and this is important, like Dennis was pointing out as far as surge goes. We've got the winds coming in like this. So we're not seeing a perpendicular push of that water at the coast, which would increase the surge potential here behind the system as our winds are turning more onshore. And once we start to get more back to that perpendicular flow by tomorrow morning into the early afternoon, I should say this morning now that it's past midnight, that's when we could see a little bit of water rise, but the system too far away for us to have those 6, 9, 12, 15-foot surge values that the National Hurricane Center was giving us as those worst case scenarios. So with that being said, a little bit of water rise, not out of the question, but it doesn't look like we're going to see significant water rise behind this system as we get our winds turning back onshore. So that's what it looks like here in St. Pete. We had that band that was just stuck over top of St. Pete, Clearwater, up to Tarpon and Palm Harbor, over to Tampa, Brandon as well. Radar estimates continue to show 12 to 18 inches of rain so far, with St. Pete having the most at this point. Over 16 was the last report that we got from the National Weather Service in Ruskin. So there's what it looks like in Pinellas County. Lighter rain, but still very strong winds. Winds continue to gust to over 60 miles per hour. In fact, let me take a peek and see if anything new has popped up as far as these gusts go. And it is, so still gusting at Tampa Executive Airport at 65 miles per hour, Lakeland at 60, Punta Gorda still gusting at 71. That's pretty impressive, being that's so far away. Sebring, you're gusting to 67, so nearing the center here in Sebring and southern Polk County, getting into northern Highlands. And then within the last 25 minutes, reported 93 mile per hour gusts in St. Petersburg. So still extremely strong winds coming in behind the system. And Dennis talked about this, how the system kind of transitions. You get this jet that happens that continues to increase the winds on the backside of the system. So I haven't gotten one of those reports in 25 minutes, but still within the last half hour, 94, 91 mile per hour gust in St. Peter's, 93 mile per hour gust in St. Pete. So now a little more to the east here in downtown Tampa. Again, the damage has been done. Even though we're not getting reports of flooding from the National Weather Service, we know it's happening, but nobody's out in the streets right now. Everybody's been preparing for this hurricane for 3 days now. And a lot of the areas, of course, in zone A and B where we're seeing these flooding, this freshwater flooding happening, they evacuated. So we're not getting the first responders out there doing rescues because hopefully everybody has been in their safe place or they've evacuated. Now north here in Pasco County, you're still looking at some really heavy rainfall here along 98 and 301 east of 75. Once you get west, still of course seeing some very strong gusts here as well, and north up through places like Brooksville. We've had successive gusts here in Brooksville over 76 miles per hour. So even our northern spots well removed away from the center as it was coming on shore near Siesta Key earlier this evening or yet last night. We were still looking at some very strong wind gusts here as well. And the power outages are numerous here for the Nature Coast too. They're not as extreme as areas down to the south. In fact, some of those numbers almost up to 300,000 at last check here in Pinellas County. Let me take a peek at what it says now. 400,000 just in Pinellas County without power. In Hillsborough County, 325,000, and then north 131,000 in Pasco County without, and 53,000 customers in Hernando, 33,000 in Citrus County. Now down south in Manatee, 201,000 customers without power, 226,000 without power in Sarasota, and 93,000 without power in Polk County.
And Jason, when you look at the percentages here,
Yeah.
I mean, some of these counties, 70, 80, it looks like 75, 80%
Yeah,
of the county.
And Hardy County, almost 100%.
Almost 100%. So when we talked about these are going to be long duration outages, in some of these places, there are going to be places that don't have power for a week or two.
Yeah, at a minimum a week or two. And unfortunately in places like St. Pete, like I said a second ago, we just saw that Even though Pinellas County is our second most populated county here, so you know obviously more resources going into those areas, it still took over a week for us to finally get all the power restored after Helene, when the bulk of those power outages were on the coast because of that storm surge that wiped out a lot of our coastal areas, which of course are the most populated spots here, right on the water, right? So yeah, it's going to take a lot of time for us to get back to some kind of a normal power situation. Hopefully for your community, it won't take as long. If it does take long, though, again, Mother Nature being a little kind to us after not being so kind with Milton, where we are looking at a little bit more in the way of some more comfortable weather. I don't want to call it cool, but compared to the record high temperatures we had a couple of days after Helene, I think it was like 94, 93 in Tampa, 92 degrees, and heat index values that were over 100. We do not have that in the forecast here for the next 3 to 5 days. So that's what we're looking at here now. Again, down south, where the eye made landfall near Siesta Key. Significant improvements over the next 3 to 4 hour period. I think by the time we get to sunrise, we're basically going to wrap up with these tropical storm and hurricane force gusts that we're seeing out there right now. So let me show you a couple of other things. I'm going to skip ahead here through a couple of other graphics. This is what I wanted to show you too. So Greg, you posted this map earlier. It updates automatically by itself,
It does,
correct?
yes,
Okay,
correct.
so these are the updated ones.
So I can tell you the numbers that I see have changed.
Yeah.
Those Lakeland numbers, that was not a double-digit number the last time I showed that. So the numbers in St. Pete and Pinellas County have kind of slowed down.
Yeah.
But the numbers up in Polk County really, really have gone up.
So that's where we're really seeing the center with that heavy rain band I showed you on the radar now setting up here along and north of I-4. And this is unfortunately what we expected. We talked about this leading up to it, that somewhere on the north